As the sun descends, its lingering rays cast a golden hue across the vast expanse of the earth. The Konoha Ninja Academy, established by the second Hokage, is similarly bathed in this warm glow. The character for ninja, emblazoned on the school sign, shimmering in the sunlight. At this hour, the school day has come to an end, and students from various grades, either in small groups or being picked up by their parents, chatter animatedly about the amusing events of their day or the lessons learned. However, amidst the bustling crowd, one solitary figure stands out, feeling distinctly out of place. The fading sunlight elongates Yuma's shadow, mirroring the weight of his current state of mind. His once peaceful existence has inexplicably thrust him into a perilous world, leaving anyone in a situation unable to find joy. Indeed, Yuma does not belong to this world, not in spirit, at least. He was once living a normal life on Earth, only to find himself inexplicably transported to a realm documented in an ancient manga. Yuma is acutely aware that this world is far from the tranquility of his previous life. If he were to remain a powerless civilian, he might soon find himself crushed by a rogue jutsu, leading to his family's ruin. The family that houses his soul is merely a typical household in Konoha, with 3 generations having never produced a single ninja. Fully cognizant of the impending dangers that Konoha village is set to face, Yuma disregards the cautious warnings of his well-meaning parents and resolutely applies to the newly established ninja school. That it is crucial to note that this is not a time of peace in the 32nd year of Konoha. The world is entrenched in the throes of the Second Great Ninja War, one of the bloodiest phases of conflict. Each student graduating from the academy faces a grim reality, often thrust directly into the battlefield with little opportunity to grow, enduring the brutal baptism of blood. Regrettably, Yuma's family is just an ordinary civilian one, lacking the formidable bloodlines and peculiar jutsu that could offer an edge. For a civilian ninja, the path to ascendancy is fraught with challenges, and surviving this war is an even greater trial. Yet, it appears fate has deemed Yuma's journey insufficiently arduous, for the most despairing aspect lies in his physical constitution. What is the most essential quality for a ninja? Decisiveness in battle? Strategy? Ninjutsu? While all these elements hold significance, they rest upon a fundamental foundation: chakra. Only those who possess chakra can truly call themselves ninjas. Regrettably, Yuma is cursed with an unfortunate physique. It seems he is ill-suited to the life of a ninja. While ordinary individuals harness their physical and mental energies to refine chakra, accumulating it within their bodies, Yuma faces a vexing dilemma. Each time he manages to extract a sliver of chakra, it dissipates the moment he ceases his efforts, failing to settle within him as it does for others. This peculiar constitution left all the physicians of Konoha astounded. Yet none could provide a remedy. They merely assigned a definition to Yuzan, declaring that he would never become a true ninja in this lifetime. This characterization, of course, filled Yuzan with profound dissatisfaction. Although he felt discontent regarding his sudden transference, having been granted the opportunity to traverse worlds, he longed to experience the wondrous techniques of ninjutsu. In his frustration, Yuzan privately endeavored countless methods to cope with his extraordinary condition, yet each attempt yielded despairing results. As time passed, he found himself somewhat resigned to his fate perhaps. Indeed, he was destined to be nothing more than mere cannon fodder in this life. Chapter 2: Is it time to cultivate? Yuzan pondered as he ambled homeward. The setting sun cast its golden rays upon the renowned Hokage rock, and Yuzan silently gazed at the imposing figures that would, in the future, endure countless tribulations, his heart heavy with sorrow. Hey, isn't that Yuzan? What are you doing standing around? Youth is fleeting. We cannot afford to squander time here. Come on, how about we run 500 laps around the village together? A youthful voice, brimming with exuberance, called out beside Yuzan. Upon hearing the voice, Yuzan jolted as if struck by lightning. He was intimately familiar with that sound. Turning around, he beheld a boy clad in a comical green jumpsuit, sporting a watermelon hairstyle, grinning widely, his pearly white teeth gleaming in the waning sunlight. If Yuzan had not read the original work, he would scarcely believe that this toothless lad, caught in the throes of losing his baby teeth, would one day evolve into the man who would deliver the climactic conclusion with a single kick. Indeed, the boy before him was none other than the infamous progenitor of myriad fanfare across various forums, the exuberant Might Guy, or as he was affectionately known, Kai. Yet, at this moment, Might Guy was merely a toothless child, far removed from the charisma he would later embody, perhaps due to their shared lack of talent in chakra manipulation. Might Guy felt an innate camaraderie with Yujin, consistently encouraging him not to give up and to join him in becoming a master of taijutsu. Alas, Yujin wished to convey to Might Guy that they were fundamentally different. While he was incapable of accumulating chakra, Might Guy had the potential to harness it, albeit unable to wield ninjutsu. This distinction was monumental. Ninjas possess chakra, which, even if not utilized for ninjutsu, can enhance speed and strength. Thus, for Yushin, who could not gather chakra, the path of taijutsu was irrevocably blocked. Yushin gazed at Might Guy's radiant smile, feeling a pang of bitterness within. Initially, he too had aspired to tread the path of the exuberant Kai, but after several training sessions with him, Yujin found his last avenue to strength similarly obstructed. Who could comprehend such a disparity? With a forced smile, Yujin addressed Might Guy, Kai, I have matters to attend to. You go on ahead. Observing Yujin's despondent demeanor, Might Guy clumsily attempted to console him. Yujin, it's all right. I believe you will improve. Did those classmates bully you again? Don't worry, I'll teach them a lesson. Yujin shook his head. The children in the world of ninjas matured quickly, acutely aware of the principle that strength reigns supreme. Naturally, Yujin, unable to cultivate chakra, found himself at the bottom of the class hierarchy, often bullied and ostracized, particularly by the haughty Uchiha clan members, who seemed to elevate their heads to the heavens in arrogance. It could be said that the entire class harbored a disdainful attitude towards Yujin, frequently oppressing him. It's nothing, Kai. It has nothing to do with them. I really must return home now. You should focus on your training. Yuzuru Hanyu softly remarked that he genuinely feared Might Guy would seek vengeance against those afflicted with the red-eye disease. This was not the first occurrence of such events, however. The current Might Guy had yet to evolve into the formidable figure of the future, the Kaiser, and was still in a developmental stage, far from being a match for those who possessed the complete legacy of the red-eye disease. Chapter 3. The Emergence of the System. As Kai had yet to depart, Yujin helplessly revealed a smile, his thumb gesturing with enthusiasm. Kai, are you truly prepared to forsake your path of endurance? Youth is not to be squandered. Hasten to your training. Indeed, it is said that proximity to virtue enhances one's character, while closeness to vice tarnishes it. Yujin silently berated himself, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. However, it must be acknowledged that this tactic proved remarkably effective on the peculiar Might Guy, who bellowed with fervor, Yujin, you are absolutely right. Thank you for awakening me. I shall now ignite my youth. No sooner had he spoken than he vanished, leaving only a cloud of dust in his wake. Yujin's lips twitched slightly. Yet the earlier gloom that had enveloped him dissipated, lightened by the antics of this lively spirit. Shaking his head, he continued his journey homeward. Yujin's residence was not distant. After traversing 2 streets, he arrived at a quaint, standalone villa. It was not opulent, but it exuded warmth. The villa was accompanied by a small garden where Yujin's mother cultivated various flowers, while his father served as a civil servant in the Hidden Leaf village, engaged in tasks such as document transcription and organization. Though their income paled in comparison to that of ninjas who undertook lucrative missions, it was sufficient to support the family. Upon returning home, Yujin found his father yet to arrive from work. Only his mother emerged from the kitchen, gently saying, Yujin, you're back. Quickly wash your hands. We can eat once your father returns. In truth, Yujin found it challenging to forge a profound connection with his parents in this life. After all, his real parents from the previous life still thrived on Earth. He struggled to regard these parents as his own, yet he recognized that, in this world, the only individuals likely to offer their lives for him were the tender-hearted woman before him and his father who had yet to return. Yujin felt a pang of guilt. The essence of their true son had long since faded, and he merely occupied that role. He could never genuinely become their son. Yet he vowed to ensure their safety in times of calamity. However, thoughts of his inability to cultivate chakra surged once more, prompting a sigh from within. Upon entering his room, discontent lingered. Once again, he endeavored to refine his chakra. This was not his first attempt. Even knowing that he could not retain the chakra he sought to cultivate, Yujin refused to yield. Yet this time, The process of refining chakra brought an unexpected turn of events. As Yujin extracted the chakra once more, he felt it fleetingly dissipate from his body. Suddenly, a mechanical voice resonated in his mind. Ding! Martial Arts Master System charging complete. System activation in progress. Ding! System activation complete. Activating System Assistant. Ding! Congratulations, host. On successfully activating the System Assistant, you have received a novice gift pack. Would you like to claim it? Chapter 2. The first encounter with Kakashi. Are you saying that the chakra I have cultivated over the past 3 years has not vanished, but rather has been absorbed by you? Yujin inquired, addressing the voice resonating within his mind. Indeed, the activation of the system necessitates a substantial amount of energy. And in this realm, the chakra you refer to appears to be the most suitable energy for absorption, replied the voice of the system assistant in Yujin's consciousness. Chapter 4. Changes brought by the system. The expression on Yujin's face darkened. A manifestation of the despair he had endured over the past 3 years and the disdain he had suffered. It was only now that he discovered the true culprit behind his plight, and how could he not be filled with indignation? You absorbed my chakra without my consent. Yuhang roared in fury within his mind. The system assistant, seemingly aware of Yuhang's rage, calmly explained, please do not be upset, host. After activation, the system has fully returned the absorbed chakra and has also enhanced the protagonist's physical constitution. I kindly ask you to check. Yuhang was momentarily taken aback. Ignoring the system assistant's voice in his mind, he began to attune himself to his body. Indeed, he sensed a substantial chakra within his previously empty dantian, a quantity equivalent to that of an ordinary genin. Furthermore, Yuhang discovered that not only had the chakra he painstakingly cultivated returned, but the meridians within him had also grown robust and resilient, far exceeding what one would expect for his age. Such resilient meridians were akin to those of an adult. Moreover, his body continued to grow, suggesting that his meridians would become even broader and sturdier in the future. It is well known that meridians are of paramount importance to a ninja, intricately linked to both the speed of chakra refinement and its output. The most exquisite aspect of the Hyuga clan's taijutsu lies in their ability to perceive the flow of meridians in others through their byakugan, employing specialized techniques to disrupt the flow of chakra by striking specific points. However, if the meridians are sufficiently robust, the efficacy of such strikes diminishes. And a firmer constitution would also enhance the speed of chakra refinement. Content with the system's compensation, Yuhang's fury dissipated, giving way to a surge of excitement. The physical issues that had plagued him for 3 years had finally been resolved, and he had unexpectedly gained this remarkable boon. Was he not beginning to resemble a true transmigrator? Contemplating this fortuitous gift, Yuhang hastily inquired within his mind, what capabilities does this system possess? I recall there was a novice gift package, correct? Indeed, host. You still have a novice gift package, which allows you to randomly draw a martial arts manual. The drawn manual will automatically adapt to your existing worldview, and you will learn it effortlessly. Additionally, you will have the opportunity to draw a martial arts manual each year. And the system will issue daily tasks that, upon completion, will reward you with items or other benefits, the system assistant dutifully elucidated in Yuhang's mind. After absorbing the assistant's explanation, Yuhang nodded and replied, then I shall claim the novice gift package first. No sooner had he spoken than the familiar sound of the system echoed in his mind once more. Congratulations, host, for receiving the novice gift package. You are now drawing a martial arts manual. Congratulations, host, for acquiring an A-grade martial arts manual, the indestructible body technique. Immediately, a torrent of vast information surged into Yujin's mind, all pertaining to the indestructible body technique, albeit altered by the system to fit the worldview of Naruto. Moreover, Yujin sensed subtle changes within his own body, and upon reflection, he realized that the system had enabled him to master this divine skill instantaneously. Chapter 5. Attaining the indestructible body. The indestructible body technique, one of the 5 great martial arts of the Shaolin, is renowned alongside the Energizing Sutra and the Cleansing Sutra. Upon mastering it, one becomes impervious to blades and bullets, invulnerable to fire and water, and it is divided into 5 realms. Currently, Yushin has been directly endowed by the system with the first realm of the indestructible body technique. The copper body stage, capable of withstanding physical attacks at the level of a shinobi, his body is resilient, and his endurance significantly enhanced, providing slight resistance to D-rank ninjutsu. After receiving information about the indestructible body technique, Yushin yearns for the 5th level, the immaculate body stage, which can effortlessly resist super S-rank ninjutsu, treating attacks of the super shadow level as mere trifles. He envisions a future where Uchiha Itachi sets him ablaze with Amaterasu, and Might Guy delivers powerful strikes after opening the 8th gate, while he merely remarks, "I haven't eaten yet. Could you exert a bit more effort?" This thought brings him immense joy. Though he currently resides only in the copper body stage, this does not hinder Yushin from dreaming of a brighter future. Regrettably, the system assistant harshly douses his fantasies with cold water, stating, "The system has merely granted the host the convenience of mastering the first layer. The path of martial arts is fraught with hardships, and the host must engage in daily rigorous training henceforth." Yushin smirks, fully agreeing with the system's words in his heart. He dismisses his earlier lofty thoughts, recognizing that the regained chakra and the miraculous opportunity bestowed upon him present a chance to grow stronger. He cannot afford to become complacent. Rather, he must seize this opportunity and soar to great heights. With this realization, Yushin ceases to procrastinate and begins practicing the modified indestructible body technique. Utilizing the chakra he regained to nourish his body and fortify his physical capabilities. He continues this regimen until his father returns and his mother calls him for dinner. The following day, on his way to school, Yushin walks alone, yet his state of mind contrasts sharply with the previous day's melancholy. He is now filled with boundless longing for his future life. After training all night in the indestructible body technique, he discovers that it not only enhances his physical attributes but also possesses effects akin to internal martial arts, allowing him to gradually increase his chakra storage without needing to refine it. In other words, his practice of the indestructible body technique benefits both his physique and chakra, a dual advantage that excites Yushin immensely. "Good morning, Yushin. How was yesterday? Did you burn with youthful passion?" A familiar voice calls from behind. Yushin turns around but sees no face, only 2 legs encumbered with weights wobbling before him. Amused, Yushin gazes at Might Guy, who is walking on his hands, and asks, "What are you doing?" A person of pure heart is often more attuned to the emotions of others. Might Guy sensed that Yuma Hanyu's current state was somewhat different from that of the previous day, and he couldn't help but feel delighted for his companion. With excitement, he exclaimed, "I plan to run 200 laps around the Hidden Leaf Village before school, and I only have 50 more to go. Yuma, would you like to join me in igniting our youth?" Yuma Hanyu chuckled and shook his head, to which Might Guy responded, "Very well then. I shall hurry off now. See you in the classroom." With that, he vanished from Yuma's sight in the blink of an eye, leaving behind only a trace of dust. "Ah, a fool, a waste. Truly a match made in heaven." An exceedingly arrogant voice echoed from the other side. Chapter 6. The first display of bravado. Yushin glanced back at the glaring emblem of the fan, a symbol of Uchiha Shino, a classmate of his and Might Guy. Despite being merely a 5-year-old child, he exuded an air of arrogant superiority, often mocking Yushin and Guy, who were unable to perform ninjutsu. Today, however, Yushin was in a good mood and had no desire to engage in a petty dispute with such a precocious child. He intended to take a longer route to avoid him. Yet, Uchiha Shino seemed intent on escalating the situation, strutting up to Yushin with his head held high, looking down disdainfully and exclaiming, "Hey, I'm talking to you. Useless. Didn't you hear me?" Yushin's expression darkened. Even a clay figurine has its limits. And having just acquired newfound strength, he was ready to teach this insolent boy a lesson. Just as he prepared to respond, a chilling voice interrupted. "Hey, you two. Step aside, you're blocking my way." The tone was as unyielding as a still pond, devoid of emotion, yet the words were exceedingly rude. Uchiha Shino's face momentarily flickered with anger, but he instinctively took 2 steps back, fear flashing in his eyes. Yushin turned to see the newcomer, whose silver hair glimmered like a sharpened blade, obscured by a mask that revealed only 2 cold, lifeless eyes. Kakashi Hitaki. Uchiha Shino gasped instinctively. Though a genius in his own right, Shino felt insignificant before Kakashi, who, at the tender age of 5, was already rumored to possess strength rivaling that of a Chunin. His father had once claimed that if not for the restraint of the esteemed White Fang, Kakashi would have graduated from the Ninja Academy long ago. Humph, kid. Consider yourself fortunate, Uchiha Shino muttered, unwilling to cross Kakashi. While the Uchiha clan held their pride, they knew better than to provoke the legendary White Fang. With that, Shino shot Yujin a resentful glare before retreating in defeat. Yujin, observing the impassive Kakashi, softly expressed his gratitude. Thank you. The future renowned Konoha technician, Kakashi Hitaki, was not yet the lively character he would become. Instead, he displayed a hint of reserved charm, offering Yujin a fleeting glance and a dismissive hum before striding unceremoniously into the academy. Yujin ambled into the classroom, noting that many students had already taken their seats. Uchiha Shino, seated in the front row, shot him a furious look. Choosing to ignore the pompous child, Yujin made his way to the back of the classroom and settled into a corner. Moments later, Might Guy entered in an upside-down position, prompting laughter from their classmates. Unfazed, Guy flipped himself upright and, spotting Yujin, made his way over. Just as he settled in, Might Guy whispered anxiously into Yuma Hanyu's ear. Yuma, I heard there's an exam today, a practical exam. Do you think it's a test of ninjutsu? I'm completely unprepared. What should I do? Yuma Hanyu shrugged. And before he could respond, a middle-aged man entered the classroom. His disheveled hair was scattered wildly, and the scent of alcohol wafted from him. If it weren't for the Leaf Village symbol emblazoned on his forehead protector, one could hardly discern that he was a ninja. This was Ishimura Naoya, the homeroom teacher of Yuma and his companions, a nin who had been reassigned from the front lines after sustaining severe injuries. Chapter 7. The system's mission in this tumultuous time of war. The circumstances starkly contrast with those during Naruto's era, when specialized educational ninjas were meticulously trained. Presently, the manpower in all ninja villages is severely lacking. Thus, Konoha can only dispatch injured ninjas to serve as instructors at the Ninja Academy. These teachers typically share certain characteristics. They possess fiery tempers, exhibit irresponsibility, and lack patience. As for teachers like Irika, who would sacrifice their lives for their students, such ideals seem to belong to a distant dream. Upon entering the classroom, Ishimura Naoya was met with an immediate silence, a stark departure from the previous chaos. He nodded slightly and straightforwardly announced, "Today is the practical examination focusing on taijutsu. Everyone, follow me to the training ground." With that, he led the way out of the classroom. Might Guy, seated nearby, cheered exuberantly, for taijutsu was his forte, and he found it to be an effortless task. Haha, Yujin. It's fantastic that we aren't testing ninjutsu today. My enthusiasm is igniting. Yujin? What's wrong? Why are you in a daze? Guy asked, shaking the seemingly lost Yujin awake. It's nothing. Let us go, or we'll be late. Yujin replied, brushing aside the fervor of Might Guy as he stood up to leave. Yujin had merely been daydreaming. Rather, after Ishimura Naoya's announcement, a notification resonated in his mind. Ding! The system has issued a task. Please defeat your opponent in the practical examination. Task reward, a random C-rank ninjutsu scroll. To his surprise, the system's task was grounded in reality. Yujin felt little desire for the C-rank ninjutsu scroll, although the academy only taught the most rudimentary techniques. He was already capable of training independently. With the system's assistance post-graduation, diligent practice would assuredly allow him to ascend to the ranks of a shadow-level powerhouse. Thus, he found little appeal in a mere C-rank ninjutsu. It must be noted that with the acquisition of the system and the wondrous experiences derived from the indestructible body technique, Yujin's mindset had subtly transformed. He had, in simple terms, become somewhat inflated with confidence. A group of 5- and 6-year-old children chattered animatedly as they followed Ishimura Naoya out of the classroom and onto the expansive training ground. The area was vast, devoid of the fitness apparatuses familiar to past lives, save for a few humanoid wooden dummies positioned at the center, intended for students to practice throwing shuriken and kunai. The students lined up on the training ground, awaiting Ishimura Naoya's instructions. After reviewing the attendance list and confirming everyone was present, he nodded and stated, "All right. Everyone is here. I will outline the rules. I will select participants for one-on-one matches, and I will score your performance. The results will count towards your graduation score. No ninja tools or ninjutsu are permitted. We will focus solely on taijutsu. Understood? Understood. The middle schoolers echoed in unison, with Might Guy's voice ringing the loudest. Drawing considerable attention, Ishimura Naoya nodded, uninterested in further elaboration, and directly addressed the list. Ishiya Masamune, Arias Ho, Hinata Ikaru, and Kubo Takamori, please step forward. They were merely a group of youngsters unworthy even of the rank of a lowly genin. To be frank, this confrontation was far from captivating. It essentially consisted of a few rudimentary taijutsu exchanges, followed by an eruption of genuine fervor, as the two children became entangled in a chaotic tussle, akin to ruffian squabbling. Shimanura Naoki shook his head, jotting down notes on the list in his hand, as if grading their performance. He then spoke, "All right, that will be enough. Hyuga Ito and Kubo Takamori, step forward. Hitaki Kakashi and Might Guy, please prepare." Yohana Yuma paused in surprise, glancing back at the exuberant Might Guy, whose name had just been called, and then at the aloof Hitaki, contemplating whether this was the inception of a tumultuous fate for the two. Chapter 8. Success in Showboating. As Yuma Hanyu anticipated the prospect of witnessing a profound friendship that would endure for decades, he felt a surge of excitement. Turning his gaze back to the center of the playground, he saw Hinata Ito swiftly topple Kubo Takamori to the ground. After all, Hinata was a product of a prestigious family, and though he had yet to awaken his full potential, he was undeniably stronger than the common-born Kubo. Satisfied, Ishimura Naoshi marked a high score next to Hinata Ito's name on the list, then shifted his expectant eyes toward Kakashi Hitaki. The name of Konoha's White Fang resonated with prominence, and as the son of a hero, Kakashi was regarded as a remarkable talent, eliciting great expectations. Hitaki Kakashi, Might Guy. Step forward. Next group, Uchiha Shino, Yuma Hanyu. Please prepare. Yuma was momentarily taken aback, jolting out of his spectator's stupor. His gaze met that of Uchiha Shino, and he discerned a hint of menace within Shino's eyes. What a nuisance. Yuma sighed inwardly. Of all the opponents, it had to be Uchiha Shino, whom he had inadvertently offended earlier that morning. Now, it seemed Shino was eager to exact a blatant form of revenge. Shaking his head, Yuma recognized that he harbored no fear of Uchiha Shino. It was merely a bothersome predicament. Of course, he could not intentionally concede defeat. After all, Shino had mocked him during his struggles to accumulate chakra, and those taunts were indelibly etched in his memory. Moreover, there was a task assigned by the system performing a C-rank ninjutsu, which, while somewhat trivial, was an opportunity not to be squandered. Lost in thought, a sudden thunderous noise from the playground snapped Yuma's attention back. He witnessed Might Guy removing a heavy weight that had been bound to his leg, smashing it to the ground, and sending clouds of dust into the air. Such a young age, yet so much weight. A veritable monster. The students who had frequently mocked Might Guy now stood agape, while Yuma alone understood the extent of Guy's rigorous training, which far surpassed their comprehension. In the center of the arena, young Kakashi was visibly shaken by the imposing display. Recalling the words his father had imparted when he first arrived at the Ninja Academy, "Do not underestimate that little guy. He will surpass you one day." A subtle smile crept across Kakashi's masked face as he thought, "Father, you underestimate your son." Before Guy could make another move, Kakashi adopted an offensive stance and executed a rapid dive, his fist poised before Guy. Guy laughed heartily, sidestepping the strike while exclaiming, "Indeed, this is the essence of youth. Come forth. I have resolved it. You will be my lifelong rival." With that, he gave Kakashi a thumbs up, his gleaming white teeth reflecting a glimmer of light. If this were a comic, Yuma mused, a bold symbol would undoubtedly be drawn upon Kakashi's forehead at that moment. Although Yuma Yuzuki felt speechless at Kai's words, he couldn't help but marvel at the speed displayed by the two just moments ago. Whether it was Kakashi's swift strikes or Kai's agile evasions, both appeared remarkably swift in Yuma's eyes. If he were to put himself in their shoes, he knew he would undoubtedly struggle to keep pace with their velocity. Nevertheless, Yuma remained undaunted, for he possessed his own external aid, and he believed that his future achievements might very well surpass those of the two. Chapter 9. The emergence of the indestructible body technique. At this moment, Kakashi and Guy had already engaged in combat, both employing a rapid-fire style. The surrounding classmates could merely perceive fleeting shadows, with only Yushin, whose physical capabilities had been significantly enhanced by the indestructible body technique, managing to keep pace with their velocity. "I've got you," Guy suddenly shouted, successfully seizing Kakashi's right foot during their exchange of blows and hurling him skyward with great force. Haha, the opportunity has arrived. Youthful vigor unleashed, Konoha's great whirlwind. Guy roared like a madman on the playground, leaping with fervor, soaring over Kakashi, who was suspended in midair without a point of support. He unleashed a fierce kick aimed directly at Kakashi's abdomen. With a resounding crash, dust erupted from the ground. As the dust settled, it revealed Guy standing there, bewildered, while Kakashi had mysteriously repositioned himself behind Guy, his fist poised against the back of Guy's head. "Have I lost?" Guy appeared somewhat dazed, astonished that his full-force strike had failed to connect with Kakashi. "I concede. I employed the shadow clone technique, violating the rules of the match." Kakashi spoke suddenly, his voice devoid of any discernible emotion. "Victory goes to Might Guy. Next group, Uchiha Shino and Yushin, prepare," Shimazura Naoya announced appropriately. Despite Kakashi's loss, the scorecard reflected perfect scores for both him and Guy. Yushin silently stepped forward, facing Uchiha Shino, who gazed at him with an air of arrogance. The surrounding classmates began to murmur, questioning how someone unable to harness chakra could possibly contend against the renowned Uchiha of the village. The outcome of this confrontation seemed all too predictable. Uchiha Shino, confident of his impending victory, refrained from launching an immediate attack, instead mockingly taunted Yushin. "Hey, waste, just concede. I don't wish to dirty my hands by defeating you." "Hey, what did you say?" The recently exited Might Guy, incensed at the insult directed at his friend, shouted in anger. Yushin silenced Guy with a mere glance, remaining remarkably composed as he addressed Shimazura Naoya. "Teacher, may we begin?" Shimazura Naoya regarded Yushin and replied, "You could always concede. Perhaps not graduating would be a blessing in disguise for you." Though Shimazura Naoya was not the most responsible teacher, he was not a malevolent figure either. Sending a hopeless child into battle was tantamount to condemning him to death. And his words were not meant to humiliate Yushin, but rather to offer a straightforward warning. However, it seemed Yushin failed to grasp Shimazura Naoya's good intentions, calmly reiterating, "I am prepared, teacher. May we commence?" Shimazura Naoya, taken aback by the earnest and resolute glint in Yushin's eyes, found himself momentarily speechless before instinctively nodding in agreement. On the other hand, the almost brainless Uchiha Shino continued to chuckle and remarked, "The teacher has already declared your defeat. Did you not hear, however?" Uchiha Shino did not finish his sentence before being sent flying backward. The crowd fell into a stunned silence as they gazed at the center of the arena. Where Uchiha Shino had once stood, there now stood Yuma, whom they had previously regarded as a mere waste, while the once arrogant Uchiha Shino had been propelled backward several meters. Chapter 10. So what if I killed? Well done. This is the essence of youth, Yushin. However, it was Madokai who first reacted, immediately cheering for his good friend. Shimura Naoya, equally astonished, took a while to regain his composure before addressing Yushin, asking if the issues with his body had been resolved. It was Shimura Naoya who noticed that Yushin's staggering punch had contained a subtle ripple of chakra. Yushin nodded silently, not waiting for Shimura Naoya to announce the results, and expressionless, returned to his class's line, for indeed, knocking out a 5-year-old child was hardly something to take pride in. Shimura Naoya observed the fallen Uchiha Shio, who had yet to rise. Realizing that he had been knocked unconscious by Yushin's sudden strike, he casually signaled 2 classmates to escort him to the ninja school hospital before declaring Yushin the victor. Just as Shimura Naoya's words echoed in the air, the system promptly announced the completion of the task in Yushin's mind. However, he was currently unable to claim his reward and had to let it go. Next came the duels of the following group of students, but with the most riveting matches already concluded, Yushin felt a lack of enthusiasm. Eager to dismiss the remaining time and return home to collect his task reward, this practical combat class persisted for nearly 3 hours before finally concluding, allowing Yushin to escape the incessant excitement of Madokai, and he gradually made his way home. Yet, Just as he exited the gates of the ninja school and ventured onto a sparsely populated street, a sudden whoosh sliced through the air behind him. Yushin swiftly leaped aside, only to see a gleaming shuriken embedded in the ground where he had just stood. His expression instantly turned icy. This was no mere prank. His assailant genuinely intended to kill him. Coldly observing the figure emerging from the right side of the street, he could discern the fan motif on the person's attire. It was none other than Uchiha Shio, the very individual Yushin had just knocked unconscious. Yushin had always regarded the Uchiha clan as a collection of zealots and lunatics. He understood the arrogance of the young and haughty Uchiha Shio, yet the shuriken, aimed directly at his vital points, was unmistakably an attempt on his life. Had he not reacted swiftly, he might well have met his demise under that lethal projectile. This was beyond mere childish rivalry. It was a blatant act of attempted murder. While life was deemed worthless in such chaotic times, they were, after all, classmates from the same village. The audacity of Uchiha Shio to act so recklessly in their village was shocking. Useless. I just heard you can refine chakra. And I didn't believe it, but now I certainly do. Uchiha Shio spoke with disdain, showing no hint of remorse for attempting to harm a fellow classmate. Was that shuriken you threw? Yushin asked coldly. Humph. And so what? It was merely revenge for your earlier sneak attack. Uchiha Shio retorted with a scoff. Yuzuru Hanyu's expression was as frigid as an ice cellar as he spoke, word by word. Do you realize that had I not evaded just now, I might have perished here? Merely a useless being. Even if you can refine chakra, you remain nothing more than a worthless life. What would it matter if I were to end you? Chapter 11. Considering granting you a life, are you not afraid of the village blaming you? Yuma continued to inquire. You truly amuse me. Who do you think you are, third Hokage? Do you believe he would offend the Uchiha clan for the life of a worthless individual like you? Yuma fell silent, a chill coursing through him. Yet, he could not deny the truth in Uchiha Shio's words. In these tumultuous times, human life is as fragile as grass, even in the relatively prosperous Hidden Leaf village. This held true. The scions of prominent families were still sheltered by their clans, while he had nothing, no one to rely upon but himself. If not, as Uchiha Shio had stated, he would surely perish here. And the third Hokage would never jeopardize his standing with the Uchiha clan for the sake of a mere civilian child who had yet to even become a ninja. Gazing at the arrogant Uchiha Shio, Yuma felt an insatiable thirst for power that bordered on inhuman. System, I wish to claim my task rewards now. He silently commanded in his mind. The system did not disappoint him, and a familiar mechanical voice resonated within his consciousness. Ding. The host has completed the task and received a reward. 1 C-rank ninjutsu scroll. Ding. Congratulations, the host has drawn C-rank ninjutsu, water chaos wave. As the mechanical voice faded, a surge of information flooded into Yuma's mind, and in an instant, he mastered the technique. Hey, worthless one, what are you doing standing there like a fool? If you beg for mercy now, I might consider sparing your pitiful life. At this moment, having received his rewards, Yuma looked at Uchiha Shio's slightly swollen right cheek with a mocking gaze and suddenly laughed. Oh, does your right cheek not hurt anymore? This remark struck a nerve with Uchiha Shio, who shot a furious glare at Yuma. A flash of murderous intent flickered in his eyes as he retorted. That was a sneak attack, and you were forbidden from using tools or ninjutsu. Do you really think you are my match? What a joke. I cannot say if I am your match, but I do know someone who was thoroughly struck by me this morning. Yuma continued to taunt. Being a child, Uchiha Shio had a short temper. After being mocked repeatedly, he could no longer contain his rage. In an instant, he produced 3 shuriken, glaring fiercely as he declared. I truly hope you can maintain that arrogance. With that, the 3 shuriken shot forth with alarming speed, forming a subtle encirclement that sealed off Yuma's escape routes. Yuma, wishing to avoid prematurely revealing his indestructible body technique, refrained from taking the hit. Instead, he swiftly retrieved a kunai from his tool pouch and deflected one of the shuriken, darting through the newly created gap. At this moment, Uchiha Shino revealed a cruel smile that belied his age, for he had no intention of dispatching Yuma with merely 3 shurikens. He was merely biding his time. The final hand seal had already been completed, his right hand forming a circular shape as he forcefully blew towards Yuma. A fireball the size of a fist. erupted from his mouth, expanding rapidly in the wind, and in the blink of an eye, it grew to the size of a basin, hurtling towards Yuma. Chapter 12. What do you want to do? It must be said that the Uchiha clan's audacity within the village, yet their ability to maintain a prominent position in Konoha, is certainly not mere coincidence. Not to mention the almost overpowered Sharingan, their legacy of fire release is not to be underestimated. A mere 5-year-old child can unleash a C-rank fire release technique. Although the fireball is merely half the size of the standard technique due to limitations in chakra, it is still an impressive feat for a student who has yet to graduate from the ninja academy. Typically, a common civilian ninja would require a competent instructor to learn offensive jutsu, often needing to reach the Ch-nin rank. Otherwise, they would only be taught the most basic of skills. Fire release. Excellent. It's the perfect opportunity to test my first jutsu. Upon seeing the approaching fireball, Yujin reacted swiftly, forming hand seals with great speed. Just as the fireball was about to make contact, he completed the final seal. Water release, water chaos wave. Yujin expelled a torrent of water from midair, directly confronting the fireball. Upon contact, the fireball and water collided, instantly evaporating into a mist that dispersed throughout the narrow alley. Uchiha Shiju was taken aback. He had never anticipated that Yujin would wield ninjutsu. He had braced himself to witness the charred remains of Yujin. However, Yujin offered no respite for Uchiha's astonishment, hurling a kunai straight at him. While lacking finesse, the sheer force propelled the kunai at remarkable speed. Caught off guard, Uchiha Shiju barely managed to evade the kunai, only to find Yujin charging toward him. Memories of the punch that had knocked him out earlier flooded his mind, tightening his chest in panic. Yet, Yujin had trained earnestly with Might Guy for a time. Although his physical prowess paled in comparison to that of Kakashi and Might Guy, it was far superior to that of the flustered Uchiha Shiju. Coupled with the physical enhancement from the indestructible body technique cultivated to the copper body realm, Uchiha Shiju found himself on the verge of collapse. Struggling to withstand the relentless barrage of Yujin strikes, akin to a small boat tossed about by turbulent winds. At this moment, Uchiha Shiju's composure was crumbling. The once prominent Uchiha genius was being cornered by a perceived underachiever, a so-called waste. With a surge of determination, he braced himself against a heavy punch from Yujin, his body contorting like a shrimp as he bent forward. Despite the risk of grievous injury, he managed to extract a paper covered in symbols from his ninja tool pouch, and, using the dwindling chakra he had left, executed the body replacement technique. Narrowly escaping Yujin's assault, gritting his teeth against the pain coursing through him, he summoned the last vestiges of his chakra to form another seal. With a thunderous crash, the wooden stump he had just used for the replacement technique erupted with an intense wave of chakra before exploding. It was a powerful explosive tag, a mere piece of paper capable of rivaling the chakra release of a C-rank ninjutsu from a lower ninja. As the smoke billowed upwards, the exhausted Uchiha Shino fixed his fierce gaze upon the site of the explosion, his heart swelling with the thrill of vengeance. He had initially hesitated to employ the explosive tag. Firstly, such items were exceedingly costly, and even though the Uchiha clan was affluent, they would never entrust such a perilous device to a mere child. Secondly, the magnitude of the explosion would render any attempt at secrecy impossible. While he bore no fear of the third Hokage's wrath for having killed a civilian, he was well aware that a scolding awaited him upon returning to his clan. "It's all your fault. If only you had not resisted and allowed me to kill you with ease, how much simpler it would have been. But no matter. Haha, you shall still perish. A waste is a waste. In the end, it is you who will die. Upon returning to my clan, I may only face a reprimand, but you. Suddenly, the once frenzied Uchiha Shino widened his eyes in shock, fixating intently on the figure slowly emerging from the dissipating smoke. Me? How is this possible? Because I did not die at your hands as you desired? Yuma stepped forth from the haze, bloodied and tattered, his clothing reduced to mere rags, a sight so pitiful it was almost heartbreaking. What do you intend to do? Chapter 13. Restoring justice, what do you want? I intend to do to you what you just wished to do to me. Yuma roared, his mangled body resembling a vengeful spirit emerging from the depths of hell. At that moment, A murderous intent surged within him. Had it not been for the protection of his indomitable body technique, he would have long since met his demise. The thought alone sent chills through him. Help. Help me. Please. Under Yuma's menacing gaze, Uchiha Shio abandoned any thoughts of resistance and began to wail, disregarding all semblance of dignity. Yet, Yuma showed no mercy as he advanced towards Uchiha Shio, his kunai raised high, poised to strike down at any moment. Enough! A deep voice echoed from above. And Yuma blinked in surprise as a figure appeared between him and Uchiha Shio, adorned with a mask depicting a fox. When did you arrive? Yuma's heart raced, instinctively becoming wary. The masked figure glanced at him and calmly stated, "This is no longer your concern. Return. Lord Third will ensure you receive justice." The thought of the umbu crossed Yuma's mind, while the fox-masked figure lifted Uchiha Shio as if to depart. Yuma hastily called out, "Wait." The masked figure turned to face him, remaining silent yet clearly awaiting his next words. "When did you come to be here?" Yuma suddenly inquired. "I have always been here." The response was terse, devoid of emotional fluctuation. Yuma nodded and added, "If I were the one on the brink of death, would you not have appeared?" The fox-masked figure fell silent, and they exchanged glances for an extended moment. Eventually, the figure vanished before Yuma's eyes. Konoha. It truly is not as idyllic as I envisioned, Yuma mused silently. Are you suggesting he suddenly regained chakra and sustained only superficial injuries from an explosion of a paper bomb? At this moment, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was seated comfortably. A pipe nestled between his lips as he spoke with a nonchalant tone. Indeed, I have returned the Uchiha lad. The Uchiha clan has threatened to kill him. But I suppressed their claims in your name, Lord Third. A plume of smoke billowed from Hiruzen's mouth as he nodded thoughtfully. Very well, I understand. You may leave now. But keep a close watch on the Uchiha family's activities. Yes. The fox-masked figure half-knelt in a gesture of respect before vanishing without a trace. The third Hokage stared at the spot where the figure had disappeared, immersed in silence for a long while, seemingly awaiting something. Sure enough, not long after, a dark voice broke the stillness. Hiruzen, the Uchiha clan has grown increasingly audacious, even daring to attack fellow villagers within the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brows slightly and remarked, "It is merely a child's play." However, a mocking voice retorted, "Is it truly so? Must a child's frolic necessitate the use of explosive tags?" The tone was laden with sarcasm, showing no regard for Hiruzen's esteemed position as Hokage. Yet, Hiruzen remained unfazed, offering no rebuttal, only a prolonged silence. After a considerable pause, his furrowed brow gradually relaxed as he spoke. Now is the time to employ our resources. Although the Uchiha clan has turned rebellious, they remain a formidable weapon. We must wield them judiciously. As for that civilian child, I shall provide him with some compensation. You would do well to exercise restraint in your actions. Do you understand? The ominous voice responded, "Understood, Lord Third Hokage," emphasizing the final words with a hint of significance before vanishing into the shadows. Chapter 14. The diamond-locked Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a dense plume of smoke. Reclining languidly in his chair, and couldn't help but massage the bridge of his nose, revealing a trace of fatigue. He was also at a loss. He was well aware of the Uchiha clan's rebellious inclinations. Otherwise, why would he have dispatched the umbu to monitor every member of the Uchiha family? The fox-faced mask was specifically assigned to watch over the underage descendants of the Uchiha clan still attending the ninja academy. If it weren't for Yuji Hain's near-violent encounter with Uchiha Shiya, he would not have intervened. Such meticulous attention to a group of children was nothing compared to the seasoned Uchiha ninjas who had already awakened their Sharingan. They resembled a cache of explosives. When utilized wisely, they could inflict immense damage upon the enemy, but should they detonate in one's own hands, the outcome would be disastrous. With another sigh, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly recalled Yuji Hain, who had bravely withstood an explosive tag-S detonation, sustaining only minor injuries. What sort of compensation would be appropriate? Ouch, that hurts. Mom. Be gentle. Yuji Hain gasped as he allowed his mother to apply ointment to his arm. At that moment, Yuji's appearance was quite dreadful. His skin was marred and shredded. Had he been on Earth, he would surely have faced a grim fate. Fortunately, in this world, there existed medical ninjutsu. After receiving treatment at the Konoha hospital, Yuji's wounds had healed significantly, though the recovery would require time and care. Stay still, sit properly. Yuji's usually gentle mother was now remarkably assertive, firmly grasping her son's arm as she meticulously tended to his injuries. How could you be so careless? What happened to you? Do you have any idea how worried I am? Her gentle admonitions echoed in Yuji's ears. He could only offer a sheepish grin, refraining from further comment. Your mother asks for nothing but your safety. Why must you become a ninja? Isn't it better to live a normal life? Like your father and I? As she spoke, tears streamed down Yuji's mother's cheeks. In a fluster, Yuji hurriedly wiped away her tears, inadvertently tearing at his own wounds and eliciting another sharp intake of breath, just as he was at a loss for how to proceed. A sudden knock echoed from outside the door. Yuji's mother quickly wiped her tears and opened the door to reveal a chunin clad in a ninja vest, holding a scroll. Is this the home of Yuji Hain? Taken aback, Yuji's mother instinctively nodded. The ninja promptly handed the scroll to her and explained. This is a gift from Lord 3rd Hokage for Yuji. After delivering his message, he departed without further ado. Yujin's mother, perplexed, brought the scroll back to Yuma Hanyu, explaining that it was from the 3rd Hokage. A cold smile crept across Yuma's heart, for he deemed such tactics to mend relationships as rather lowly. Nevertheless, he accepted it, recognizing his own inability to contend with the towering might of Konoha. Similarly, he lacked the strength to sever ties with this great tree and survive independently. At present, both Yuma and his parents were reliant on the protection afforded by Konoha. Ultimately, it all boiled down to power. If he possessed the strength akin to Pain's, would he still need to submit in such a manner? The true Konoha village was far from the simple and benevolent depiction in the comics of his previous life. It was merely a matter of whose fist was stronger. He who wielded power reigned supreme. The swirling interests behind the scenes, when brought to light, revealed a sordidness that was utterly revolting. Yuma Hanyu despised this passive feeling, and his yearning for strength compelled him to reject his mother's offer to apply more medicine. He returned to his room with the scroll in hand. Without any caution, Yuma unrolled the scroll, doubting that someone of the 3rd Hokage's caliber would resort to such underhanded tactics against him. If his adversary truly wished him dead, it could be accomplished with but a word. As the scroll gradually unfurled, Yuma was taken aback by the 4 characters inscribed at the top before he had even perused the contents. Chapter 15, Descendants of the Uzumaki Clan A-Class Sealing Technique, Adamantine Sealing? Yujin's heart raced with astonishment. He would not have been surprised if the scroll contained a B-Class ninjutsu, or even an A-Class ninjutsu, but to find an A-Class sealing technique within was utterly unexpected. It is well known that the value of sealing techniques far surpasses that of comparable ninjutsu. While ninjutsu may possess greater lethality in direct confrontation, sealing techniques excel in their cunning, in the element of prior preparation. The essence of sealing techniques lies in their ability to confine. They enable one to seal away individuals or objects that are significantly more powerful. If one possesses advanced knowledge of an enemy's information or intelligence, they can strategically deploy a sealing technique to decisively vanquish foes. Among these, adamantine sealing stands as a paragon of sealing arts. Although it does not compare to the illustrious corpse demon sealing or the 4 symbols sealing showcased in the manga, it remains formidable in its own right. When adamantine sealing is activated, the practitioner manifests multiple chakra chains from their back, which serve not only as potent weapons of attack but also as a means to create barriers and seal-tailed beasts. The Uzumaki clan's Kushina once utilized adamantine sealing to subdue the formidable Senju's White Zetsu, and it was also employed to restrain the Ninetales. Such achievements attest to its immense power. However, what could it signify that the 3rd Hokage entrusted this powerful sealing technique to Yujin? What qualities could he possess that would warrant such attention? Unbeknownst to Yujin, upon receiving reports from the Fox Mask regarding Yujin's sudden surge of chakra and his survival against explosive tags, the 3rd Hokage formulated a hypothesis. A substantial amount of chakra and robust vitality are traits characteristic of the once persecuted Uzumaki clan. After the clan's annihilation, many of its members scattered throughout the ninja world, living under assumed identities. Following the intelligence received from the Fox Mask, the 3rd Hokage had already begun to regard Yujin as a descendant of the Uzumaki clan. Making the transfer of adamantine sealing a secret technique of the Uzumaki perfectly fitting. Yujin pondered the implications of receiving such a powerful sealing technique. Yet he could not shake the feeling of elation that blossomed within him. The ability to suppress tailed beasts through sealing alone was already a monumental gift, not to mention its myriad other extraordinary functions. However, after perusing the scroll from top to bottom, he found himself at a loss for how to proceed. Sealing techniques require a process of accumulation. He was entirely unfamiliar with the fundamentals of sealing arts. To be thrust into the depths of an A-class adamantine sealing technique was akin to asking a first grader to tackle calculus, an insurmountable challenge indeed. Lost in thought, a voice suddenly echoed in Yujin's mind. Ding! The protagonist has discovered an A-class sealing technique scroll, adamantine sealing. Would you like to learn it? Yujin was momentarily taken aback, followed by a rush of exhilaration. He hastily opted to learn it, and sure enough, a torrent of information flooded his mind. To his astonishment, the system possessed such a function. Could it be that he could learn any ninjutsu merely by reading it once in the future? This thought made Yujin's lips curl into an involuntary smile. After thoroughly understanding the entire Vajra seal through the system, Yuzuru Hanyu yearned to employ it immediately. Unfortunately, this sealing technique necessitates a substantial amount of chakra, requiring at least a volume equivalent to that of a nin to barely unleash it once. Chapter 16. The Art of Cultivating the Eight Gates of Duanjia. Time. Yujin sighed once more, contemplating deeply before suddenly flinging open his door and calling out, "Mother, would you kindly request a leave of absence for me? I do not wish to attend school this month." After uttering these words, he returned to his chamber, harboring no doubt that his mother would acquiesce. After all, she was the most vehement opponent of his aspirations to become a ninja. The thought of him not wanting to attend school would surely bring her immense joy. His reluctance to attend school stemmed from the unbearably slow pace of learning, which felt like a sheer waste of time to him at this juncture. He believed it far more advantageous to devote his time to cultivating his skills at home. With the final exams approaching in a month, Yujin recalled that Kakashi would graduate directly from the Ninja Academy, shattering records by becoming a genin at the tender age of 6. Yujin was filled with confidence. While he might not yet rival Kakashi, he was certain that with a month of dedicated effort, he could not only catch up but possibly surpass him, thus securing his own graduation. As for whether he would partake in frontline battles, he had yet to make up his mind. Nevertheless, the Second Great Ninja War could not possibly extend beyond 2 years. And by the time he graduated, it would likely be nearing its conclusion. The years leading up to the Third Great Ninja War would present his opportunity for ascendance. Having resolved the path ahead, Yujin wasted no time and commenced his meditation to cultivate the indestructible body technique. Unbeknownst to him, as he engaged in this practice, the injuries he bore began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. 3 days passed, and Yujin's physical wounds had entirely mended. He even sensed that his physical prowess had become more resilient than before his injuries. Fully assimilating the knowledge of the indestructible body technique, Yujin recognized that this art could also be regarded as a form of self-torture. There were 2 methods to practice. One was the gradual meditation to refine the body through chakra, while the other was indeed perilous, involving inflicting injuries upon oneself. Akin to a science transformation. Once healed, one's physical capabilities would soar, and the mastery of the indestructible body technique would likewise advance. After 3 days of relentless training, Yujin had reached the pinnacle of the first tier, the copper body realm, and was on the cusp of the second tier, the iron body realm. Though breaking through this final barrier proved challenging, while his chakra continued to grow, the pace was simply too slow for his eager aspirations. Desperate for a surge in power, Yujin sought more extreme measures. It was then that he stumbled upon an extraordinary method of self-endangerment. What could he practice until death? There was indeed such a forbidden technique known as the 8 Gates of Duanjia. The 8 Gates of Duanjia technique unravels the pathways of chakra within the human body, temporarily granting immense power. However, it is deemed a forbidden technique because, alongside its formidable strength, it inflicts severe damage upon the user's body, potentially resulting in death upon the opening of the 8th gate. Within the entirety of Konoha, few possess the knowledge of this forbidden art. It has long been rumored online that the developer of this technique was the second Hokage, but as a seasoned fan of Hokage lore, Yujin Yu is aware that this is merely a fallacy. Fortunately, Yujin knows there still exists an individual in the current Konoha village who can wield the 8 gates. Namely Might Guy's father, Might Due. He is the very Konoha Genin who, in a few short years, will reduce the 7 ninja swordsmen to merely 3. Furthermore, Yujin is cognizant that Might Due, due to his inability to perform ninjutsu, has remained a Genin and has seldom been dispatched to the battlefield, likely still residing in the village. As for how to acquire the training methods of the 8 gates from Might Due, that is a matter Yujin must ponder. While Yujin is contemplating how to cunningly obtain the training techniques from Might Due, his mother unexpectedly sends him to the street to purchase a bottle of soy sauce. Yujin feels a sense of incredulity. Despite his current 5-year-old form, being treated like a mere child running errands is rather disheartening. Here is the remaining change. Will you go? Of course. Yujin unhesitatingly takes the money and rushes out the door, discarding any semblance of pride upon seeing the cash. It is not that Yujin lacks resolve. Rather, he is in genuine need of funds. The weight he previously carried has lightened somewhat. Yet his parents vehemently oppose his aspirations of becoming a ninja, thus they will not provide him with financial support. If he wishes to acquire a heavier burden, he must resort to earning some pocket money in this less than dignified manner. Financial independence is crucial in any world. As Yujin is lost in thought, he suddenly exclaims in surprise upon spotting a very familiar figure on the street, clad in a tight green suit, with thick, shiny black eyebrows and a comical watermelon hairstyle. It is unmistakably a version of Might Guy. With such an iconic appearance, how could Yujin not deduce the identity of this individual? It can only be Might Due, the very person Yujin has been yearning to meet these past few days. Chapter 17. The youngster Yuma watched with wide eyes as Might Guy entered a shop for ninja tools, instinctively following him. However, just as he reached the entrance, a resounding crash echoed, causing the very ground beneath him to tremble. Apologies, apologies, he heard Might Guy exclaim, smiling awkwardly at the shopkeeper who was struggling to drop a massive load onto the ground. How frustrating, the shopkeeper muttered under his breath, pointing at the burdensome load with impatience. Take it away, quickly. Might Guy appeared unfazed by the shopkeeper's tone, turning to hoist the heavy load and prepare to leave. Yet the shopkeeper continued to grumble, at your age, still shouting about youth every day. After a lifetime of training, you're still just a genin. As Might Guy's figure trembled momentarily at those words, he did not turn back, silently walking away with the heavy load in his arms. Observing this scene, Yuma couldn't help but smirk. Perhaps feeling a sense of camaraderie, he inwardly cursed the shopkeeper's narrow-mindedness before entering the shop himself. I want 2 weights. The same kind he just took. Where did this brat come from? Get lost. The shopkeeper waved his hands dismissively, assuming Yahara was merely causing trouble. Yuma brandished the money his mother had given him for soy sauce, shaking it slightly. I said, I'm here to buy something. I'm not causing any trouble. The shopkeeper chuckled at the boy's insistence. What can a kid like you do with weights? Can you even carry them? Yuma was not pleased with the shopkeeper's attitude. What does it matter if I can carry them? You opened a business. I'm here to buy with my money. Is there a problem? All right then. I'll get you 2 weights. If you can walk with them on, I won't charge you a cent. I'll just give them to you. Yuma's eyes lit up. You better not back out. The shopkeeper laughed again, turning to fetch 2 weights, handing them to Yuma. As soon as they were in his hands, he felt their immense heaviness, causing his arms to drop immediately. These seemingly inconspicuous iron blocks were unexpectedly burdensome, nearly matching his own weight. The shopkeeper roared with laughter. How's it feel, kid? Struggling to move? While young students are training. Before he could finish, Yuma leisurely stuffed the weights into his pant legs and swaggered out the door. Foolish, isn't it? My physical strength may not support such a load. But I possess chakra, haha. In high spirits after acquiring the weights for free, Yuma scanned the street for Might Guy's silhouette, noticing he had not gone far, and leisurely followed him. Thus, Yuma accompanied Might Guy to a grove just outside Konoha village, where he observed Might Guy affixing those formidable weights all over his body before embarking on what could only be described as an insane training regimen. This training left even the mere spectator, Yujin, feeling a profound ache throughout his body, compelling him to grit his teeth in sympathy for Might Guy. However, As he observed further, Yuhuan Yuzhen began to discern certain nuances. Compared to his own cultivation methods, the training techniques employed by Might Guy were evidently far more efficient. A surge of delight coursed through him, prompting Yuhuan Yuzhen to scrutinize even more intently, eager to commit every intricate detail of Might Guy's movements to memory. Although Might Guy was merely a low-ranking ninja at that moment, Yuhuan Yuzhen recognized that, particularly in the realm of taijutsu, few could rival him. Perhaps only Kakashi's father. The legendary Konoha White Fang could match his prowess, but that was contingent upon the foundation of the Konoha sword techniques. In a straightforward contest of physical endurance, no one surpassed Might Guy. After thoroughly confirming this, Yuhuan Yuzhen memorized all of Might Guy's physical training methods before quietly withdrawing, refraining from impulsively approaching him to inquire whether he would impart the 8 gates technique. After all, even if Might Guy's intellect was somewhat lacking, it was unlikely that he would entrust such a crucial forbidden technique to a mere child he had just met. Yuhuan Yuzhen had already resolved to focus his attention on Might Guy, intending to first connect with Might Guy to subsequently approach Might Dui with his ambitions. Chapter 18. You are a member of the Uchiha clan. Yuzhen Yuhang watched in astonishment as Might Guy entered a ninjutsu equipment shop, instinctively following him. However, just as he reached the entrance, a thunderous crash echoed, causing the very ground beneath his feet to tremble. My apologies, he heard Might Guy exclaim, awkwardly smiling as he observed the shopkeeper struggling to drop a massive pile of weights onto the ground. How utterly frustrating, the shopkeeper murmured under his breath, then pointed at the weights on the floor with palpable impatience. Take them away, quickly. All of them. Might Guy appeared entirely unfazed by the shopkeeper's demeanor, turning to lift the heavy load and prepare to leave. Yet, the shopkeeper muttered under his breath, at your age, still shouting about youth every day. After a lifetime of training, you remain a mere genin. As Might Guy's figure trembled slightly at those words, he continued onward without turning back, silently departing with the weighty burden in his arms. Witnessing this exchange, Yuzhen Yuhang couldn't help but smirk slightly, perhaps empathizing with the sentiment and silently cursing the shopkeeper's narrow-mindedness before stepping into the shop himself. I'd like 2 weights, the same as the ones he just took, he declared. Who does this brat think he is? Get out of here. The shopkeeper waved his hands dismissively, perceiving Yuzhen as nothing more than a troublesome child. Yuzhen brandished the money his mother had given him for soy sauce, shaking it slightly as he asserted, I told you, I'm here to make a purchase. I'm not causing any trouble. The shopkeeper chuckled at Yuzhen's audacity, replying, at your age, what do you need weights for? Can you even lift them? Yuzhen was not pleased with the shopkeeper's attitude and retorted impatiently, what does it matter if I can lift them? You're open for business, and I'm offering to pay. Is there a problem? The shopkeeper laughed. All right then, I'll get you 2 weights. If you can walk with them on, I won't charge you a penny. I'll just give them to you. Yuzhen's eyes sparkled with excitement. You better not back out. The shopkeeper chuckled again, turning to retrieve 2 weights and handing them to Yuzhen. The moment he grasped them, he felt an overwhelming heaviness, causing his arms to drop immediately. These seemingly innocuous iron blocks were astonishingly heavy, nearly matching his own weight. The shopkeeper burst into laughter. So, how's it going, kid? Struggling to move now, huh? While the young students train. Before he could finish his sentence, Yuzhen leisurely tucked the weights into his pant legs and swaggered out the door. Are you stunned? My physical strength may not support such a load, but I possess chakra. Haha. With a buoyant spirit, having acquired the weights for free, Yuzhen scanned the street for Might Guy's figure, discovering he had not wandered far, and leisurely followed him. Thus, Yuzhen Yuhang trailed Might Guy to a secluded grove outside of Konoha village, where he witnessed Might Guy affixing the daunting weights all over his body before commencing what could only be described as an intense training regimen. The rigorous training rendered even the mere observer, Yuhua Yuzhen, feeling a profound ache throughout his body, compelling him to grit his teeth in sympathy for Might Guy. However, as he continued to watch, Yuhua Yuzhen discerned certain subtleties. In comparison to his own cultivation methods, Might Guy's approach was evidently far more efficient. A wave of astonishment washed over him, prompting Yuhua Yuzhen to focus intently, eager to commit every intricate detail of Might Guy's movements to memory. Although Might Guy was merely a lowly subordinate at present, Yuhua Yuzhen recognized that, in terms of physical prowess, few could rival him. perhaps only Kakashi's father. The legendary Konoha White Fang could stand on equal ground, but that was predicated on the foundation of the Konoha blade technique, in a pure contest of physical endurance. None could surpass Might Guy. After thoroughly confirming his observations, Yuhua Yujin memorized all of Might Guy's physical training methods and discreetly withdrew, refraining from hastily inquiring whether he could impart the Eight Gates technique. After all, even if Might Guy were somewhat dim-witted, it was unlikely he would readily divulge such a pivotal forbidden technique to a mere child he had just met. Yuhua Yujin had already set his sights firmly on Might Guy as the key to the Eight Gates, intending to first engage with Might Guy through his father, Might Dai, and then gradually pursue his goal. 3 days later, Yuhua Yujin was diligently practicing at home, emulating Might Guy's training regimen, and indeed, the results were promising. He had previously been mired in the copper body realm of the indestructible body technique, but he now felt a hint of breakthrough, filling him with elation and driving him to train with increasing fervor. With a resounding crack, the sturdy wooden post before him was once again shattered by Yuhua Yujin's kick. This marked the 4th post he had broken in 3 days. Observing the neat, blade-like cuts on the remnants, he felt an immense sense of satisfaction. As he exhaled slowly, preparing to replace the broken post, a sudden knock echoed at his door. Yuhua Yujin paused. His father was at work, and his mother had gone to the market. Who could it be? Curiosity piqued, he opened the door, revealing a young ninja adorned with a forehead protector and wearing a ninja vest. A Nin? Yuhua Yujin mused. If the forehead protector was standard for genin, then the ninja vest was the hallmark of Nin. The boy before him, clad in such attire, undoubtedly bore significance. Upon seeing Yuhua Yujin, the Nin's face briefly flickered with disdain, and without uttering a word, he attempted to enter. Yuhua Yujin quickly intervened, coolly inquiring, "Is there a matter? Can a ninja invade a private residence?" With a scoff, the Nin replied, "You are Yuhua Yujin?" It was then that Yuhua Yujin noticed a small fan emblem emblazoned on the Nin's vest. "You are from the Uchiha clan." Chapter 19. Indifference. Who are you? Yuhang Yojin inquired, as he was not familiar with anyone from the Uchiha clan aside from Uchiha Shino, especially not this imposing Chunin. He stood guard at the entrance, obstructing the intruder's path. The Chunin, however, forcefully pushed him aside and strode in with an air of confidence. "Hey," Yuhang Yojin frowned, sensing from the shove that although the individual held the rank of Chunin, his true strength seemed to fall short. He mentally evaluated his chances should a confrontation arise. "My name is Uchiha Shizura, remember it," declared the youth, lifting his chin in a haughty demeanor that irked Yuhang Yojin. "What brings you here?" Yuhang Yojin noted the solitary approach of the man, who appeared devoid of any immediate intentions, and decided to follow his lead, curious about his next move. "Humph. Have you forgotten already?" Uchiha Shizura's tone was decidedly unfriendly as he surveyed the surroundings, muttering, "There's nothing here." Seeing Uchiha Shizura attempt to venture further inside, Yuhang Yojin hastily grasped his arm, demanding, "What do you intend to do?" Uchiha Shizura shrugged off his grip with a look of disdain. Addressing Yuhang Yojin with a mocking tone, "You should be well aware of what you did to my brother. Just await your demise." "Brother? Could it be that he has come seeking vengeance for Uchiha Shino?" Yuhang Yojin pondered, recalling his encounters over the past few days. Realizing that Uchiha Shino was indeed the only member of the Uchiha clan he had met. So, this man is the elder brother of Uchiha Shizura? Is he here for revenge? Yuhang Yojin couldn't help but chuckle. "It was your brother who initiated the violence. I nearly lost my life at his hands. Spare me the victimhood. I'm not interested in your excuses," Uchiha Shizura retorted, and with a loud shout, he swiftly formed a hand seal, aligning his index fingers and thumbs before thrusting them forward, unleashing a powerful gust of wind directed at Yuhang Yojin. Such strength! Yuhang Yojin found himself involuntarily stepping back, realizing his initial judgment had been misguided. This individual possessed considerable prowess. As Yuhang Yojin remained momentarily stunned, Uchiha Shizura advanced again with astonishing speed, rendering Yuhang Yojin nearly unable to perceive his movements. Fortunately, bolstered by the indomitable strength of his protective technique, he managed to keep pace and respond to the onslaught, though it was undeniably taxing. After several exchanges, Yuhang Yojin felt his shirt dampening from the exertion. Indeed, he was the elder brother, distinctly different from that reckless Uchiha Shino. He recognized that he could not afford to underestimate him. While Yuzuru Hanyu was engaged in his contemplative musings, Uchiha Shimura could not help but feel a tinge of exasperation within his heart. Before him stood merely a 5-year-old boy, whose stature was no match for his own considerable advantage. Initially, when some of the elders in his clan suggested he bring along a few assistants, Uchiha Shimura felt a profound disdain, believing that his family had grossly underestimated his capabilities. After all, he was a ch-nin, whereas Hanyu was nothing more than a mere child, scarcely even a genin. In terms of strength, what could he possibly possess? Chapter 20. Retribution. Children raised in large families often develop a sense of arrogant superiority. This was true for Uchiha Shino and also for Uchiha Shizen. At that moment, he thought to himself that his opponent lacked even the most fundamental chakra. However, during the actual confrontation, Uchiha Shizen was astonished to discover that his initial assumptions were entirely misguided. Nevertheless, he suppressed his thoughts, maintaining an outward demeanor of dominance. As Uchiha Shizen's attacks grew increasingly fierce, Yuhing Yujin began to feel his strength waning. He was unaware of when his face had become dampened by sweat, the heavy perspiration nearly obscuring his vision. Indeed, Yuhing Yujin lacked the requisite prowess to contend with a ch-nin. Spotting a chair nearby, he turned to see Uchiha Shizen lunging towards him. Yuhing Yujin swiftly kicked the chair up from the ground, grasping its back with his right hand. Just as Uchiha Shizen was about to make contact, Yuhing Yujin forcefully swung his arm downward, bringing the chair crashing onto his opponent's head. Stunned by the blow, Uchiha Shizen saw stars before he could fully comprehend the situation. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his foot, and he realized he had collided with a wooden plank, its exposed nail piercing through. During his skirmish with Uchiha Shino, Yuhing Yujin had discerned that, despite the latter's seemingly treacherous demeanor, he employed only straightforward techniques, resulting in a pure contest of strength. In truth, Yuhing Yujin was not so forthright. He had noticed the concealed weapon beneath the wooden plank and, as he struck Uchiha Shizen, he guided him toward it. Though it may not have significant repercussions, the pain would at least afford him some precious time. Seizing this opportunity, Yuhing Yujin quickly formed a hand seal. Water release, water chaos wave. A torrent of powerful water surged forth from his hands, directly striking Uchiha Shizen. The latter was a second too late to react, and by the time he attempted to form his own seal, it was too late. He was propelled backward by the force of the water, crashing into a pillar, rendered immobile. As Yuhing Yujin observed Uchiha Shizen's disheveled state, he felt no elation. Although he had seemingly triumphed, his own condition was hardly better. His clothes were tattered and torn from the battle, rendering him equally disheveled. Deep down, he understood that had it not been for his indomitable will, sustaining him through the protracted conflict, he might have succumbed long ago. Uchiha Shizen was deeply dissatisfied. Yet he lacked the strength to rise again. It was evident that his opponent's capabilities were not to be underestimated. A dark expression crossed his face, mirroring that of Uchiha Shino. He could not fathom the disgrace of being defeated by a mere child. Such a revelation would be a source of shame. However, Yuzuru Yuma was entirely oblivious to these matters, for during the recent skirmish, he discerned an unusual fluctuation. Taking a deep breath, Yuzuru Yuma attuned himself to the transformations within his body, and to his astonishment, he discovered that his indestructible Vajra technique had remarkably transcended the copper body stage. Reaching the iron body stage. Chapter 21. Heavens, could it be that our home has been burglarized? The advancement of the indestructible body technique filled Yuhing Yujin with a sense of joy. Achieving the iron body realm meant that his chakra accumulation would now be swifter than ever, and his physical prowess would consequently undergo a transformation. Although it was merely an elevation of a single tier, the distinction between each level was profoundly significant. Yuhing Yujin felt as if an influx of power surged through his body, while the wounds he bore began to heal autonomously. Turning to glance at the original position of Uchiha Shiz, he discovered it was already devoid of presence. Uchiha Shiz had inexplicably made his escape. I still wanted to express my gratitude to you. What a pity, Yuhing Yujin mused, scratching his head, though the smirk on his face belied his tone of regret. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully breaking through your limits through diligence. A hidden mission has been unlocked. and a ninjutsu gift pack awaits. Would you like to claim it? The familiar voice resonated in his mind. Without a moment's hesitation, Yushin replied, "Isn't that obvious? Of course, I will claim it." Soon after, the system announced, "Ding. Congratulations. Host, you have successfully claimed a C-rank ninjutsu. Water release, Water Dragon." As the voice faded, Yushin felt an influx of new information flooding his mind. The Water Dragon technique, although akin to the previous Water Surge, which merged his chakra with water to transform it into various shapes, had its own stipulations. While Water Surge could harness moisture from the air, Water Dragon necessitated a nearby water source for execution. How could it be the Water Dragon? It has conditions attached. I fear that when the time comes, I might wish to employ it but find myself unable, Yushin lamented, feeling disappointed. He deemed the previous Water Surge far more convenient. However, this conclusion would later be overturned, but that is a tale for another time. For now, Yushin remained unaware of the Water Dragon's true value, and he paid little heed to it. Glancing at the time, he realized his mother would soon return. In the state of disarray in the house. How on earth am I to tidy this up? Yushin clutched at his hair, letting out a groan. How I wish I could learn to clean the house in under a minute. With a sigh of resignation, he rolled up his sleeves to begin the cleanup. Though some of the damage was too severe to restore. When his mother returned, she would undoubtedly inquire about the chaos. He pondered whether he should mention Uchiha's revenge. Would she respond with her usual admonition that if he had chosen to become a ninja, this would not have happened? Unbeknownst to Yushin, as he battled Uchiha Shiz, a figure stood in the shadows of the room, adorned with a white mask featuring a red-striped fox design. She had witnessed all that had transpired. She was initially dispatched to observe the actions of Uchiha Shizun, as the recent conduct of the Uchiha clan had drawn the attention of the third Hokage. While on this mission, she also took the opportunity to monitor Yuma, who had surprisingly triumphed over a CH9 level opponent. Although she had heard of Yuma's victory over Uchiha Shio during a test at the Ninja Academy, she had attributed it merely to luck and paid little heed. However, what she witnessed this time left her somewhat astonished. Perhaps it could be said that she had begun to reconsider her previous judgments about him. The fox-masked figure glanced at the unconscious Uchiha Shizun beside him, contemplated for a moment, and then quietly departed with Uchiha Shizun in tow. Yuma remained unaware of the fox-masked figure's earlier presence. He only anticipated the inevitable scolding from his mother upon her return. After diligently tidying up the scene, Yuma prepared to ascend the stairs, only to hear his mother's somewhat panicked exclamation, "Goodness, could our home have been robbed?" Chapter 22. Dropping out is absolutely impossible upon seeing Yuma in the house. His mother was taken aback and inquired, "Yuma, what on earth is going on?" She then noticed the smudges on his face, evidently the result of his recent cleaning endeavors. Yuma, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head and candidly recounted the events. His mother frowned in response, lamenting, "How can the children of the Uchiha clan be so lacking in manners? They constantly trouble our Yuma and have left our home in such disarray. It is truly unbecoming." Though her frustration was palpable, she found herself at a loss for solutions. Their family was but an ordinary one, mere commoners in Konoha village, lacking the clout to confront a prestigious clan like the Uchihas. While she expressed her grievances, it was evident that her words were limited to mere rhetoric. As she gazed at Yuma, she sighed, contemplating whether to voice her thoughts, yet ultimately refrained. Settling instead on, "You should rest for now. I will prepare dinner, and we can eat together when your father returns." With that, she busied herself in the kitchen. Yuma observed the myriad emotions swirling in his mother's eyes, understanding all too well her underlying concerns. He recognized her worries for him, yet in this world, he knew that without diligence, he would be trampled upon. The harsh truth of survival of the fittest had long been ingrained in him from his previous life. And Konoha was far from the harmonious existence depicted in comics. While living a quiet life might offer a semblance of stability, an unremarkable yet secure existence, Yuma yearned for more than mere survival. He reflected on his mother's slender figure, realizing the immense effort she must have invested in raising him. Although she was not his biological mother, he had nonetheless felt the warmth of family during their time together. His mother wished to protect him, and he too desired to contribute to her well-being. He aspired to grow stronger, to become Hokage, and to possess the ability to safeguard his family. Living without passion would render his existence no different from death. Given the opportunity to experience a life akin to that of a comic book hero, he was determined not to squander it. As he pondered these thoughts, his gaze fell upon the setting sun, and he clenched his fist slowly. If he did not become stronger, he would remain vulnerable to humiliation. Each encounter with those who sought to trouble him would leave him at their mercy. Was he to retreat now? Yielding would only invite further contempt and exploitation. Yuma resolutely vowed that such a fate would never befall him. "Mother, rest assured, I shall strive to grow stronger. I will become the one who can protect you." During dinner, his mother shared the events with his father. Father fell into a deep silence for a considerable time. Yujin listened intently to the conversation between his parents without interjecting. He was preoccupied with thoughts of diligently practicing after dinner, as today marked a significant breakthrough in overcoming his limitations, thereby elevating his formidable physique. This advancement would undoubtedly enhance his chakra reserves and other abilities, prompting him to strive for the next threshold and gradually ascend further. However, Yujin's contemplations were in stark contrast to his parents' intentions. After finishing dinner, just as he was about to inform them of his desire to retire for the evening, his father abruptly set down his chopsticks. "Yujin, tomorrow I will accompany you to the Ninja Academy," he stated with an unusual seriousness. "From tomorrow onward, you are to withdraw from school." What did he just say? Yujin stood there, utterly stunned and speechless. Unlike his mother, who seemed to harbor unspoken concerns and contemplated her child's feelings, his father's approach was unyielding and unequivocal. Overwhelmed with emotion, Yujin rose to his feet, trembling, his eyes reflecting disbelief. They were insisting he quit school. Although he understood the reasoning behind it, he still found it hard to accept. After all, he had been enrolled in the Ninja Academy from the outset, and his physical prowess was well known to all. Despite the skepticism surrounding him, his parents had never voiced such doubts. Why, then, had they chosen this moment to pull him out of school? Just because members of the Uchiha clan had come knocking? "I will not withdraw." Yujin could not possibly abandon the path of a ninja. Having finally awakened his system, he now possessed a shortcut that could lead him to become one of the most formidable figures in this ninja world in a short span. How could he forsake his aspiration of becoming a ninja? If he were to drop out of the academy, he would forfeit the chance to become a genin. And without that, he would never realize his dream of becoming a ninja. At this moment, however, his father's demeanor was more serious and resolute than ever before, exhibiting an unwavering authority that brooked no dissent. "This is not a matter of whether you wish to quit or not. Do you comprehend the trouble you have stirred with the Uchiha clan?" His father sighed, a note of resignation in his voice. "The Uchiha clan is a prominent family in our Konoha village. We are merely a civilian household. How could we possibly withstand their wrath? If you remain in the academy, you may attract considerable trouble, and how could our family aid you in resolving such issues? At this point, your only option is to withdraw." Perhaps, in the eyes of his parents, avoidance was the only feasible solution. They were not weak. Rather, they were excessively concerned for his well-being, fearing that he might be bullied or embroiled in complications with the village or the powerful clans. Chapter 23. To abandon the third generation? How could the most formidable figure in this ninja world ever consider relinquishing their status as a ninja? If one were to withdraw from the Ninja Academy, it would mean forfeiting the chance to become a genin, and without that, the dream of becoming a ninja could be forever lost. Yet, at this moment, the father appeared more serious and resolute than ever before, exhibiting an unwavering firmness that left no room for doubt. It was not a matter of simply expressing a desire to withdraw. "Did you not realize the trouble you have invoked with the Uchiha clan?" Upon uttering these words, the father let out a resigned sigh, acknowledging the reality. The Uchiha clan is a prominent family within our Konoha village, while we are merely a humble household. How could we possibly contend with them? Continuing your studies at the Ninja Academy might draw you into monumental chaos and trouble. And how could our family possibly assist you in extricating yourself from such predicaments? You have no alternative but to withdraw to evade this fate. Perhaps in the eyes of parents, avoidance is the only means of survival. They are not cowardly. Rather, they are deeply concerned for their child's well-being, fearing potential bullying or trouble from the village or powerful families. While it is understandable to empathize with my parents' sentiments and recognize their motivations, understanding does not compel me to obey or acquiesce to their wishes. After enduring great effort to attend the Ninja Academy and finally transcending my physical limitations to realize my potential for strength, how could I simply abandon the opportunity to be a ninja? Such a notion is utterly unacceptable. Yuma has never been one to submit unquestioningly to parental authority. And regardless of whether these individuals are indeed my biological parents, such matters will not deter me. Having been unable to pursue my aspirations in a past life, I am determined to follow my heart in this one. Moreover, the world has bestowed upon me an all-powerful system and remarkable abilities. To relinquish the path of a ninja would be an immeasurable loss. This situation transcends mere regret. It feels utterly preposterous. I recognize your concern for my welfare. Yet I am resolved to confront these challenges through my own endeavors. Do you genuinely believe that withdrawing will spare me from their pursuit? At times, it seems my parents' perspective is overly simplistic. Do they truly believe that I can escape the clutches of the Uchiha clan? What manner of family are they? A clan of such stature, ultimately decimated by a covert order from Konoha, could only meet such a fate due to their overwhelming threat and disregard for the village leadership. Hence, the outcome they faced was merely a consequence of their own actions. Such arrogance and self-importance are rather excessive, are they not? At this moment, the parents exchanged glances, their eyes communicating a myriad of unspoken thoughts, and the father let out a solemn sigh. However, should you continue to remain at school, there is no guarantee that you will not once again find yourself in conflict with the children of the Uchiha clan. They are a prominent family within the village, known for producing formidable individuals through the generations. How could our ordinary family possibly provoke them? In recent days, the events unfolding at home and those concerning Yuji Hishin have become abundantly clear to the parents. The decision they have reached is solely for the well-being of their child. Indeed, Yuji understands their intentions. Yet, understanding does not equate to acquiescence. Father, mother, I comprehend your concerns and recognize that they stem from a desire for my safety. But I cannot withdraw from this school. In that moment, Yuji Hishin appeared more earnest and resolute than ever, his demeanor leaving no room for doubt. While the Uchiha clan may be beyond our reach, if I were to abandon my studies, it would signify my surrender. Do you truly believe they would let me be? They would only intensify their aggression. Mockery is but a minor inconvenience. They would launch even more formidable attacks against me. My safety at that time would be even less assured. Yet, the father interjected, the village will not permit such occurrences to unfold. We can report this to the third Hokage, who will undoubtedly assist our family. Such a situation will never be allowed to transpire. Chapter 24. Reluctance to be at the mercy of others. Upon listening to his father's words, Yuma found himself pondering the astonishing naivety of his parents. It was a level of innocence so profound that it left him almost speechless. After residing in Konoha village for such an extended period, did they truly believe it was as idyllic as they imagined? Did they really think that simply avoiding the Hokage would ensure that the adults would come to his aid? The Uchiha clan had been valued by Konoha for generations. Such a prominent family was not only significant, but also formidable. How could the third Hokage possibly offend the Uchiha clan for the sake of an ordinary child? Although Yuma chose not to disclose the previous incident involving his conflict with Uchiha Shio and the appearance of the masked fox, this experience enlightened him to the futility of evasion, for one cannot truly escape their fate. It became evident that only by becoming stronger could he safeguard himself. Otherwise, should he meet his demise, no one would care, just another life lost, insignificant in the grand scheme of Konoha's prevailing darkness. Perhaps when his life was truly at stake, apart from his parents, no one else would take notice. It seemed his parents' perspective was excessively naive. Father, mother, do you genuinely believe that the third Hokage will concern himself with this matter? Yuma scoffed with a hint of resignation. Previously, when I was bullied by members of the Uchiha clan, the Hokage was aware, yet merely sent a scroll as compensation. Have you considered that had the injured been an Uchiha rather than myself, the repercussions I would face would be far more severe? I was merely the one targeted. And what's more, the Uchiha initiated the conflict. How can we possibly hide from this? His parents, ordinary individuals, were not well versed in such matters. They believed that safety was paramount. However, if he were to continue attending the ninja academy, they would encounter the Uchiha clan daily, increasing the likelihood of conflict. His father pondered whether dropping out would spare him from bullying, yet he understood that remaining in school would inevitably lead to clashes. Yuma had long since prepared himself for confrontation. It was not the conflict itself that frightened him, but the powerlessness to retaliate during such encounters. Thus, he resolved to excel in the ninja academy, to graduate successfully, and to become the strongest. Only then could he respond when they turned their aggression toward him. Rather than remaining at their mercy, his parents appeared taken aback by their child's words, exchanging astonished glances. His mother grasped Yuma's hand tightly. "My child, do you understand that if you continue down this path, we will incur a great enmity with the Uchiha clan? They will not spare our family. Then let me bear the weight of this family alone. Allow me to convey to them that even if we have made enemies, even if they shall not relent against us, they remain powerless against our household. In this world of ninjas, it is merely a realm where the strong survive, while the weak are at the mercy of others. Thus, if that is the case, the only path forward is to grow stronger. There is but one road to traverse, while all others lead to ruin. Therefore, with this understanding, the future appears bright and clear, revealing the path I must take." Chapter 25. The Ignorant Parents Yet. The mother wore an expression of sheer terror. What kind of family is the Uchiha clan? They are a prestigious lineage, each generation endowed with the Sharingan, possessing innate and formidable abilities. How could one possibly compare with a family as ordinary as ours? And you? Since childhood, your physique has been inadequate. Merely attending the ninja academy was already a stretch for you. How could your capabilities possibly compete with those of the Uchiha clan? Do not indulge in such delusions. Although her words were indeed somewhat excessive, they reflected the stark reality perceived by parents. Yuzhan had not disclosed to them that his physique had quietly transformed. Furthermore, it seemed futile to share such matters with his parents, as they lacked the discernment to grasp the situation. Even though he had narrowly triumphed in 2 encounters with members of the Uchiha clan, his parents remained oblivious to his potential. Their eyes would never acknowledge his abilities, rendering any conversation with them a mere waste of time. "Father and mother, regardless of your opinions or persuasive efforts, I will not withdraw from school." Yuzhan was disinclined to engage further with his parents, focusing solely on successfully graduating from the ninja academy. After graduation, he would have less time to spend at home, thus sparing himself from the company of such ignorant individuals. Though they acted out of concern for his well-being, their ignorance was unmistakably profound. In a fit of anger, his father slammed his hand on the table. "How can you be so disobedient? Tomorrow, I will personally go to the ninja academy, no matter what. I will have you expelled." The mother clearly concurred with the father's sentiment. Just listen to your father. Living as ordinary people is far more important than anything else. "I cannot possibly withdraw." Yuzhan dismissed the need to argue further with his parents and turned to leave home, ignoring his father's shouts from behind. Outside, the sky had darkened, and the streets were nearly deserted. Feeling agitated, Yuzhan took a stroll by the riverside. Despite having scarcely eaten dinner, he felt an overwhelming fullness in his stomach, perhaps a result of his anger. Though his physique had indeed undergone a subtle transformation, and he was accompanied by a system, having such parents was undeniably exasperating. Surely, the heavens are not so fair? Having traversed into the ninja world, he was not granted many advantages. The most egregious was being bestowed with a pair of ignorant parents. At that moment, a voice filled with youthful fervor rang in Yuzhan's ears. "Go for it. Yuzhan, let us advance towards the dusk together." Might Guy had appeared beside him in an unexpected handstand. "Let us strive for our future. As long as we remain steadfast and do not abandon our aspirations, a brilliant horizon awaits us." Dusk? Now that the night has fallen, I find myself pondering his thoughts. Yet, this fervent spirit of youth is rather commendable, for no matter what transpires, it cannot extinguish this flame. There are moments when Might Guy's simplicity and lack of burdens evoke immense envy. How splendid it would be to possess such tranquility, devoid of any worries that plague the heart, much like Might Guy himself. Chapter 26. Evading the unattainable. Yuma did not respond to Might Guy, as his current mood was rather bleak. Although Might Guy's presence offered some relief, it only intensified Yuma's feelings of helplessness and irritation. It was a twinge of envy, perhaps. How wonderful it would be if his own parents were ninjas like Might Guy. Might Guy, sensing Yuma's discontent, executed a perfect somersault and landed gracefully. "You seem a bit off today," he remarked, unusually perceptive. "Is something troubling you? If you have anything on your mind, feel free to share. Aren't we good friends? Friends should be able to speak their hearts, shouldn't they? Were they truly friends? When had that bond been established?" Yuma was uncertain. Nevertheless, if he could befriend this man who might one day wield the power to change destinies, it seemed there was no harm in it. Now that he had entered the world of ninjas, it was inevitable that he would forge friendships and cultivate relationships. Why not align himself with the strong? As of now, Naruto Uzumaki had yet to be born, so it was prudent to build connections with the formidable individuals of this era. After all, such ties could prove advantageous in future conflicts, allowing them to stand side by side on the battlefield. In truth, it might be a splendid endeavor. Since he was here, he might as well embrace this life and interact with the characters he had once admired in manga. Might Guy, with his simplicity, seemed the ideal candidate for a true friend. His unpretentious nature, unlike others who harbored ulterior motives, made him someone Yahara felt he could invest in wholeheartedly. As Guy would reciprocate that dedication. "My parents want me to drop out." Yuma understood all too well that some thoughts should not be bottled up. Expressing them could provide solace. His earlier sorrow stemmed from the accumulation of unspoken frustrations, with no one to confide in or offer guidance, leading to an ever-growing sense of despair. Although Might Guy might not provide practical advice, simply having someone to listen was already a significant comfort. At least he would not be alone in his turmoil. Upon hearing this, Might Guy furrowed his brow in confusion. Why would they want you to drop out? For someone like Might Guy, it was utterly perplexing. After all, why would one forsake the opportunity to attend ninja school? Attending a ninja academy is already a remarkable achievement, and becoming a ninja is an even greater honor. With such unparalleled glory, why would one consider dropping out? No matter how one contemplates it. The expression on Might Guy's face was tightly furrowed. Yuzuru Hanyu shrugged helplessly and replied, "Because my parents believe that being an ordinary person means escaping danger. As an ordinary person, one is spared from enduring so much. By being ordinary, we can distance ourselves from all forms of harm. After all, those we cannot provoke can at least be avoided." Chapter 27. The Uchiha Clan's Dilemma. Why would members of the Uchiha clan choose to live as ordinary individuals? Might Guy expressed his skepticism. "With our youthful vigor, isn't this the very moment to strive and persevere? To settle for a mundane existence seems devoid of ambition." Even Might Guy recognized that one should not be complacent nor accept a future lacking in promise. Why, then, do my parents fail to grasp this? In contrast, one would expect my parents to possess a deeper understanding of worldly affairs than I do. Yet, their reasoning stems from the fact that I have drawn the ire of the Uchiha clan. Yuma sighed. A touch of resignation evident. "It is precisely because I have provoked those I should not have that my family believes it prudent to retreat, return home, abandon my studies, and embrace the life of an ordinary citizen, thus rendering myself inconsequential to the Uchiha clan's wrath. However, this is merely my parents' perspective. Even if I could retreat, would the Uchiha truly show me mercy? Their arrogance is such that they would hardly spare a thought for the withdrawal of a mere child from school. My parents' naivety is disheartening. It is this very innocence that leaves Yuma feeling powerless. Their views are vastly divergent from my own, yet I find myself unable to persuade them. Thus, I must contemplate a solution to this predicament on my own." Might Guy furrowed his thick brows, seemingly unable to comprehend the gravity of Yuma's words with his limited intellect. "Is this related to the altercation you had with Uchiha Shursui?" Though Might Guy devotes his days to rigorous training, he is not entirely oblivious to this matter, particularly because it concerns Yuma. Clearly, it was the Uchiha who were in the wrong. "So why should you withdraw from school?" "Because I am merely a child from an ordinary family, while Uchiha Shursui hails from the esteemed Uchiha clan. If the roles were reversed, what choice would you make?" "No." Yuma momentarily forgot that he was conversing with the naive Might Guy. "Ultimately, for the higher-ups of our village. The offspring of the Uchiha clan hold far greater significance than a child from an unremarkable household like mine. Thus, they will always safeguard the Uchiha, while for me, my life is but a trivial matter. If I were to perish, the village would merely offer my family some compensation, and nothing of true consequence would arise. However, if any misfortune were to befall a member of the Uchiha clan, the repercussions for my family would be unimaginable. This is the dark reality of our village. What can we do? My parents, in their ignorance, have contemplated the notion of withdrawing me from school, perhaps believing that this would allow me to evade the entanglements of the Uchiha clan. Might Guy, however, remained utterly perplexed. Do you truly think that if you leave school, the Uchiha clan will cease their pursuit of you? Of course not. If I were to abandon my studies, it would merely mean relinquishing my role as a ninja, thus rendering me even more vulnerable to the Uchiha suppression. Do you genuinely believe they possess the magnanimity to let me escape? If I were to evade them, they would only unveil the impossibilities that lie ahead. Chapter 28. The resolve to remain a ninja. Even Might Guy understands that evasion is futile. Why then? Do parents fail to grasp this truth? If the Uchiha clan will not show mercy regardless of whether you drop out, why must you insist on leaving school? Yet, it appears that Yuma has overestimated Might Guy's intellect, as it seems rather limited. He recognizes that Might Guy is a passionate youth, albeit with a notably low IQ, and thus does not intend to engage in a dispute. Instead, he patiently explains, I never contemplated dropping out. It is my parents who insist I must. They believe that only by leaving school can I escape these tribulations. As he speaks, he sighs, I told my parents that even if I were to withdraw, they would not forgive me. They remain unconvinced and cling to the notion that dropping out is the sole path to safety. Consequently, I am quite vexed, unsure of how to proceed. I cannot persuade them, yet I have no desire to leave school. Persisting in this manner does not seem a sustainable solution. Given their obstinate stance, which might lead them to unilaterally decide on his withdrawal, Yuma feels genuinely frustrated and somewhat helpless. If only his parents were ninjas, perhaps such a predicament would not arise. Nevertheless, he resolves to accept that this journey has already been a significant challenge. The attributes he possesses could be deemed as akin to wielding a cheat code, yet having ideal parents, such as being born into the Uchiha clan, is virtually unattainable. It is akin to a game where one invests money to acquire formidable abilities. What do you plan to do? Might Guy, naturally, hopes that Yuma will not drop out. If necessary, I shall speak with your parents. I will assure them that in our vibrant era of youthful fervor, we must strive and persevere. Yuma glances at Might Guy, envisioning the expression his parents would wear if Might Guy were to converse with them. Thus, he decides against it. I believe you can only convince your father. He sighs once more. Do not worry about me. Even if my parents insist on my withdrawal, it matters not. As long as I remain resolute in my desire to stay, they cannot impede me. Moreover, if I am ultimately unfortunate enough to be driven to drop out, does that mean I can no longer be a ninja? No one has decreed that only graduates from ninja schools are worthy of the title, have they? Indeed, it seems that way, Might Guy responds, scratching his head. Without graduating from ninja school, one would not possess a forehead protector. Without that, how would anyone recognize you as a ninja? Whether unknown to others or acknowledged by some, as long as I possess a firm belief in my own capabilities, no one can conquer me. Thus, does it truly matter if I am a ninja? Although Yuzuru Hanyu has contemplated this notion, the priority remains to avoid expulsion from school. After all, who genuinely desires to become a ninja hidden from the world? Therefore, I still yearn for that headband. However, the outcome of this endeavor remains uncertain. I hope my parents will not be overly insistent, for it is ultimately my own perseverance that I wish to uphold. Chapter 29. Pursuing one's desires. What are you thinking? Do you intend to have your parents withdraw you from school? Might Guy fervently wished for such an outcome to never transpire. If one were to indeed leave the Ninja Academy, countless invaluable lessons would remain untaught, and without a headband, one could never truly be considered a ninja. What a profound loss that would be. Am I not aware of this? Rest assured, I will do everything within my power to prevent such an occurrence. Becoming a ninja is the most cherished dream of my life. Having come this far, how could I possibly abandon this aspiration? Yujin Yuhuan had firmly chosen the path of acceptance. Having arrived, It was imperative to carve out one's own destiny. To extinguish one's dreams at this juncture would be an immense pity. Therefore, without question, I will not relinquish my pursuit. Upon hearing Yuhuan's resolve, Might Guy felt somewhat reassured. Regardless, it is heartening to know you possess such determination. I am confident that your parents will understand you, just as my father comprehends my own ambitions. As long as you wholeheartedly aspire to be a ninja, your parents will surely not hinder your journey. At that moment, Yuhuan could not help but think, do you genuinely believe that everyone has a father like Might Dado? He even contemplated how wonderful it would be if his father were Might Dado. Nevertheless, since both had broached the subject, why not seize this opportunity? Could you take me to meet your father? Yuhuan recalled a previous occasion when he had failed to seize an opportunity, which felt rather regrettable. However, through Might Guy's connections, it seemed that meeting Might Dado would not be an insurmountable challenge. What do you wish to see my father for? Might Guy found this inquiry somewhat peculiar. Yuhuan, however, could hardly divulge to Might Guy that his desire to meet Might Dado stemmed from a yearning to learn the 8 gates. Instead, he fabricated a casual excuse. Did you not mention that your father is very supportive of your aspirations to become a ninja? I simply wish to understand what a parent who encourages their child to pursue ninja training is like. After all, my parents have never truly supported my ambitions in this regard, and I hope to persuade your father to assist in convincing mine. Might Guy, without a shred of doubt, chose to believe him. So that is the case. Let us go. We shall visit my home and seek out my father. If he learns of your desire to become a ninja and that your parents oppose it, he will undoubtedly lend his voice to persuade them. Yuhuan was equally aware that the bond between the father and son was characterized by fervor. Both were eager to assist others. Thus, he surmised that his approach would likely elicit their support. Once he secured their goodwill, pursuing his studies would become significantly easier. At the very least, this opportunity was one he could grasp firmly. Then let us proceed without delay, for my father has declared that he will expel me from school tomorrow. Our time is indeed limited, and I implore you to persuade your father to assist me. Otherwise, my journey as a ninja may come to an abrupt halt. Of course, Yujin Hanyu would never allow such a fate to befall me, yet it is only through such words that I can prompt Might Guy into action. As anticipated. Upon hearing this, the expression on Might Guy's face shifted dramatically, and he promptly seized Yujin Hanyu's hand, urging him to run. Given this, what are we waiting for? Let us hasten towards my home. This fellow is truly overflowing with fervor. Chapter 30. The innocent, although Yuhuan Yuma felt a sense of helplessness within. He nonetheless began to run alongside Might Guy. In the past, while lounging at home in the cool embrace of air conditioning, devouring watermelon and indulging in manga, he perceived individuals like Might Guy as foolish, unable to fathom the existence of such passionate souls in the real world. However, upon entering the realm of Naruto, he suddenly began to feel this fervor. It was, in fact, rather intriguing, having never lived in such a world. He once believed that people like Might Guy would never cross his path. Yet, upon encountering such individuals, he discovered their genuine simplicity, undeniable charm, and delightful nature. Might Guy possessed an infectious spirit, and although one might view him as naive or simplistic, often behaving like a single-celled organism, so what? It is precisely the innocent and simple-minded that are easy to teach. Such individuals are truly endearing and will unconditionally choose to assist you. They might even choose to believe in you unreservedly, despite your deceit, never once doubting your honesty, for they perceive the world as devoid of lies. Embodying a nature that does not deceive, Yuhuan Yuma suddenly found himself appreciating such individuals. The prospect of becoming friends with Might Guy seemed like a rather splendid notion. At least, in comparison to forming friendships with others, it appeared significantly more favorable. In this era, aside from Might Guy and Kakashi, there were also Asuma Saratobi and Kurenai Yuhi, who seemed to be the only familiar faces, at least from the pages of the manga. However, Asuma and Kurenai were already united as a couple, leaving Yuma with little choice but to cultivate a good relationship with Might Guy. After all, someone like Kakashi, a prodigy from a young age, was notoriously aloof. While he became somewhat more approachable with age, in his youth, he was exceptionally distant. Thus, individuals like him are particularly challenging to befriend, even if circumstances were to shift in the future, potentially leading to a close friendship. That remains a matter for another day. Who can predict what the future holds? For now, it suffices to strengthen his bond with Might Guy, who could offer significant assistance. Yu and Yuma understood clearly that Might Guy might very well serve as a conduit for him in the Naruto world, enabling him to harness diverse energies and grow stronger. It was possible that his path as a ninja might transform because of this connection. Presently, his parents insisted on withdrawing him from school, and perhaps only Might Guy could provide the support he needed. Although such matters remained uncertain, one could only discern the truth upon meeting Might Guy. Although the intention is to cultivate a good relationship with Might Guy and subsequently learn the 8 Gates technique from him, the foremost concern is whether one can remain at the Ninja Academy. Securing a place at the academy is indeed of paramount importance. If Might Guy could genuinely persuade one's parents, it would be most advantageous. After all, if he could achieve this, there would be no need for one to exert effort in convincing their parents. However, this matter appears to be far from simple. Contemplating it evokes a sense of dread. Chapter 31. My best friend from ninja school. As the night descended, the two companions hastened their steps towards Might Guy's residence. Yuma felt an undeniable sense of anticipation, curious about what Might Guy's home might resemble. The anime had never provided any insight into this aspect, and given that Might Guy's appearances in both the anime and manga were scarce, he was eager to uncover the mystery surrounding it. Upon reaching the doorstep, Yuma found himself slightly breathless. Despite the significant enhancement of his stamina since acquiring the system's abilities, he was no match for Might Guy's boundless energy. After such a sprint, it was only natural for anyone to feel a tinge of exhaustion. Yet, Might Guy appeared completely unfazed, even playfully slapping Yuma's back, exclaiming, "Is this all it takes to leave you winded? Your stamina is lacking. Starting tomorrow, you shall train with me." Yuma initially contemplated declining the offer, but after some reflection, he reconsidered. Training alongside Might Guy every day could indeed bolster his physical prowess. However, he was acutely aware of his limited time, so he merely smiled at Might Guy, leaving the matter for another discussion. Once inside, Yuma observed that Might Guy's home was a typical wooden structure, reminiscent of the one inhabited by Naruto Uzumaki. His curiosity piqued regarding whether Might Guy resided with Might Dai, and if Might Guy had no mother. Nevertheless, he deemed it prudent to keep such inquiries to himself, as they might lead to an awkward conversation. Upon entering the house, Might Guy called out exuberantly, "Dad, I'm back from practice." The response was equally vibrant and hearty, "Oh, come quickly to eat." It was evident that like father, like son, their similarities were striking, not only in their attire, but also in their manner of speaking. Might Dai emerged from within, noticing for the first time that Might Guy had brought a friend along. "Is this your friend, Guy?" he asked, his expression one of surprise. It seemed the father-son duo, being somewhat unconventional, had seldom made friends. Hence the rarity of such an occasion. Yuma found it peculiar that Might Guy, who had always been solitary, had never before brought a friend home. This was likely the first time in Might Guy's life. With a beaming smile, Might Guy nodded enthusiastically, "Yes, Dad. Let me introduce you. This is my best friend from ninja school, Yuma." In that moment, Yuma was taken aback. What had Might Guy just said? Is he truly his best friend at the ninja school? Although deep down he is fully aware that Might Guy does not possess many other friends, he never anticipated that their relatively brief acquaintance would lead Guy to regard him as his closest companion. Indeed, it seems that those with uncomplicated hearts are easily guided. Nevertheless, this is of little consequence. After all, being good friends is hardly a disadvantage. Might Guy himself is a formidable individual, and befriending someone of such strength appears to yield nothing but advantages, so why not embrace it? Chapter 32. Effortless gains. Dai scrutinized Yujin a few times, then nodded with satisfaction. Though the boy's physique appeared somewhat unimpressive, the latent potential exhibited in his body was indeed remarkable. As Dai spoke, he approached and patted Yujin on the shoulder. The force was considerable, nearly causing Yujin to stumble forward, yet he gritted his teeth and endured it. Uncertain of Dai's intentions, he thought that if he could not withstand such a minor exertion, all his training would have been in vain. Dai's son, Titai, observed this with astonishment. "You are quite impressive. Few can endure my father's strikes." It was evident that Dai had employed chakra in his path, And although the reason for this was unclear, Yuhu and Yuzhen's ability to withstand it was indeed astonishing. Yuhu and Yuzhen merely feigned ignorance, chuckling as he grasped the back of his ear. Oh, really? I didn't feel much force at all. In truth, Maidadai's strength was significant, and his application of chakra made the blow formidable. A child of 5 would typically not withstand such a strike. Maidai, being seasoned through years of training, possessed a robust physique, allowing him to endure his father's might without apparent difficulty. However, Yuhu and Yuzhen's ability to withstand those strikes was astonishing. My dear child, I see great talent in you, Maidai exclaimed, his face beaming with satisfaction, having not encountered such gifted youth in a long time. However, it is unfortunate that I am but a mere subordinate, unable to impart knowledge to you. It was apparent that Maidai harbored aspirations of becoming a jonin, perhaps even a teacher. Yet, intentions aside, the ability to fulfill such aspirations remained uncertain. Yuhu and Yuzhen, however, was unconcerned about these matters. He was acutely aware of Maidadai's prowess. Whether others recognized it or not mattered little to him, for he had immersed himself in comics and animations that had revealed these truths. Thus he felt no disdain. Does that mean you can teach me? He inquired eagerly. You wish for me to instruct you? Maidadai's face lit up with anticipation. For so long, apart from my son, no one has believed in my strength or sought me as their teacher. Uncle, if you could teach me, I would be immensely grateful. I would be overjoyed. Yuhu and Yuzhen observed the forlorn expression on Maidadai's face, realizing that this opportunity might indeed come effortlessly. However, Maidadai found it peculiar. You possess formidable talent. Why seek a mere chunin such as myself for guidance? You are unlike my son. Individuals like my son and I often face considerable rejection from society. Thus, I prefer to impart knowledge to my son myself, hoping he may grow to embody my values. However, you undoubtedly possess a brighter future ahead, and you could seek guidance from more suitable mentors. Why would you desire me to teach you? Yuma naturally aspires not only for Meido to be his instructor, but also intends to seek further enlightenment from others in the future. Nevertheless, he does not mind that his initial teacher is Meido. I am Kai for having a father like you. If possible, I too wish that you could teach me as you do Kai. That would be truly wonderful. I wonder what your thoughts on this are, dear uncle? Deep down, Yuma is aware that Meido would likely not refuse such a request. Chapter 33. An unconventional father indeed. As anticipated, Maidai appeared quite exhilarated. If you are willing to let me teach you, I would never refuse. At this moment, Maidai interjected, my father believes he has much to impart to us. These still immature children, yet many deem him a mere lower-ranked ninja, incapable of teaching us anything worthwhile. Such individuals truly lack discernment. Yuzhenyu, however, secretly wished that no one else could learn from Maidai, for only then could he and Maidai master the 8 gates. If too many were to study under Maidai, wouldn't everyone eventually possess the 8 gates? That would be quite undesirable. If that were to happen, it is likely that anyone could orchestrate a grand finale, which simply cannot be allowed. Thus, the current situation remains most favorable. Uncle, I would be delighted for you to teach me, Yuzhenyu said obediently, gazing at Maidai with a tone reflecting his eagerness. Maidai promptly nodded, if you wish. Starting tomorrow, you and Guy shall come to me every day for lessons. And so, this arrangement was settled. In his joy, Yuzhenyu recalled another matter and turned to Maidai. By the way, uncle, I have one more thing I would like your assistance with. Hearing the phrase help, Maidai also remembered that there was an unresolved issue, and he anxiously looked at Maidai. Dad, Yu's parents want her to drop out of school. Could you possibly persuade them otherwise? Drop out? From the ninja academy? Why on earth? Maidai exclaimed, his confusion evident. Becoming a ninja is such a wonderful path. How could any parents disapprove? How could they even consider allowing such a thing? Yuzhenyu recounted the entire situation to Maidai. After hearing the details, Maidai appeared quite enraged. The Uchiha clan is truly overstepping. Come, uncle will take you to reason with them. As he spoke, he began to charge out but was swiftly restrained by Yuzhenyu. Uncle, please remain calm. With such intellect, despite his abilities, it is evident why he remains a lower-ranked ninja. Maidai looked at his father with exasperation. Dad, we sought your assistance in persuading her parents to reconsider her withdrawal. Not to confront them directly. Might Die, still seething, responded, regardless, the Uchiha clan is indeed being overly oppressive. Do they believe that just because they are a prominent family, they can bully others without consequence? Is there no sense of justice left? Well then, if there truly were justice, you wouldn't remain a lower-ranked ninja forever. Might Guy remarked, his intelligence significantly surpassing that of his father. Yuma finally comprehended the underlying truths. Perhaps the reason why Mateed remained a mere servant throughout his life harbored secrets unknown to others. However, for the time being, these matters seemed trivial and could be set aside for later consideration. So, what do you propose we do about this? Mateed appeared to lack any personal convictions. Kai sighed. Didn't they already speak to you? Why do you still inquire? Is persuasion truly an option? Let us go now. We shall depart immediately. Mateed was indeed decisive and resolute. Chapter 34. The attempt to persuade the two children were effortlessly towed along by Maitra, as if they were mere scraps of cloth. Regardless of their physical capabilities, they were still only 5 years old, while Maitra, who trained daily, possessed remarkable strength. It was evident that Maître Kai had long since acclimatized to his father's demeanor, yet Yohara Yujin gazed in astonishment at Maître, who was dragging him by the collar. Could it be that the portrayal of Maître in anime and manga truly encapsulated his essence? Maître's speed was indeed something to behold. The children could only feel the rush of wind in their ears as they arrived at Yohara Yujin's doorstep in no time. Yohara Yujin touched his hair, now tousled by the wind, and looked at his home. He found it rather peculiar that, at such a late hour, he had ventured out, and yet his parents seemed utterly unconcerned. Surely, they wouldn't be indifferent. Even in the world of ninjas, parental concern for their children, though expressed differently than in reality, must remain unwavering. Is this where you live? Maître inquired, surveying the house. The lights were still on, indicating that Yohara's parents had not yet retired for the night. They should still be awake. After all, I haven't returned home yet, Yohara Yujin replied, feeling somewhat guilty. Uncertain whether his parents left the lights on in anticipation of his return, Maître Kai peered inside and asked, "What shall we do now? Should I call your father to knock on the door, or will you go in first?" After much hesitation, Yohara Yujin stepped in front of Maître. "I think I should go in first. If my parents see unfamiliar adults like you, they might be quite startled and shut the door." After all, his parents were merely ordinary people, not ninjas, and the peculiar attire of Maître Kai and Maître was indeed strange. Though Yohara had become accustomed to it through anime and manga, others might find it disconcerting. Thus, he felt it prudent to enter first, allowing his parents a moment to adjust, minimizing their shock. Standing at the threshold, Yohara Yujin took a deep breath, attempting to calm his racing heart. He then slowly opened the door, noticing subtle sounds from the living room, suggesting his parents were still engaged in discussions regarding his decision to leave school. Yohara Yujin called out from the doorway, "Mom, Dad, I'm home." Upon hearing his voice, his mother hurried to the entrance, glancing at her son. Relieved to see that he was unharmed, she felt a slight weight lift from her heart, only to be met with the sight of two oddly dressed individuals behind him, causing her brow to furrow in concern. "Yujin? Who are these two?" Yuzura Hanyu glanced back at the father and son duo, who proceeded to introduce themselves to his mother. "This is Might Die, a lower-ranked ninja from the Hidden Leaf Village, and the father of my classmate. And this is my classmate, Might Guy." However, his mother seemed somewhat averse, and upon learning they were ninjas, her expression shifted. "What brings you here? Dressed in such peculiar attire? Is there something you need?" It was evident that her perception of them was tinged with skepticism. Chapter 35. The unfaltering spirit Yuma glanced back at Might Die, seemingly hoping that he might say something to his mother at this moment. Might Die appeared to sense the gaze and cleared his throat. Madam, my name is Might Die." He regarded Yuma's mother earnestly. "I have heard that you do not wish for your child to continue his studies at the Ninja Academy." "Indeed, but what concern is that of yours?" The mother, for reasons unknown, seemed particularly averse to Might Die. However, someone like Might Die appeared completely undeterred by the discomfort. "Madam, I believe that Yuma possesses exceptional physical prowess, making him particularly suited to be a ninja. It would be a tremendous pity if you were to withdraw him from his studies." The mother regarded Might Die with a peculiar expression, stepping back a few paces. "What business is it of yours how my child is raised? Whether he continues his education or not is a matter for our family alone, irrelevant to you. Yet, it seemed that Mate Dai had not heard her retort at this age. Children are at their prime for growth. If they do not seize this moment to ignite their youthful spirit, it may well be too late. Therefore, do not hinder your child from pursuing his education. Do not obstruct his path to becoming a ninja, for this is indeed the best pathway for him. What is so great about this path? The mother scoffed, looking down upon Mate Dai with disdain. Did you not just claim to be a genin from the Hidden Leaf Village? Considering your age, it is astonishing that after all these years, you remain merely a genin. What prospects do you have? The mother's scornful jibe caught everyone off guard. However, for Mate Dai, such barbs struck deep, eliciting a unique kind of pain. Indeed, after years of striving, he had yet to ascend to Chunin. The derision from others weighed heavily upon him, even leading him to question his own worth. I may have been merely a genin all these years, he thought, but that does not extinguish my youthful fervor. Mate Dai's gaze met the mother's, filled with unwavering determination. I am fully aware that many believe I do not deserve to be a ninja, that I lack the capability to be a competent one. But what of it? I still believe my child can excel, and so can I. Do not be deceived by my age. I persist in my efforts, training daily. What does it matter if I never rise to Chunin? In this world, nothing can impede my journey. Nothing can stifle my youthful passion. In that moment, Yuma found himself re-evaluating Mate Dai. Could it be that he truly never experienced disappointment or despair? Had he always been so fervent, so driven? Perhaps. If one could embody such resilience, it would indeed be a fortunate existence. Those who never falter may find their lives infused with greater joy, regardless of the circumstances. One will strive to alter the current situation in their own unique way. Even if change proves elusive, they remain undaunted. Yuzuru Hanyu suddenly finds himself envious. If only he could embody such resilience, he would not succumb to despair. Instead, he would face every challenge with unwavering determination, seeking to transform any adversity through effort. Even if such endeavors yield no tangible results, he would persist, embracing the journey without a hint of complaint. Chapter 36. Myopic, however, the mother held a different perspective. Casting a derisive glance at Maide, her eyes brimming with scorn. Are you out of your mind? Even if you think that way. It does not imply my child shares your sentiments. Your thoughts have no bearing on my child. Please do not lead him astray. As she spoke, she pulled Yu into the house, exclaiming, "Look at the attire you both are wearing. Does this even resemble that of a normal person? This clothing is utterly revolting. Can individuals like you truly become formidable? Spare me the jest. I am genuinely worried about my child associating with someone like you." Until now, Yu had been oblivious to such a side of his mother. Her biting sarcasm made him feel uneasy, and he could only imagine how it affected the two men. The discomfort brewed within him, prompting an instinctive retort to his mother. "Mom, they are wonderful people, and besides, they are genuinely strong." His mother regarded him with disbelief, questioning his sanity. "I cannot ascertain their goodness, but if they were truly formidable, how could they be mere subordinates? Can you refrain from associating with such individuals? What benefit does it bring you? It will only make you more peculiar. You insolent child, I am telling you, from now on, you are forbidden from playing with such people." Yu, however, was resolute in disregarding his mother's words, for he felt powerless to comply. "Mom, you are being unreasonable. They are truly good friends, and they will become even stronger. They will save the world." Having read numerous comics and watched countless animations, he was aware of the ultimate conclusions, recognizing that one of them could vanquish the seven, while the other could nearly bring about the conclusion with a single kick. How could such formidable individuals be described so disparagingly by his mother? He perceived her as a mundane person, lacking vision. Yet she seemed convinced that her judgments were astute and logical, rendering him speechless. How unfortunate that he had found himself in such a family. It would have sufficed to be transported to an ordinary household, but instead, he was thrust into one with parents so unreasonable and devoid of insight. Truly, it was exasperating. His mother could not help but scoff. "Are you out of your mind? Save the world? Please, do not be absurd." Although we are engulfed in turmoil, individuals like them probably do not even possess the opportunity to step onto the battlefield. After all, they lack the qualifications to save the world. You should obediently return. Wash up and go to bed. Tomorrow, you will withdraw from school. Her stance was more unyielding than ever, leaving Yuzhen feeling helpless, a profound ache settling within him. What shall we do now? However, at that moment, Mate Kai resolutely gazed at his mother and said, "Aunt, you may look down on us now, but we will prove you wrong through our efforts. I will not cease to play with him because of your words. I will continue to seek him out for companionship, for I know he does not harbor any ill feelings toward me, and that is enough. Aunt, we must not be so short-sighted in our judgments. Do not assume that your perspective is the only truth. Your views are indeed too narrow and myopic." Chapter 37. Choosing to run away after making this statement. Mate Kai turned his gaze toward his father and continued, "Although my father has always been a mere lower-ranked ninja in Konoha, he possesses remarkable strength that remains hidden from your eyes. He is one of those who embody the true essence of a concealed powerhouse. Even if you do not believe my words now, there will come a day when he will unequivocally demonstrate his prowess. Indeed, one day, Might Dai would confront the 7 ninja swordsmen alone, thereby proving his formidable abilities to all. While the exact timing of such an event remained uncertain, the mere knowledge that it would occur sufficed. Thus, both father and son could confidently proclaim their truths, for their words were not mere jest or boastful exaggeration. Such realizations were self-evident. Yet, the expression on the mother's face appeared complex, seemingly reluctant to place her trust in the duo. "Regardless of what you both say, do not lead my child astray," she retorted, attempting to close the door. At that moment, Yuzhen suddenly dashed out. The mother stared at her child in astonishment, her hand poised to shut the door, momentarily hesitating. "Yuzhen, what do you think you are doing? Come back inside and rest." Her expression was a whirlwind of emotions, undoubtedly tinged with anger. It is natural for disobedient children to provoke the ire of their mothers, yet there are instances where parents are in the wrong, though they refuse to acknowledge it, convinced of their righteousness. "I'm sorry, mother, but no matter what, I will not drop out," Yuzhen stated earnestly, unwilling to engage further with her obstinacy. He sensed that, at this moment, his mother was unyielding, and no amount of reasoning would sway her. His mother looked at him in disbelief. "What do you mean by that? Are you intending to defy both me and your father in this manner? If my parents insist that I must drop out, then I will not return home. It's not a big deal." Yuzhen contemplated the drastic measure of running away to compel his parents. After all, such an approach might prove effective, and if it did not, what of it? He had already resolved not to be a family-oriented person in the future. The road ahead would be long and arduous. However, this path was fraught with thorns, and his parents would remain ordinary individuals within their home, destined to become strangers in due time. The mother regarded Yuzhen with a conflicted expression, hesitating for a long moment before speaking. "If you truly refuse to drop out, then you shall no longer be welcome in this home. We have no son like you." Yuzhen seemed taken aback by his mother's harsh words, his eyes widening in shock, rendered momentarily speechless. The mother appeared to believe her son was reconsidering his stance. The tone softened. "If you obediently accompany your father to withdraw from school tomorrow and choose to live as an ordinary person, you should hurry in and go to bed now. It is already so late. How can you not realize that resting early is beneficial for your health?" "No, mother." Although aware that her mother was concerned for her well-being and truly wished for her to stay, she knew deep down that she would never abandon the path of a ninja. Chapter 38. The path I must take as Yuma turned to leave. It seemed he had embarked on an irreversible journey. However, to label it as such may not entirely capture its essence. How should one articulate this? From the very first day of traversing into the world of ninjas, he was aware that his family was quite ordinary. His parents treated him with kindness and care, much like any typical guardians would. Yet, this existence was not what he desired. Had he remained in his previous world, perhaps it would have sufficed. Now that he had the rare opportunity to step into the ninja realm, should he resign himself to a mundane existence akin to playing house with his parents? He believed that having crossed over to this world signified he was the protagonist. Who would be interested in a protagonist merely indulging in childish games? If the comics and anime he cherished depicted such scenarios, he would have long since torn them apart or smashed his computer in frustration. Yuma was convinced that the system had bestowed upon him numerous advantages, surely not to confine him to a life of make-believe with his parents. Since his parents were unwilling to support his aspirations of becoming a ninja, the only option left was to forge his own path. After all, in the stories he had read, aside from Naruto, it seemed that all the characters with parents eventually distanced themselves from them. Moreover, his peers were born into families of ninjas, while he hailed from a remarkably ordinary household. He felt there was no basis for comparison. Yet, that was inconsequential. If he could not compare himself to them, so be it. If his parents refused to let him pursue the life of a ninja, he saw no merit in further discussion. Leaving home would liberate him, allowing him to pursue his desires freely. Life would not be unmanageable. It was merely a matter of lacking sustenance. What was the significance of that? As long as he emerged as the strongest, what did it matter if he had to scavenge for food? This prospect seemed far more exhilarating than leading an unremarkable life like his parents. His mother, taken aback by Yuma's decision, quickly summoned his father. Upon witnessing his son's choice to abandon home and refuse to withdraw from the ninja academy, his father was equally surprised. Staring at Yuma's retreating figure, he took a moment before grabbing a wooden stick from the entrance and pursuing him. "Yuma Hanyu, stop right there." Upon hearing his father's voice, he paused, contemplating the weight of familial bonds. After all, they were his parents in this world, and ignoring them entirely felt inappropriate. Thus, he remained still, only to feel a sudden strike on his back. However, his father, being an ordinary man, wielded a mere household stick, and the blow did little more than break the stick itself. Yuma slowly turned to face his father, who was bewildered. How could it be that his 5-year-old son appeared unscathed while the stick had succumbed to splintering? Could it be that this child is truly destined to be a natural-born ninja, possessing such remarkable physical prowess? Yet, it was previously understood that this child was ill-suited for the way of the ninja, as there seemed to be no means to harness chakra. What could be the reason for this anomaly? All of this feels rather perplexing. Father, I comprehend your anger, but I must pursue the path of a ninja. For it is my dream and the journey I am determined to undertake in the future. Chapter 39. Agreement. This opportunity to traverse into the world of ninjas feels akin to a rebirth. Indeed, it is a rebirth. Therefore, I must meticulously plan the path ahead. This time, I shall not tread a road that leads to regret. Such a splendid opportunity cannot be left to fate. My parents have their own aspirations, and I possess my own convictions. I believe that trusting in my own ideas is paramount. Pursuing what brings joy and fulfillment will lead to a more perfect existence. My father gazed at me in astonishment, struggling to fathom that I am indeed his biological son. "You rascal, have you truly thought this through?" "I have," I asserted. "I am determined to become a ninja, to grow stronger. For only by becoming stronger can I ensure that no one dares to bully me or my parents. I want to protect myself and protect you both." These words were not a jest, nor were they merely a plea to avoid expulsion from school. They stemmed from the depths of my heart. Protecting my parents is undoubtedly significant, but ultimately, only by growing stronger can I safeguard myself. Reflecting on my previous 2 lives, had my abilities not been sufficiently formidable, would I not have been eliminated long ago? The darkness that envelopes the hidden leaf village is daunting, without the strength to survive. I would have met an untimely demise, a thought that chills me to the bone. Thus, I must become stronger. My parents may not comprehend my feelings, yet my convictions are founded on reason. I hope for their understanding, but my resolve will not waver. I will not stray from my chosen path. Nor will I heed my parents' wishes. After a prolonged silence, my father finally sighed. "If you have made your decision, then even without our support, we shall no longer oppose you. For the path of a child is one they must forge for themselves. Even if we have laid out plans, a child cannot remain bound to them forever. Such constraints would only lead to their unhappiness, so why impose them?" I was taken aback at this pivotal moment. My father unexpectedly chose to accept my decision. His incredulous gaze met mine, and for a time, I was at a loss for words. My father seemed to understand my hesitation, realizing that his previous resolute refusals had led to my current disbelief in his acceptance. With a hint of resignation, my father sighed once more. "The road ahead is yours to walk. Whether it leads to success or failure, it is a burden you alone must bear. Regardless of whether you thrive or struggle in the future, we can only guide you. Since this is the path you wish to pursue, and you believe you can excel, then strive to make your life better. After all, becoming a stronger person can indeed enhance one's existence. If you wish to keep your parents out of your life, we shall step back. This is indeed the helplessness of parenthood, At times, it truly is beyond one's control. After all, both father and mother aspire for their children to excel. However, the mere desire for improvement does not guarantee that the child will indeed flourish. There are moments when a child has their own thoughts, and such actions may only evoke disdain from them. Yuzuru Hanyu remained silent for a considerable time before finally lifting his gaze to meet his father's, tugging at the corners of his mouth and smiling softly. Chapter 40. Walking this path. Thank you, Father. At this moment, Yuzhen was deeply moved, for one might discover that between parents and children, it is often perceived that it is the child who compromises. However, as time passes and children grow older, it becomes evident that it is the parents who gradually yield. The earnest desire of parents for their child's well-being often leads them to hesitate in their guidance. They fear that their child may eventually harbor resentment, and they recognize that children possess their own thoughts and aspirations. Regardless of how much guidance is offered, if the child chooses not to heed it, what purpose does it serve? Thus, the inevitable conclusion is to concede, for one cannot ignore the child's perspective. The father said nothing further but turned to enter the house. The mother looked at him in astonishment, engaging in a brief exchange with him. With a sigh, she ultimately followed him out. I heard your father say he agrees with your decision to attend the ninja school and pursue this path. The mother, seemingly taken aback by the father's unexpected stance, felt a twinge of awkwardness, her gaze fixed on her own toes rather than on her son. Although both parents wished for their child to choose a different path, the decision lay solely with him. If he was determined to walk this road, all she hoped for was that he would not regret it and would refrain from bringing home any sorrows. Yuzhen simply smiled at his mother and then earnestly inquired, "Will I still be able to come home?" If possible, he certainly did not wish to run away. What purpose would that serve? The comforts of home, food, shelter, and play were far too appealing. Even though survival outside was feasible, the thought of it was undeniably daunting. The mother paused, momentarily taken aback, and then felt a pang of sadness. Yet, she pursed her lips and nodded. "You foolish child, what are you saying? Of course, you can come home. Do you truly believe that your father and I would prevent you from returning just to dissuade you from becoming a ninja? Since you have chosen this path, even if we were to prohibit your return, you would still pursue your ninja training. Thus, our insistence would serve no purpose, for there is no efficacy in such coercion. If it were effective, there would be no need for words. The more one attempts to enforce such demands, the more absurd the situation seems, leading to a sense of exasperation. Yuzhen finally felt the weight that had long burdened his heart lift. His parents had finally consented to his decision to become a ninja. It had not been an easy journey, as he had tried every possible means to persuade them, but their steadfastness had remained. Now, having resorted to the drastic measure of threatening to run away, he had compelled his parents to yield. It seemed somewhat spiteful and excessive, yet it was a necessary course of action. Then what are you still doing here? Are you planning to run away or continue this peculiar father-son standoff? Hurry back. I assume you haven't eaten yet. Have dinner and then get some rest." The mother appeared somewhat awkward. After uttering those words, she turned and walked away. Yuma stood there, feeling a blend of amusement and exasperation, before turning his gaze towards the father and son. Nevertheless, he expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you both for today." However, Mike Kai felt quite delighted and responded, "Why are you thanking us? This is all a result of your own hard work. Hurry back and get some rest. You have school early tomorrow." Chapter 41. What if it were you? Saratobi Asuma, with a perplexed expression, scratched the back of his ear and gazed quizzically at Yuhi Kurenai. Was there something amiss in my words? I find nothing wrong at all. Yet, Yuhi Kurenai could only sigh in resignation, her eyes following the retreating figures of the two individuals in the distance. It would be unwise to label them as fools. It is entirely possible that they may grow exponentially stronger in the future. If only Yuhi and Saratobi could glimpse into the future, they would discover that the ultimate victor would indeed be Might Guy. How to articulate this? During the subsequent Great Ninja War, Yuhi Kurenai, encumbered by pregnancy, was unable to participate. Fate, however, had already claimed Sima, and it was only Might Guy who nearly delivered the final blow to the conclusion. Therefore, even if individuals are perceived as simpletons in the present, they shall undoubtedly command respect in the future. These occurrences are by no means coincidental. Circumstances may appear one way now, but they may evolve differently in time. Perhaps you feel a certain way at present. But when that future day arrives and you encounter that individual again, you will find yourself looking upon them with newfound admiration or envy. Sarutobi Asuma did not harbor contempt for them. He merely found their methods somewhat peculiar. Training is training, yet must it be executed in such a manner? What is wrong with that approach? Their focus lies predominantly on physical techniques, which fundamentally revolve around enhancing physical prowess. Consequently, they must adhere to such methods, unlike us. Yuhi Kurenai, however, found herself more understanding of the situation. That said, if it were you, unable to accumulate and refine your chakra, what would you do? Sarutobi Asuma pondered earnestly for a moment before responding. Were it my plight, I might very well abandon the path of a ninja altogether. It simply does not suit me. Does physical technique not require chakra? Perhaps not to the same extent as other ninjas, yet chakra remains essential. If one cannot even gather and cultivate chakra, it signifies an inherent unsuitability for the ninja vocation. Yuhi Kurenai shared this sentiment, which is why she perceived a certain difference in Yuji Hain recently. Indeed, why should someone ill-suited for the life of a ninja persist stubbornly in their efforts? While this determination may evoke pity in others, the individual may remain oblivious to the true purpose of their struggle. Yuhi Kurenai reflected that, were she in that position, she might have long since relinquished her pursuits. After all, there is nothing inherently wrong with being an ordinary person. Thus, such perseverance seems unnecessary. If there were a meaningful reason for this persistence, it would be one thing. Yet, if one cannot even accumulate chakra, it renders the endeavor devoid of significance, making it an entirely superfluous pursuit. Asuma Sarutobi fell into silence for a moment before articulating, the world of others, their thoughts, how could we possibly comprehend? They undoubtedly possess their own perspectives. Perhaps they have already discovered a means to alter their circumstances. It is merely that they cannot seem to accumulate and refine their chakra. Nevertheless, a breakthrough will eventually present itself. It is simply beyond our current understanding. Let us not dwell on their matters too much, and instead, hasten to our studies. In response, the former red-haired kunoichi nodded, yet a flicker of concern lingered in her heart. After all, despite being mere classmates, there were still aspects that weighed on her mind. Chapter 42. What is an idiot? It was only then that Yuma Hanyu recalled having mentioned the day prior that, with nothing pressing on his agenda, he would practice alongside Might Guy. Although this arrangement seemed somewhat lacking, it undeniably provided an opportunity for enhanced physical training. Moreover, feeling in good spirits that day, he did not refuse. All right. After agreeing, the two commenced their morning jog, performing handstands as they circled the school. Such a spectacle naturally caught the attention of their peers. As they passed Kakashi Hitaki, he regarded them with a derisive sneer. Initially, one might have assumed there was but a single fool within the school. Now, it appeared there was a second. Kakashi's gaze was filled with disdain, yet they remained unfazed. At times, one truly realizes that happiness belongs to oneself. Even if others cannot comprehend the reasons behind their actions, it matters little. As long as one finds joy in their endeavors, that is sufficient. The opinions of others are merely their own affairs, and their thoughts should never dictate one's own. Thus, as long as one feels content and joyful, that alone suffices. Yuma Hanyu suddenly felt that his companionship with Might Guy was a uniquely delightful experience. There was no need for scheming or excessive contemplation. Everything was laid bare, and they expressed themselves freely. This transparency is a rarity in society, where individuals often wear masks to maintain their facade of hypocrisy. To reveal one's genuine self is indeed a challenging endeavor. Perhaps it is only in the company of Might Guy that such authenticity can be achieved, which is why he cherished their friendship. Before his arrival in this world, he had often admired those simplistic characters in manga and anime, recognizing that such straightforward individuals are not only easy to befriend, but also deserving of companionship. However, the prerequisite for such friendships is to never harm these innocent souls. To inflict pain upon them would make one the villain of this world. For they extend genuine kindness to everyone. How could one bear to harm such a person? As they continued their journey, they encountered not only Kakashi Hitaki, but also the approaching figures of Kurenai Yuhi and Asuma Sarutobi. Upon witnessing the duo practicing together, Kurenai and Asuma were somewhat taken aback. When had these two become such good friends? Compared to others, Kurenai merely displayed a neutral demeanor, regarding them as fellow classmates without mockery or scorn. Asuma, however, casually clasped his hands behind his head, remarking, "Haven't we often seen them together? Isn't it normal for friends to bond?" He mused, "Aren't idiots simply drawn to each other?" Yet, in his youth, Asuma had been rather fond of ridiculing others. Kurenai shot him a disapproving glance, retorting, "What do you mean by idiot? Just because they appear a bit peculiar in their approach doesn't diminish their impressive abilities. The scope of each individual's abilities varies significantly. For instance, you may be particularly adept at illusions, while those two possess a lesser amount of chakra and may excel in physical techniques. Nonetheless, I find their type of ninja rather foolish." Sarutobi Asuma, however, continued to speak to himself, stating that, to be frank, this type is merely the legendary archetype of someone with well-developed limbs but a simplistic mind. Your remarks seem rather excessive, do they not? Chapter 43. Without regrets, Might Guy nodded in agreement, affirming that, regardless of the circumstances, what mattered was the ability to continue down this path. Yet, Yuzuru Hanyu felt that the father and son duo were, in every sense, his good fortune. Without their support, he mused that he might not have achieved success today, even if it meant forcing his parents to compromise through running away from home. It was, in truth, the courage bestowed upon him by this father-son pair that had empowered him, a notion that perhaps few would choose to believe. "Please, return home and rest early. Regardless of the day's events, I am grateful to you both. Starting tomorrow, let us embrace our youthful vigor and strive for progress." Upon uttering these words, Yuzuru felt a twinge of regret for expressing such sentiments. However, he dismissed it. After all, he would frequently interact with them in the future. A few kind words seemed harmless, for one is often influenced by those with whom they associate. If he intended to forge a genuine friendship, such expressions were entirely justifiable. After exchanging a few more words with Yuzuru, the father and son took their leave. Having awaited their return all day, Yuzuru's first action upon entering his room was to settle onto his bed, kneeling to meditate and channel his chakra. He had been busy throughout the day, and the earlier confrontation with Uchiha Shursui had likely depleted his chakra reserve significantly. It was crucial that he took the time to restore his energy. Unaware of how late it had grown, Yuzuru only lay down when his mother called him to sleep. Yet, he felt that this process was progressing far too slowly. Lying in bed, he began to contemplate how he might expedite the condensation of his chakra. Even though he dedicated his evenings to this endeavor, the pace remained insufficient. He was at a loss as to what speed would truly enhance his chakra's gathering. Such matters required deep contemplation after all. It was simply a matter of wishing for results. He needed to devise a method to accelerate the condensation of his chakra, although this might entail prolonged reflection. He deemed it worthwhile if it meant achieving greater chakra accumulation, regardless of how long it took. The following morning, he awoke particularly early, perhaps buoyed by a cheerful spirit. With nothing pressing at home, he decided to head to school ahead of schedule. However, en route, he encountered Might Guy, who was, as per usual, running on his hands. "Yuzuru, you're up quite early today," Might Guy exclaimed, as this marked the first lap of his inverted run. It felt rather premature to meet him at this stage, as they typically crossed paths only during the final lap. Yuzuru Hanyu merely smiled faintly as he glanced at Might Guy beside him. "How are you today?" "I'm in quite a good mood, so I woke up a bit earlier. With nothing much to do at home, I thought I might head to school and see if I could practice a little," he replied. Might Guy found this somewhat perplexing and inquired further. "But everyone is training at the training ground. What brings you to school? Didn't you mention wanting to practice together with me? How about we run a few laps in a handstand together?" Chapter 44. Mockery. Two individuals engaged in an upside-down run around the school several times, only returning just in time for class. It was the first occasion for Yuma to enter the classroom in such a manner, reminiscent of Might Guy. How should one articulate this? Were he to undertake such an act alone, he would unequivocally refrain from it, as it might appear somewhat embarrassing. Evoking curious glances from others, what could this possibly signify? It resembled the behavior of a lunatic. Yet, when accompanied by Might Guy, the perception of being deemed eccentric seemed inconsequential. After all, there were two of them. Having someone who comprehends one's actions suffices, as it is unrealistic to expect universal understanding in this world. One individual's acknowledgement is ample. The truth is, there are few who truly grasp one's essence, and having one or two is genuinely sufficient. However, their unconventional entrance into the classroom certainly elicited peculiar reactions from their peers. The gazes directed at them were unpredictable, predominantly laden with disdain, akin to the look one would cast upon a fool. Look, our class now boasts more than one idiot. That individual, unable to gather chakra, is inexplicably associating with Might Guy. It's indeed true that like attracts like. They are both fools, perfectly matched. What else could be said? If they were not together, who else would dare associate with them? At least their companionship spared others from their folly, which could be considered a blessing. The adage one is known by the company one keeps rings true. Although one may be deemed weak for their inability to gather chakra, they were still, in essence, a normal person. Yet now, in the company of Might Guy, they engaged in absurd antics, which was rather amusing. Let us refrain from mocking them. Regardless, they themselves would hardly take it to heart. Indeed, fools are oblivious to the opinions of others, treating our words as mere whispers in the wind, entering through one ear and exiting through the other. Upon hearing such remarks, Hatake Kakashi merely scoffed, finding the group around him exceedingly dull. Was it truly entertaining to disparage others? Although Kakashi had no intention of joining in their derision, he regarded them with contempt. In his youth, Kakashi was known for his aloof demeanor, embodying the archetype of a cold-hearted hero, entirely disinterested in such trivialities. Meanwhile, Asuma, exuding an air of ennui, rested his head upon the desk. See, I am not the only one voicing these sentiments. Asuma glanced at Yuhi Kurenai, feeling it was rather unjust for her to attribute blame for these matters to him. As the setting sun cast its crimson hues, Zirihong listened to the incessant murmurs and criticisms of those around her, letting out a resigned sigh. How could these individuals be so callous? Regardless of the circumstances surrounding the two of them, such remarks were unjustifiable. Although Zirihong found herself at a loss for words, she could not help but feel that their behavior was utterly excessive. Some things ought not to be voiced in such a manner, should they persist in mocking others. They may very well come to regret it, for the uncertainties of the future remain beyond anyone's comprehension. Chapter 45. Unusual. Sarutobi Asuma felt that Yugao was overly concerned about matters that seemed irrelevant to him. However, one might wonder why he was so affected by the affairs of those two individuals. Since childhood, Sarutobi Asuma and Yugao had shared a bond akin to childhood sweethearts, their relationship flourishing over the years. Thus, it was only natural for Asuma to feel a twinge of jealousy regarding Yugao's attention towards other boys. Yet, Yugao remained oblivious to Asuma's jealousy, merely empathizing with the plight of those two, who faced rejection from everyone around them, a sentiment that surely must be disheartening. Of course, it was not his concern. He simply felt a pang of sympathy. Observing their continuous isolation, he noted that despite not banding together before, they had always been unpopular. Now that they had finally found so-called friends, it seemed excessively cruel for others to continue their ridicule, although Yugao merely viewed the situation from an observer's perspective. Feeling a degree of pity, Asuma's mood soured nonetheless. Are you feeling sorry for them? Do you harbor some special feelings for the two? I've never seen you care for anyone else in this manner, he remarked, a hint of irritation in his tone. This is quite unprecedented. Aside from me, you have never shown such concern for others. Despite Asuma's outward demeanor of indifference, he cared deeply for everything concerning Yugao. While he could overlook various matters, the feelings for the girl he cherished were of utmost importance. Unbeknownst to Yugao, Asuma's discontent simmered beneath the surface as she pondered numerous thoughts. This isn't the first time I've witnessed such a situation, she mused. Why are you even discussing this? Aren't you just like everyone else, indulging in mockery? What is there to laugh about? In due time, they will undoubtedly grow stronger. When they do, there will be nothing left to ridicule, and you might find yourself regretting it. With a cold smirk, Asuma countered, every individual present will grow stronger. It is not solely their fate. Everyone strives for improvement. Is this world merely revolving around them? The ambition to grow stronger is universal, and each person is diligently working towards that goal. Why do you assume that only they will become formidable? Why would regret arise? What if I surpass them both? At that moment, Yuga finally recognized that Sarutobi Asuma seemed somewhat displeased. Turning to him in surprise, she asked, "What are you talking about? Why would you want to fight them? By the way, are you feeling a bit upset? Did I say something to offend you? Your demeanor today seems rather unusual. Is it me who is out of sorts? It is indeed unusual for you. You have not typically shown such concern for others. This is the first time you have expressed such care for someone else. So how could I possibly feel happy?" Although both of them are still quite young, merely 5 years of age, they genuinely care for one another. After all, their bond, forged through years of shared play, culminated in promises made in the arrival of a child. Everything seems predestined from the very beginning, and the depth of their affection is beyond dispute. Chapter 46. The rebuked Uchiha Shino observing the sulking Asuma Sarutobi, Kurenai Yuhi could not help but let out a sigh. This fellow had never displayed such behavior before. It was perplexing that he chose this moment to act out. Just then, Naoya Ishimura strolled into the classroom with a nonchalant demeanor, casting a glance around before bellowing, "Quiet down. Are you all unaware that this is a ninja school? Where are your manners? What is all this noise about? If you continue to bicker, I might as well send each of you home. Why bother with your studies or aspiring to be ninjas?" Naoya Ishimura had always been this way. In moments of good cheer, he might exhibit a gentler disposition, but when displeased, he unleashed his frustrations upon the students. After all, these children were merely 5 or 6 years old, and faced with the ire of an adult, they were naturally rendered speechless, unable to muster a single retort. Thus, there were times when the students felt helpless. Yet they understood the circumstances were beyond their control. As a teacher, every word he uttered bore the weight of command. Even if one wished to protest, they had to consider whether they possessed the audacity to do so. Consequently, while discontent simmered within, they could only endure, for there were no alternatives available if they chose not to. Surely, you have heard about the recent scuffle among classmates. Though Naoya Ishimura typically showed little interest in such matters, had it not been for the Hokage's keen concern regarding the incident, he might not have intervened at all. "I assume everyone knows who the culprits are without my needing to name them," he declared. "So you too, step forward." Naoya Ishimura appeared somewhat displeased, perhaps due to reprimands from his superiors regarding the matter. Regardless of the reason behind his stern expression, it certainly instilled a sense of trepidation. Yuma Habane, however, seemed unfazed, viewing the possibility of a mere reprimand as inconsequential. Thus, he was the first to step forward, while Uchiha Shino hesitated, uncertain whether to follow suit. Naoya Ishimura did not appear to be intimidated by authority, and despite Shino's Uchiha lineage, he had no intention of shielding him. Instead, he exclaimed loudly, "Isn't there one more? Where is that person? Do I need to call out names? Don't hide away. If you dare to act, you must also face the consequences. Are you not a man? Don't tell me your youth excuses you from accountability. Step forward without delay. It will be far worse when I have to drag you out myself." Upon hearing these words, Uchiha Shino swallowed hard, contemplating for a moment before quietly stepping forward. It seemed that Naoya Ishiguro held a certain disdain for the offspring of the Uchiha clan. However, it may not be entirely accurate to label it as disdain. Rather, it was an overwhelming aversion to their demeanor. Despite being insignificant, they carried themselves with an air of unwarranted self-importance, a sentiment that was truly irksome and repulsive. "What is the matter with you, young man? If you have taken action, you ought to stand by your decisions. True manhood lies in taking responsibility for one's deeds." Yet, it is astonishing that the progeny of the Uchiha clan would shy away from such accountability. After enduring a scolding, Shursui Uchiha naturally felt displeased. However, as the speaker was a teacher, and given his own lack of retort, he simply hung his head in silence, offering no response. Chapter 47. No fighting due to his foul mood. Shurtsu and Naoya's reprimanding voice grew considerably louder. "You two children, how could you engage in such trivialities at such a tender age? We are all classmates at the same school. Is this truly necessary?" He surveyed the two youngsters before him. "You are creating a ruckus. Is it really warranted? What kind of grudge could you possibly hold against each other? Our true adversaries are the ninjas from other villages, not amongst ourselves. Are you two resorting to infighting? At your age, engaging in such discord is absurd. You should be focusing on your studies at the Ninja Academy. Once you become ninjas, do you think you will find peace then? Yuma kept his head bowed, absorbing the scolding. He thought to himself that it was best to let the words drift in one ear and out the other. After all, what was the significance? As for Uchiha Shio, although he felt dissatisfied and humiliated at being chastised in front of so many, he remained at a loss for words, unable to counter the reprimand. Though he seethed inwardly, the Hokage has already spoken to me regarding you two. I will keep a closer watch on you from now on. Should such incidents occur again, I will not easily forgive you. You must understand that your actions will eventually become my responsibility, and I would be left to clean up after you. You two seem to think this is merely child's play, but these matters are far from trivial. You may not realize their gravity now, but in due time, you will come to understand. After a lengthy admonition, Schertsuin Naoya's ire finally began to abate, and he turned his attention to the entire group. Let me be clear. From this point forward, regardless of who you are, be it from the Uchiha clan or any other prominent family, including the Hyuga, Sarutobi, or Senju families, you are all here to learn. Every individual present is endowed with significant talent. They may be considered prodigies in their own right. While we may have a few ordinary individuals among us, I do not concern myself with your backgrounds. What I expect is simple. Do not cause trouble. Conduct yourselves with propriety and refrain from engaging in petty squabbles. I am disinclined to intervene in your trivial altercations. But should you escalate matters to the point of serious harm, do not expect me to be lenient. If you find yourselves in a life-threatening situation, it will be you who faces the consequences. Although this may merely be a statement meant to intimidate, there lies a kernel of truth within it. One cannot help but feel a profound sense of anger and frustration towards these children, for their lack of understanding is truly disheartening. It is not uncommon for youthful individuals to resort to physical altercations as a means of resolving conflicts, given their tender age and immaturity. However, one must draw the line. If the intent behind such confrontations is to inflict grave harm upon another, can one still be regarded as a person of conscience? Chapter 48. A different sensation once the words were uttered. A murmur of discussion erupted among the crowd, their expressions tinged with unease, perhaps prompted by the gravity of the situation. After all, when it comes to altercations, everyone is well aware that such matters are not taken lightly. Who truly relishes the idea of fighting? Yet, the previous incidents felt somewhat detached from their personal experiences, leading them to ponder whether the teacher's remarks were overly encompassing, as if he had implicated everyone involved. Nevertheless, this reaction is entirely natural, for such occurrences often serve as a cautionary tale. My primary intention today is to convey this message to you. I believe I have sufficiently expressed myself. I do not wish to elaborate further, as I trust you comprehend the essence of the matter. Should such incidents recur, be wary of my leniency. With that said, I urge you to exercise caution moving forward. Schertsuin Naru has never been one to exhibit mercy. His demeanor is imposing, and his words lack any semblance of politeness, delivered with a stern tone. The onlookers exchanged wary glances, particularly the young women, who were on the verge of tears from fright. At that moment, Sarutobi Asuma could no longer restrain himself, interjecting, "Whoever is at fault should own up. It has nothing to do with us. Why cast blame upon the entire group? It's akin to a mere fly disturbing a pot of porridge. Well, the teacher's admonition is ultimately for our benefit, urging us to refrain from such behavior. It serves as a reminder. So why the harsh words?" Why Kurenai shot a glance at Sarutobi Asuma, adding, "Moreover, we are all classmates. There is no need to nitpick over such matters." "Who is nitpicking? I merely expressed my thoughts spontaneously," Asuma retorted. "What is your issue, Kurenai? Why are you so defensive of them?" Asuma appeared somewhat irked. However, he typically remains indifferent to most matters, often adopting a spectator's mindset. Yet, his feelings towards Kurenai were undeniably different. After all, he harbors affection for her. From their very birth, they have been inseparable, a bond that transcends understanding. Their relationship holds immense significance for Asuma, rendering everyone else inconsequential in comparison to the girl by his side. Even Kurenai herself was perplexed as to why she felt so protective of these two men, whose lives should ostensibly have no bearing on her own. Yet, inexplicably, she found herself compelled to defend them, perhaps out of pity, or perhaps this reflects a flicker of empathy within a woman's heart. "Do not speak frivolously," she said. "I merely find them pitiable. It is clearly not their fault, yet many still choose to blame them, leaving an uncomfortable feeling in my heart. As she spoke, Shi Yuhong turned her gaze towards Yu and Yujin. This man had indeed transformed remarkably. Unconsciously, he had captured her attention, something he had never managed to do before. What was it about this feeling that was so inexplicable and elusive? Chapter 49. The hero saves the beauty. It is uncertain whether it was due to this incident, but Saratobi Asuma seemed to be slightly irked with Yuhi Kurenai. Their quarrel, although entirely unnecessary, nonetheless stemmed from this matter, leading to the first instance where they did not walk home together after school. Yuhi Kurenai found herself traversing the path home alone, a circumstance that felt rather unfamiliar to her. Consequently, she became the target of harassment from several rowdy students from her class. Saratobi Asuma, consumed by his anger, had returned home early, neglecting to notice Yuhi Kurenai's plight. Observing her solitary state, the group of delinquents swiftly cornered her. "What's this? Aren't you with your gallant protector today? Quite the rarity, isn't it? This gives us a splendid opportunity." One of them jeered. "You typically look quite lovely, always accompanied by a knight in shining armor. We've seldom had the chance to converse with you, but today seems different. Have you two had a falling out? Indeed, if you've parted ways with him, why not spend some time with us? Look at us. We're not bad-looking either. Your protector isn't anything special, anyway. Why stay with someone who is angry at you?" Yuhi Kurenai glared at them, feeling a twinge of anxiety. After all, they were still children, and despite her relatively formidable capabilities, taking on 3 opponents was indeed daunting. "What do you want? I need to get home, so please step aside. What's your problem? Why are you so confrontational? We're not going to let you pass. This is a rare chance for us to talk to you." "Exactly. You're stunning, and we've always admired you. It's unfortunate that you've always had a protector by your side. Today, with him absent, how could we let this opportunity slip away? Come with us. We'll show you a good time. You won't regret it." The group not only spoke in this manner, but also began to physically accost Yuhi Kurenai. Infuriated, she was about to retaliate when, unexpectedly, a force propelled the assailants away from her. The 3 stared in astonishment at the newcomer. Yuhinayu, initially reluctant to intervene, could no longer bear the sight of these boys, who usually presented themselves as timid in class, now bullying a girl. "Do you even consider yourselves men? Is it truly commendable to bully a girl?" The group exchanged glances, realizing that the force they had just felt was chakra. They were not foolish. They knew that even together, they stood no chance against a single person. Thus, they hurriedly fled the scene. As the crimson sun began to set, Yuhong gazed appreciatively at Yu and Yuma and said, "Thank you for today." In truth, even with her own capabilities, she might not have been able to defeat those 3 individuals. Yet she certainly would not allow herself to be bullied. Nevertheless, witnessing this heroic rescue unfold before her was undeniably charming. It turned out that this young man possessed such a compassionate heart, which truly left her in awe and pleasantly surprised. Regardless of the circumstances, she felt a profound sense of joy in her heart. Chapter 50. Quarrel. Yuma perceived the situation as trivial, merely disapproving of those who prey on the weak and bully the timid. However, one might ponder, where is your gallant protector? Why was he not by your side today to shield you from adversity? Yuma was acutely aware that Saratobi Asuma and Yuhi Kurenai had been childhood friends, their bond blossoming into love as they matured, ultimately culminating in marriage. Thus, he was reluctant to intervene in their affairs unless absolutely necessary. At this juncture, Kurenai let out a sigh, lamenting, "We had a disagreement, and I cannot fathom why he suddenly grew angry with me today, leaving me to return home alone." Yuma reassured her, "You two will reconcile in due time." He remembered well that the pair was nearly inseparable, making the likelihood of prolonged conflict seem rather improbable. When hearts are entrusted to one another, they remain perpetually entwined. How could a mere quarrel sever such a bond? Yet, Kurenai sighed again, expressing her concern. "I feel that our perspectives may diverge significantly. Perhaps we were never truly compatible. I failed to recognize this before, but now it feels rather grave." Intrigued, Yuma sought clarity on her sentiments. "Nevertheless, since your protector is absent today, allow me to escort you home to avert any potential trouble on your journey." "Thank you," Kurenai replied, though she preferred to return alone. Despite her capability to fend off any troublemakers, she preferred to avoid conflict altogether. Yuma merely smiled. There is no need for gratitude. It's but a small favor. After all, we are classmates. Having offered assistance, I shall see it through to the end. As I have nothing pressing. You are quite understanding, she remarked, feeling a touch disheartened as she gazed at her feet. It is perplexing that we must quarrel over such trivial matters. Yet, Yuma did not believe that this legendary couple would allow a mere spat to lead to separation. They were, after all, the first couple to unite in the realm of ninjas, and with children to consider, how could they possibly part over such minor grievances? Kurenai, however, seemed unconvinced. While I am aware that our bond will not be jeopardized by such a trivial quarrel, you must understand that he has never quarreled with me before. He typically avoids conflict, but this time he instigated the argument. I cannot comprehend why. Yuzuru Hanyu, of course, cannot comprehend this either. Although he has perused the manga and anime countless times, he has never delved deeply into the intricacies of each character, particularly those like Konohamaru Sarutobi and Asuma Sarutobi, who are, relatively speaking, considered secondary figures. Thus, lacking such profound understanding, he is unable to grasp how these two could evolve in this manner, leaving him utterly bewildered and incapable of offering any counsel. Chapter 51. An additional friend Yuzun found himself at a loss for words. Uncertain of what to say beyond silence, thus he remained mute. However, Kurenai appeared somewhat displeased. I am speaking to you. Did you not hear me? Are you aware that your lack of response is quite disrespectful? I apologize. I truly do not know what to say, which is why I chose to remain silent. Yuzun had always been preoccupied with thoughts of enhancing his abilities, leaving him woefully unversed in matters of the heart. He merely understood that the two of them would inevitably become husband and wife, and perhaps have an irresistibly adorable child. As for everything else, he felt utterly at a loss regarding how to articulate or engage. After all, he considered himself somewhat of an outsider. Although fortunate to share this moment with Kurenai, he believed it inappropriate to interfere in her personal affairs. Even uttering an additional word seemed like meddling. I recognize that it may be difficult for you to share anything with me, but Kurenai's expression revealed a hint of frustration. I won't deceive you. Aside from my time with Asuma, I have no other friends. If Asuma were to disregard me, I would find myself completely alone. I often ponder whether, should a day come when I can no longer confide in Asuma, I would have anyone else to share my innermost thoughts with. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Yuzun was suddenly reminded of the moment when Sarutobi Asuma passed away. In that instant, he felt a profound sympathy for Kurenai, realizing that she had become one of the most pitiable figures in the world of Hokage, transformed into an ordinary woman. She no longer participated in battles or wielded her ninjutsu, yet her plight evoked deep empathy. If you do not mind, please feel free to share any concerns with me in the future. I am willing to listen. Although Yuzun's primary purpose for being there was not to forge friendships, he thought it no misstep to cultivate a few more connections. Moreover, Kurenai's future path would undoubtedly be fraught with challenges. If they could be friends, it would not be amiss for them to support one another. After all, as of now, Narashikamaru had yet to be born, meaning that no one had yet appeared in this world to offer Kurenai companionship. Thus, he seized this opportunity to offer her support, albeit as a friend, with no romantic implications. In this world, having a bond was always of paramount importance. Upon hearing his words, Kurenai's demeanor brightened considerably. If that could indeed be the case, it would be wonderful. After all, I have only ever had Asuma as a friend. The prospect of making new friends truly delights me, though it seems Asuma is not particularly fond of my befriending others. That is to be expected. He would certainly prefer you not to cultivate friendships with us. Any man would naturally be discontented with the idea of the woman he admires forming friendships with other men. Is this not an obvious sentiment? Is there truly any need to inquire further? Nonetheless, while some may grasp this feeling, others may not. Zairong appeared utterly perplexed. Why do you say that? What is the reason behind it? Although I was aware that she would undoubtedly be displeased, I found myself somewhat bewildered as to why her discontent stemmed from the notion of feeling looked down upon by them. Chapter 52. The Unusual confronted with the inquiries of Kurenai. Yuzun felt a twinge of helplessness. It is quite simple, really. You two share each other's company daily. Asuma, enamored with you, likely feels discomfort when he sees you growing too close to other boys. However, upon hearing this, Karina was momentarily taken aback. How could that be? We are merely good friends. He would never harbor feelings for me. He is indifferent to everything, especially regarding my affairs. Although we spend our days together, it is merely due to his character, which makes it difficult for him to bond with others. Conversely, he treats me relatively well, which is why we enjoy each other's company. It was surprising to realize that Karina, in her youth, possessed such a limited understanding of affection. Yet, considering their tender age of 5, it was only natural for them to be oblivious to the intricacies of emotions. In contrast, Yuma, having traversed the journey of life, was well-versed in the nuances of the world of Naruto, making his insights all the more reasonable. If you choose to disbelieve me, so be it. In time, you will see whether or not he truly has feelings for you. Regardless, my words hold little weight. Reality will ultimately reveal the truth. Such affections will inevitably surface. And when they do, the authenticity of my assertions will be unmistakably evident. At present, there is no need to rush, after all. It is merely a matter of sentiment and hardly a grave concern. Yet Karina continued to ponder. Why do I get the impression that you possess a wealth of knowledge? What gives you such confidence in this matter? You seem self-assured about everything. Do you know something I do not? You appear markedly different from others. Upon hearing this, Yuma froze. Could it be that this girl had discerned something amiss, perhaps realizing that he was not originally from this world? However, that seemed unlikely. While he might appear exceptionally capable, he hadn't been overly conspicuous in his displays. He believed he had concealed his true nature quite well. Surely, she could not have noticed. Stay calm. Remain composed. This girl might simply be speaking offhandedly. With this thought, he endeavored to maintain a relaxed expression, striving to appear unperturbed. What is there that seems out of place? I am just like everyone else. Yet, if you insist that I am different, I suppose there is some truth to that. After all, did I not struggle to gather chakra before? Now, I find myself feigning ignorance, but in truth, there is little else I can do. Such is the nature of the situation. What I express is quite the contrary. The notion that you are incapable of gathering chakra is widely recognized, and I find no peculiarity in that. What truly perplexes me is your seemingly omniscient attitude towards numerous matters, as if you possess an understanding of events that have yet to transpire. I am at a loss to articulate the reason behind this phenomenon. In summary, I simply find it rather strange. Shi Yuhong articulated the doubts that had long resided in her heart, a mystery she had always found peculiar yet struggled to convey. Now that she has vocalized her thoughts, there is a sense of relief within her, for some uncertainties ought to be expressed rather than confined within. Chapter 53. What happened to the girl? Yuma found himself at a loss for words, contemplating how to articulate his thoughts. After a moment's reflection, he replied, "Perhaps you are mistaken, as each individual's perception can vary greatly. It is not uncommon to misinterpret situations. However, he was acutely aware that a girl's intuition is often remarkably accurate. He felt certain of his own perceptions, while it was Yuma who appeared somewhat abnormal. As Yuhara put forth his reasoning, Karina furrowed her brow and interjected, "Previously, you were unaware of how to harness chakra, yet now you seem to have mastered it. The fact that you managed to defeat a member of the Uchiha clan is nothing short of astonishing. Under normal circumstances, such an outcome would be improbable." Indeed, Yuma acknowledged, under typical conditions, victory would be unattainable. Yet, against all odds, I triumphed. Perhaps this raises some eyebrows, but the reality remains irrefutable. I have been diligently striving towards improvement. And perhaps even fate has been moved by my efforts. It would be remiss of the universe to deny me the strength I seek, thus enabling my victories. Yuma was uncertain whether his casual remarks would suffice to satisfy her curiosity. Karina appeared astute. A mere offhand comment would hardly suffice. Yet, he pondered. What alternative could he offer? Speaking the truth seemed far too awkward, and he doubted anyone would believe his honesty. Conversely, perhaps withholding the truth might lead them to entertain his words? Karina gazed at him with mild astonishment, taking a moment before articulating her thoughts. Your words carry weight. I observed your dedication before, yet why were your earlier efforts not as fruitful? Have you employed some unique technique? Please, share it with me. I find myself encountering a plateau, no matter how hard I try. I cannot seem to surpass my limitations. Yohara felt a twinge of embarrassment. What was with this girl? Why was she deviating from the expected script? He struggled to formulate an appropriate response, feeling the weight of the moment. After considerable contemplation, he eventually said, I am uncertain. Perhaps it is due to my recent training sessions with Might Guy. I believe this approach has been beneficial. Unlike you, my primary focus has been on physical techniques. My chakra accumulation is rather slow compared to your proficiency with ninjutsu and genjutsu. He hoped this explanation would quell Kurenai's inquiries. For the notion of a young girl training in such a manner daily seemed rather implausible. However, to his utter surprise, she responded with unexpected enthusiasm. Engaging in martial arts, after all, can indeed enhance one's physical well-being. If it allows me to bolster my abilities even slightly, I find it quite appealing. Otherwise, starting tomorrow, I shall practice alongside both of you. Upon hearing these words, Yuzuru Hanyu was left in a state of bewilderment, his mind swirling with questions. Could this girl truly be serious? How could a young lady utter such words or entertain such notions? Surely you jest. Such activities seem far more befitting of a young man. Perhaps you should consider alternative methods of practice. Chapter 54. Together? However, upon hearing those words, the expression on Yuhi Kurenai's face fell entirely, as she cast a displeased glance at Yuma before her. I once believed you were unlike the others, but it appears you are no different from those insufferable boys. Why should being a girl be an issue? I am indeed a girl, yet girls can also become ninjas. And they can grow stronger as well. As Kurenai spoke, she placed her hands on her hips, asserting, Look at Lady Tsunade, she is incredibly formidable. I will undoubtedly become a female ninja just like her, so please do not look down on me, all right? And do not belittle any girl, if you please. Sometimes, girls can surpass you boys in strength. Although there are few female ninjas, and even fewer who grow strong, we will not allow you to slander or disdain us. Yuma, upon hearing this, felt an urge to protest. Had this girl misunderstood something? It seemed she had misconstrued his intentions. He did not intend to disparage or belittle them, merely suggesting that training for girls might necessitate a different approach, which, in his view, seemed peculiar. That is not what I meant. You have misunderstood. Yet Kurenai merely rolled her eyes in response. Starting tomorrow, I will not only practice with you, but will also invite Mitarashi Anko to join us. Mitarashi Anko? Yuma felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Was this girl jesting? In this era, there were scarcely any female ninjas, far fewer than in the time of Naruto Uzumaki. Nevertheless, there were still some girls. Notably Kurenai and Anko among this generation. A sudden headache struck him as he pondered the peculiarities of these girls. Did they find this endeavor amusing? Regardless, he realized that contemplating what to say was futile. Please, do not misconstrue my words. That was not my intention. I merely believe our training methods are more suited to boys, while girls might thrive under different training regimes. I do not look down upon you or anything of the sort. I simply feel it is not appropriate. The more he spoke, the more he feared Kurenai would take offense, exacerbating the situation. Yet he felt compelled to clarify. If he remained silent, this matter would likely be settled unfavorably. However, Kurenai appeared utterly disinclined to hear his explanation. I do not care about that. I believe girls can do what boys can do. So what? Why must certain activities be deemed suitable for boys alone? Do not assume that we girls are weak and incapable of enduring hardship. I assure you, if you can achieve it, so can we. Starting tomorrow, I will train with you. No, it will be us. Starting tomorrow? In light of this, one cannot help but wonder if Asuma Saratobi might feel a twinge of irritation. Yuma Hanyu instinctively swallowed, pondering the situation. Initially, he had intended to refrain from becoming entangled in matters of the heart. However, it appears that such sentiments are not merely at his discretion. The more he attempts to evade certain issues, the more inescapable they become. It seems that matters of affection have also woven themselves into the fabric of his life, leaving him in a state of both resignation and difficulty. Chapter 55. The argument thus, Yushinyu returned the radiant Yuhi to her abode. However, it was rather awkward. For upon arrival at her doorstep, they encountered Saratobi Asuma, who had been waiting there unbeknownst to them. This situation was undeniably uncomfortable, considering that the entire class was aware of Saratobi Asuma's affections for Yuhi, although the two had quarreled. It was certain that their discord would not extend into the following day. It is often said that couples may argue at the threshold but do not harbor grievances overnight. And it seems this young couple was no exception. While Yushinyu dismissed the matter, Sarutobi Asuma's gaze bore the intensity of a smoldering flame. "Ah, Yuki. On your first occasion of returning home without me, you have chosen another gallant protector. Do you have feelings for him?" His tone was laced with a hint of hostility. Suddenly, Yushinyu felt a pang of regret for his impulsive actions today. He was acutely aware that the two were truly in love. And yet he had intruded upon their moment. Now, given the circumstances, he feared he might be perceived as a rival vying for Sarutobi Asuma's beloved. He pondered whether additional explanations would sway Sarutobi Asuma, but ultimately decided against it, recognizing the futility of such attempts. Yuhi appeared visibly upset and began to vociferously confront Sarutobi Asuma. "Who do you think you are? On what grounds do you presume to dictate my choices? I will associate with whomever I wish, and if someone desires to accompany me, they shall do so. What business is it of yours? How dare you speak to me in such a tone, with such an attitude?" It became evident that Yushinyu would have to bear the brunt of this tumultuous situation. "What do you mean by speaking in that tone? Yuhi, who among us is aired? I simply felt a bit discontented today and did not escort you home. However, upon reflection, I realized my misstep and sought to apologize. Yet you chose to have someone else bring you home, as if my presence were inconsequential." Sarutobi Asuma appeared genuinely irate, yet Yuhi was no passive participant in this exchange. Despite her youth, she could hardly tolerate being shouted at by anyone. "What do you imply by that? Just because you did not escort me home, does it mean I am to be left vulnerable on the road? If someone else offers to rescue me and deliver me home, is that so wrong? Am I to believe that you are the sole individual permitted to remain by my side and escort me? If you are upset and refuse to bring me home, what will happen if someone else threatens my safety? Am I simply to become a victim?" At this moment, Yuzuru Yuma found himself engulfed in an overwhelming sense of awkwardness. Remaining in the vicinity felt inappropriate. Witnessing the quarrel between the young couple while being an outsider rendered him helpless, unable to mediate or intervene. Conversely, to leave would also be rather unseemly, as a small part of the discord stemmed from his presence. If he were to depart now, it would indeed seem rather unjustifiable. Thus, he was left in a state of profound embarrassment, feeling utterly at a loss for how to proceed. Chapter 56. The escalating quarrel. Yahara Yuma had never anticipated the sheer ferocity of the arguments between the childhood companions, Sunset Red and Sarutobi Asuma. In the realm of anime and manga, their relationship had always been portrayed as harmonious, exuding an impression that they would never indulge in quarrels. This led Yuma to believe that their bond would remain unblemished throughout their lives. However, such an idealistic notion seemed rather implausible, as human interactions are invariably fraught with discord. No matter how profound the affection, the absence of disputes appears utterly unrealistic. It is, therefore, only natural that disagreements arise between them, giving way to frequent altercations. Yet, Yuma had never contemplated that their conflict could somehow pertain to him, thus rendering the situation exceedingly awkward. An overwhelming desire surged within him to escape the scene, as he found the prospect of witnessing others bicker in his presence, especially when it appeared to involve him, utterly unbearable. "What do you mean by that? To you, I am no different from anyone else. Is it merely because I failed to escort you home today that you sought companionship elsewhere? If I were to cease accompanying you in the future, you would have a multitude of others by your side. So to you, I am not only comparable to others but also entirely dispensable." Sarutobi Asuma exhibited no inclination to relent before Sunset Red. In stark contrast, she merely responded with a cold laugh. "Then what purpose do you serve? If your family cannot safeguard me, why not allow another to do so? Do you presume that I am destined to wait for your protection for all eternity? If I had waited for you, I would have long since met my demise. How can you speak in such a manner? All this time, I have been silently protecting you, and now, because I failed to do so this once, you cast such aspersions upon me." Asuma felt a profound chill in his heart, for Sunset Red's words seemed to dismantle all the sacrifices he had made for her. Despite his relentless efforts to protect her, it appeared that in her eyes, none of it held any weight, overshadowed by this singular failure. It became evident that, from a woman's perspective, emotions could be rather perplexing. A lifetime of protection might be taken for granted, yet the moment one falters, The protector is deemed a villain. Their love questioned. Women, it seemed, were creatures shrouded in enigma. Asuma remained steadfast in his belief that he had committed no wrongdoing. Should a person not possess the right to express their displeasure? He was neither a dog nor a servant. Why should he suppress his emotions entirely? A man, after all, is entitled to exhibit a measure of indignation. In contemporary society, a complete absence of temper may be perceived as excessive weakness and ineptitude. How, then, can one truly claim the mantle of a man? Moreover, engaging in disputes with a woman hardly aligns with the ideals of manhood. Yet, what alternative exists? Should one simply endure bullying? Is it acceptable to be at the mercy of others' whims? To be challenged by a man permits retaliation. But to be subjected to the indignities of a woman while remaining mute and passive evokes a rather unsettling notion upon reflection. Chapter 57. The ongoing dispute. Sarutobi Asuma found himself momentarily convinced that Yuhi Kurenai was being somewhat unreasonable. Given this, he thought it best to allow her some space to regain her composure and resolved not to engage further. I have no desire to argue with you. Take some time to calm down. I shall take my leave, he stated. To everyone's astonishment, he truly intended to turn and walk away, which was quite shocking. Yuma watched the unfolding scene with disbelief, pondering whether Sarutobi Asuma could truly be so oblivious. The young woman was already upset, and here they were, embroiled in a quarrel. What harm would it do to comfort her? By choosing to leave at this moment, he was not providing her the opportunity to calm down. Rather, he was likely exacerbating her anger. Clearly, Sarutobi Asuma seemed unaware of the emotional turmoil he was causing, resolutely intent on departing. Yuma felt reluctant to intervene. Merely observing Asuma's retreating figure alongside Kurenai's tearful expression, he couldn't help but wonder how such a man could be deemed worthy of marriage. Had their relationship always been this tumultuous before his arrival? If so, what could Kurenai possibly see in him to repeatedly choose to be with someone like that? Surely, it couldn't be to this extent. For if he were truly such a man, it would be terrifying for any girl, let alone for a boy, to even contemplate. In the heat of an argument, it is imperative for a man to soothe the woman. Merely allowing her to stew in her emotions would only fuel her ire, leading to an explosive reaction rather than tranquility. Yet, it was not his place to meddle in their affairs. It would seem overly intrusive. He decided it best to simply observe quietly, for whatever transpired was none of his concern. Do you see this? He claims to be my protector, boasting of his sacrifices for me. Yet now that I am upset, he not only argues but chooses to walk away without offering any comfort. What kind of person does that? Kurenai seethed, her body trembling with anger, her chest rising and falling heavily. Yuma truly empathized with Kurenai's feelings in that moment. Perhaps he too felt a flicker of indignation. Surely, once he collected his thoughts, Asuma would return to console her. Why must they quarrel over something so trivial? If all else fails, she could simply soften her stance. After all, men often respond positively to such gestures. Regrettably, it seems that women seldom choose to relent. Some girls perceive yielding as an extraordinarily daunting endeavor. If not driven by affection, they would resolutely refuse to acquiesce, regardless of how fondly they regard the other person. I am uncertain whether Shiri Hong embodies such a girl, yet observing her ever-changing expressions evokes the notion that yielding may indeed be an implausible undertaking. Why should I submit to him? Nevertheless, Shiri Hong's visage unmistakably conveys a sense of profound vexation. It seems she harbors an overwhelming fear of yielding, vowing never to engage in such an act throughout her life. Chapter 58. The girl is not at fault as the sun dipped below the horizon. Shi Yuhong seemed to realize that perhaps she had gone too far. After a moment of silence, she spoke. In my heart, you will always hold immense significance. How could you possibly be like anyone else? What more can I say when you express such sentiments? This time, you failed to protect me, and I was nearly harmed. Do you have any idea? When you were by my side, no one dared to treat me in such a manner. Today, they saw that you were absent, and that emboldened them. Do you understand the extent of the pain I have endured in your absence? At this point, Shi Yuhong could not help but lower her head, her eyes brimming with sorrow. Perhaps you think that just because you were angry today and chose not to shield me, it is of little consequence. You believe I possess the capability to fend for myself, yet when I have grown accustomed to your protection, suddenly finding myself alone leaves me at a loss when faced with adversity. I may have the ability to defend myself, but I truly do not know how to do so without your guidance. I have indeed mastered illusions and possess commendable ninjutsu skills, yet before I could even employ them, I was already harmed. For so long, you have shielded me so effectively, and then, without warning, you declared your withdrawal of protection. How could you do this? In the beginning, you promised to stay by my side and protect me for a lifetime. Now, you simply turn your back on that vow. How can a man so easily renege on his word? Do you realize the depth of the hurt your actions have inflicted upon me? Perhaps you will never truly care. To you, it is merely a matter of anger and discontent, leading you to ignore me. You may choose to disregard me and cease your protection, but in the future, you need not concern yourself with my safety any longer. Indeed, as you mentioned, a day without your protection warrants such an attitude from me. I may be somewhat unreasonable, but the reason is simple. Even a single day without your safeguard could result in my suffering. What I require is someone who can protect me at all times, not someone who abandons me in moments of anger. At times, you might find girls particularly incomprehensible, as if they are impossible to believe. Despite all you have done for them, when you fail to meet their expectations on a single occasion, they may react with disbelief and disappointment. There are moments when you feel a deep chill in your heart, a profound discomfort, especially when the girl cannot grasp the kindness you have shown her. Yet, girls too possess their own thoughts and emotions. They are inherently fragile, delicate beings. If you continually shelter a girl and keep her close to your heart, the day you cease your protection and allow her to walk alone down her path, the pain she experiences will inevitably magnify endlessly. Indeed, even the slightest injury holds immense significance for this girl, as she has been shielded so meticulously in the past. Therefore, when you choose to protect a girl, never falter in your resolve. The moment you hesitate, all faults are magnified in her eyes, and she perceives the blame to rest solely upon you. The girl bears no fault. The entirety of the error lies with you. Such is the essence of her perspective. Chapter 59. The impossibility of surrender. Yuzuru Hanyu had long anticipated the repercussions of his words. It was his own fault for being so careless. Why did he have to bring it up? Nevertheless, the notion of persuading a girl to relent truly feels daunting. In comparison, only those girls who are adept at navigating the emotional terrain of a stoic man might yield. Although Asuma Sarutobi appears to embody the archetype of a steadfast man, Karina Yui does not strike one as the type to easily acquiesce. I simply believe that there is no need for the two of you to engage in such a fierce argument, especially considering the strength of your relationship. It seems utterly unnecessary for such a trivial matter to escalate to this extent. Is it really so difficult to offer a simple apology? After all, men tend to be sensitive about their pride. Yuzuru Hanyu genuinely empathizes with Asuma Sarutobi's sentiments. After all, he was present during their quarrel. The presence of others diminishes the likelihood of a man conceding. Men are inherently concerned with their dignity, and when their pride is at stake, they often feel as though their self-respect has been compromised. Thus, maintaining face becomes paramount, even if, at times, such pride may seem trivial compared to the risk of losing a girlfriend. But what does it matter when in the company of outsiders? The probability of a man relinquishing his pride is exceedingly slim. However, in private, a man's propensity to relent increases significantly. This is akin to the difference between domestic and public settings. Some men might implore their wives to grant them a semblance of dignity in front of friends, assuring them that they can be more accommodating at home. It suddenly strikes me that Asuma Sarutobi and Karina Yuhi might share a semblance of this dynamic. Although Asuma does present as somewhat of a stoic figure, if their relationship follows such a pattern, it indeed becomes an intriguing scenario. What is the significance of pride? Is it truly more important than my feelings? What does he mean by that? Look at his demeanor towards me just now. If he had merely soothed my feelings, would I still be in this predicament? I am aware that he came to my home today intending to reconcile, but I did not expect you to accompany him, which has understandably incensed him. I comprehend his frustration, yet if he had just taken the time to comfort me, I would have apologized. His initial attitude toward me was unwarranted. On what grounds does he expect me to yield? Why should I be the one to temper my words when he approaches me with such rigidity? Am I to be so accommodating without any regard for my own dignity? It seems that the temper of the setting sun is rather formidable. Perhaps you are unaware that the two of us have played together since childhood. Although the duration may not be extensive, we have virtually been inseparable, sharing every moment without parting. This is likely the first time we have been apart for such an extended period, and it is also the first instance of a significant quarrel between us. We have never engaged in arguments before. While I can comprehend the reasons behind our dispute, I cannot help but feel a sense of sorrow. I question why he would treat me in such a manner. Suddenly, Yujin feels utterly superfluous. It appears that the relationship between these two individuals has little to do with her. Why, then, does she concern herself with their trivial matters? It seems rather pointless. Not only is meddling in others' affairs thankless, but it can also lead to feelings of aversion. I often think that leaving at this moment would be the wisest course of action, yet it seems far from straightforward. Chapter 60. A thankless task. Yuma pondered this matter, ultimately letting out a resigned sigh. "What do you intend to do?" he queried. "You two are at odds over such trivial matters. One has already walked away. If neither of you concedes, will you continue this frigid stalemate indefinitely? You will invariably discover that one of the most dreadful phenomena in this world is the silent treatment. Should you choose to engage in such an impasse, it is highly probable that you will cease to communicate entirely, and thus your lives shall remain forever altered. This is what is commonly referred to as emotional coldness. If the bond shared between two individuals is not truly unbreakable, then such coldness serves as the precursor to the dissolution of their relationship. Although it remains uncertain whether Yuhi Kurenai and Asuma Saratobi would succumb to this fate, under normal circumstances, it seems unlikely, for their relationship has always flourished. Nevertheless, one can never be entirely certain. What if their connection were to falter due to emotional detachment? That would indeed be a lamentable outcome. Considering their relationship has always been vibrant, and there is no justifiable reason to let it unravel over such trivialities. Thus, one can only hope they do not allow themselves to drift apart. While some matters cannot be definitively resolved, they remain beyond my concern. Reflecting on the manga and anime, I have often thought that the most enviable couples are those who start off together, such as Asuma and Kurenai. Their eventual separation due to Asuma's mission-related demise left many hearts heavy with sorrow. Nonetheless, in the beginning, their affection was undeniably sweet. They are, after all, among the earliest couples in Naruto, and many have offered their support for this pair. Asuma, scion of the Saratobi clan and son of the third Hokage, represents a noble lineage, while Kurenai, despite her humble origins, stands as one of the most beautiful kunoichi of her generation. One boasts a prestigious family background, while the other possesses striking beauty, rendering them a couple that evokes envy. It seems that for a woman of Kurenai's allure, few would be deemed worthy if not for Asuma. Yet, despite their supposed unassailable bond, their relationship has taken a turn for the worse. Yuma found himself musing once more. Could this predicament somehow involve him? Under normal circumstances, it should not be the case. He ought to remain uninvolved. However, upon further reflection, had he not returned that girl, perhaps none of this would have transpired. In light of this incident, a definitive lesson emerges. It is prudent to refrain from meddling in matters that do not concern oneself, for intruding in such affairs can yield dire consequences. A truly daunting prospect. Henceforth, regardless of what transpires, it is best to maintain a respectful distance from others' affairs. Yuma quietly reassured himself that from now on, he would strive to be an ordinary person. When confronted with matters that required unnecessary meddling, he would maintain a respectful distance. For it was far better to keep away than to become entangled. After all, the consequences of his interference could be quite daunting. Take, for instance, the current quarrel between two individuals. Should the blame fall upon him, he would find it impossible to extricate himself from the situation, as a small part of the discord undeniably stemmed from his involvement. Chapter 61. No longer interfering yet, Shiri Hong merely rolled her eyes. If he truly intended to persist in this silent standoff, it mattered little to me. What difference did it make? After all, I would never be the one to capitulate first. Why should I? I had done nothing wrong. This entire situation stemmed from his initial fault. This man was exceedingly petty. How could there exist such a narrow-minded individual in this world? Regardless, I would be displeased. Why should he dictate how things should unfold? In my realm, there were no endless negotiations or compromises. He could not expect me to indulge him. What kind of grown man engages in such petulance with someone like me? Nevertheless, I must acknowledge that Shiri Hong possessed a commendable perspective on life. There are indeed girls who, enamored by a boy, excessively indulge him, acquiescing to his every whim, be it financial demands or other desires. Such girls often exhibit a warped sense of values. While they may profess affection, it is not genuine. In contrast, the girl before me demonstrated a sound moral compass, which is truly praiseworthy. After all, for a young woman, the most significant attribute is not her beauty, wealth, or strength, but rather her integrity and principles. As long as one's values remain intact, life's complexities will not be overly burdensome. This is an essential truth. Yet not everyone can cultivate such qualities. Take the girl before me, who, despite her seemingly upright values, might eventually realize that she would have preferred to maintain a good relationship with Asuma Saratobi. One might wonder why. Perhaps it is because he ultimately met his demise on the battlefield, prompting reflections on their past conflicts. Why, she might ponder, did she ever quarrel with him? If fate granted her another chance, she would vow never to argue with him again. However, such thoughts are now mere remnants of the past, as the disputes have already transpired. Sometimes, regret arrives too late. It is my fervent hope that they reconcile sooner rather than later, for their time together appears limited. Ultimately, Asuma Saratobi would perish in combat, a daunting prospect, albeit one set in the distant future. Yet, I still wish for them to cherish the fleeting moments they share. For such times are precious and rare. If they fail to appreciate these days, they will later realize how beautiful those moments once were. Truly, if one understands that a man's life is finite, one would yearn for a life filled with joy by his side, devoid of any desire for conflict. However, of course, although one might claim to have traversed through time, such matters must remain unspoken. After all, articulating them could potentially alter the very fabric of this world. While it is true that one possesses the ability to instigate change, it is prudent to refrain from doing so in the present moment. Certain occurrences, after all, are fated. If a mere phrase or two were to provoke a cascade of transformations, it would indeed be inappropriate. Therefore, it is wise to avoid engaging in such actions whenever possible. Chapter 62. Reconcile quickly. Yuzuru Hanyu does not entirely dismiss the sentiment expressed by Akane, yet he cannot help but feel a tinge of helplessness. After all, under such circumstances, anyone would choose to understand. However, understanding aside, he fervently wishes that the two of them could swiftly mend their relationship. Their bond has always been profound, and it seems unnecessary for it to be marred by trivial matters. Perhaps they are still mere children, students engrossed in their studies, and thus possess limited comprehension of the complexities of love. They merely perceive their connection as one born from mutual affection. Yet, this is solely their perspective. Others observe the vivid narratives of manga and anime unfolding into reality, leading to a sudden realization that emotions are indeed intricate and precious. Therefore, regardless of the reasons or circumstances, one can only hope that their relationship does not devolve into its current state. It is a desire for all feelings to remain as pure as they once were, to not forget their initial intentions, for the essence of those intentions is paramount. It appears that Akane may be on the verge of forgetting her original sentiments. If she could retain them, that would indeed be the ideal scenario. The so-called initial intention does not merely reflect how well they got along at the outset. Rather, it signifies that no matter how much they may argue, their bond remains intact. This, indeed, is the most crucial aspect of their connection. Thus, he earnestly hopes they can reconcile and return to their former selves. Even if one expresses reluctance to soften their stance, it is vital to recognize that perpetual conflict is not sustainable. Continuing the Cold War will undoubtedly affect their relationship. Therefore, during their next encounter, there is no need to concede. A simple word will suffice. Surely, he is not the type to hold grudges. Truth be told, Yuzuru harbors no ulterior motives. He merely wishes for them to cease their quarrels, believing that would be the best outcome. Although he is uncertain whether they will heed his thoughts and truly reconcile, he often finds himself engulfed in sadness. He reflects on his own situation, noting the scarcity of time to cultivate his strength, burdened with numerous responsibilities, while also feeling compelled to tend to the emotional turmoil of others. Such matters of the heart leave him with a throbbing headache. Yet, he feels an inexplicable obligation, as even the slightest connection makes him ponder whether he bears any blame. The weight of neglecting these issues seems to rest solely upon his shoulders. Meanwhile, Akane merely rolls her eyes in response. Why should I take the initiative to speak with him? If he does not approach me next time we meet, so be it. From that point on, we shall no longer communicate with one another. After all, I am not at fault. The blame lies squarely with him. Even though it takes two to tango, it is undoubtedly he who is more in the wrong. Why must I be the one to make the first move? Why should I be expected to bear the burden of initiating or to exhibit humility first? Chapter 63. Who will yield first? Yuzuru Hanyu felt a tinge of helplessness. For if merely uttering a few words could be deemed an act of capitulation, it left one at a loss for words. Nevertheless, it is prudent to disregard the thoughts of others. Their opinions are their own, while one's own thoughts are distinctly personal. It is only natural for these perspectives to diverge. After all, it is unlikely that everyone shares identical sentiments. Many desire to persuade, yet remain uncertain on how to articulate their intentions. If the two of you continue down this path, do you truly believe you can find contentment? Or do you genuinely intend to persist in this manner? Surely, this is not your desire. It is not merely an understanding of Hinata's feelings, but rather a profound comprehension of a young woman's emotions. A girl may outwardly appear indifferent and seemingly irate, giving the impression that no amount of coaxing will suffice. However, if one attempts to console her, one may soon find her placated. Thus, it can be said that at times, girls are remarkably easy to appease. One simply must refrain from viewing them as exceptionally difficult beings. What they truly seek is a measure of comfort and a sincere heart. Yet, there are some who perceive things differently, believing that girls do not require consolation or any form of reassurance, dismissing their feelings as trivial. Such individuals are indeed deserving of reprimand. Moreover, such people are not uncommon in this world. While it is uncertain if Asuma Sarutobi fits this mold, it is evident that in the realm of reality, such individuals are abundant, if not the majority. Should Asuma be one of them, the prospects for reconciliation between the two would indeed appear bleak. Perhaps this is why Yuzuru Hanyu felt a surge of anxiety. Observing Hinata's increasingly peculiar expressions, he ultimately exhaled a sigh. He resolved to defer this matter for another day. Today, he did not wish to dwell on it. After all, pondering alone proved futile. As the other party seemingly had no intention of acknowledging the situation, it felt rather foolish for him to be consumed by worry. At times, girls can be prone to overthinking. Though they may claim to have dismissed their concerns, they are often the very ones who ruminate the most. Hinata's words revealed that she was indeed troubled, albeit unwilling to voice it. Perhaps she had already expressed her sentiments in her own way, albeit in a manner that some blunt individuals might fail to comprehend. Yet, Yuzuru was perceptive enough to understand, regardless of whether my past self was a staunchly masculine man. One of those individuals whom women particularly detest, oblivious to the world around him and convinced of his own perfection, my character has undoubtedly evolved significantly after enduring numerous experiences. It is safe to assert that I am no longer that rigid archetype of masculinity. In fact, this transformation is remarkably significant. Not embodying the traits of a stereotypical ironclad man is truly of utmost importance. At times, such inflexible masculinity can be profoundly off-putting. Yet articulating the reasons behind the widespread aversion to such individuals can be challenging. Is it not simply this very disposition that leads to their unpopularity? Chapter 64. The annoying steel-minded man-boys can often be quite perplexing. Do not rush. Perhaps she will return to apologize once she has had time to reflect. Patience is merely a matter of waiting a little longer. If you become anxious, it will only complicate matters further. While Yuzuru Yuma occasionally possesses a profound understanding of the emotions of these young women, there are moments when he finds it utterly incomprehensible. Why is that? It seems that if these girls could just grasp the perspectives of the boys even slightly, many issues could be resolved harmoniously. Yet, due to their lack of understanding of the boys' thoughts, they often find these steel-minded men to be quite vexatious and bothersome, leading to feelings of discontent. However, boys tend to be straightforward and somewhat rough around the edges. It is essential to recognize that once a boy processes a situation, he will eventually come around. No one can guarantee that a boy's reaction will be instantaneous, as such expectations are unrealistic. Therefore, a little patience and waiting does not seem unreasonable. Yet, some girls are unwilling to embrace this approach, resulting in unfortunate outcomes that cannot be blamed on anyone. In this world, A single hand cannot clap alone. Many situations arise from mutual causes and effects. Both parties bear responsibility, yours and theirs alike, leading to the current predicament. It is imprudent to assume that all faults lie solely with others. Even if such an assumption were possible, one should not indulge in self-righteousness. For if one were truly so naive, the repercussions would be rather daunting. Now, let us not dwell on these trivial matters any longer. All boys are alike, always defending one another. Reflect on how he treated you earlier. Do you find it amusing to speak on his behalf? The frightening aspect for girls lies in their uncanny ability to pivot from one topic to another with remarkable ease, a skill that is sometimes hard to admire. However, whether one admires it or not, the matter at hand has ceased to hold Yuma's interest, although he still harbors thoughts on the issue. Particularly regarding Asuma Saratobi's less-than-pleasant demeanor, he contemplates that it stems from a place of affection for Hinata. After all, they are classmates. What does it matter if his attitude is a bit brusque? Boys typically grow closer through playful banter, so Yuma is not particularly concerned. Moreover, this situation hardly qualifies as a significant issue. If a boy were to nitpick every little detail, it would indeed be rather unreasonable. If you were a girl, you would undoubtedly care about another person's attitude towards you. However, as a boy, how can you be so concerned about the opinions that others hold? Whether they are favorable or unfavorable, the things you say might invite ridicule. As it is generally expected that a boy should not be overly preoccupied with such matters of attitude. In such circumstances, it indeed evokes a sense of amusement at your expense. Chapter 65. Do not always be so calculative even if you do not keep score. Do you truly believe your actions are justified? Look at her. How outrageous. It is not just me she treats this way. She extends this behavior to you and to everyone else. As Zyrong articulated this, her tone revealed that she had long been yearning to express her thoughts on the matter, yet found it difficult to articulate. You see, we have been childhood friends, often playing together for an extended period. Although we do not live far apart, we always tackle issues together, believing that neither of us is more important than the other. While it is true that having many friends is desirable, I hold that he remains my most significant companion. I am uncertain if he feels the same, yet I believe he does, for our bond has been quite strong. I trust it is not merely my one-sided affection. Even in light of recent events, I still choose to believe in our connection. Given that we have maintained a commendable relationship, if I were to regard someone else as more significant over such trivial matters, it would be unreasonable. I do not think I could ever do that, nor would he. Thus, our feelings for one another have always been indisputable. However, I must refrain from making absolute assertions about the quality of our relationship. To be candid, I cannot be entirely certain. As some issues are far more complex than they appear, I find his character difficult to understand at times. There are aspects of his personality I genuinely dislike. It is not that I harbor any deep-seated hatred. I enjoy our time together immensely. Yet, he possesses a rather rigid demeanor, often believing he is infallible. You must acknowledge that no one is perfect. It is impossible for everyone to always be right. He certainly has his faults, yet he refuses to acknowledge them, which I find particularly frustrating. However, despite my annoyance, I feel powerless, as a strong bond should withstand such grievances. Even if I were to express my discontent, I believe our relationship would endure, for it is essential not to let trivial matters drive a wedge between us. After all, I cannot allow minor issues to jeopardize our friendship, nor can I simply ignore him. However, should I engage with him, his temperament becomes exceedingly irksome, to the extent of being profoundly irritating. I find myself utterly powerless in such situations. At times, these circumstances evoke a sense of melancholy, yet I remain helpless to alter them. Nevertheless, today marks the anniversary of our acquaintance, and for the first time, I have expressed such considerable frustration, and he has, too. I surmise that even if we were to avoid conflict today, the possibility of future disputes remains, for there are inherent incompatibilities between us. Until now, there merely lacked a catalyst, and you have served as that very spark. Thus, there is no need for excessive self-reproach. It truly is of no consequence. Chapter 66. The so-called catalyst Yuma found himself in an awkward predicament, pondering the very essence of the term catalyst. It was evident to him that the catalyst represented a situation where two individuals need not engage in conflict. Of course, All the accumulated tensions and suppressed grievances had to erupt eventually, and this was merely the proverbial last straw that broke the camel's back in their relationship. Nevertheless, even with this understanding, he felt profoundly out of place, as he had not intended to become this catalyst. The irony of his newfound role left him feeling quite uncomfortable. Even if Akira claimed not to blame Yahara, could it be assumed that others felt the same? If others harbored different sentiments, then the situation would indeed become more awkward. They might say, what does he even represent? Just a trifling factor in their relationship. Why did they argue? It's all because of him. Isn't it? Doesn't he have a shred of awareness? Despite everything, he still believes he bears no responsibility. Such remarks would be difficult to refute, as they bore a semblance of truth. Thus, there are times when one should strive to avoid becoming the catalyst, for once you are ensnared in that role, the consequences can be dire. One might wish for a different outcome, yet the reality remains unchanged. One cannot simply dictate the terms of existence. If it were possible, he mused, he would not have accompanied them home today. Their quarrel did not warrant such severity, yet his presence had inadvertently escalated matters. Even if they verbally absolved him of blame, he could not shake the discomfort in his heart, knowing he had unwittingly ignited the spark. In light of the current situation, he felt the weight of collective blame resting upon him. Even if they insisted on not blaming him, it mattered little. His happiness was overshadowed by the awareness that he indeed bore some culpability. Therefore, he felt compelled to utter an apology, not only to Akira, but also to Asuma. It was paramount for the two of them to maintain their harmony, regardless of whether the strife stemmed from him or any other circumstance. Arguing was entirely unnecessary. Why engage in such discord? The essence of life lies in cherishing each day together. This principle is universally understood, yet comprehension does not always translate into action. Often, one may grasp the reasoning, but finds themselves unable to manifest it in reality. The reasons for this are, alas, quite simple. While the truth is universally acknowledged, how many possess the fortitude to act upon it? The setting sun let out a sigh. There is no need for you to apologize, regardless of the circumstances. I extend my gratitude to you for today. As for what lies ahead, you need not burden yourself any further. Whatever transpires is simply the natural course of events, and thus, you need not concern yourself with this matter any longer. Let us entrust everything to the two of us. It is, after all, a matter that pertains solely to us, so please refrain from intervening. Chapter 67. Matters between two people. Yuma initially intended to articulate further thoughts, but after a moment of contemplation, he recognized that Akatsuki had already expressed the essence of the matter, deeming it a private affair between two individuals. To say more would be rather inappropriate. Moreover, no amount of words could alter the existing situation. The reality had already unfolded in such a manner that any further discourse seemed futile. Thus, apart from the option of acceptance, what other recourse remained? In light of this, he resolved to refrain from further dialogue. He mentioned that he ought to return home early and urged the other to rest well. Should any matters arise, he encouraged them to share, assuring that he would endeavor to assist in any way possible. Although Yuma had no desire to meddle in others' romantic entanglements, he nonetheless cherished the hope of forging new friendships, for there is no fault in seeking companionship. It is true that such friendships may come with their own complexities, yet that should not deter one from pursuing them. Ultimately, the manner in which friendships are formed is of little consequence as long as they blossom. Admittedly, navigating friendships with couples can be rather awkward. However, what choice does one have? Ideally, one could cultivate a bond with both individuals, which would be the most favorable outcome. Yet, this is a challenging endeavor. Establishing a rapport with a male friend is relatively straightforward, assuming he is not an unyielding type like Saratobi Asuma. Yet, what of the camaraderie between males? Such concerns seem trivial compared to the necessity of fostering a good relationship with a female friend's boyfriend. Without a solid rapport with him, how can one hope to befriend the girl without arousing suspicion? After all, many boys are particularly protective of their girlfriends and wary of their interactions with other males. Some boys can be quite possessive. A mere conversation with another male might provoke jealousy. While such feelings may seem unwarranted, it is not always a matter of one's perception dictating reality. Many situations defy personal understanding, yet they occur nonetheless. One can only wonder what to do about it. At this moment, Yuma felt an overwhelming sense of perplexity regarding his position concerning the couple. Should he prioritize establishing a good relationship with Sarutobi Asuma before considering how to connect with Akatsuki? It appeared that, relatively speaking, girls might be more amenable. And once he understood the dynamics with the boy, the situation with the girl could be managed accordingly. If a young boy continues to struggle with understanding, then the situation is undoubtedly more complex than it appears. Therefore, the most crucial task at present is to foster a positive relationship with the young boys. However, it seems rather daunting, as their current perception of one another is far from favorable. Consequently, the journey ahead may prove to be quite challenging. Yet, it appears that progress must be made gradually, as there are no alternative solutions. Such matters are not as straightforward as engaging in physical altercations. Thus, apart from choosing to accept the circumstances, one must also embrace reality. After all, who can truly predict the intricacies of forming friendships? Chapter 68. The matter of making friends, I understand. You should head back early as well. However, the mood of Ziyahong did not seem particularly bright. After all, for any girl, feeling good after a quarrel with her boyfriend would be rather unusual. Yuzha nodded and uttered his final words. Regardless, do not dwell too much. Everything will unfold naturally, and there will eventually be a favorable outcome. Worrying excessively serves no purpose. Upon hearing this, Ziyahong merely smiled faintly. Whether the outcome is good or bad, I cannot say. What I do know is that all of this is the result of my own making. It is no great matter. After all, everything will gradually improve, just as you said. This time, I shall choose to believe. It is merely a choice to believe. What is the significance? Life offers numerous choices, and one may make many mistakes, but if at least one is right, perhaps life can still hold meaning. Yuzha did not respond this time, but he nodded seriously, gazing at the girl before him. He comprehended the endings for each individual present, be they good, bad, or terrible. Each outcome flitted through his mind, leaving him to wonder if his presence might alter anything. If it were possible, he hoped that none of them would have to endure such conclusions anymore. Perhaps others might have favorable endings, yet this couple's fate was less than fortunate. He wished to change that, at the very least to ensure that the man does not perish. In that case, they might still have a happy family. The importance of a blissful family cannot be understated. You may struggle to understand how that equates to happiness, yet when you have never experienced a truly happy family, you suddenly realize how vital it is. Initially, you may not perceive its significance, but as time passes and you possess less and less, your desires diminish. Perhaps at first, Ziyahong thought, how could such a man exist, quarreling with him, or what not? Had she known that Sarutobi Asuma would pass away so soon, she would have cherished everything dearly. Thus, humans are often foolish. When you have the chance to cherish everything, you fail to do so. And only when all is lost do you comprehend the essence of cherishing. Nevertheless, these individuals could never foresee their fates, and thus they would remain oblivious to the ultimate outcomes. Such choices are entirely understandable, yet it is a pity, indeed. Nonetheless, in the end, I could only feel a profound sense of regret. Apart from that, there was little else to be felt. After Yuzuru Hanyu departed, I found myself pondering an array of thoughts on my way home, contemplating numerous matters. It was precisely because my mind was wandering in an almost ethereal manner that I failed to anticipate the explosive arrival of events. Yet, I managed to evade them. Chapter 69. Let us fight. Yuma gazed in astonishment at the area behind him that had just erupted in an explosion, only to turn around and find none other than Asuma Sarutobi responsible. His initial reaction was one of disbelief, but it was swiftly followed by a grudging acceptance. It was only natural for a man to fight over a woman, was it not? What are you doing? Yuma questioned, though internally, he grappled with a sense of understanding. On the surface, however, he felt a pang of disquiet. How could they engage in such reckless behavior? The explosive tags were perilous instruments, and they were merely children in their teens. Even if he were the son of the third Hokage, Asuma's actions seemed excessively audacious. Is there something wrong? Is the Hokage's son entitled to act with impunity? He pondered. Indeed, if the confrontation escalated and he were to fall, it was likely that Asuma would remain unscathed, simply because of his lineage. After all, he was the son of the Hokage. Even if he did not possess the same notoriety as Boruto, the son of Naruto, he still held a certain privilege in this era. Regardless, Asuma was a prominent figure, and in the hierarchy of Konoha, it was evident whom they would ultimately favor. The disparity was glaring, leaving Yahara with a sense of resignation. This village was indeed daunting. If he were to be injured in this encounter, it would be a futile suffering. What am I doing? Asuma Saratobi retorted dismissively. You need not concern yourself with my actions, especially since you already comprehend my motives. With a mere flick of his wrist, he sent 2 kunai flying through the air, subsequently retrieving his favored weapon from his pouch. It became clear that Asuma had been training with this weapon since his school days, explaining his persistent reliance on it. Yuma stepped back, managing to evade the 2 kunai. Is there no way to resolve this through conversation? Must we resort to violence? He lamented. At times, he truly could not fathom why these individuals could not simply discuss matters peacefully. Engaging in combat drained their chakra and energy. It seemed utterly unnecessary. If it were merely a friendly sparring match, it would be more acceptable, as it could enhance his abilities. Yet, it was evident that their intentions were far from amicable. They seemed intent on causing him harm. Asuma, however, merely scoffed. For the woman I cherish, it would be no surprise if I were to kill you today. Is there anything more to discuss? I believe you are mistaken, Yahara interjected. I have no relationship with Yuhi Kurenai. Today, as she mentioned, I am simply escorting her home. You two are the pair. Do not drag me into this. It is not due to cowardice, but rather a belief that certain matters warrant clarification. Without such elucidation, it could potentially jeopardize the bond between 2 individuals, a connection that has flourished since childhood and ultimately culminated in familial ties. It would be utterly unnecessary for me, an inconsequential figure, to disrupt the essence of their relationship. Such an act would not only be unwarranted but would also leave me with a sense of unease. For this is a profoundly genuine affection. One cannot allow any circumstance to obliterate such a cherished connection, rendering it but a fleeting memory. Chapter 70. Reluctance to accept the truth, however. To Saratobi Asuma, these words merely sounded like excuses, unbefitting of a man. He tightened his grip on his weapon once more. How could you utter such words and still consider yourself a man? A true man stands by his actions and must bear all responsibilities and consequences. What is this current attempt to evade responsibility? Do you truly believe I would accept your words? What kind of girl is Yugal? Am I not well acquainted with her? Having spent so long together, sharing both day and night, I am confident that no one knows her better than I do. Every word you utter now rings hollow to me, akin to the barking of a dog. There is no need for you to deflect blame here. It only reinforces my perception of you as weak and contemptible. Yet, it appears that Saratobi Asuma possesses a rather volatile temperament. No matter how one might explain, he seems unwilling to accept the truth. Perhaps this is quite normal. In matters concerning Yugao, it is unlikely he could remain calm. After all, everyone has someone they deeply care for, and it is precisely this affection that transforms every related incident into something of paramount importance. There is nothing inherently wrong with this. Not all situations warrant the same response, and at times, such emotions are deserving of understanding. I am not weak or inept, even if you refuse to believe my words. I must convey the facts and the truth to you. I do not wish for any misunderstandings between the two of you due to me. While I could engage you in combat, I find it entirely unnecessary. We are classmates, after all. I recognize your feelings for Yugao, but so what? My relationship with her is merely that of classmates. The truth is, I only escorted her home after witnessing her being bullied. It is as simple as that, nothing more. Regardless of your belief, I must share this with you. Yuma certainly harbored no fear regarding a duel with Saratobi Asuma. After all, he had previously faced members of the Uchiha clan without defeat, so what was there to fear from an ordinary child? Although Saratobi Asuma would grow to be formidable. In the early stages of Naruto, his abilities remained to be assessed. Thus, there was no tension. Even if this individual were powerful, it mattered not. In comparison, his own abilities would surely surpass those of the person before him. It was not fear, but rather a desire for clarity among classmates that motivated him. Having expressed all that needed to be articulated, I sincerely hope that the two individuals can reconcile and restore their relationship to its former state, resolving this misunderstanding. That is all I desire. There is nothing of great magnitude beyond this. Although such matters may appear straightforward, they are often far more complex than they seem. presenting challenges that are not easily surmountable. Yet, some situations simply adhere to this principle. What recourse do we truly possess? Nevertheless, it seems that Asuma Saratobi is genuinely reluctant to accept this reality, wearing an expression of disbelief. Chapter 71. No longer interfering. Yujin Yuhara felt particularly innocent. Yet the man before him seemed utterly unwilling to accept his intentions. Although he could somewhat empathize with that sentiment, understanding did not alleviate his sense of helplessness. His actions, motivated by goodwill, had ultimately resulted in an ungrateful situation. He resolved that, regardless of what transpired in the future, he would refrain from meddling in others' affairs. Interfering would only lead to personal detriment. His earlier intentions had been well-meaning, but witnessing events unfold without intervention weighed heavily on his conscience. Yet now, it seemed wiser to allow his conscience to bear the burden rather than involve himself in trivial matters. Once engaged, he might truly find himself regretting the decision. After all, some matters defied clear explanation, and the unpredictable consequences rendered them perplexing. Did he truly believe that he would be swayed by mere words? Even if the claims were factual, what difference would it make? He simply could not abide the thought of another man being so close to Shihong. That girl could only ever belong to him in this lifetime. Anyone else was simply unacceptable. Thus, he refused to be persuaded by the so-called truths presented to him. Nor would he easily pardon such transgressions. What right did anyone have to approach his beloved? Even if there were no ill intentions, he could not tolerate it. He could not allow even a grain of sand in his eye. In front of that girl, he had restrained himself, hoping to shield her from the brutality of their reality. But now, as he awaited the confrontation, he wondered if he would truly let this man off the hook. Absolutely not. With that, Asuma Saratobi decided he could no longer remain passive. He charged forward. Yuhara, feeling a sense of futility, pondered what this all meant. They had scarcely traversed time together for a few days, and he was merely 5 years old, yet he found himself embroiled in conflict daily. He could not fathom what he had done to provoke such animosity. Perhaps it was simply the nature of the strong to incite jealousy. The phrase "heaven envies the gifted" seemed to resonate here. Each of these individuals appeared to disdain him, seemingly threatened by his formidable abilities. Such thoughts were unnecessary. His previous meddling had brought about these troubles. Had he foreseen these outcomes, he would have resolutely chosen to abstain from interfering in the future. The implications were far too daunting to contemplate. He decided that, henceforth, he would refrain from such involvement. However, that is merely a matter for the future. The current situation appears to demand attention. One cannot simply turn a blind eye to it. Yet, if things continue in this manner, can one truly effect any change? It seems far from simple. Thus, one cannot help but furrow their brow in concern. What course of action should be taken? The more one ponders, the more helpless one feels. If one were to truly harm Asuma Saratobi, it would not be a trivial matter. For this man does not engage in combat with intent to harm. However, if one refrains from retaliating, can one genuinely avert such injury? Chapter 72. The terrifying man to adopt a stance of defense rather than offense is not a sign of disrespect towards others, but rather a personal means of safeguarding oneself. Particularly when there is no necessity to engage in conflict with this man. Unlike the previous encounters with Saratobi Asuma, it is evident that he has become overly impulsive. If his words cannot calm him, then it is prudent to avoid a duel altogether. After all, there appears to be no alternative but to proceed in this manner. When Saratobi Asuma charged forward, he was taken aback to find that the man before him did not evade his attack. Their youth afforded them a certain leniency. Minor skirmishes among children are often inconsequential. However, the presence of weapons instills a sense of dread, which is why the implements they wield are fashioned from wood. Yet, even wooden weapons can inflict harm. Regardless of their material, they remain instruments of potential injury, and the tender skin of children is susceptible to damage. A fact that cannot be dismissed lightly. In stark contrast, Yuzin Yuta exhibited no intention of taking the matter seriously. He stood his ground, refusing to dodge, which elicited a sense of dread even in Saratobi Asuma. In truth, within their class, they were all relatively familiar with one another, aware of each other's personalities and abilities. Most of the time, there was a general understanding of one another's capabilities, if not an absolute clarity. Thus, when attacking, they would often draw upon their knowledge of each other's tendencies. However, The altercation was merely a trivial dispute instigated by a girl, rendering Sarutobi Asuma's aggression unnecessary. His actions were simply an outlet for his pent-up frustration, an act driven by his own irritation. As using Yuta observed Asuma's impending strike, he enveloped himself in chakra in that fleeting moment. Even with an indestructible form, one cannot continually endure harm, as pain is an undeniable reality. Although his body may remain unscathed, the sensation of pain is intolerable. Even from a wooden weapon, a strike can still be quite painful. Thus, it is wise to avoid such encounters whenever possible. Consequently, at the very instant Sarutobi Asuma launched his attack, he found himself repelled, standing in shock before the man before him. Due to their lineage from the Sarutobi clan, this individual garnered considerable attention within the class, possessing capabilities that could be deemed above average. While not the strongest, they certainly were far from the weakest, likely positioned within the upper echelon of abilities. No one dared to bully this person, nor did they speak ill of them, for it was well known that Asuma Sarutobi and Kurenai Yuhi were inseparable companions. The two were always together. One could hardly contend with one, let alone two. Engaging with one was a formidable challenge, and the thought of facing both was daunting. Thus, everyone adopted a strategy of avoidance, steering clear of any confrontation with the pair, fearful of the repercussions should they provoke them. An incident had previously occurred that served as a stark reminder for all. Chapter 73. Unable to confront two individuals. Do you recall that time when the two of them, much like now, were inseparable, akin to conjoined twins? Yet, there were those peculiar, unconventional souls who looked down upon their bond. Perhaps it was because of Yuhi Kurenai's striking beauty in her youth, always preferring the company of Asuma Sarutobi over others. Consequently, some admirers of Kurenai attempted to claim her attention for themselves. Though they were merely children, they had already grasped the complexities of such interactions. Thus, a few unruly classmates endeavored to separate the two, attempting various means to do so. Naturally, the outcome was dire, as separating them was no easy feat. Those individuals exhausted every possible method yet failed to achieve their aim, ultimately resorting to a direct confrontation. If they could not easily part the two, they would rather engage in a fight. Should Asuma Sarutobi lose, Kurenai would be theirs. However, it was a terrifying prospect. For how could Kurenai allow Asuma to face them alone? She resorted to genjutsu, ensnaring the three for an entire day. Not only that, while they were ensnared, Asuma inflicted injuries upon them. This hardly constituted a sneak attack, since they had instigated the situation. Moreover, being men, it was hardly a matter of shame. Consequently, no one dared to provoke the pair again. The duo had always exhibited remarkable synergy, each holding great significance for the other. No one would dare to jest with their relationship, for to do so would be a grave error. Anyone who trifled with their bond would be deemed exceedingly audacious, perhaps even reckless. Such matters were not mere idle threats. The potential for consequences was all too real. Thus, as time passed, everyone kept their distance from the two, recognizing that it was wiser to avoid confrontation. Eventually, they came to be perceived as a couple, as they were always seen together. No one cared to question their relationship. If it displeased anyone, they simply chose not to look. Out of sight, out of mind, such was the prevailing sentiment, and no one felt compelled to witness their interactions. Yet, unexpectedly, one found themselves embroiled in the complexities of their romantic entanglements. Yubing Yujin suddenly realized the terrifying nature of meddling in affairs that do not concern oneself. If possible, he resolved never to interfere again, for such matters were far from simple and could not be dismissed lightly. The prospect of further meddling was indeed daunting. Thus, he firmly vowed to refrain from needless involvement in the future, recognizing that such declarations were not to be made lightly. Yuzuru Hanyu is filled with profound regret for meddling in matters that did not concern him. However, now that the situation has unfolded, it appears there is no way to alter the course of events. The foremost priority now is to devise a strategy to confront Sarutobi and Asuma. Other matters seem trivial in comparison. After all, if this situation were to escalate into a brutal conflict, it would be utterly unnecessary. They are not only classmates, but he is also the son of the Hokage, a fact of great significance. Chapter 74. Disrespect and disregard. Yujin Yuhua was acutely aware that he was in the presence of the Hokage's son. and the treatment he received was undoubtedly worlds apart from his own. In contrast, should a member of the Uchiha clan become involved, one could only speculate who this group would side with in the event of a conflict. Such was the current state of affairs in Konoha village. Nevertheless, Yuwa's decision to adopt a defensive stance rather than engage in combat ultimately provoked Asuma Sarutobi sire. Asuma, possessing a considerable degree of confidence in his own abilities, considered himself at least above average. Under normal circumstances, being met with such passive resistance from an adversary would surely evoke a sense of disrespect. After all, anyone who feels disrespected by their opponent is bound to experience frustration, as it undermines their own competence and recognition. What is this? I formally challenge you to a duel. Why do you merely defend? Yuhua found himself pondering the sanity of his peers. Instead of engaging in such trivial pursuits, they could be honing their skills. What was the necessity for a duel over a girl? Moreover, this situation was hardly of his making, and the air of mystery surrounding it was utterly perplexing. The grandiosity of the affair was equally bewildering. What would others think? These youths seemed to have little else to occupy their time aside from brawling. While it is not uncommon for boys to engage in such skirmishes, Yuhua himself held no fondness for fighting. He believed there was no need for confrontation. If they insisted on attacking him, he could only respond with defense, for he saw no justification in accepting their challenge or retaliating. Yuhua maintained that his actions were devoid of fault. Rather, it was the individual before him who seemed to be acting irrationally, insistent on a duel and conjuring unnecessary theatrics, leaving Yuhua bewildered about their thought process. It was evident that this fervor stemmed from a deep affection for a girl, but such behavior was unwarranted. At times, understanding these individuals was exceedingly difficult. Do you not realize this is a sign of disrespect towards your opponent? Do you believe my attacks are beneath your notice? That your defenses can withstand all my strikes? Asuma appeared particularly incensed, as the sensation of being disrespected was hardly pleasant. It was impossible not to feel angered. Yet it seemed there was no way to alter the prevailing circumstances. That is not my intention. I harbor no disrespect towards you. I recognize your strength. I merely feel that there is no need for us to engage in this conflict. Have you not absorbed any of what I have conveyed? I truly believe it is unnecessary. Yuzuru Hanyu not only finds it superfluous, but also considers it somewhat of a time waster. However, the boy before him seems utterly oblivious, displaying a countenance akin to one who has just consumed something distasteful, brimming with ire regardless of what is articulated. It appears he is intent on engaging in conflict. The youth of today possess an obstinate disposition, akin to a stubborn mule, impervious to reason. No matter how one tries to convey their thoughts, he remains unyielding, steadfast in his own beliefs and intentions. He is resolute in his choice of attire and thoughts, determined to act as he pleases. In a confrontation, he shows no mercy, declaring his intent to duel without allowing any opportunity for his opponent to strike first. Perhaps, in the realm of ninjas, this is the norm, considering that they all aspire to become formidable warriors in the future. Chapter 75. A donkey's temper from your perspective. It is indeed unnecessary. After all, individuals like you merely engage with those who are mentally challenged each day. How could you possibly comprehend the depth of affection shared between myself and Tsunade? The extent of our mutual fondness is profound. Every utterance from Asuma Sarutobi is laced with a hint of sarcasm. However, Yuma Yubuki remains largely unfazed, recognizing that Asuma is simply overwhelmed with emotion. Such remarks are to be expected and warrant little concern. Although the words may sound harsh, they hold little significance. Yet, Asuma's assertion is somewhat erroneous. I possess a relatively deeper understanding of the matter, not to mention that I have not only witnessed but also experienced these sentiments firsthand. To claim ignorance would be grossly prejudiced and wholly inaccurate. After all, there is a saying, while one may not have consumed pork, they have certainly seen a pig run. Even if one has never experienced these emotions directly, merely observing them unfold before one's eyes grants a degree of understanding. Thus, to assert complete ignorance is entirely excessive and biased. Nonetheless, whether or not one understands is of little consequence. It is precisely due to my understanding that I can empathize with the current turmoil of others, and I cannot help but sigh in acknowledgement. I have never wished to interfere in your relationship. To be frank, if you disapprove, I shall refrain from meddling in such matters in the future. I can acknowledge my fault this time, but I harbor no ulterior motives. After all, Tsunade has likely informed you that had you accompanied her home today, she would not have been subjected to harassment from those ruffians. Had I not witnessed this incident, I would not have intervened. One cannot simply stand idly by while others are in peril. If the roles were reversed, I am certain you would not have remained indifferent either. Thus, having chased away those troublemakers, I thought it only fitting to escort the young lady home, only to unexpectedly encounter you. This was merely an act of camaraderie among classmates, devoid of any ulterior intention. I merely hope you do not misunderstand my intentions. What Yuma expresses comes from the depths of his heart. Yet whether Asuma will believe him remains uncertain. Should he choose to accept it, all may be well. However, if he does not, it is unlikely he will easily let the matter rest. Moreover, even with belief, it does not guarantee a swift resolution. For some matters are far too intricate to clarify succinctly. Ultimately, all your words seem merely to serve as a defense for yourself, even if your assertions hold true. What then? This quarrel between us is entirely due to you. From the very beginning, the root of our discord can be traced back to your involvement. You claim innocence, asserting that you have never participated in our relationship, and thus wonder why we would argue because of you. However, do you understand? Throughout my long acquaintance with Sunset Red, this is the first time he has shown such concern for a boy. He pays attention to you like no one else before. So how could I possibly refrain from feeling jealousy? Naturally, I am displeased. Is this not a normal reaction? Chapter 76. Consumed by jealousy, it is perplexing, truly, how something seemingly trivial can evoke such profound emotions. You were once an unremarkable boy, and yet, suddenly, you have transformed into someone entirely different. Indeed, you have become formidable. And while we all celebrate your newfound strength as classmates, one cannot help but question why you have garnered the attention of the girl who once overlooked everyone but me. In this classroom, she has only ever shown such interest towards me, yet now you are the second. How can I not be affected by this? How can my heart remain untroubled? Yet, she perceives my turmoil as mere folly, dismissing my feelings as irrational. Very well, if I am to be deemed mad, so be it. However, I never anticipated that I would find myself angered by such trivial matters. All I desired was to apologize to her. I have come to terms with it. You escort her home, and indeed, you are rather handsome. Your timing, though, is quite audacious, as Asuma Saratobi wisely noted. When one truly harbors feelings for a girl, every aspect of her life becomes of utmost importance. Thus, everything that transpires around her becomes your concern. Yuzuru Hanyu has now grasped this bitter truth. The muddy waters have been splashed upon him, and no amount of scrubbing will cleanse it, even if others believe him. The pent-up frustration must find an outlet. Otherwise, resolving the matter becomes an insurmountable task. But how does one effectively channel this anger? Perhaps a confrontation is in order. If he were to lose such a confrontation, perhaps the matter would be settled, yet victory may incite further animosity directed at him. Thus, the dilemma arises, to fight or not to fight. Should he engage, losing would be unacceptable, yet winning does not guarantee peace. How can one navigate such treacherous waters? The challenges of existence in this world are overwhelming. Every action seems fraught with error. The more one speaks or acts, the deeper the pit of mistakes. Very well. I concede my fault. What course of action do you propose? Engaging in a brawl is beyond my inclination, for I deem it unnecessary. Perhaps I shall sever ties with Hinata Hyuga entirely, granting you the peace you seek. Her feelings will no longer intertwine with mine. I must refrain from involvement, lest I become the scapegoat for every misfortune. It is utterly pointless to burden myself further, for every endeavor in this world seems destined for failure. Do you truly believe this matter can simply be dismissed? Surely, you cannot expect me to cease all communication with her. Why should that even be a consideration? She is my girl, and you shall never be worthy of uttering a single word to her. From this moment on, you two should keep your distance as friends. If I do not have the opportunity to confront you once, I shall strike you with force. Nevertheless, for reasons unknown, Asuma Saratobi appeared to be somewhat persuaded. This time, I shall reluctantly grant you my trust, and we shall leave it at that. However, should I encounter you again, rest assured that I shall not let you escape easily. I will ensure that you face dire consequences. Chapter 77. the picky girl, it would not be an exaggeration to assert that women in this world can indeed be troublesome creatures. Mitashiki Azuki had no intention of allowing Yuma to depart. Where do you think you are going? I have yet to finish my words. Mitashiki Azuki, appearing rather fierce, prompted a weary sigh from Yuma. What more do you wish to say? However, such an attitude incensed Mitashiki Azuki, for she had always prided herself on her independence as a strong woman. Consequently, she often looked down upon boys. Some girls, believing their capabilities to be sufficient to dominate all boys, would harbor a sense of disdain towards them. In the eyes of these girls, all boys seemed unworthy of consideration. What is your attitude towards me? I am a girl, you know. Your demeanor is rather excessive, don't you think? Are you even a man? She continued. When I speak to you, you ought to look at me and listen until I finish. That would be the least you could do to show me respect. Yuma, previously oblivious to Mitashiki Azuki's true nature, found her behavior rather unreasonable. Yet, having only encountered her as a minor character in comics and anime, he had not been adequately familiar with her. Now it seemed he had to make an effort to understand this Mitashiki Azuki better. Yuma was uncertain how to respond to her, feeling that she was perhaps overthinking things. What was the matter with these girls? A few casual words, and they would claim disrespect. If it were genuinely disrespectful, perhaps he would simply ignore them. Nevertheless, he mused, aren't all girls like this? They are all so particular, and one must simply grow accustomed to it. Thankfully, there were not many girls in his class, so he did not have to cultivate such a habit. Yet, despite this, the feelings of exasperation remained, a sentiment difficult to articulate, leaving him at a loss for how to react. Fine, it was my fault. I disrespected you. Now, do you have anything to say? I am here. Yet you still refuse to speak. Is it I who disrespects you, or you who disrespects me? Yuma recognized that continuing this way was an utter waste of time. Yet he felt there was no alternative but to endure it. These girls, one after another, prevented him from leaving, insisting that every utterance was laden with disrespect. If he were to leave now, he might very well become the enemy of these girls in the future. What do you plan to do next? After all, the matters concerning Asuma and Akari arose because of you, did they not? It appears that Mitarashi Anko is quite concerned about the relationship between Yuhi Kurenai and Sarutobi Asuma. Or perhaps, the bond between these two individuals is something that transcends their own feelings, as many friends also care deeply for their relationship. Such sentiments are, after all, quite natural. I recognize that this turmoil is a consequence of my actions, and I express my sincere apologies. Yet, what more can I do, given the circumstances? Aside from offering my apologies, what other course of action remains for me? Chapter 78. An encounter with Mitashiraku and Yuma exhaled a breath of relief, as this matter seemed to have reached a quiet resolution. After all the words he had spoken, it was quite a feat that he had been misconstrued as not being a boy. He merely wished to avoid conflict, yet others branded him as lacking masculinity. It truly is a challenge to navigate the complexities of human interactions. Is it a fault to shun confrontation, particularly when they are all classmates? He felt there was no necessity for such a brawl. Everything he did appeared to be fraught with difficulty. It seemed that such was the nature of things. Yuma watched as Sarutobi Asuma sheathed his weapon and distanced himself. Though it was a relief, he felt the weight of the situation lift. It was indeed preferable to avoid a physical altercation, which could lead to injuries that were wholly unnecessary. How unexpectedly cowardly of you. A melodious voice pierced the air. Upon turning, he found Mitashiraku Anzu from his class standing there. I'm not cowardly. I merely articulated the truth as I see it. We are all classmates. Is it truly necessary to fight over this matter? Yuma was disinclined to elaborate any further. Others' perceptions might constitute their realities. But he was acutely aware of the truth within himself. Why should he need to explain himself every time he encountered someone? If he were to elucidate every detail to every person, he would have no time for anything else but to clarify these matters. Ultimately, how others viewed him was of little consequence, as long as he remained true to himself. Moreover, if a confrontation were to ensue, he was confident he would not be at a loss. However, in contrast, Mitashiraku Anzu merely rolled her eyes. Even if what you say holds some truth, that gives you no reason to disregard Akatsuki Kurenai entirely. Regardless of the circumstances, she has treated you as a friend. To turn your back on her over a few words from Asuma is quite inconsiderate. If Kurenai were to find out, she would surely be upset with you. What could Yuma possibly say in response? After all, she had a boyfriend, and he felt it prudent to maintain a respectful distance. What was Midashiraku and Zu truly trying to convey? What am I to do? He retorted. But then again, what does this have to do with you? Midashiraku and Zu simply pouted. Of course it has nothing to do with me. I merely happened to pass by and notice the two of you. I thought if it came to blows, I might intervene, considering we are all classmates. But to my surprise, you two managed to avoid a fight. However, I must convey to you that I share a profound friendship with Akane. This matter shall undoubtedly remain etched in my memory, and upon my return, I shall certainly inform her. You should reflect upon your actions. To dismiss someone as a friend over such a trivial issue is indeed a sign of one who cannot forge genuine connections. Navigating through life in this world can be quite arduous, continually facing misunderstandings and being subjected to such remarks. Nevertheless, let us consider that Akane is but a young girl, and it is unnecessary to nitpick with someone so youthful, who can truly comprehend the world of a young girl. Thus, I shall treat this as if I have heard nothing and will refrain from further engaging with Akane, for otherwise, I would only find myself entangled in more misunderstandings and errors. Chapter 79. Relentless Pursuit. However, upon hearing these words, Midashiraku Azuki merely rolled her eyes dismissively. Did you truly believe that an apology could resolve everything? If it were that simple, then none of this would have transpired. As she spoke, Midashiraku Azuki moved closer to Yuma. Who urged you to meddle in matters that do not concern you? While it is true that those ruffians are indeed detestable, your inaction does not warrant intervention. My own skills in ninjutsu are sufficient to handle them. They have no need for your assistance. Yet, you insist on inserting yourself into the fray. What is it that you seek? A so-called hero's rescue to earn my gratitude? Do you not realize that such notions can easily jeopardize the bond between the two of us? This time, Asuma may not have treated you harshly. But let me warn you, this is your final chance. If you dare approach me again, beware that I shall not show you mercy. From a young age, Midashiraku Azuki has been this fiery, leaving others at a loss for words. Yuma gazed at her, contemplating what he could possibly do. Previously, through manga and anime, he had learned of Midashiraku Azuki's exceedingly spirited nature. At that time, he had not paid it much heed, but now it was undeniably true. Upon closer interaction, he discovered that her fiery temperament was merely a fragment of her character, tinged with a hint of unreasonable stubbornness. Is this the nature of all young women? It would seem not. I have reiterated countless times that this incident was not intentional. While my meddling was a fault, you cannot place the blame solely upon me. Can you? Yuma merely wished to avoid petty disputes with these individuals, yet to his dismay, he found himself misjudged, leaving his spirits utterly deflated. Now, facing Midashiraku Azuki, his mood had plummeted to an all-time low. Nevertheless, Midashiraku Azuki was unconcerned with such sentiments, fixated solely on her viewpoint. Regardless of the nature of your words, you must engrave my instructions in your memory and adhere to them henceforth. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to confront you again. Mark my words, Yuma. The things I say today are not to be taken lightly. Ah, is this not typical of girls? Beyond being unreasonable, they exhibit such stubbornness. In this day and age, it leaves one utterly speechless. Are not women perceived as frail? Yet, it seems that such is not the case after all. Yuma, weary of further discourse with Midashiraku Azuki, acknowledged her perspective. After all, she is a girl, and it does not hurt to show a modicum of deference. Thus, he responded, I shall remember your words. There is no need for further concern. Rest assured, I will refrain from intervening in the future, having learned from this experience. Should I meddle again, I would be utterly shameless. However, I am not one to lose face, so you need not worry excessively or repeat yourself. Initially, I believed that the aloof Mitsuyoshiro Azuki was merely difficult to engage with. However, I never anticipated that our first encounter would nearly devolve into animosity. This situation left me feeling a profound sense of helplessness and uncertainty. Upon hearing these words, Mitsuyoshiro Azuki let out a cold huff, acknowledging them inwardly. You would do well to speak nothing but the truth, for it is imperative to remember my words. Should I ever witness a betrayal again, I assure you, I shall not let it slide. Chapter 80. Is it really like this? Alright, I understand now. You must believe me, right? Yuma truly could not fathom what Matarai Azuki was pondering for such an extended period. Moreover, as the night deepened, was there not a sense of urgency to return home? Today, I have endured quite a few experiences, and I now feel utterly exhausted, undoubtedly. My parents are still at home waiting for me to return for dinner. Matarai Azuki then let out a cold snort. Spineless wretch. After uttering this, she turned and departed. Observing her retreating figure, Yuma could not help but sigh. If he were a man, would he have been so easily forgiving? Nevertheless, it mattered little. For Matarai Azuki was merely a girl. Her words and actions could indeed be seen as excusable, and there was nothing of grave consequence. As Yuma walked home, his mind was flooded with numerous thoughts, reflecting on all that had transpired today. Suddenly, he felt as if his future path would no longer be mundane. Instead of merely focusing on ninjutsu and training daily, these interactions and emotions seemed to be evolving into a significant part of his life. Of course, in the beginning, having been looked down upon by everyone, he had never contemplated such matters. Yet, it now appeared that some things were inevitable and beyond his power to alter. Upon arriving home, he was greeted by the sight of his mother wielding a stick, standing at the entrance, waiting for quite some time. Yuma felt a sense of confusion. Had he done something to provoke her anger? Why was she brandishing a weapon? Was she truly preparing to discipline him? Upon seeing her son return, his mother rushed out, seizing his ear and dragging him inside. "You little rascal! Let me tell you, do not cause trouble. You only know how to stir up mischief. Today, I sent you to school, and you ended up embroiled in so many incidents. Are you deliberately trying to create more work for your father and me?" Though his mother appeared somewhat angry, Yuma could not comprehend what he had done to incite such fury. While he did not feel much pain, he nonetheless questioned, "What on earth happened? Mom, what's wrong? Why are you acting this way? How dare you ask why I am acting this way? If it weren't for our neighbor Ming seeing you fighting in the street with the young master of the Yuan family, I would have remained blissfully unaware." His mother's tone was filled with indignation. "The son of the Hokage, and you dare to provoke others? Who gave you such audacity? Have you lost your senses?" So, this was the nature of the situation. I never anticipated that my every action outside would be known to my parents. It is exceedingly vexing. However, I suppose it is for my own good. Their concern is not misplaced. But what is the big deal about being the son of a ninja? What does it matter that I am the son of the third Hokage, Asuma Sarutobi? Why must my mother react in such a manner? I find myself somewhat bewildered by this, wanting to roll my eyes, yet I refrain because she is my mother. Instead, I let out a sigh. Is it truly necessary to react so dramatically over a mere skirmish, mother? Could you please let me go? What are you even doing? Chapter 81. Rest assured. Yu truly could not comprehend the reason behind his mother's intense anger, nor the words she uttered. While he recognized that he had indeed caused his parents concern, had not the matter ultimately resolved itself perfectly? Since it had already become a thing of the past, was it truly necessary for his parents to continue displaying such distress? Mother, is this truly a matter worth fretting over? It has all been settled. What purpose does it serve for you to dwell on it? The parental instinct to worry is undoubtedly commendable, yet to fret over matters that do not warrant such concern only serves to create unnecessary vexation. Nevertheless, his mother was so enraged that she nearly lost consciousness. Do you realize who you have provoked this time? Previously, you clashed with a member of the Uchiha clan. And while you may have emerged victorious, did you not subsequently face their retribution? Now, you have drawn the ire of the Hokage's son. Is it not likely that the Hokage will soon banish our family from the Hidden Leaf Village? It became evident that her concern lay solely in the fear of retaliation. The Uchiha clan is notoriously proud, and naturally, they would be displeased if their kin were wronged. However, the Yuanfei family is not cut from the same cloth. Yu gazed earnestly at his mother, attempting to clarify. The supreme leader of the Yuanfei family, as the Hokage, is undoubtedly devoted to the welfare of the entire village, prioritizing the greater good. Moreover, his son was not truly wronged. We never actually fought, though there was a misunderstanding that nearly led to conflict that has since been resolved. I am confident that someone as reasonable as the Hokage would not hold us accountable in any case, so there is truly no need for you to worry so. Yet, his mother appeared as if she were lost in confusion, unable to absorb his rationale. Your words may sound pleasing, But the Hokage is, after all, a father. Who does not care for their own child? In matters concerning their offspring, it is doubtful anyone could remain entirely impartial. I know I could not. After all, it is only natural to defend one's own child. Yu found himself at a loss for words. How could his mother's thoughts possibly align with the perspective of the third Hokage? The reason he had ascended to the esteemed position of Hokage was not solely due to his formidable abilities, but also because of his exceptional management skills and his commitment to just governance. Mother, I am fully aware of your concerns. You fear that upon learning of this matter, Lord Hokage may seek to trouble me. However, rest assured. For I can assure you that Lord Hokage would not trouble himself over such trifles. Thus, you need not worry any longer. Furthermore, since I have chosen to tread this path and you have consented to my decision, I kindly ask that you refrain from intervening in my affairs from this point forward. I possess my own journey to navigate, and I am well aware of how to proceed in the most favorable manner. I also comprehend what it takes for me to improve. You need not fret. I shall not burden you in any way. Nor will I allow anyone to take advantage of me. At times, Yujin finds himself overwhelmed by the trivial worries of the day. It is perplexing how unnecessary anxieties can arise, especially when my parents share in my distress, only serving to heighten my agitation. Why must we dwell on such inconsequential matters? Chapter 82. A Mother's Concern at Long Last. The mother released Yujin, yet her demeanor was one of palpable frustration. She cast aside her stick and placed her hands firmly on her hips. Pray tell, what on earth is going on? She inquired. The neighbor, Amin, had informed her that he witnessed a scuffle between Yuhong and the son of the Hokage. The latter had been quite irate, incessantly shouting at Yuhong. What exactly transpired? Upon hearing Amin's account, the mother's anxiety escalated. After all, the boy in question was the son of the esteemed Hokage, a fact that rendered the situation far more alarming than any typical altercation, even more so than confrontations involving the Uchiha clan. Yujin, observing his mother's palpable distress, let out a resigned sigh. Mother, you needn't fret over trivial matters. Why must you react this way? Yujin often found it difficult to comprehend his parents' concerns. While parental worry is certainly well-intentioned, it is not necessary to be anxious about every minor incident. If they were to oversee every little issue in his life, it would indeed result in a lifetime of unnecessary stress. It was merely a minor squabble among classmates. It hardly qualifies as a significant problem. There is no cause for such alarm. A little roughhousing does not equate to a genuine fight. Do you expect me to believe your words? Yet, his mother remained visibly troubled. If it were any other classmate, I might dismiss it as inconsequential, but this is the Hokage's son. Just the other day, you found yourself in a predicament with the Uchiha clan, and now you provoke the Hokage's offspring. What are you thinking? Do you have a death wish? Why must you constantly entangle yourself with the children of such prominent families? We are but an ordinary family. How could you possibly stand up to them? You once told me that we should avoid confrontation. Surely, you could exercise a bit of restraint? Given the current situation, how can your father and I allow you to continue attending school? Yujin regarded his mother earnestly. Mother, do you genuinely believe I would cause you such distress? In neither the previous affair with the Uchiha clan nor this latest incident have I ever brought harm to you. These are matters I can handle independently. You need not worry so. They are resolvable issues, and I prefer you remain unaware of them to spare you this anxiety. Besides, you and father are ordinary people. Even if you were to learn of these troubles, what could you possibly do to remedy them? The solutions you might conceive are hardly effective. Ultimately, these matters are my own to resolve, and thus, they remain solely my responsibility. However, his mother appeared somewhat irked. How could I possibly refrain from worrying about you? We are your parents, your father and mother. You are our son, born after 10 months of anticipation. No matter what challenges you face, we will inevitably worry about you. We understand that. As ordinary individuals rather than ninjas, you may feel that we cannot assist you. You prefer to resolve everything on your own. However, you are our son. And regardless of when or where or what kind of person you become, you will always be our child. How could we not be concerned for you? How could we possibly disregard your affairs? How can you act in such a manner? It is heartless and selfish. Do you no longer regard us as your parents? Chapter 83. The Worry Yet. The mother gazed at her son for what felt like an eternity, unable to utter a word, until she finally let out a deep sigh. Gradually, she knelt down, her eyes fixed earnestly upon Yuma. My dear child, you may sometimes feel that my concerns are unwarranted, that you can resolve many matters on your own. Thus, my care may seem to you like mere meddling. I understand that you aspire to be a ninja, but I am merely an ordinary woman. In comparison, I seem incapable, while you possess the potential to accomplish feats beyond my reach. The affection that your father and I have for you may not appear significant to you, and I am fully aware of this. However, do you realize? It is precisely because you are our child that we care so deeply and strive to nurture you. We wish for your safe and healthy growth. Our hope is not for you to become a ninja, but rather to grow up safely. Yet, you have chosen to attend ninja school, a decision from which we cannot retract. Since you have embarked on this path, it is essential that you embrace your destiny as a ninja. You refuse to consider dropping out, and each day, your father and I are engulfed in anxiety, fearing for your safety. What are we to do? After all, you are profoundly important to us. We have led our lives with caution, never committing any wrongdoing, yet we find ourselves with a child who challenges our understanding, constantly stirring up trouble. We are at a loss as to how to guide you to a safer existence. How can we not worry? This very concern often leaves us in a state of confusion, and yet you fail to comprehend our feelings. What are we to do with you? Why must you be so oblivious to our worries? From the moment we brought you into this world, we have dedicated ourselves to your well-being. We never aspired for you to become an extraordinary figure. Our only desire is for you to grow up safely, free from hardship. Yet, we were powerless to prevent you from choosing this path. We recognize that this is your chosen journey, one that no one can deter you from. However, it does not mean you can traverse this path heedlessly. What if, along the way, you encounter insurmountable harm, and you find yourself unable to stave off such injuries? What then? Your father and I are but ordinary individuals, incapable of altering our circumstances, nor can we persuade you to change your ways. Each day, we are consumed with worry. You may claim that we should not fret, yet you are the child born from my womb. How could I possibly refrain from being concerned for you? My heart is shattered with anxiety daily. I hope that after a few days of respite, things would eventually improve. Once you graduate from the Ninja Academy, the village would assign you a mentor, providing you with the care you require. Yet, in merely a few years, you have continually found yourself in trouble, and not with just anyone, but with individuals of noble lineage and influential families. What are your father and I to do in such a predicament? We are but common folk, and if they were to seek us out, we would be utterly powerless. Do you truly comprehend the gravity of this situation? You are merely a child, and you do not grasp the depth of the worry that plagues your parents' hearts. Chapter 84. The current feigned suffering Yuma found himself at a loss as to how to respond to his mother. Her words were those of a caring parent, devoid of any fault, yet, at times, he felt her mindset was overly antiquated and conservative. Nonetheless, this sentiment was entirely natural. What mother does not wish for her child to remain safe and sound, free from the perils of life? After all, children are but extensions of their mother's very beings. And thus, it is only logical for a mother to desire her offspring's well-being above all else. However, it is precisely this maternal instinct that often leads to feelings of helplessness. While one can comprehend a mother's perspective, it is invariably challenging to adhere to her wishes. Even if his mother resorted to a strategy of feigned suffering this time, she was likely to miscalculate. Mother, I do not lack understanding. Yet I implore you to reconsider your approach. It is impossible for me to grow under your constant protection, and in truth, you are not equipped to shield me from the world. Perhaps it is I who should strive to safeguard you. Only through my own strength can I offer you protection. Your notion of safeguarding me is but a fleeting thought. I wish for you to comprehend my feelings. I understand your concerns, but let us find common ground. A step back may reveal broader horizons. I kindly ask for some space. Yuma felt utterly powerless. Since his arrival, he had learned how to navigate various situations. Yet he remained at a loss when it came to his parents. What could he do? After all, they were his biological parents, and this connection necessitated persuasion rather than action. However, this did not imply that persuasion was the sole course of action, if circumstances demanded it. He must endure whatever trials lay ahead. Of course, if a situation could be resolved through discourse, that would be ideal. Yet if it could not, then one must proceed with whatever means necessary, resolutely, and without hesitation. The mother gazed at her child in astonishment, her heart suddenly enlightened. Regardless of the multitude of words spoken or the pitiful expressions displayed, they would bear no fruit. If an individual is resolute in pursuing a particular path, all attempts at persuasion become futile, a mere exercise in futility. Why waste time and breath on such endeavors? Still, she could not accept her child's stubbornness. She yearned for him to follow her vision. Unwilling to concede defeat, she looked at him with a face of discontent, yet found herself at a loss for words. At that moment, the father slowly emerged from the house. "Dear, please go inside." The father's voice was stern, and the mother, glancing at him, seemed poised to speak. Yet upon witnessing the gravity of his expression and the intensity in his gaze, she ultimately sighed and silently retreated into the house. Thus, at the threshold of their home and within the courtyard, only the father and son remained, exchanging glances that perhaps conveyed more significance than mere words ever could. Chapter 85. Between father and son. Your mother is a woman, and it is quite natural for her to sometimes be a bit nagging. After all, parents always act out of concern for your well-being, so please try to understand. In contrast, while my father's words are few, they are stern and to the point. Naturally, Yuhong Yuzhen does not find it difficult to comprehend this, but he still wishes to express his thoughts to his father. "Father, I do understand your and mother's intentions. I know how you both feel, yet I must apologize. I fear that I cannot tread the path you have envisioned for me. The road you have in mind is not devoid of thorns, it is merely perceived as safer by you. Have you considered what might happen if I were to walk that road and encounter danger? Not only would you be unable to protect yourselves or me, but I too would be incapable of safeguarding either you or myself. At that point, our family of 3 would have to rely on the protection of others in Konoha. But what kind of place is Konoha? Who would come to the aid of insignificant common folk like us? We must strive to become stronger and learn to protect ourselves. You and mother are just ordinary citizens, and at your age, it is understandable that you cannot change much. However, I am different. I am just coming of age. At the threshold of becoming a ninja. I firmly believe that only by growing stronger can I safeguard our family. It is only then that no one will dare to bully us, and no one will dare to speak ill of us. The reason we are bullied now is quite simple. We are merely an ordinary family, seen as easy targets. Look at that day when the Uchiha clan came to find me. It was due to my efforts that I succeeded in defeating that individual. Consequently, they would no longer underestimate us. But what if that day I had been defeated? Perhaps I would have met my demise. Have you ever pondered the futility of hiding away? What would it accomplish? If someone truly desires our demise, there is no escaping it for a lifetime. They are the powerful, while we are the weak. Only when we become stronger, transforming ourselves into equals, will they dare not approach us. For they will recognize that seeking us out leads to their own downfall. We cannot be mere sheep to the slaughter, nor can we allow ourselves to be bullied. Strength is our only safeguard against oppression. Mother and father, do not believe that simply traversing a tranquil path will lead to improvement. It is only by following the course I have chosen that we can truly evolve. I have expressed these sentiments to mother, who does not grasp my perspective. Yet I trust that you, father, will comprehend my resolve. I am a man, and I refuse to let my life drift aimlessly in mediocrity. I am determined to grow stronger and become a formidable force within the entire ninja village. At that time, not only will no one dare to bully us, but they will also look up to us with respect. I envision a future where everyone acknowledges my strength, referring to me as a true warrior. In that moment, I will be the quintessential embodiment of power in the minds and eyes of all. Perhaps, father, you find my aspirations amusing. Yet I assure you that I will achieve what I speak of. This is no jest. It is an absolute certainty, merely a matter of time. Just wait and see. Chapter 86. Encountering Tsunade, the father gazed at the child before him, ultimately letting out a sigh. Perhaps this child was destined to tread a different path, and thus, no matter the attempts to hinder or obstruct, it was futile at this juncture. With this realization, the father could only exhale softly before turning and retreating into the house. Yuma, although aware of his father's troubled mood, felt powerless to alter the situation, and he too sighed heavily in response. He then turned and seated himself upon the stone pillar in front of his home, for reasons unbeknownst to him. Despite the understanding that his actions bore no relation to his parents, his spirits remained low. After all, he was still but a child, and as a child, the most significant aspect was the presence of support when pursuing one's desires. Even though he had experienced rebirth twice and was well aware of the path he ought to follow, he comprehended that the nature of his journey did not require the opinions of others. Yet, there lingered a yearning for encouragement. When traversing a road unsupported by anyone, weariness inevitably ensues. Despite feeling fearless this time and determined to forge ahead regardless of the circumstances, the fatigue remained palpable and inescapable. Yuma sat upon the stone pillar for an extended period, lost in thought, until he unwittingly noticed that dusk had arrived. At that moment, he caught sight of a familiar figure approaching along the road. The silhouette bore an air of weariness and age. As twilight descended, the details became somewhat obscured. Instinctively narrowing his eyes, Yuma was taken aback when the figure unexpectedly glanced in his direction and offered a gentle smile. Although the features were indistinct, the warmth radiating from that smile was unmistakable. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was none other than Tsunade, the sole female disciple of the third Hokage. At this time, Tsunade had yet to leave the Hidden Leaf Village, remaining within its bounds to undertake missions. Due to her exceptional prowess, she often received S-rank and A-rank assignments. It seemed that at present, no tasks were available, prompting her to wander idly through the village. To his astonishment, she had noticed him. Previously, he had heard tales of Tsunade's remarkable physique, yet witnessing it in person was a rare occurrence indeed. What he did not expect was for Tsunade to approach him with a smile. "Little brother, what are you doing?" At this moment, Tsunade, in her youthful prime, was strikingly beautiful. Although Yuma was merely 5 years old, his inner age far surpassed that of Tsunade, rendering him momentarily speechless upon her arrival. Seeing his perplexity, Tsunade gently bent down. "You seem to be in a rather somber mood. Has something happened? Would you care to share it with me?" It is astonishing to discover that the young Tsunade once possessed such gentleness. It seems that the portrayals of Tsunade in anime and manga do not encompass her entirety. Could it be that in this era, her brother and boyfriend have not yet met their demise? However, Yuma Hanyu finds himself somewhat bewildered. Pondering these thoughts with a lack of clarity, he does not fully comprehend why the current masters exhibit such tenderness. Yet this gentle side of Tsunade undeniably evokes immense fondness. After all, it is likely that anyone would be enamored by such a kind-hearted woman, particularly one as stunningly beautiful as a master like her. Chapter 87. The gentlewoman Yuma Yujin was utterly unaware that, at the very moment he laid eyes on the beautiful woman, he became completely entranced. Admittedly, this was somewhat embarrassing. Regardless of her stunning beauty, he ought not to behave in such a manner. Consequently, Tsunade observed the small boy before her, utterly dazed. Unable to suppress her amusement, she let out a soft chuckle. "What is it, little brother? Why do you keep staring at me? Is there something on my face?" Tsunade inquired, extending her delicate fingers to touch her cheek. "It seems there is nothing there. So why do you continue to gaze at me? Do you find me quite beautiful?" From a young age, Tsunade had always possessed confidence in her looks and abilities. Though this might not have been apparent in her earlier years, it was evident now that her reputation was well-deserved. Yuma Yujin, bewildered by his own reaction, found himself nodding vigorously in response to her words, as if compelled by an unseen force. This behavior only served to amuse Tsunade further, eliciting a brighter smile from her. "Look at you now. You are simply adorable. Yet, I sense that you are not in the best of spirits. What are you pondering while seated here?" Yuma Yujin opened his mouth to respond, but hesitated, uncertain whether he should share his thoughts with this remarkable woman he had only just met. Although he had known of her prowess, this was their first encounter. Tsunade, a young woman of immense talent, had left the Hidden Leaf Village for reasons unknown, perhaps due to disillusionment with the village or the departure of the legendary Sannin. Regardless, it was indeed a rare occurrence to find such a youthful ally within the Hidden Leaf Village, especially someone as gentle and radiant as Tsunade. Yuma Yujin understood that she would never harm him. After all, she was destined to become the 5th Hokage, a woman of profound kindness. Yet, that was a future yet to unfold, and the current Tsunade was still a mystery to him. Nonetheless, good people remain good, and bad people remain bad. Thus, it seemed evident that this girl before him was innately kind from the very beginning. "My parents do not want me to become a ninja," Yujin said earnestly, gazing at Tsunade before letting out a sigh and lowering his head. They believe that being a ninja is a perilous path, and they think that if I choose not to pursue it, I can grow up safely as an ordinary person. Upon hearing this, Tsunade nodded with understanding and took a seat beside him. So, this is why you feel so troubled, and why you have been lost in thought here. Although Yuzuru Hanyu felt somewhat reluctant, he ultimately nodded in agreement. Indeed, my mood is rather dismal, and I remain uncertain about how to proceed. While it appears that my parents have been persuaded by my words, the expressions on their faces suggest that they have consented out of helplessness rather than genuine conviction. In truth, they have not been swayed by my arguments at all. Chapter 88. Conversing with Tsunade, my parents have repeatedly expressed their concerns. Yet they have been unable to sway my decision. They deem me obstinate, and in the end, I resolutely chose to continue my education at the Ninja Academy. Initially, my father even contemplated withdrawing me from school, but I staunchly opposed such a notion. Yujin Febin naturally comprehended that, to outsiders, my demeanor merely appeared excessively rebellious. It was the kind of defiance that left others speechless, a blatant disregard for parental guidance. Yet, is this truly abnormal? In this ninja world, should all children simply heed their parents' wishes? Tsunade nodded in understanding. Indeed, your parents' concerns are not unfounded. If they were merely ordinary individuals, it would be difficult for them to grasp why their child aspires to become a ninja. To be frank, this is a perilous path fraught with danger. Once you embark upon it, there is no turning back. Along this journey, you will encounter myriad unforeseen challenges, each capable of claiming your life at any moment. Naturally, they wish to shield you from such a fate. Every parent desires their child to grow up safely, and even if that life is one of mediocrity, what does it matter? A peaceful existence until old age is of paramount importance to them. Ultimately, they seek not fame or fortune, but the simple wish for their child to thrive and flourish. Though I do not have children of my own, I can certainly empathize with this sentiment, as my grandfather once shared similar thoughts with me. For reasons unknown, Tsunade suddenly opened up, speaking candidly to the young boy before her. You may not know who my grandfather is, but he was a remarkable figure, revered and admired by all in the Hidden Leaf Village. In that moment, Yujin Febin truly wished to inform Tsunade that he was well aware of her grandfather's identity, the esteemed first Hokage. However, he opted to remain silent, fearing that speaking out might lead her to question the knowledge of a mere 5-year-old. Such an assertion would indeed provoke skepticism, as if he were privy to all matters, which was far from the truth. Some knowledge, it seems, is best kept unspoken. Feigning ignorance is often the wisest course of action. My grandfather is an extraordinary individual. He is the esteemed first Hokage of our Hidden Leaf Village. You must be familiar with the concept of a Hokage. For instance, the current third Hokage is my mentor. I do not wish to boast about my own capabilities, but I merely wish to convey that, due to my grandfather's status as the first Hokage and my teacher being the third Hokage, my path has been relatively smooth. I possess a commendable lineage, being Tsunade Senju, a descendant of the Senju clan, which could be regarded as a noble bloodline. With the legacy of my grandfather and the teachings of the third Hokage, I have been fortunate enough to circumvent many hardships and thorns along my journey. However, your situation differs greatly. You are merely an ordinary child, currently receiving a standard education at the Ninja Academy. Upon graduation, you will likely be assigned to a commonplace instructor, and indeed, your path appears to be quite arduous. Chapter 89. Tsunade's inner thoughts. I believe that the path you have chosen may not necessarily lead to a favorable outcome. It is not my intention to dissuade you from pursuing it. After all, as a ninja, I do not see anything inherently wrong with that vocation. Presently, I find great honor in my ability to aid the impoverished and to fight for my country and village. In my youth, I was filled with fervor, much like the spirited girl before me, reminiscent of my younger self portrayed in both anime and manga. In comparison to the elderly Tsunade, that youthful version truly cherished this village and its people. Thus, I sincerely hope you can become an exceptional ninja. However, I am uncertain if you possess the capacity to achieve that. What I share with you now are merely my heartfelt thoughts. I cannot persuade you, nor can I sway your parents. I only wish for you to tread a path that you will not regret, for, as I have stated, whether you choose to be a ninja or not, your chances of success are diminished without a suitable mentor. This is not a reflection of my disdain for you, but rather a candid truth. After expressing these sentiments, Tsunade sighed and turned to Yuma, inquiring, "Are you troubled because your heart is wavering? Have you truly contemplated your decision to pursue this path?" Yuma had already lived a life of mediocrity. If this path were to mirror that existence, then what would be its significance? Naturally, he opted to embrace the challenge of becoming a ninja. Moreover, with the powerful system he possessed, victory was not out of reach. However, these thoughts could not be shared with Tsunade. He could only communicate to this gentlewoman. "Indeed, having chosen this path, I shall not regret it. I understand that my parents do not wish for me to pursue it, but their desire does not dictate my choices. There are some roads I must traverse on my own, impervious to their influence. My parents may perceive this decision as frightening or fundamentally erroneous. Yet how can they truly know what I yearn for?" Upon hearing these words, Tsunade regarded the young man before her with approval. "You are right. How many people live solely for their families, for their parents, almost forgetting their own aspirations? What you are doing is not mistaken. Remember your original intentions. Do not lose sight of what you truly desire as you progress. That, my dear, is of utmost importance. If one day a person forgets their original intention, it is indeed a terrifying prospect. After all, there seem to be few things of true significance in this life. Yet the original intention remains one of the most crucial elements." Yuzuru Hanyu, at this moment, gently pressed his hand against his heart. This original intention can be understood as the desires one holds dear, and no matter what, this intention shall never be forgotten. It must be steadfastly upheld, continuing on, perpetually. Chapter 90. Hold firm to one's heart, sister. Rest assured, I shall steadfastly uphold my true self and never lose sight of my initial aspirations. However, I must inquire. Dear sister, why do you seem so available today? Yujin found himself inexplicably uttering such a question. Although he understood well who Tsunade was, she remained oblivious to his knowledge of her identity. Thus, should he inquire inappropriately, she might find it rather peculiar. As anticipated, Tsunade furrowed her brow upon hearing his words. What do you mean by that? How do you know that I am busy every day? Did you not just mention that your grandfather is the first Hokage, and your teacher is the third Hokage? By that account, you must indeed be quite an impressive individual, and typically, those of great stature are exceedingly busy. How could one possibly find the leisure to counsel a child? Yujin spoke nonchalantly, fabricating a reason, yet he had not anticipated that Tsunade would accept it without skepticism. After all, before Tsunade, he was merely a child, and there was little need for doubt. You are quite right. I am indeed a formidable person. This is not mere self-praise. You ought to know that my grandfather is the first Hokage, and my teacher is the third Hokage. If I were to squander such resources and fail to become a strong individual, it would be a tremendous waste, a disservice to the heavens, my father, my grandfather, and my teacher. Tsunade, for reasons unbeknownst to her, found herself in a surprisingly leisurely mood today, even appearing quite pleased. Thus, although I am still quite young, I am already one of the most valued individuals in our Hidden Leaf Village. Many tasks are assigned only to those of A rank or higher. Tasks below that level are mere trifles for me, and to engage in them would be a waste of time and resources. Do you understand? Hence, I find myself rather unoccupied at present, as there are no pressing missions demanding my attention. Furthermore, having recently completed a life-threatening assignment, I am utterly exhausted and intend to rest within the village for a while before resuming my duties. Yujin gazed at Tsunade as she spoke, suddenly realizing that even though this girl was at least a decade older than him, what did it matter? The deepening bond between them seemed entirely unrelated to their respective ages. Much like the former relationship between Tsunade and Naruto Uzumaki, where Tsunade, despite appearing youthful, was in her 50s, and Naruto was merely a child of 12 or 13. Their connection seemed incredible. Perhaps this moment between himself and Tsunade was indeed an opportunity. Ultimately, one must acknowledge that fate has indeed been quite generous, fostering a deepening bond with Tsunade Senju, an occurrence so extraordinary that it feels like a dream. After all, this young woman possesses both stunning beauty and remarkable prowess, embodying perfection in every aspect. During my earlier days of watching Naruto, My favorite female characters were none other than Tsunade Senju and Hinata Hyuga. However, it seems that Hinata has yet to be born in this timeline. Therefore, the opportunity to meet Tsunade makes this journey worthwhile, fulfilling my deepest desires in this new realm. Chapter 91. A conversation between two individuals. Why do we repeatedly embark on such perilous missions? Despite the awareness that these tasks could lead to the loss of life at any moment, we proceed without hesitation, time and again, engaging in such treacherous endeavors. Even though tasks below A rank no longer pose a challenge for you, at the very least, those missions offer a semblance of safety. Yuhua Yuzin is not unaware of the rules governing the world of ninjas. Rather, she suddenly feels that it is truly heart-wrenching for a young girl to be harmed or, worse, perish during a mission. There is a sense of cherishing the delicate and vulnerable. Even if one is cognizant that Tsunade Senju is likely to be the last one standing, it is still remarkable that she has survived until now, despite her rare appearances in later stages. Yet, even today, such sentiments persist. What do you understand? I am a medical ninja. Individuals like me, although rare, possess formidable abilities. If assigned to simple tasks, what becomes of those ninjas who lack such prowess? Should they merely linger in the village, wasting resources? Moreover, who would undertake high-difficulty missions when strong individuals are scarce? Consequently, there are times when we are dispatched on tasks beyond our capabilities. Although such missions may entail a constant threat to our lives, it is unavoidable. For others, the certainty of death is far greater. Whereas we at least have a fighting chance. Sometimes, this is simply the nature of the ninja world, even if you perceive it as excessively cold-hearted. The reason we undertake these missions, despite the potential for life-threatening risks, is that there remains a possibility of survival and a safe return. If someone else were to go, the outcome would undoubtedly be fatal. Thus, in the balance of choices, it must be us who take on such tasks. After all, being a ninja offers no guarantees of safety. Perhaps this is why my parents have always opposed my pursuit of the ninja path, recognizing its inherent difficulties. Even if the tasks assigned to those with lesser abilities are not particularly challenging, that does not equate to safety. It would be naive to believe that in this era, D-rank missions are akin to the trivial tasks of helping others or farming, as they might have been in the time following Naruto Uzumaki's birth. In this age, D-rank missions could very well involve assassinating foreign emissaries. While it may not be so extreme, the reality remains grim. The distinctions between tasks are blurred in this era of conflict, where true safety is a concept beyond imagination. At times, it is not Yuhua Yuzin's imagination that is unrealistic, but rather her parents' views that are overly idealistic. Their concerns, however, are not baseless. They stem from a profound understanding of the world. Yet, what difference does that make? In this era, it is an impossibility to peacefully grow old in solitude. After all, even if one wishes to tread the path of tranquility, the specter of war looms, capable of shattering entire families at any moment. In such times, one's power to effect change diminishes. It is far more prudent to strive earnestly to alter this predicament. For it is conceivable that a single individual's efforts could indeed bring an end to conflict. Chapter 92. Thoughts. Certainly, such thoughts may seem somewhat arrogant. However, when one truly transforms into a formidable entity, these musings are not merely idle fantasies, but possess the potential to materialize. Hence, at times, certain matters are not simply spoken without intent. Despite the inherent dangers, the unwavering resolve to become a ninja is indeed admirable. Yuzuru Hanyu finds himself envious of Tsunade, harboring deep respect and admiration for her. After all, as a woman, her determination is particularly commendable. Yet, Tsunade merely smiles. Isn't this the essence of being a ninja? From the very first step onto this path, one understands that life, in all its fragility, is perpetually at stake. And yet, what of it? I consider myself fortunate. As a medical ninja, I possess the ability to heal myself and others. My role within the ninja community is undeniably significant, compelling me to prioritize my own survival to safeguard others. Moreover, given my lineage, to abstain from the path of a ninja would be to bring shame upon my grandfather. From the moment of her birth, Tsunade was destined for greatness. If given the choice, which girl would willingly embrace the battlefield? Who does not yearn for a life filled with ease, joy, and tranquility? To marry at the appropriate age, bear children, and lead a blissful existence is a dream many girls cherish. Yet, I was born into a legacy. My grandfather is the first Hokage, and I am a figure of considerable expectation. Everyone knows that the granddaughter of the first Hokage cannot be anything less than exceptional. Even as a girl, failing to achieve would bring disgrace upon my grandfather. Furthermore, the third Hokage holds high hopes for me, becoming my mentor in the process. To choose a life of comfort would be to shame not only myself, but the entire Hidden Leaf Village. Tsunade has long understood the course her life must take and the destiny that awaits her. Thus, even if she wishes to deviate from this path, she finds herself with no choice. Some roads are not of our choosing. They are mandates of fate, even if one harbors reluctance. The reality remains that refusal is not an option, and one must tread this path regardless. After all these years, do you not feel weary, sister? This existence does not align with your true desires, does it? You have been compelled to live according to the expectations of others. Due to your grandfather and the third Hokage, have you ever contemplated your own wishes? Have you considered what you truly wish to pursue? Even if you walk the path that others desire for you, one that spares your grandfather and your teacher from embarrassment, what about your own aspirations? As you once advised me to follow my own path and pursue my own dreams, do you not, too, wish to walk the road of your own choosing? To engage in the pursuits that genuinely resonate with your heart? If that is the case, then has this life been lived in vain? It is truly hard to fathom that someone like Yuzuru Hanyu, who just moments ago was urging himself on how to proceed, is now enveloped in such profound helplessness. Perhaps this is the essence of existence. Due to one's own inability to achieve certain aspirations, there arises a fervent desire for those around to excel, to accomplish what they wish to pursue. In witnessing others thrive, one finds a semblance of joy within oneself. Chapter 93. For whom do we live? It appears that throughout the years, no one has ever spoken these words to Tsunade, leaving her momentarily stunned. To be candid, others had never brought it up, nor had she ever contemplated it, as such matters seemed rather inconsequential. There was no need to dwell on them. Each day was spent fulfilling her responsibilities, or those duties imposed upon her by others, which sufficed. As for her own thoughts on these matters, were they truly of any significance? She had never truly considered how important her own opinions might be. All she understood was that performing her obligations was paramount. And those obligations were dictated by others. Yet, was what others required of her truly that vital? For whom does one exist in this world? Is it for her grandfather, her teacher, or perhaps for someone else entirely? She remained unaware, and conversely pondered if living for others was indeed exhausting. Indeed, it was quite taxing. Yet it had always been this way, and she had never truly contemplated what it meant to live for oneself. Yuma remembered that many years later, during Tsunade's middle age, she departed from the Hidden Leaf Village, embarking on a journey across the lands, with gambling as her primary pursuit. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, she lived freely and unencumbered. At that time, Tsunade engaged in activities that brought her joy and happiness, which were undoubtedly her true desires. Upon reflection, it seemed that this woman had not spent her entire life for the sake of others. Eventually, disillusioned with the Hidden Leaf Village, or for reasons unknown, she chose to forge her own path and pursue her own endeavors, which was not inherently wrong. As for the present, it appeared there was little chance of altering this reality. After all, this path had already been traversed for so long. How could one simply abandon it? To ask Tsunade to relinquish her current journey would be nearly impossible. However, if one were to begin pursuing their own desires and aspirations at the age of 50, would it not be somewhat late? In her youth, she had devoted her heart and soul to the village, only to later realize that the Hidden Leaf Village had brought her profound disappointment. Following this revelation, she traveled through various nations, yet not long after, she returned to continue her role as the fifth Hokage. In comparison, one might consider the lives of Jiraiya and Orochimaru alongside Tsunade's. One could argue that their endeavors were largely for the village, albeit Tsunade herself did not share this sentiment. Instead, she dismissed the notion as trivial, believing there was no necessity for such an outlook. While what you say holds merit, I too occasionally feel fatigued, compelled to undertake tasks I would rather avoid, as they are my responsibilities. Even if I do not wish to engage in them, there remain duties I must fulfill. At times, this brings me genuine sorrow. Yet what can be done? After all, this is the path I must tread. I have aspirations, yet I find myself unable to pursue them. For I am bound by restrictions. Unlike you, who is a free spirit capable of following your desires, I am not afforded such liberty due to my different origins. If we were to exchange our circumstances, perhaps our lives would be more favorable. However, as she reflected on this, Tsunade let out a sigh and shook her head. Some things are destined from the moment of our birth. They cannot be altered, and all one can do is choose to accept them. Chapter 94. Unchangeable. Has my sister never contemplated the notion of rebellion? Despite her differing origins, does she truly believe that she must perpetually indulge in her current state? Is she unaware that the essence of living a fulfilling life lies in embodying the person one aspires to be? Is conforming to the expectations of others truly her utmost desire? Surely not. Deep down, she comprehends her true ambitions, yet she has never pursued them. She appears to dismiss the gravity of her situation, but is it really so trivial? Sister, engage in some introspection. Your ultimate aspiration is merely a life of comfort. Yet you have never experienced the tranquility you yearn for. Thus, one could surmise that you are indeed discontented. Yuma can vividly imagine Tsunade Senju's sentiments, yet, for reasons unknown, despite this understanding, he feels an overwhelming sense of helplessness, unsure of how to articulate it, leaving an air of awkwardness. At this juncture, Tsunade shakes her head. Some paths are predetermined from birth. If fate is inescapable, why then must one struggle against it? It is not as dire as you perceive. I do not find this path entirely unfavorable. In fact, I consider it bearable, albeit occasionally exhausting. I merely long for more moments of respite. Nevertheless, this is my destiny. My abilities dictate that I must undertake these responsibilities, so what is there to lament? Thus, there is no need for your concerns. I do not perceive my endeavors as burdensome. Though they are taxing, my life does not revolve incessantly around relentless toil. Presently, I embark on missions roughly every 10 days or bi-weekly. Each assignment may extend for considerable durations, yet upon my return, I can enjoy ample rest. Despite flirting with death on numerous occasions, I firmly believe that I am not destined to depart this world prematurely. I have yet to fully experience life. Each encounter only serves to fortify my resolve, and I trust that fate will not be excessively cruel to me. Therefore, you need not worry overly much about me. However, should you choose to traverse this path, be forewarned of the perils that lie ahead. It is no simple endeavor. Tsunade is correct. We currently inhabit a time of turmoil. Yet, the era of Naruto Uzumaki will be vastly different. In his time, daily affairs consist of minor skirmishes, while in this age of conflict, animosities fester between villages. Each settlement engages in relentless struggles, whether over trivial territories or inconsequential matters. Regardless of the issue at hand, these conflicts persist unceasingly, enveloping all in a sense of futility. Who truly desires to engage in daily battles? Yet, what alternative exists? No one can alter such a reality, except for the choice to accept it. In truth, there exists no alternative. Thus, the sole means of escape in the present is to embark upon this path. However, should a great conflict arise one day and you choose not to tread this road, you would, conversely, contribute nothing and rely upon others for protection. Do you genuinely feel at ease with that? Or do you find it acceptable? Of course not. Having traversed this journey with great difficulty, how could one possibly choose such a path? Chapter 95. The path that cannot be walked. Do not worry, dear sister. I have long contemplated the path I must tread. Having made my decision, I shall not dwell on regrets, whether it leads to joy or sorrow, for I carry the weight of my choices alone. As for you, dear sister, Yujin genuinely felt a pang of sympathy for Senju Tsunade in her current state. Yet he found himself at a loss for words to express his emotions. Some feelings must remain unspoken, especially since this was their first encounter, at least from Senju Tsunade's perspective. Though he had admired her in anime and manga, voicing such sentiments seemed inappropriate. Otherwise, she might find his affection perplexing. It felt strange to profess such fondness without the foundation of familiarity, as if they had known each other for ages, which was utterly bewildering. Thus, It was imperative to refrain from such declarations. Even if one cannot act, it is crucial to keep certain thoughts to oneself to avoid evoking confusion or frustration. "Thank you," he said. "You are such a thoughtful child. Speaking with you today has uplifted my spirits. I have harbored these thoughts in silence, unsure of whom to confide in. For even if I were to share them, few would comprehend. And even if they did, what difference would it make? They would likely chastise me for my grievances, questioning my motives. I have wandered this path for so long, and when I finally admit my exhaustion, others fail to understand. Thus, I find myself confiding in you. A child who seems so unaware, yet unexpectedly offers solace and concern. I believe you are destined for greatness. That much is clear to me. Do not fret about the challenges that lie ahead. I have faith in you." Senju Tsunade sought merely an outlet for her frustrations today. She had previously shared half of these thoughts with Jiraiya, who, even then, chose not to understand her plight. What hope was there for others? Some words are meant to be spoken to foster understanding. If that understanding is absent, such words become futile and devoid of purpose. Yet, even in silence, the heart remains heavy. What can one do in the face of such discomfort? One must endure, finding solace in the shadows when no one else can comprehend one's turmoil. However, Shidongzi offered no response, rendering his efforts seemingly pointless. Yet now, it appeared that there was at least one person with whom he could share these sentiments, even if that person was merely a 5-year-old child. What of it? At the very least, she could respond to him, and hearing her call him brother brought him a measure of joy. "I am deeply grateful for the trust you have bestowed upon me, dear sister. I assure you that I shall never betray your faith in me. Rest assured, I am committed to excelling in my endeavors. However, I find myself yet to graduate from the Ninja Academy, and I remain uncertain about who my future instructors may be. This uncertainty does cause me a degree of concern, as these matters are beyond my control. As you aptly mentioned, possessing a noble lineage or having a remarkable mentor can indeed alter one's destiny, yet these choices lie entirely outside my grasp. Reflecting on this reality evokes a sense of heartache within me." Chapter 96. Tsunade's thoughts. It's perfectly fine. I can strive diligently on my own. I understand that these are merely initial steps, yet they hold significant importance. However, these matters are beyond our control. If we cannot change them, we must simply choose to accept them. Yohana Yujin did not dwell excessively on this issue, for it mattered little who his mentor was. As long as his abilities were sufficient, the identity of the teacher became inconsequential. Ultimately, it all depended on one's innate talent. Thus, a teacher merely serves as a guiding light. If one is fortunate enough to have a mentor like Kakashi Hitaki, it would indeed be invaluable. Yet, if such a mentor is absent, it does not preclude the possibility of soaring to great heights. The desire to alter this status quo is strong, but it is futile to wish for what cannot be changed. Acceptance, therefore, is the only viable option. Upon hearing these words, Tsunade Senju suddenly recalled something significant and regarded the young boy before her with earnestness. "If you wish, I could teach you. Would you like to be my disciple?" Yohana Yujin was taken aback by this proposition, utterly astonished that he might be so fortunate. The idea of Tsunade, a legendary figure, becoming his mentor seemed almost surreal. It was difficult to comprehend such good fortune. He felt as if he were dreaming. The notion that this woman would take him under her wing left his heart racing. An indescribable feeling of excitement coursing through him. "Sister, you cannot be jesting with me," he replied. "I am merely an ordinary child. Neither a member of the Uchiha clan nor the Hyuga family. My background is far from illustrious. If you were to become my teacher, would you not see me as someone of mediocre talent, utterly unremarkable in every aspect?" Through various television shows and the Naruto anime and manga, it is clear that those aspiring to have a mentor often seek out exceptional individuals. For instance, Naruto Uzumaki hails from the Uzumaki clan, and he is the son of the 4th Hokage. Similarly, Orochimaru sought out Sasuke Uchiha, the last scion of the Uchiha clan. In contrast, Sakura Haruno may be considered the most ordinary of them all. Tsunade's standards, however, are comparatively lenient, and Sakura, endowed with exceptional strength, was fortunate enough to be placed in the same team as Naruto and Sasuke, under the tutelage of Kakashi. Thus, everything is a consequence of cause and effect. One cannot help but acknowledge this reality. Even if you are reluctant to admit it, certain truths must be recognized regardless of your willingness. Although discussing these matters may evoke a sense of helplessness, there exists no means to alter the current state of affairs. Therefore, hearing Lady Tsunade express these sentiments at this moment is truly astonishing. Chapter 97. To be her apprentice? Kanola Tsunade gazed at the child before her with a mixture of exasperation and intrigue. Despite his tender years, the boy's thoughts seemed remarkably mature, evoking a sense of wonder. Akin to the contemplations of adults, an undeniable acknowledgement one might not wish to concede. Why ponder so much? I merely wish for you to be my confidant today, to serve as my sounding board. Your presence brings me joy, and I find you to be quite exceptional. If circumstances permit, I would be delighted to take you on as my apprentice. Is this not a splendid opportunity? Should you decline, it would indeed be a regrettable loss. Consider carefully whether you wish to accept this role. This truly is a rare chance, and to let it slip away would be a lamentable error. Thus, I cannot help but ponder whether to seize this moment fully. It is imperative that I do so. Yet, articulating such sentiments proves challenging. Can one genuinely claim indifference? Those who do are foolish, yet even with overwhelming thoughts, expressing them remains a daunting task. Are you truly not jesting with me? You are not merely playing a trick, are you? I am but a child, easily swayed, and I take your words to heart. If you were to decline the role of my mentor, it would leave me profoundly disheartened. After all, you are so strikingly beautiful, exceptionally skilled, and hail from such a distinguished background. Should you choose to be my teacher, no one would dare to bully me again. In my previous school days, I was scorned and deemed unworthy due to my modest origins and penchant for trouble, leading others to keep their distance and shun my companionship. However, if it were known that you were my mentor, surely their perception of me would shift, and they would treat me with newfound respect. In truth, Yuma Yu's current demeanor might seem a tad whimsical, but what does it matter? As long as I can have Tsunade as my teacher, as long as this woman can impart her ninjutsu wisdom to me, becoming my protective shield, everything else pales in significance. Though it might appear foolishness, being merely a 5-year-old, such sentiments are understandable. Yet, upon hearing this, Tsunade suddenly displayed a fierce sense of injustice. An endearing sight indeed. How can this be? You come from humble beginnings, and having a few troubles is entirely typical for a child. Why has no one chosen to befriend you? Why are you met with such rejection? Why do they torment you? From this moment forth, you shall be my apprentice. No one will dare to bully you. Go and inquire who would have the audacity to intimidate the apprentice of Tsunade Senju. For anyone under my protection, no one will utter a word of dissent. I assure you, my formidable strength is feared by all, and I am renowned throughout the entirety of Konohagakure. Thus, as long as you accept the role of my disciple, no one will dare to speak ill of you. There will be no whispers or gossip. So, have you truly considered becoming my apprentice? I assure you, I am not deceiving you. I understand that if you take my words to heart and later feel betrayed, it would undoubtedly bring you sorrow. Therefore, such a scenario shall not come to pass, and you need not worry. When I say I will be your master, I mean it, provided you deem me worthy as your teacher. After all, I am a woman, and you are a young man. Does it not seem somewhat incomprehensible to have a woman as a mentor? I am uncertain. At least, in the comics and animations I have encountered, such a situation has not arisen, which may render it somewhat peculiar. Chapter 98. The perilous first lesson. What shame does a child have? Don't fidget, despite your tender years. Your physique is quite robust. In the attic, Tsunade, with unwavering focus, wielded her teaching rod while seated comfortably in her chair. I say, could you possibly turn around? It makes it quite difficult for me to teach you ninjutsu like this. Yuma secretly mused, having heard much about Tsunade's character. If he were to learn ninjutsu from her, he would have to submit to her whims. Bare-chested and clad in shorts, he stood before Tsunade, feeling a twinge of embarrassment as he gazed at her alluring figure. Tsunade's teasing remark made his cheeks flush even more. With a flick of her wrist, she spun around and settled back into her chair, nonchalantly twirling the rod in her hands. To learn my ninjutsu, the first lesson is understanding the various structures of the body. With a swift motion, she twirled the rod twice before it struck Yuma's abdomen, the speed leaving him no time to invoke his indestructible technique. With a resounding crash, his body was thrust into the wall, dust swirling in the attic. Ugh! A mouthful of blood erupted from his lips. Such a physical assault was insufferable for a child. Oh dear, it has been ages since I last fought. I must have miscalibrated my strength. Did I hurt you? Though her words seemed casual, concern for the boy lingered in her heart. As the dust settled, Yuma tumbled down from the wall, groaning. Ouch, that hurts. Does this woman intend to finish me off today? Is it because I injured Uchiha? Truly, we are all of the same ilk. Let me see. Oh dear, my fault for not controlling my strength better. Her earlier nonchalance evaporated, revealing her genuine remorse. But now, allow you to witness the wonders of my ninjutsu. Behold. Her slender fingers shimmered with a verdant glow as they delicately brushed over his wounds. The bruises and injuries healed with a crackling sound, yet strangely, he felt no pain, as if under a spell of anesthesia. Perceiving his confusion, Tsunade remarked, "How does it feel? Not painful at all, is it? Like you've been given an anesthetic?" Realizing he had been seen through, he could only nod in agreement. This is the unique aspect of my ninjutsu, complete healing. It is a point of pride for me, truly a healing hand. Originally, she intended to teach him where the enemy's vulnerabilities lay, but her strength had unintentionally been excessive. Now rise. With a feint of her rod, Yuma sprang to his feet, maintaining a safe distance from Tsunade. Alertness. That is paramount in battle. Well, that will suffice for today. Please tidy up the room. I shall use it to stretch my limbs shortly. Faced with her whims, Yuma could only shake his head and began to sweep the floor. So tiring. It's already noon. How time flies. He patted his belly, feeling hunger pangs. Time for lunch, I suppose. A familiar, lively voice chimed from behind him. Good afternoon, Mike Guy. Care to join me for a meal? Of course. Youth is characterized by an unceasing flow of fervor and delightful cuisine. After a few days of physical transformation, it has become evident that Yushin's spirit and mind have brightened considerably. Youth is indeed synonymous with passion. Let us walk on our hands to the ramen shop. Those who arrive late shall treat. Two individuals, amidst the sweltering summer heat, frolic through the streets, weaving through the crowd, or rather, we should say, making our way to the ramen establishment. At the same time, we are evenly matched. How shall we resolve this? I shall treat this time. Chapter 99. Right and wrong, your ramen is ready. Sir, I shall begin. Slurp, slurp. I am quite full. I can no longer eat. The bowls of ramen on both sides resemble towering mountains. No wonder, in the original tale, Naruto is so enamored with ramen. It truly is delectable, the noodles neither too firm nor too soft, and the broth is authentically rich, vastly different from the instant noodles we typically consume on Earth. I must ascertain the ingredients of this broth. It is simply divine. Yushin, I heard you and Tsunade are learning ninjutsu. How's it going? Is there a sense of fervor? Let's not discuss it. I was nearly beaten half to death today. Fortunately, her ninjutsu is remarkably advanced, so it wasn't too bad. Let me tell you, her skills are formidable, one could even say terrifying. Back in the day, when medical ninjas were scarce on the battlefield, she managed to achieve 0 casualties single-handedly. Of course, this is all according to my father, so it may be somewhat mythologized. Nevertheless, it cannot be denied that when it comes to medical ninjutsu, she is second to none. Boss, please tally up the bill. Those two little rascals, do come again. Upside down on the way back? The fervor of youth? Yushin's voice rang out. All right, Yushin, Makid exclaimed, his pearly white teeth sparkling. On a distant rooftop, a figure clad in a long robe, with an expression obscured by a fox mask, raised an eyebrow. Oh, in just a few short days. Has the martial arts master within me progressed to such a level? As the outward guide, one must not be overly indulgent. Punishment shall ensue. Yushin abruptly stood up. He turned to look at the distant building, but the robed woman had already vanished without a trace. Yushin scratched his head. I distinctly felt someone's presence. Yushin, I wonder if choosing you was the right decision? Yushin, you're back? Come wash your hands and eat. Mother prepared your favorite rice balls and even added the heavenly tangle you love. I'm not certain if you enjoy sweets, but I made a box of those too. Observing the rice balls he adored, Yushin swallowed hard, yet he had just eaten too much and could not consume more. He steeled himself to eat. I wish to eat in my room. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Let me take a look, dear. No, let us eat at the dining table. Indeed. In the face of delicious food, one cannot refuse. How was your class today? Did you learn anything? Yujin pondered how to respond. Should he mention being nearly beaten to a pulp? His mother would only worry. Instead, he said he spent the afternoon tidying up the room, which might make Tsunade seem less amiable. Today, I learned some basics of healing techniques, including sensations and effects. It was quite good. I merely reviewed the fundamentals. That's wonderful. His mother nodded with a smile as she cleared the dishes. What about father? He mentioned having urgent matters to attend to and won't be back for about a week. Did he not specify what those matters were? He left in quite a hurry. Bustling off. Let us not linger on that. The rice balls will become cold and lose their flavor. The following day at school. Yujin, wait for me. The voice exclaimed, unmistakably belonging to Shiri Hong. Given the circumstances, it was perhaps best to remain silent, for one should not attract undue attention to such a physique. Yushiyu lowered her head and hurried past. Shiri Hong seemed to sense something amiss. After a moment's contemplation, she pursued her. Please, Yujin, do not address me in such a manner. Use my full name instead, urged Yushiyu. Though events have transpired, I still hope our friendship endures. In this world, having one more friend is invariably preferable to gaining another foe. Would you not agree? Very well, since you have expressed this, I look forward to your continued companionship. Shiri Hong, let us embark on this journey together. Chapter 100. The Conspiracy Beneath the Selection Conference. Once again, the annual selection conference has arrived. On the surface, it appears to be a mere selection event. However, beneath the facade, every participant is eagerly preparing, keen to distinguish themselves in the competition. Tianyu Yojin, have you decided which event to participate in? Youth must not be squandered. We cannot afford to be idle. Might Guy, sporting his iconic mushroom haircut, and Kakashi, with his ever-dazzling white smile, have yet to finalize their choices. Guy aspires to challenge himself, yearning to discover the formidable ninjutsu he might acquire through this golden opportunity, ultimately hoping to master even the most forbidden techniques. The chase event seems quite popular. Shall we participate, Yojin? I wish to see if I can still maintain my speed while burdened. I am also intrigued by the elimination-style ninjutsu competition, replied Yojin. The two of them marked their intentions on the registration board using chakra-infused shuriken. A chase event? You wish to compete? I strongly advise you to reconsider. It would be prudent to withdraw, for you are merely lagging behind, incapable of wielding ninjutsu with ease. Most competitors are prodigies far superior to mere genin. It would be wise to retreat while you still can, Kakashi interjected as he passed by, casually tossing a shuriken. Don't say I didn't warn you. In recent years, many ninjas have perished in the chase event, and even Kakashi's odds of success are questionable. It seems we ought to participate, Might Guy bellowed. What is so impressive about being a genius? Taijutsu is the strongest. Oh no, I'm going to be late. Is there an assistant? I need a golden finger to expedite my pace. Understood, master. Ding. Phantom steps. Download complete. Proficiency at 100. Duration. Permanent. Excellent. Tianyu Yojin leaped into action, chakra coalescing in his legs, and in an instant, he arrived at the rendezvous with Tsunade. You're late, kid. That means you owe me extra tofu to crush. And remember, it must tea break. Why must I crush tofu to learn ninjutsu? It's so soft, like a water balloon encased in a membrane. It's terribly arduous. Mastering healing techniques requires a delicate touch. Sometimes you are dealing with bones, other times limbs, and occasionally, the brain or internal organs of the injured. A slightest error in this regard could lead to dire consequences, both for the patient and in terms of accountability. Furthermore, the battlefield is fraught with unpredictability, and mental fortitude is equally vital. Regardless of what transpires, remaining calm should be your instinct. I hope this selection conference serves as a valuable training ground for you. Do not meet your demise within its confines, young one. Are there any formidable contenders this year? Formidable contenders appear every year, though it is termed a selection conference. It is essentially a demonstration to showcase the prowess of various ninja villages. Rather than formidable contenders, they are more akin to monsters. Have you heard of the impure world reincarnation? Why am I even telling you this? Just focus on participating diligently and be cautious. Once you finish crushing that tofu, do you see the water I've placed beside you? The water is filled with numerous bubbles. If you do not disturb them, they shall remain unbroken. However, I ask you to extract them without causing any damage. This year's competition promises the emergence of peculiar creatures, and I find myself filled with anticipation. Welcome to the Hidden Leaf Village. Do you comprehend the task? Is there any mistake in the mission? Is it truly necessary to mobilize such immense resources for a mere invalid? His orders? Are you defying them? Subordinates ought not to speak out of turn. Focus on your duties. As for other matters, it is unnecessary for you to be informed. Know too much, and you risk losing your head. Now, do not delay. What is it that you truly wish to achieve this time? Chapter 101. The Conspiracy of the Selection Conference. Part 2. What is Sister Tsunade thinking? This task in the water is utterly impossible to complete. The punishment seems rather severe. I have tried several times to use chakra to extract the bubbles. Yet each time I approach the surface, the bubbles shattered. It is exceedingly difficult. How goes it, little one? Have you succeeded? No, it's too challenging. I cannot complete it at all. Oh, you're giving up already? How pathetic. In the meantime, Tsunade's fingers twirled, green chakra swirling at her fingertips. This chakra was particularly dense, and merely gazing at it was a source of comfort, so beautiful and worthy of study. Her slender fingers, resembling feathers, seamlessly melded into the water. Strangely, the bubbles did not burst. With a gentle flick, she lifted a bubble into her palm, enveloped in chakra, shimmering with green light under the sun. Do you see? This is how you ought to be. How much have you remembered, little one? Yu-Engine, momentarily stunned, gazed at the bubble, lost in thought. Caught off guard by such a question, he appeared quite bewildered. This absent-mindedness is truly amusing. For the next couple of days, you may skip class to prepare for the selection conference. Moreover, there will be some unfamiliar faces in the village. Do not cause any trouble. Understood. Also, regarding the ninjutsu from this morning, I wonder how you learned it. It would be best not to use it for the next few days. Yu-Engine paused, surprised at how acutely aware he was of chakra, despite having concealed it quite discreetly. Little rascal. On his way back to school, he indeed encountered many unfamiliar faces. It seemed the Hidden Leaf Village would be bustling in the coming days. Minato, recently the spies have gathered some intelligence. The Shadow Division appears restless. Haven't they been in hiding for quite some time? Why are they suddenly appearing in large numbers in the Hidden Leaf Village? This situation is certainly not simple. We must ascertain the facts swiftly. Any delay is unacceptable. Report to me immediately with the latest updates. It seems the prophecy is inescapable. In a certain grove at the border of the Hidden Leaf Village, an urgent message was conveyed. Be cautious, everyone. The old fox of the Hidden Leaf Village has become aware. Do not jeopardize the mission. If things go awry, we will only have ourselves to blame. Understood. Have all the personnel been positioned? Yes, they have been placed. Others will not notice, but what? But the character of the person he arranged this time is somewhat elusive. That is his problem. Atop a high tower in the Hidden Leaf Village, a figure cloaked in long robes descended gracefully. Upon closer inspection, one could see that the individual wore a mask depicting a fox's smile. Humph. To lay hands on my people, they are rather overestimating themselves. Meanwhile, Yu-Engine was at home practicing the indestructible diamond technique, his chakra veins becoming increasingly robust, and his body more agile. It appeared he was on the verge of a breakthrough. Excuse me, is this Yu-Engine's residence? Yes, I am his mother. May I ask who you are? I am his classmate and wish to find him to inquire about the selection competition. Oh, you are a classmate. Please, come in. Make yourself at home, and do not stand on ceremony. Yujin, your classmate. Qian Kuei has arrived. Qian Kuei? Which Qian Kuei? I do not recognize this individual. Could it be? Yuhang Yujin, I am the consultant sent by the school to elucidate the rules and schedule of the selection competition. May I inquire if this is the residence of Yuhang Yujin? Yes, and who might you be? I am Qian Kuei, dispatched by the school to inform Yujin about the details and procedures of the selection competition. The mother glanced upstairs, bewildered, wondering what was transpiring and who had just been present. Chapter 102. The Conspiracy of the Selection Tournament 3 with a thunderous crash. The once dilapidated room was engulfed in a haze of dust, within which two indistinct figures could be discerned, accompanied by the sound of fists whooshing through the air and the dull thud of flesh meeting flesh. Yuan Yujin narrowly evaded a punch aimed at him, only to realize with dismay that the fist was not a mere strike. Humph, did you underestimate me? My punch is an area attack. A simple sidestep won't suffice. But do not belittle others. In an instant, chakra enveloped his left side, leaving him unscathed. With a swift hand sign, he retreated, employing the substitution technique to leap onto the street. If you seek trouble, come out. Just don't wreck my home. Humph, this is intriguing, Qian Kuei mused. You managed to withstand my punch without so much as a scratch, and yet you still possess the strength to perform hand signs and escape. Fascinating indeed. He leaped gracefully, landing before Yuan Yuzhen. How is it that a mere Jinin possesses such physical prowess? What have you learned? Or should I inquire from whom you acquired such skills? Qian Kuei inquired. This fellow is remarkably astute. I must concoct a ruse to deceive him, Yuan Yuzhen thought, and thus he shouted, You've destroyed my room. And yet you dare to question me? Watch as I bring you to your knees. With that, he sprang forward, darting behind his adversary. Water release, water dragon bullet. He rapidly formed hand signs, and a resounding roar of a dragon echoed through the street, accompanied by the sound of crashing waves. Indeed, the dragon's roar is quite formidable. A sudden whisper resonated in his ear. However, it seems you have no intention of answering my question. When did you slip behind me? This is bad. Water dragon. The waters of a ditch cannot contend with the brilliance of the vast ocean. A languid voice reverberated through the street. The ferocious water dragon was unexpectedly drawn into an unknown formation, which upon closer inspection was not a formation at all, but a copper mirror. The mirror's surface shimmered with fiery red chakra, and in no time, the water dragon had vanished, leaving behind a silent street. Before him stood a woman clad in red, a copper mirror gleaming at her waist, quite an alluring sight. You've gone a bit too far, the woman exclaimed, her finger pointed accusingly at the two. Yuan Yuzhen, somewhat puzzled, thought, is she referring to me? Not you, but him, the candidate from the Mukage, the woman clarified, addressing Tianjing Muliang. Children should not be running about. With the tournament at hand, according to the rules, contestants may only meet 3 days prior for written and interview tests. If something occurs now, the guards of Konoha won't be as lenient as I am. Oh dear, big sister, you are so verbose. I was just having fun. Don't be such a wet blanket. Tianjing Muliang pouted playfully. Enough with the chatter. Come here. The woman had no intention of engaging further in idle talk. All right then. Farewell. Yuan Yuzhen, I eagerly await our encounter in the arena. Tianjing Muliang declared. What do you think of that little brat? The woman in red asked. Tianjing Muliang replied. It's hard to say. Upon observation, his chakra source is quite dense. I am uncertain what ninjutsu he has learned. He withstood my punch unscathed, and you must know my punches could pierce through a bull. Spare me the trivialities. Get to the point. The woman in red exhibited a hint of impatience. He didn't even take a breath and still had the strength to seal his escape, while also unleashing a water dragon to attack me. Fortunately, my sister managed to position me behind him. Truly, she is the swiftest female ninja of Kimura Sudo. Give me a break. If it weren't for my presence today, you would have likely been bedridden for half a month due to that water dragon, she retorted, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Such a young age, yet so glib. If you grow up like this, you'll surely invite trouble. Fear not, for I have my big sister to protect me. Tianjing Mureo stammered, holding a lollipop that had somehow appeared in her hand. Chapter 103. The Conspiracy of the Selection Meeting. 4. Yuma Haney raised his gaze to survey his abode, then glanced down at the puddles before him, feeling disheartened as he sank to the ground. What on earth is happening? Even if one wishes to greet another, must it be such a grand affair? They've even dismantled my home. How exasperating. Suddenly, a gust of wind stirred beside him, and he found a bag of money, a key, and a note lying next to him. I sincerely apologize for the damage to your house. Consider this a compensation for a new one. Use this money for repairs. Is the child unharmed? Is there any injury? His mother anxiously inquired, her hands gently exploring his chin and shoulders, relieved to find no injuries. Phew. Thankfully, you're unscathed. She turned to survey the state of their home. Yuma shook the key in his hand, a grin forming on his face. Hey, we have a new house now. Upon arriving at the new residence, Yuma was taken aback by the opulence before him. Is the wood shadow this affluent? In the original story, it was merely a small village, he mused. But never mind, let us relish this moment. Child, where did you acquire this house? Come out, this is not ours. His mother's face was etched with worry and urgency, her eyes darting about cautiously. Seeing his mother's apprehensive demeanor stirred a pang of nostalgia in Yma's heart. He was reminded of his mother back on Earth, who was similarly careful and conflict-averse. Mom, come inside. It's all right. This is compensation from the rascal who wrecked our home, Yma called out. That is unacceptable. This belongs to someone else. Come out immediately. His mother retorted. Mom, please come in. We will stay here temporarily until our house is repaired, Yma urged. Well, if you insist, she relented, stepping into the house. 3 days later, at the pre-selection meeting venue, Yma Haney, over here, McKate shouted, his pearly white teeth gleaming and his voice booming. Coming, Yma replied. There are so many people. This must be the largest turnout yet. Not necessarily. The largest crowd is always for the next edition, Zirahong remarked. Good morning, Zirahong. Yma greeted. Good morning, Zirahong replied. With McKate grinning widely. Where is Asuma Saratobi? The classmates inquired playfully. He went in ahead, Zirahong said, her smile widening at the mention of Asuma. Let us head inside. Yma, we cannot afford to delay our youth. McKate exclaimed. The two joined the throng entering the grand hall, where at the far end stood a raised platform. On it sat the Hokage, Minato, alongside the leaders of various departments. The head of the Umbu, a figure clad in sleek black attire, wore a veil that obscured their face, perhaps one of Konoha's many enigmas. Beside them stood Mio Oda, her expression as indifferent as ever, upon spotting Yma. She merely turned her head away. Next were the leaders of the administrative department, Midogate and CHK, followed by the head of the medical department, a towering figure who was more beast than human. Beside him stood a creature with a stout, slightly rotund body covered in soft, pale green fur, its long ears drooping downwards, and its half-closed eyes resembling those of a drowsy feline. Despite its adorably endearing appearance, it possessed formidable combat prowess, complemented by remarkable healing abilities, allowing it to endure for a considerable time. The figure accompanying it was Tsunade, whose expression had transformed from her usual playful demeanor to one of grave seriousness, rendering her almost unrecognizable. Upon encountering Yushin, she surreptitiously raised her middle finger beneath her sleeve, revealing her irrepressible cheekiness. Yushin couldn't help but think that such an attitude would likely evolve over time. He truly cherished this side of Tsunade. Chapter 104. The conspiracy of the selection meeting. Soon, we would arrive at the Watergate. Though I had read the original work and was aware of his remarkable prowess, encountering him in person revealed a refreshing lack of arrogance. His golden hair framed a strikingly handsome visage, and his eyes sparkled with warmth and mirth. Rising to address the contestants, he announced, Ladies and gentlemen, we are now embarking on a week-long selection process. The victor shall be awarded the esteemed rank of a genin, thus exempting them from the genin examination, along with the fulfillment of one request, provided it does not breach ethical standards within my purview. Following this, Ishimura Naoya proceeded to elucidate the rules of the competition. Children, this selection will comprise 3 distinct events, the specifics of which will be disclosed by the representatives at a later date. Today serves merely as an opportunity for you to meet one another. The teams will consist of 3 members, assigned randomly by the system. However, at this juncture, Ishimura's gaze sharpened, and he pronounced, only one shall emerge victorious. It is not the team that triumphs. It appeared that the chief examiner was advocating for internal strife among the participants. The bonds forged among teammates could be abruptly tested by unexpected competition. After all, they were still mere children. Was it not premature for such Machiavellian maneuvering? I yearned to witness what manner of creature the eventual champion would reveal themselves to be. Now, take this opportunity to observe and engage with one another. You may find yourselves as allies or adversaries. Be prepared for the unforeseen, Ishimura concluded, before withdrawing alongside the heads of various departments. Standing on the platform, Odamio followed the leader, Anya, casting a glance at Habane Yuma, who met her gaze with intrigue. Yet, Oda merely stole a fleeting look before continuing to follow Anya. This woman is truly peculiar. Habane pondered. Ah, we meet again, strange little one. After you received my punch. TSK, how unsatisfactory. Tenju Makuro exclaimed. bounding up to Habane and enveloping him in a hearty embrace. If we are placed in the same group, it shall be quite the adventure. I assure you. I shall hold nothing back. Of course, I will cooperate fully, but as for internal conflicts, that shall depend on your luck. With a playful pat on Habane's shoulder, she laughed and sauntered off. What an odd individual, speaking as though she were already the champion. Yet, the true extent of her abilities remained a mystery. Though the original text did not elaborate on Kimura's ninjutsu, the woman accompanying him was undoubtedly formidable, Habane mused. Yuma, why do you linger? Do not squander this rare opportunity. The school has provided this chance specifically for newcomers. Youth must begin with conversation, McKate urged. The ever-enthusiastic Caillou radiated fervor, a quality I envied. He would surely attract many admirers on Earth, if only his eyebrows and eyes were not so. Unfortunate, Habane thought to himself. With so many individuals to meet, it seemed unlikely that 2 days would suffice. I wonder if the time allocated by the teacher is merely a fade for ulterior motives, Kakashi remarked. Say, genius. Do you walk without making a sound? McKade inquired. From my observations, this examination is far from a mere test. I have heard that the candidates of Kimura Miki have all arrived. Logically speaking, the heirs of various generations would not concern themselves with a selection examination. However, in my opinion, this year's examination is bound to stir up quite a storm, Kakashi remarked from the sidelines. Chapter 105, The Conspiracy of the Selection Tournament. Have you heard? This year's number of participants has encountered an issue. No matter how the groups are arranged, there remains one excess individual. According to the tournament regulations, groups compete against each other, and participants face off in pairs. Yet, there will inevitably be one group and one individual that will receive a bye, meaning they can bypass the first round and directly advance to the subsequent matches. Although this is hardly a fair victory, I must admit, I would relish the chance to draw that fortunate lot. Oh, spare me. With your luck, you might as well be dreaming. Do refrain from being so disheartening. Allow me a moment to ponder. One to you? The spectators below buzzed with anticipation regarding this potential bye, each yearning to draw that coveted slip. A bunch of fools. Such a bye is merely a pipe dream for the weak, Kakashi remarked, twirling the shuriken in his hand. In a competition of this nature, such an oversight is inconceivable. Surely, there must be an issue with one of the participants, prompting the tournament committee to resort to such a drastic measure. You speak the truth, yet historically, participants have exhibited exceptional physical prowess, and their ninjutsu skills are unparalleled among their peers. The notion of an unforeseen incident seems implausible. Yuhi Kurenai interjected. What if a Nin or Jonin, possessing formidable strength, is secretly undermining the event? Kakashi's words sent a chill down Kurenai's spine. Are you suggesting that this selection tournament has been deliberately sabotaged, or worse, that someone has taken the life of a participant? Such an act would be a grave offense, and if discovered, it could lead to interrogation by the Department of Interrogation. At the mere mention of the Interrogation Department, both shuddered involuntarily. Now then, please, all participants, take your seats. Stone Village is now declared with commanding authority. Sit? Where exactly? On the ground? Our teacher truly has a knack for issuing chaotic orders. Indeed, Sensei, this is the very location of our usual trials. It is impossible to sit on the ground. At that moment, the ground, low and uneven, seemed to writhe beneath their feet, emanating eerie sounds that echoed like the wails of tormented souls, piercing through the marrow and inducing a wave of nausea. Suddenly, silence fell, and rows of seats emerged from the earth. Unlike ordinary chairs, these were crimson, seemingly enveloped in flesh, and upon touch, they radiated warmth. At the center of each seat lay human ribcages. Wama uses mouth fell agape in horror, instinctively retreating 2 steps. He thought to himself, how could Konoha Village harbor such grotesque, forbidden artifacts? Is Minato truly aware of this, or has he tacitly permitted it? Wama intended to turn back and seek out Might Guy, Kakashi, and Kurenai, but the once bustling hall was now desolate, devoid of any presence. Hastily, he scanned the area with chakra, but found no trace of life. How peculiar. Have they all vanished? Suddenly, the previously inert chairs sprang to life, the sound of bones clashing echoing ominously, as if they were cleaving through flesh. What had once appeared as mere furniture was now revealed as grotesque, skinless entities. exposing their raw, bloody innards. What in the world is happening? Yuma found himself utterly bewildered. It is indeed perplexing. Where do these monsters originate? And who is orchestrating their movements? The group of creatures, with their rigidly raised arms, accompanied by an unsettling cracking sound, evokes a sense of dread. Alas, this sound possesses a disturbing effect, truly a form of psychological pollution. The nauseating sensation churns violently within my stomach, transforming countless thoughts into a singular notion of annihilation, intertwined with an overwhelming hatred. This intricate emotional turmoil renders it exceedingly difficult to focus. What is the true nature of this predicament? It must be attributable to that sound. I am unable to exert control over my body. I am compelled to forcefully channel my chakra throughout, employing the diamond body technique to mitigate some of the adverse effects. Yet, the intense wave of nausea remains stubbornly persistent. Chapter 106. The Conspiracy of the Selection Tournament. There was no time for further contemplation. This body was utterly incapable of fighting. The priority was to escape. Yuma concentrated chakra in his legs, employing the phantom steps technique, swiftly making a circle only to find himself back at the same spot. How could this be? There was no exit. With a sudden leap, he felt an unusual lightness in his body. How could this be possible? Yuma could scarcely believe his eyes. The scene below was not the grand hall he had anticipated, but a perplexing space where reality seemed to warp. Below, the creatures stood within their respective small domains, each area floating precariously within a purplish-red void. Yuma hovered in midair, pondering the situation. Meanwhile, on the playground, Mike K called out, "Everyone, where are you?" The only response was the echo of his own voice. How strange, they had all been in the grand hall moments ago. Now, how had they suddenly appeared here? Setting aside his confusion, he marveled at the beautiful sunset that had inexplicably graced the morning sky. Such a rare sight should not be wasted on idleness. Time for some handstands. Let's take a lap. Habitually, Mike K attempted to flip over, but with a resounding thud, the ground erupted in dust. What was happening? His body felt inexplicably heavy, rendering him unable to rise. At that moment, Mike K was devoid of his usual vigor, his tone laced with fatigue and lethargy. This splendid sunset, and yet here he was, wasting it on sleep. It seemed Mike K had lost his youthful exuberance. No, wait. This splendid sunset calls for a vigorous run, he exclaimed, attempting to spring up with a fish-like motion, yet he remained grounded. Another attempt, but still no success. Come on. His frustrated cries echoed across the playground. This won't do. It seems I must open a gate, he declared. In an instant, Mike K's eyes turned white, his expression fierce, veins bulging as he summoned every ounce of strength to push against the ground. Accompanied by his roar, Mike K surged forward, gaining speed, leaving behind clouds of dust and debris that struggled to keep pace with him. The very fabric of space seemed on the verge of tearing. With a thunderous crash, reminiscent of shattering glass, Mike K abruptly opened his eyes to find himself sprawled on the floor of the grand hall, surrounded by slumbering participants. Among them, one figure stood upright, Kakashi. "Oh, you're awake?" Kakashi inquired, unfazed. "It's no surprise. Such a hypnotic technique likely only affects you." Mike K, still bewildered, gazed at Kakashi. You all fell under the spell of a hypnosis technique. Generally, such a massive deployment would consume a great deal of chakra, and achieving this effect without at least a week's preparation is quite difficult. It appears someone has been plotting for some time. Indeed. There always seems to be chaos during significant events. At this moment, atop a tower in the Hidden Leaf Village, a figure mused. It seems the plan has succeeded. I can report back to the boss now. All this fuss just to monitor a petty thief? A month in advance, the preparations for the mission were to be initiated. Yet the various departments of Konohagakure displayed a remarkable inefficiency, managing to complete their tasks with such alarming ease. Upon the tower, a figure clad in a black cloak, embroidered with a prominent symbol of the shadows, appeared to be lost in the elation of task completion, oblivious to the constant vigilance required of his surroundings. Every action of his was meticulously observed by the Umbu operatives hidden among the treetops. How naive, the Umbu members mused to themselves. From within his robes, one of them produced a jet-black butterfly, Whispering a few words into its delicate ear before releasing it into the air, the creature swiftly darting towards Konohagakure. Chapter 107. The emergence of the Shadow Division. Uncertain of the abilities possessed by this generation of children, Oda toyed with the dart in her hand. She noticed a butterfly of communication land beside her. It was time to get to work again. She discovered personnel from the Shadow Division at the coordinates of the high tower, seemingly connected to the competing children. Swiftly, she initiated an investigation, only to see the butterfly vanish, transforming into black powder that dispersed into the air. This ink butterfly was indeed exquisite, she mused. It seems this group of children has encountered some trouble. After notifying various departments, she made her way to the grand hall of the selection meeting. Upon arrival, she found the hall cloaked in a thick layer of black chakra, an unfamiliar sensation that sent a chill through her. After circling the perimeter of the hall, she found nothing of note. It appeared she would have to trace the chakra back to its source. Oda wondered aloud about the whereabouts of Yuma. Meanwhile, Yuma, after an hour of deep contemplation, had formulated several possibilities. 1. He had traversed dimensions, a highly plausible scenario based on past experiences. 2. He had been hypnotized. As hypnosis in the world of Naruto could be executed unnoticed, far more conveniently than on Earth. If he had indeed been hypnotized, it was likely he was not alone in this predicament. The pressing question remained, how to escape? A sound resonated, thud, thud. Was it the sound of wooden clogs striking the ground? Curious, he pondered if there were others present. Hey, you, can't you analyze the situation? A hollow yet authoritative voice echoed from the darkness. Who are you? How did you get in here? Yuma demanded. Humph, that is not the question you should be asking. You ought to inquire how to exit, the voice replied, maintaining its hollow tone with a hint of mockery. Here I say hint, your assistant seems to know something. Understanding the reference to his assistant, Yuma felt a chill run down his spine as the presence faded away. He widened his eyes in disbelief, grappling with the revelation that this figure knew his secret. Could his dimensional shift be connected to that voice? Regardless, escaping was paramount. Assistant, who is that person? He questioned urgently. Searching, please hold. Apologies, no information found. Came the response, which did not surprise Yuma. Check how I can get out, he commanded. Querying, please hold. Current location, Grand Hall. Status, hypnotized. Decryption method requires 10 minutes to locate. Damn, that's too slow, Yuma grumbled impatiently. Outside the village of Konoha, in the forest, someone observed. This kid has mastered the diamond body technique to such a degree, but alas, it only defends against physical attacks. Against mental assaults like hypnosis, such an advantage is merely illusory. The figure, obscured by a mask that concealed their features, bore a visage of a fox-esque smile. Given the current circumstances, the progress seemed rather satisfactory. However, it was regrettable that the members of the Shadow Division, having acquired intelligence from unknown sources, dared to conduct clandestine experiments on my people. This was an open provocation against me. It appears that I have aged, and it is time to stretch my limbs once more. Oda in pursuit of chakra. Arrived at the edge of the forest in Konoha. How strange it was. This was supposed to be the very source. Who goes there? She inquired, just as a shuriken was toward her. Reacting swiftly, Oda retreated, only to discover that the shuriken's tail was affixed with an explosive tag. How unfortunate. She quickly formed hand seals, narrowly evading her opponent's ambush. Who are you? Show yourself. Oda shouted. Chapter 108. An unexpected conflict. What kind of ability is it to cower in fear? Oda exclaimed indignantly. As a member of the Umbu, it is truly ironic to speak of cowardice in such a vile and contemptible manner. Emerging from the shadows was a woman clad in black, her attire adorned with a prominent character for shadow. Are you from the Shadow Division? Haven't you been in hiding for decades? What ulterior motive could you possibly have now? Oda questioned. In hiding? Not exactly. We simply prefer to remain less visible to the public eye. It is not as dreadful as you imagine. Besides, the Umbu and the Shadow Division share common roots. That kunai earlier was merely a greeting. Why bother with words? Now, it is time for you to surrender peacefully and meet our leader. With that, more kunai were launched towards Oda in a hall 800 miles away. A mechanical voice echoed in Yu's mind. Master, I have located the exit, though it presents certain difficulties. Yu shivered at the response. What is it? Hurry and tell me. This is not something for you to ponder. Simply provide me with the method. Very well, Master. The exit lies within the abdomen of one of the numerous monsters below. The only way to enter is to be swallowed whole by it. At this, Yu felt a chill run down his spine. Why is it so grotesque? How can one employ so many tricks with a hypnosis technique? Which monster is it? The abdomen glows, came the assistant's reply. Yu adjusted his collar and swallowed hard. Let us go? With that, he shut his eyes and leaped down. In an instant, the monster's mouth gaped wide, its features grotesquely contorted due to the rapid motion. Blood-red flesh began to rupture, and the stench wafted from the cavernous maw. Yu opened his eyes to find himself staring into Might Guy's thick eyebrows and piercing gaze. Startled by the proximity, he instinctively pushed him away. You're awake. You have no idea how worried I was. Did you see something terrifying? You were shouting frantically. It was frightening, Guy exclaimed. As you sat up, memories of that moment flooded back, the slippery sensation of entering the monster's mouth, accompanied by the foul odor. He began to retch uncontrollably. Ugh, don't mention it. It was revolting, something I will never forget. It was nothing short of a nightmare. After speaking, he looked around. Are the others still not awake? Yes, I was the first to awaken. Kakashi, perhaps being a genius has its advantages, as he seems to have evaded the hypnosis entirely. The exterior of this hall is enveloped in an unknown chakra, rendering us unable to communicate with the outside world. We can only await rescue, Guy explained. After surveying the surroundings, Kakashi added, currently, the only course of action is to wait for assistance. And as for this group of incompetents, who knows when they will awaken? Oh, this group of individuals appears quite remarkable, particularly that Kakashi, who seems to possess considerable prowess. I wonder how he will perform on the battlefield. As for Might Guy, he is entirely devoid of any detectable chakra yet managed to awaken from his stupor with astonishing swiftness, a feat not to be underestimated. Moreover, just prior to his awakening, an exceptionally pure chakra surged forth from him unexpectedly, indicating that he is far from ordinary. Regarding that troublesome lad, Yushin, despite his seemingly lackluster demeanor, he too has risen early. Although I am uncertain of the methods he employed, it is evident that he harbors some secrets. I shall observe him further. Chapter 109. The fury of the chubby boy once more. I inquire, who dares to speak of the demise of the portly one? Dora articulated each word with deliberate precision. The henchman before him appeared utterly dazed, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Nevertheless, he clung to his last vestige of defiance. It's you I'm referring to, the fatso, he stammered. Begone, you wretched scoundrel. Dora summoned all his strength, his fist tearing through the air with a resounding crack, poised to deliver a fatal blow to the henchman. Yet, with a sudden leap, the henchman evaded, vanishing with a puff. The henchman shielded his face with his arms, and after a moment, he realized he had not been harmed. Have you finished your incessant shouting? If you're done, then be gone. Do you dare provoke me? Do you wish to end your life? The figure before the henchman declared. It's been ages since we last met, and you appear to be well. The second in command of the Shadow Division, Guing. Why have I not seen your leader? Tsunade interjected from the side. If I am not mistaken, you must be Tsunade, correct? I recall our last encounter when you were but a child. To see you now, all grown up, is quite the transformation. Guing's flippant tone was quite disconcerting. Our leader's ambitions are grand. He has no time to concern himself with trifles. This is merely a minor episode in his grand design, one that does not require his attention, Guing remarked. What schemes does your Shadow Division have? Dora inquired. Oh, your use of the term scheme is rather sour, Guing retorted. I have already stated that our goals are magnificent. Given that I have not divulged our intentions over the years, do you truly believe I would reveal them now? Then let us fight until you concede, Dora shouted. With his rotund figure, he indeed moved with an unexpected lightness, raising doubts about whether he was merely a shell or truly portly. At this moment, Dora's fists were not enveloped in healing green chakra, but rather a vivid green interspersed with ominous crimson. Launching forward, he struck towards Guing with a thunderous crash, sending dust swirling. When the smoke cleared, a large crater remained, at the bottom of which lay Gu-ing, disheveled, with Dora-'s fist having struck his abdomen. Ah! I have long heard tales of Dora-'s extraordinary strength in the Hidden Leaf Village, and today it is evident that the rumors hold true. Yet, in terms of strategy, you still require some refinement. Time is of the essence. Farewell. With that, Gu-ing transformed into a cloud of smoke and vanished. Oh no! I've fallen into a trap. They led the tiger away from its mountain. Their true objective was merely to delay us. Dora exclaimed. To leave so abruptly. Is that a dismissal of our presence? Several members of the Shadow Division stood before them. Clear a path for me, Dora commanded, with remarkable agility. Dora maneuvered through the throngs of enemies, his fists radiating a swirling red and green light as foes fell before him. Still wish to ambush me? Dora pivoted, catching an enemy's shuriken barehanded, pressing down on the explosive tag to suppress its detonation. This level of skill is akin to mere tickling. At this juncture, Dora fought with increasing vigor, growing ever more formidable. Earth release. Crumbling earth palm. In an instant, the ground was enveloped in a swirling cloud of dust as a colossal hand, towering several hundred feet, ruthlessly descended upon the enemy. With a thunderous crash, the entire forest lay in ruins. Uprooted trees and shattered roots were interred alongside the foes in the earth. Humph. Mere ants, Dora disdainfully remarked as he retracted his fist. Hasten to the Great Hall, Dora commanded, leading Tsunade as they raced through the jungle. Suddenly, they spotted a familiar figure, Kakashi. Here, Tsunade, Kakashi called out. Dora, Tsunade, this is my shadow clone. The situation is dire, Kakashi said anxiously. Chapter 110. Awaiting rescue. Alas, I am utterly exhausted. I have been lying here for quite some time. And suddenly, everyone collapsed around me, as if in perfect synchrony. I did not anticipate that merely reclining would extend for several hours, and now my arms feel quite numb. I wonder if the people of Konoha have any means to rectify this dire predicament? It seems Mu Liao must remain in repose a little longer. And he appears to have fallen asleep. Oh dear, how remarkable it is that you have managed to extricate yourself from my hypnosis. It seems my methods have been effective. From the shadows emerged a figure clad in black, adorned with a conspicuous emblem of the shadow character. Humph. Such rudimentary hypnosis is hardly sufficient to ensnare me. Kakashi scoffed. Oh, it appears this generation is indeed brimming with talent. However, my handsome young friend, you have underestimated our Shadow Division. This hypnosis is merely a preliminary filter. The true spectacle is beyond your imagination. Ah, by the way, while my hypnosis may be somewhat basic, if they remain unconscious for 4 hours, TSK, they may never awaken again. At that time, do refrain from weeping, won't you? Enough with the prattle, Kakashi retorted, launching a shuriken at the cloaked figure. In a swift motion, the figure countered with a dart, colliding with Kakashi's projectile. Oh dear, how disrespectful. Why would a young girl resort to such sharp and perilous weapons? With a resounding bang, a smoke bomb detonated. Is that the extent of your abilities? Kakashi nimbly maneuvered through the smoke, initiating an assault on the figure, who calmly deflected the attacks with a single hand. Suddenly, the chakra in Kakashi's grasp transformed into a brilliant white, accompanied by the melodious cries of phoenixes. Akin to the chorus of thousands of birds, it shone resplendently amidst the smoke as he directed his attack toward the shadowy figure. The figure, unaccustomed to such a display, hastily formed seals, but alas, it was too late. Humph. As a girl, to underestimate your opponent is quite inexcusable. With a resounding pop, the cloaked figure vanished. TCH. A mere clone technique? To think I have been engaging in banter for so long, and yet, the real threat remains. It seems even the Shadow Division relies on such techniques to infiltrate. Clone technique. Clone technique. Aha. Kakashi suddenly conceived an idea. Swiftly forming seals to project a clone outside the walls. This should suffice, Kakashi declared. I must swiftly locate Minato. Otherwise, the opportunity will elude me. At this moment, various departments within Konoha received urgent news from Otomio and hastened toward the main hall, only to encounter members of the Shadow Division en route. To think the Shadow Division, which had been lying low, has resurfaced, exclaimed the head of the medical division, Rado. What a fat fool, why all this chatter? The members of the Shadow Division scoffed. Upon hearing this, The people of Konoha collectively held their breath, slowly turning their gazes toward Rado, then glancing at the impending doom facing the Shadow Division. Sighing, they remarked, "You have struck at Rado's Achilles heel. May he rest in peace," Tsunade said with a mischievous grin. In an instant, Leto flashed before the man, dust swirling around them. The once endearing, plump visage had vanished, replaced by a countenance of fury, grotesqueness, and terror. Its fangs glistened, eyes glazed over, ears erect, and whiskers bristling, its features contorted in rage. "You say it again? Who is the dead fatso?" Leto articulated each word deliberately, its voice no longer sweet, but resonating with the ferocity of a wild beast unleashed. Perhaps this was the reason for its prolonged existence, sustained by its formidable combat prowess and menacing presence. The figure from the shadowy faction before it had been rendered utterly paralyzed by fear, legs quaking uncontrollably, stammering the final words of his life. "I'm talking about you. What is it to you?" Chapter 111. Preparing to enter. The entire hall was enveloped in a vast expanse of chakra, rendering it inaccessible to ordinary individuals. I had utilized a shadow clone to venture out in search of assistance, only to discover that you all had already arrived. Thus, my mission has been accomplished. With that, Kakashi's clone vanished. Kakashi observed the child, astonished by the rapid growth and strength. It was remarkable, considering that it would typically take at least half an hour to reach this place from the capital. Yet at such a young age, he was able to sustain his clone for so long. Dora commented, "This child indeed bears a striking resemblance to his father, possessing a strong will." Speaking of his father, Tsunade paused, choosing not to elaborate further. His father had always been a contentious subject, whether he prioritized the bonds with his comrades over the successful completion of missions had undoubtedly left a significant impact on Kakashi. A child. It would be best to refrain from discussing Kakashi's father, Tsukumo Hatake, any further, Dora stated with seriousness. Tsunade held great respect for her mentor, Dora, as much of her healing ninjutsu was learned from him. The tactical and academic knowledge she acquired from Sarutobi Hiruzen was limited, with most of her theoretical understanding of healing rooted in Dora's teachings. "We're approaching the hall. Be cautious of ambushes," Tsunade warned Dora. "It appears that a hypnosis technique has been employed in this vicinity, quite a substantial one at that. Typically, such a level of hypnosis requires a week or more of preparation. It seems the cunning foxes of the Umbu have been active in Konoha for quite some time without our awareness. It is indeed a miscalculation. No wonder the Umbu are renowned for their elusive movements," Dora mused to himself. Speaking of the techniques learned by the Umbu, they predominantly originated from the dark factions of Konoha. However, for reasons unknown, the leader of the Umbu underwent a drastic change in temperament, focusing solely on assassination rather than infiltration, which deviated significantly from the Umbu's code of conduct. Fortunately, the leader severed ties with Konoha, establishing an independent faction known as the Shadow Umbu. At that moment, Tsunade was entirely unaware of such secrets lurking within Konoha. This matter, in truth, is not particularly alarming. "It hasn't frightened you, has it, Tsunade?" Dora inquired. "No, not at all, just somewhat unexpected," Tsunade replied. "Let us cease idle chatter and contemplate how to gain entry. That little rascal Kakashi mentioned that one must utilize shadow clones to enter and exit. Let us give it a try," Dora stated. Closing his eyes and crossing his hands, with a resounding pop, he sent a shadow clone into the hall. As it was about to land, it spotted someone below and hastily adjusted its trajectory. However, the abrupt landing, combined with Dora's rather large feet, caused it to stumble and fall to the side. "Ouch, that hurts." A few individuals in the room turned to investigate the sound, only to see a fluffy, light green creature sprawled in the corner of the hall. The creature rolled over and got back on its feet, creating a rather comical scene. For Dora's ordinary appearance was undeniably adorable. "Haha, what a cute little chubby one," Mike Guy exclaimed with laughter. Fortunately, at that moment, Dora was preoccupied with getting up and did not hear Mike's mocking remarks about its weight and size. Otherwise, Mike would certainly have been unable to endure it. "Have you all finished laughing?" Dora cautiously approached, taking careful steps. The limited space nearly caused Dora to stumble, prompting it to flail its arms to maintain balance. Its rotund belly quivered, and its eyes were tightly shut, creating such an endearing scene that it elicited uncontrollable laughter. If you continue to laugh, you shall be left alone here to await your fate, Dora exclaimed, stamping its feet in frustration. Chapter 112. The Self-Esteem of the Overweight. All right. We shall cease our laughter, Dora-sensei. Our sincerest apologies. The three quickly expressed their contrition. Dora lowered his gaze to observe the slumbering children, noting their furrowed brows and persistent shaking of heads, which indicated their distress. It appeared that the situation was rather dire. The depth of hypnosis was profound. An awakening would require a considerable amount of time. By the way, what did you all perceive in your dreams? Dora inquired, turning back to them. Such trivial tricks. They cannot ensnare me. Kakashi replied nonchalantly. In my hypnosis, I glimpsed the setting sun and the running track of the playground, yet my body felt extraordinarily heavy, rendering me unable to run. I was compelled to. Mato Guy paused momentarily, forcing himself to rise and run with great effort, before he could emerge from the dream. And you, little rascal? Dora queried. I dreamt of a horde of skinless creatures, their organs and bones exposed, their cries rendering me immobile. I managed to find an exit in the abdomen of one of those monsters, and that is how I escaped, Yuma stated. His face contorted in pain as the memory still haunted him. It seems that each of you encountered your most feared visions or creatures during hypnosis. This technique is employed by the interrogation department in the Hidden Leaf Village to extract confessions from criminals and glean information. However, it merely utilizes hypnosis to breach psychological defenses. I had not anticipated that the Shadow Department would corrupt such a technique for nefarious purposes. How despicable! Dora lamented vehemently. Yet, they seem to have forgotten that employing hypnosis against me is akin to a child playing with fire. I am, after all, the very inventor of this art. Dora leaped onto the stage, swiftly forming hand seals, green chakra emanating from his palms, gradually flowing from the platform to the ground, encircling the unconscious participants and drawing a perfect circle. Soon, fine lines began to emerge along the edges, as if crafting a pattern, progressively converging towards the center. Before long, an unknown healing array was established. Hypnosis. Release, Dora proclaimed, and in an instant, the healing array radiated a brilliant green light, blinding all who gazed upon it. What is happening? Did I fall asleep? Just a moment ago, I was. Where am I? Yes. What has transpired? The participants were utterly bewildered by their current predicament. Oh dear, they have all awakened. It seems I should also come to. I felt so satisfied while sleeping, but that dazzling green light jolted me awake. Mu Liao pondered internally. However, what will the leaders of the Hidden Leaf Village decide to do next? Please, everyone, remain quiet. You have all just fallen into hypnosis. The identity of the one who cast the spell has been determined. For now, please stay calm in the hall and await further instructions. The hall is currently the safest area, Dora proclaimed loudly from the platform. Safe? You declare it safe. Yet it was here that we fell victim to hypnosis. How can you assure us that the next assault won't extend its reach to this very place? The participants clearly harbored a deep resentment towards the recent attack and were anxious about the potential for another. Please remain calm. At present, you cannot leave. The most prudent course of action is to await assistance from other departments within the Hidden Leaf Village. All I can do is help you resolve the issue of the hypnotic technique. Dora, maintaining her composure in the face of adversity, declared, if you have any grievances, I possess alternative methods to ensure your satisfaction. With that, she bared her fangs and glared menacingly at the group of young ones. Witnessing Dora's transformation from her usual endearing visage to such a fearsome countenance, the participants were left thoroughly unnerved, each one paling in fright. Chapter 113. The arrival of rescue. Even Kakashi felt somewhat taken aback, retreating a step in fright. Just moments ago, it was undeniably adorable. The sudden transformation was rather difficult to accept. Kakashi mused to himself. Indeed, when reason fails, one is left with no choice but to resort to force. The contestants below exchanged glances, at a loss for words. Oh dear, the chubby one is quite terrifying. He was just so charming a moment ago. And now he's baring his teeth in fright. Waking up to such a shocking scene is truly unfair, thought Tianjin Muliang. Please remain quiet and composed. Do not create any disturbances. I do not wish to hear any chaos outside the hall after I dispel my clones, Dora said sternly. Outside the hall, Tsunade's voice carried a hint of sympathy. I must say, Minter, your methods are rather harsh. A normal adult would struggle to accept such a sight, let alone a group of children. Isn't this a bit of an overreaction? These little rascals only know how to cause a ruckus. It's quite exasperating. Without a firm hand, they simply want to know how to behave, Dora retorted. Do you still feel sorry for them? Enough with the trivialities. Why haven't Minato and the others arrived yet? Meanwhile, Minato and his companions were facing a delay. Oh dear, it seems I've inadvertently held you two up. This is quite taxing, remarked the lone figure of Going, standing before Minato's group, holding a fan. Where do you intend to go? I cannot allow you to proceed to the hall. The second supervisor of the Shadow Department, Otomio, responded, before boasting, you should consider the situation. You stand alone. Thinking you can obstruct our group? Young lady, no need to be so aggressive. Have I claimed I would stop you? Going replied with a smile. As the leader of the Dark Department and the fourth Hokage, how could I possibly be your match? I am merely here to buy some time. Earth release, Earth prison. Going swiftly formed hand seals and shouted, causing walls of earth to rise around Minato's group, trapping them firmly. Is this all the ability of the second supervisor of the Shadow Department? Merely confining us? Otomio questioned. You surely do not believe such a level of ninjutsu could hold me, Minato? Minato retorted. We have long since broken your hypnosis. You should surrender quickly. Oh dear. Is this how you view us from Konoha? So arrogant? Going replied. Did I state that I intended to confine you? I merely wish to delay a bit. As for that childish hypnosis, although we put some effort into it, it is merely a tactic to buy time. I suspect those over there have already caught on to our presence, hee. Going fanned himself confidently and added, moreover, this earth has been altered with the unique chakra of my department. Even you, Minato, would need at least 2 hours to break free from this prison. The timing is just perfect. I shall no longer converse with you. It is time for me to assess the situation over there. How vexing it is that I have encountered yet another setback in the village of Konoha, remarked Mitomenon. I wonder if Dora and Tsunade will be able to contend with this formidable adversary. At that moment, outside the Grand Hall, the chakra enveloping the area had, astonishingly, taken on a different quality compared to before. It seemed to thicken and grow ever more potent autonomously. If this continues to escalate, the children in that vicinity may well be in peril. Dora crouched low, using her hands to sense the chakra, while Tsunade anxiously awaited beside her. Chapter 114. Breaking through adversity. As the chakra gradually coalesced towards the center, the entire space began to compress slowly. If this continued, the children's lives would be in grave jeopardy, Tsunade remarked. Indeed, it was imperative to devise a means to halt the unknown chakra's contraction. Dora squinted, pondering how it might be accomplished. With a rotund belly, squinting eyes, and trembling whiskers, your habits remain unchanged. Dora exclaimed. Oh, perhaps I should refer to you as the gluttonous Tedora instead? The shadow emerged slowly from the darkness on the ground, speaking languidly. Dora suddenly opened his eyes wide, fixating on the shadow. Earth release combined with shadow techniques. Your clan has indeed honed these insidious ninjutsu over the years. The moniker of glutton has nearly slipped my memory. Yet your introduction brings an unsettling sense of familiarity. As the former leader of the Shadow Clan, how has it come to pass that you have become second in command? It seems you have harbored quite a bit of frustration over the years. Not at all. The Shadow Clan leader has grown exceedingly dull. I, for one, prefer to eschew the constraints of formality, finding them utterly tiresome. It is far more enjoyable to pass the leadership mantle to another and roam freely. Treating it as a vacation, the Shadow replied. He claimed it was a vacation, yet upon seeing you, my ire inevitably flares. Centuries ago, Dora and the Shadow were inseparable friends from the Hidden Leaf Village, always seen together, one green, one black, frolicking about. As time passed and they approached their graduation from the Ninja Academy, fate played a cruel jest, pitting them against one another as rivals. They were no strangers to combat, often engaging in playful skirmishes, yet both understood the gravity of this graduation examination would demand utmost seriousness. What a coincidence, Dora. I look forward to your guidance. The shadow declared. Indeed, I anticipate your instruction as well, Shadow, Dora responded. With that, he bared his fangs, veins bulging, saliva dripping, and let out a fierce growl. Such earnestness. You should at least give me a heads up. Anyone would be startled by your current demeanor. The shadow found it difficult to accept Dora's sudden shift. Dora focused his red chakra, charging swiftly towards the shadow. Unyielding, the shadow gripped his kunai and dashed forward, and as their paths converged, he deftly sidestepped, causing Dora to miss. In a swift counter, Dora swung a punch, only for the shadow to evade once more. Hey, must you take this so seriously? Let's discuss our strategy. A draw would suffice. No need to escalate it to this level. The shadow felt a twinge of panic. It seems you are indeed intent on an earnest duel, Dora bellowed. Show me your true self. Let us engage in a proper battle. Spare me the pretense. Had you said so earlier? Come on. The shadow somersaulted backwards, landing gracefully on the ground. It appeared both sides were now fully engaged. Dora unleashed another straight punch, tearing through the air with a resounding crack, as if foreseeing that the solitary shadow would retreat to the side. I closed my eyes and struck beside me without a second thought. Observing this, the solitary shadow executed a substitution technique, evading to Dora's rear. Water shield, water wave break. The solitary shadow unleashed a potent, high-pressure water column from its mouth, slicing through the air like a blade aimed at Dora. Unprepared for such swiftness, Dora braced itself against the water shield, yet the water wave break forcefully propelled it several hundred meters away, causing Dora to tumble and crash against the wall. Thud! Dora became ensnared within the wall, unable to move. Water shield. Water continuous strike. The solitary shadow formed hand signs, instilling great fear. Chapter 115. Memories. As Dora perceived the impending water bomb threatening to engulf him, he swiftly employed his body technique to evade, directly darting behind the shadowy figure. A fiery red chakra surged forth, hurtling towards the shadowy figure, who, sensing the gravity of the situation, conjured an earthen shield. You may have blocked the rear, but can you defend against the front? Dora exclaimed, his eyes wide with determination, attempting to sidestep into the figure's path. Yet, the shadowy figure would not allow this to transpire. Book of the Shadow, Technique of Shadow Gathering. Instantly, dozens of shadowy tendrils emerged, ensnaring Dora and rendering him immobile. You rely on your unique constitution, believing you can master any jutsu, yet you consistently choose these despicable techniques, Dora retorted, a mix of frustration and resignation in his voice. It seems your chakra reserves are nearly depleted, and with the afternoon approaching, the shadows in your vicinity will soon arrive. I wonder how long you can sustain this. After all these years together, your venomous tongue shows no signs of abating. Look, you just admitted that afternoon is imminent. And given my unique constitution, I shall illuminate the entire area with light release. Soon, there will be no shadows left. The shadowy figure declared. What? Light release? How do you know of this legendary technique? To this day, no one has been able to wield it, save for a few elders from the dawn of creation. However, light release is overwhelmingly powerful, having been forcibly sealed away by 2 other elders. Even with your unique constitution, the instability and immense unpredictability of light release could yield unimaginable consequences. Furthermore, under the watchful eyes of many, should you unleash this technique, do you think the elders of Konoha would not investigate you? Your shadow techniques are a closely guarded secret of the Nara clan, and those above have begun to take notice. I advise you to release me before they commence their inquiries, lest the consequences be dire, Dora cautioned. Upon hearing Dora's words, the shadowy figure grasped the severity of the situation. All right, but I warn you, do not suddenly transform. It can be quite terrifying. And, time's up. The victor is Shadow. A booming voice announced within the hall. Wait, there is still an hour remaining in the competition. Even if it were to conclude early, the victor should be determined only if one participant concedes, the shadowy figure pondered. Run, Shadow, Dora shouted hoarsely. Looking back, the shadowy figure beheld the 3rd Hokage and a throng of others rushing forward with remarkable speed, leaving no time to react. As the shadowy figure turned to flee, he was intercepted by the group. 3rd Hokage, what is the meaning of this? He chuckled nervously. Has something urgent occurred? Ah, Shadow. I never realized how truly exceptional your constitution is. I have long heard that you can learn a multitude of techniques. The jutsu you just employed is indeed a secret art of the Nara clan, the shadow stitching technique. This technique is inherited through bloodlines. And despite your lack of relation to the Nara family, you have managed to wield such a power. I cannot allow this ability to exist in the world. The third Hokage exclaimed, "Seize him." Those around him swiftly advanced to capture the solitary figure. However, with a deft use of the shadow clone technique, he eluded their grasp. Is that all you've got? You underestimate me, the solitary shadow, he declared, scanning his surroundings in search of an escape route. Earth Shield, descend, commanded the third Hokage. This is bad. I've just exhausted my shadow clone technique. The solitary figure lamented. That crafty old fox has outwitted my technique. How infuriating. Chapter 116. Another solitary shadow above the solitary shadow, an anomalous space materialized, from which a copious amount of clay cascaded down, ensnaring him to the ground, rendering him immobile. With his hands incapacitated from forming seals, he found himself in a state of utter helplessness, beset by the sticky substance that clung to his face, legs, and arms. The clay began to dry and calcify almost immediately, becoming exceedingly hard. If you had complied early on, you wouldn't have to endure such suffering, remarked the third Hokage. Employing this laborious ninjutsu, with hands clasped in seals, the once brown chakra morphed into an eerie green. Do not worry, the process may be painful, but it is ultimately for your own good. What are you planning to do to the solitary shadow, Lord Third? Dora exclaimed. At that moment, they intended to exploit his innate talent, assuring that there would be no life-threatening danger involved, only the obliteration of his secondary talent as pathways within him. The third Hokage stated nonchalantly. Obliterate. Pathways? Dora's eyes widened in disbelief. The pathways of talent differ from normal pathways. They reside primarily beneath the cerebral cortex, abundant with pain receptors that are exceedingly sensitive. To carry out such destruction without anesthesia is utterly inhumane, Dora protested. The green chakra surged violently into the drying clay, performing a gruesome venous obliteration. Time is of the essence, the third Hokage declared, retracting the chakra and sending the solitary shadow for meticulous examination and care. During this period, no one was permitted to visit. Dora hurriedly rushed over to liberate the solitary shadow from his clay confines. Upon witnessing him emerge from the earth, his eyes were bloodshot, and he gasped for breath. Solitary shadow. Solitary shadow. Are you all right? Does it still hurt? Dora inquired anxiously. They have taken away my talent. Compared to the loss of such a gift, this pain is nothing, the solitary shadow replied coldly. Please, allow us to take care of him, Mr. Dora. The medical team implored. They gently placed the solitary shadow onto a medical stretcher. How long will it take for him to recover? Dora asked, filled with concern. A minimum of 6 months, at most. It will depend on his psychological resilience. After all, the loss of talent inflicts considerable harm on an individual. Especially when it is taken away recklessly and without anesthesia, the medical personnel responded with sympathy. Solitary shadow, rest assured, I will find a way to heal you. Dora contemplated that since that fateful day, while diligently honing his physical skills, he had wholly immersed himself in the study of healing arts. Through relentless research, his mastery of medical techniques began to manifest remarkably, and he even devised a unique chakra that induced paralysis, allowing patients to undergo surgery with chakra-induced anesthesia, thereby reducing the necessity for conventional anesthetics and enhancing treatment efficiency. Yet, Dora's ambition did not wane. He persistently sought a method to restore the talent of the solitary shadow. Despite receiving numerous warnings from the third Hokage, he was compelled to delve into clandestine research. During one of his investigations, he inadvertently stumbled upon a secret technique that enabled the transfer of his consciousness to another body, provided that the vessel was sufficiently perfect. The transferee could wield immense power without risking life. However, while creating bodily tissues was feasible, the fabrication of a brain remained unattainable with current technology, as the brain requires an excessive number of neurons, rendering the notion of neuron synthesis a mere fantasy. It appeared that Dora's research had reached an impasse. Reluctantly, he had to confine his findings to a hidden realm, cognizant of the inherent dangers and taboos associated with his work. He meticulously established layers of traps and codes to deter any external discovery, ensuring both the security of his research and its continued progression. Chapter 117. The Awakening of the Solitary Shadow. However, it seems that Dora has forgotten one crucial aspect. If artificial means are unfeasible, living subjects can be utilized. As long as a candidate with the same innate talent as the solitary shadow is found, the experiment can be executed. It appears that Dora has been overly compassionate. After 6 months of treatment and rehabilitation, the solitary shadow has finally been discharged. Dora waits anxiously at the entrance of the medical department for the solitary shadow's arrival. Solitary shadow. Over here. Dora waves her arm energetically, exuding an adorable charm. How are you feeling? Are you nearly fully recovered? Any obstacles regarding your ninjutsu? Yes. My recovery is quite satisfactory. I plan to attend training in the Umbu tomorrow, the solitary shadow replies coldly. The Umbu. Is that your goal after becoming a Jonin? Dora expresses a hint of reluctance. I will dedicate myself to learning stealth and reconnaissance ninjutsu. I can no longer afford to employ multiple techniques simultaneously as I did before, the solitary shadow retorts with a disdainful scoff. I owe much to that old fox, the third Hokage, for instilling in me the resolve to join the Umbu. Otherwise, I would still be lost regarding my purpose. At that moment, Dora feels she no longer recognizes this person before her. The glint of murderous intent in the solitary shadow's eyes and the icy tone of voice reflect a profound transformation filled with hatred. Well, I wish you luck, Dora finally responds, pondering the unshared information she has regarding her current research. She hesitates, fearing the wrath of the solitary shadow, who is consumed by vengeance, and doubts whether even the knowledge would be of any use to him at his current level. Watching the solitary shadow depart, Dora could never have imagined that this would be their final conversation as friends. 1 year later, I have reiterated countless times that our primary mission is to gather intelligence, not to assassinate. Do you not comprehend our principles? If you eliminate the target, how shall we extract information? Anka berates the solitary shadow, her voice raised in reprimand. At this moment, Anko is devoid of her black veil, revealing hands as delicate as a flower, skin as smooth as cream, radiant as spring blossoms, and luminous as the autumn moon. A truly captivating woman. I have already extracted all necessary intelligence. Keeping him alive serves no purpose, and he holds no value for us. The solitary shadow replies with indifference. Is that so? Should I be grateful to you then? Anka retorts angrily. If such an incident occurs again, you need not remain in the Umbu. Understood, leader. After bowing respectfully, she exits. It seems that the Umbu is a department rife with timidity, hindering any significant accomplishments. How foolish of me to wish to join such a place. Young one, if you aspire to achieve greatness, do not be soft-hearted. A voice echoes from the distance. Who goes there, lurking in the shadows? The solitary shadow calls out warily. Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that I am acutely aware of your objective, to reclaim your innate talent. Have you considered that, as of now? No one has ever acquired a new talent? What new talent? This has always been my innate ability. It was that cunning old fox, the third Hokage, who robbed me of my gift. The solitary shadow exclaims with indignation, scoffing at the notion that such a talent is perilous, an utterly ludicrous assertion. Excellent. The hatred I desired is precisely this. I shall impart my lifelong learning to you. Through the knowledge I possess, you may endeavor to achieve your aspirations. However, it cannot restore your innate talents. How much you can accomplish ultimately hinges on your own fortune. After that voice faded, numerous tendrils formed from chakra emerged from all directions, penetrating into the body of the solitary figure. Remarkably, there was no rejection of my chakra. I truly did not choose incorrectly. May you impart a lesson to that arrogant third Hokage, the cunning old fox. Halt! A familiar voice echoed from a distance. Chapter 118. The Revenge of the Solitary Shadow. Stop it, shameless old thief. A familiar voice echoed from behind. It was the third Hokage. Ha! Too late. My chakra is already coursing through his body. The aged voice bellowed with glee. This kid, though his talent is diminished, possesses a sturdy physique capable of accepting anyone's chakra, the third Hokage exclaimed. Yet, He has placed his trust in the wrong person. You are merely a vessel to him. In an instant, a torrent of chakra surged into the solitary Shadow's body, plunging the surroundings into an eerie silence. The once vibrant street, bathed in crimson light, fell into darkness, leaving only the gasping figure of the solitary Shadow on the ground. The third Hokage, observing the feeble form before him, remained cautiously still. Ah ha ha ha. At last, I have returned. The solitary Shadow's voice was raspy, his eyes bloodshot, and his hands poised for action. The person before him was no longer merely the solitary Shadow. You old fox, when you sealed me away, you should have shown no mercy, the solitary Shadow declared. Humph. Spare me the lengthy monologue. The third Hokage retorted. If need be, I shall seal you away once more. Ha ha. You might not have the chance. With that, the solitary Shadow erupted in a surge of red light, igniting the air with a blue glow. He lunged forward, delivering a punch that sent the third Hokage stumbling back 2 steps. This isn't over yet, the solitary Shadow roared. Humph. Arrogant, the third Hokage calmly replied, swiftly dodging behind and casting a jutsu. Earth style? Earth Dragon Bullet. He chanted, raising his hands in a mighty roar. Light style? Light Shield. The solitary Shadow shouted. And a 3-meter-tall barrier of radiant white light emerged behind him, delicate yet formidable. The fierce Earth Dragon was effortlessly repelled, as the seemingly fragile shield proved to be as solid as a fortress. It appears I must disappoint you. As a user of light style, I am quite adept in combat. Even you shouldn't be overconfident. Are you regretting not sealing me away with more resolve, my dear grandfather? To his surprise, the esteemed third Hokage had a grandson who was a user of light style. It seemed he recognized the peril of his power and, fearing his grandson would stray from the right path, had preemptively sealed it away. Could he not have taken the time to educate him instead? What could a mere child understand? Merely the pleasures of food and play. It seemed the old man, in his youth, was averse to complications, opting for a simple sealing rather than addressing the challenges of mentorship, thereby gaining a reputation for ruthlessness while avoiding the burdens of nurturing his grandson. Or was it that even the third Hokage could not fully master the formidable might of light style? For centuries, humanity's most profound vulnerability has been fear, with its roots deeply embedded in the unknown. It appears that the third generation has approached matters of significance with great caution. This elucidates why he chose to deliberately sever the talent of the solitary Shadow, seemingly out of a fear that the youth might stray from the right path. However, if one were to speak plainly, it seems that age has brought a certain lethargy towards guidance. Thus, it was deemed simpler to eradicate the issue altogether. Yet, this approach seems to have backfired, as the solitary Shadow's determination to reclaim his innate abilities has only intensified. How shameless, old thief. You are quite advanced in years. Calling me grandson. It truly is a comical notion, the third generation scoffed. It has been many years since we last met. We must, of course, exchange pleasantries. Then, you may await your predecessors, or perhaps I should say, your descent into hell. The solitary Shadow retorted with arrogance. Chapter 119, The Conflict Among Kin. To descend into hell? It seems you have lacked discipline over the years, remarked the third Hokage. Alas, one can only grow through their own struggles, replied Going, who then formed hand seals for the light release technique. Light spear. Beneath Going's feet, radiant beams of light surged forth, materializing into numerous luminous spears, while flickering lights danced in the air. These spears shot towards the third Hokage with great ferocity. Swiftly, the third Hokage formed his own hand seals, invoking Earth Release. Earth Wall. In an instant, a towering wall of earth rose from the ground, blocking dozens of the light spears. The sound of thud, thud, thud echoed as several light swords struck the earthen shield, sending sand and dust cascading into the air with a resounding crash. But that's not the end, Going declared with a fierce tone. Light release, light fury. Suddenly, Going was enveloped in resplendent light, resembling a celestial deity descended from the heavens. His speed, defense, attack power, and chakra surged to an unprecedented level. With a swift motion of his arm, he unleashed a wave of light, hurling it towards the third Hokage. The third Hokage's arm fell to the ground, yet in that moment, he stood as still as a statue, covered in yellow clay. His expression twisted in agony before collapsing into a heap of mud. Oh, I had forgotten that Tsuchikage, excel in such substitution tricks. Indeed, even with the Earth release, the third Hokage could not perform hand seals at that moment. Humph. It seems my age has caused me to underestimate you. The third Hokage sighed. Earth release, Earth spear. Instantly, his body became as hard as diamond, impervious to any physical assault, able to swiftly regenerate even when shattered. Now, let us see how you hinder my hand seals. Oh, my dear grandfather, you truly are cunning. Going laughed with unrestrained arrogance. However, I seem to have forgotten to mention that light is merely a particle. Suddenly, the third Hokage sensed the gravity of the situation. He formed hand seals and shouted loudly. Earth release. Quicksand. With that, he struck the ground with his fist, causing the earth beneath Going to become soft and pliable. Do you think such trivial tricks can ensnare me? Going leapt into the air, hastily attempting to form hand seals. Do you believe you still have time? The third Hokage countered. Earth release, falling soil. In an instant, a colossal spatial anomaly appeared above Goying's head, from which thick, viscous mud began to flow down. Stay put, my dear grandson. Before the third Hokage could even chuckle, the mud failed to ensnare Going, instead sliding off his body. What a pity. You simply cannot heed a word of advice. I have already stated, light is but a particle. I am now surrounded by the protection of light. How could your ridiculous mud possibly trap me? Perhaps age has dulled your wits, ha ha ha. Going laughed triumphantly. Young man, your laughter is rather presumptuous. The third Hokage cautioned. If it were not for your body shedding that light, how could my mud possibly adhere to those light particles? As he spoke, the mud transformed, slithering like a serpent, twisting and turning to ensnare Going. How infuriating. Do not presume that a mere trick can subdue me. My light release is not limited to such capabilities. Light release, particle substitution. Upon finishing his words, Gu Ying's entire being radiated in extraordinary brilliance, magnifying severalfold, rendering it nearly impossible to gaze upon. Within this dazzling light, Gu Ying appeared as a luminous figure, from which emerged yet another radiant silhouette. As the brilliance dissipated, Gu Ying remained enveloped in a resplendent glow, pointing at the third Hokage and exclaiming, "That was merely a gentle greeting. What follows will be far beyond your endurance." Old man. Light release. Realm of radiance. In an instant, a circle expanded from Gu Ying's feet, emanating a formidable light that struck onto all who beheld it. Chapter 120. Indistinguishable strength from my perspective. There is nothing remarkable about it. Nearly a fade. Just a sparkler set off by a mere child. The third Hokage disdainfully remarked, eyes closed. With the ordinary vision of you commoners, you cannot perceive my light barrier. Within this barrier, my endurance, offensive power, and speed are all astonishingly enhanced. Coupled with my light escape and radiant light techniques, you will not lay a finger on me. Moreover, it is still night. In a few hours, dawn will break. Once the sun rises, my combat prowess may ascend to another level. And then I shall ensure that both you and Konoha accompany me to the grave, roared the solitary shadow. Such youthful arrogance. Ah, no, it is sheer foolishness. To discuss barriers in my presence? A display of incompetence. How laughable. The third Hokage concluded, forming hand seals. Earth release, iron prison. I have already set an iron prison within your light barrier. There is no escaping it. Earth release, earth mount. With that, a massive stone materialized beneath the third Hokage's feet. Effortlessly, he lifted it and hurled it skyward with great force. Humph, do you truly believe I have lost my wits? If that were to fall, we would all perish. I advise you to relent. The tremor in the solitary shadow's voice was palpable. Humph, is that fear I detect? I, an elder past my 50s, remain unafraid. Why should you be in a state of panic? The third Hokage replied languidly. It seems you are courting death. The solitary shadow bellowed. As the colossal boulder descended menacingly towards them, the solitary shadow was on the verge of collapse. Bang! Clatter! The surroundings were instantly engulfed in darkness. It was not merely dark, but rather, had it not been for the solitary shadow's light escape, it would have been pitch black. The third Hokage had first established a barrier using earth release, iron prison around them, then employed earth release, earth mound to create a lid, thus rendering the entire iron prison completely sealed. Humph, do you think that by confining me here, I am rendered powerless? Are you truly that naive? Let me reiterate. Light is composed of particles. Any minuscule gap allows for my escape, declared the solitary shadow. Oh, when I unleashed my ninjutsu, you responded with such calmness. Do you not sense whether there exists even the slightest opening in my iron cage? For decades, I have diligently researched methods to ensnare you. I anticipated your escape and devised this impenetrable iron prison. I foresaw your arrogance stemming from your mastery of light escape, and I have expertly exploited your weakness, allowing you to witness how thoroughly you are ensnared. This old man, he has indeed calculated this move, having anticipated my underestimation, resorting to such cunning tactics. Do you think that I have merely idled away these hundreds of years? The solitary shadow mused. Concluding his thoughts, he clasped his hands together, preparing to form seals. What a curious sight. Why does this old fool continue to laugh? Has he truly lost his mind in the face of death? Very well, let me fulfill your wish. Prepare to meet your end. Light escape. Radiance and Flar. The solitary shadow swiftly formed seals, appearing intent on delivering the third Hokage to his demise. However, the weight caught him completely off guard, as a dazzling light erupted from his hands, intermingled with pure flames. The third stood leisurely, wearing an expression of amusement as he observed the impending convergence of this searing radiance and flames. "Ha ha! Die, old fox!" Guing exclaimed triumphantly. Yet, at that critical moment, the initially unstoppable fire suddenly detonated, giving rise to an Earth-style technique. Earth Return. A 3-meter-high earthen barrier swiftly rose before the third, thwarting the explosion. How is this possible? Old fox, what have you done? Guing shouted in disbelief. Chapter 121. Now, I am no longer negotiating with you. The third Hokage bellowed at Dora, demanding immediate treatment. It was only then that Dora regained composure, hastening to support the third S back with both hands. Suffused with green chakra, the sound of bones mending echoed crack, crack, crack. Indeed, it was not painful. It seemed to possess a numbing quality. The rumors of your abandonment of physical techniques in favor of studying healing arts are evidently true, and you have indeed excelled in your studies. Having surely invested considerable time and effort, the third Hokage praised. Upon hearing the third S commendation, Dora did not feel elated. Instead, he remained silent, continuing the treatment. Noticing Dora's reticence, the third Hokage continued, I understand that you wish to discover a method to restore the unique talent of your friend, Guing. However, throughout history, no one has ever been able to revive a lost talent. Even if you were to persist in your research, it would yield no fruitful insights. Should you dare to encroach upon forbidden techniques, I will not spare you. Engaging in forbidden arts would be in violation of the regulations of Konoha. Before the third could finish, Dora interjected, Rest assured, I shall not delve into forbidden techniques. Historically, those who have pursued such arts have met with dire fates. Yet, Guing is a dear friend. If there exists even a slender chance, I would dare to gamble, even with forbidden techniques. However, based on current medical science, the only feasible method appears to be the creation of a completely identical individual possessing Guing's talents, followed by transferring his consciousness into this new vessel. Nevertheless, this approach remains idealistic, as the intricate processes involved in creating a body must be executed flawlessly, or the consequences would be unimaginable. While constructing the body and skin may seem manageable, the brain presents an insurmountable bottleneck. Given our current scientific capabilities, the fabrication of an artificial brain is exceedingly difficult, as it requires an overwhelming number of neurons, far beyond the reach of any existing apparatus. The third Hokage continued. Have you considered the reanimation jutsu? Dora's eyes widened in shock. He thought to himself, though the third is the Hokage, he is also a master of earth techniques. And while he had merely heard of the reanimation jutsu, he had never witnessed it. Hearing such a forbidden technique from the mouth of an earth shadow sent shivers down his spine. The reanimation jutsu involves molding earth into the shape of a person and summoning that individual, who retains the consciousness, chakra, and essence of their former self. However, this forbidden technique is only applicable to the deceased. It holds no efficacy for the living. Could it be that he intends to take the opportunity to eliminate Guing? Humph. You need not worry. I shall not take his life, for he is still but a child. However, the entity residing within him must perish. My realm of the underworld has merely confined him temporarily, but it cannot hold him indefinitely. At present, I remain uncertain as to how to engage him again. You and the personnel from other departments must swiftly retreat to a safe distance. Dawn approaches, and at that time, not only you but also the Hidden Leaf Village may face dire consequences. Hurry, time is of the essence. My body has nearly recovered, and we must evacuate post-haste. Dora, meanwhile, found herself utterly perplexed, lost in a haze of confusion. What was this about the Hidden Leaf Village? What did it mean to speak of the entity within the solitary shadow? What was this talk of burial companions? She resolved to seek clarity. After all, he mentioned the entity within the solitary shadow. What could that possibly entail? Was there something that had entered the solitary shadow? Could it be a remnant of the deceased? Chapter 122. A battle of supremacy. How could this be? You cunning old fox. What have you done? Why did my solar flame fail to strike you? Gooing bellowed. Humph. My iron prison is filled with dust. Have you heard of dust explosions? Once a certain temperature is reached, an explosion is inevitable. The third Hokage explained with great satisfaction. Your light escape technique compresses light particles, utilizing the repulsive forces between them to elevate temperature and energy. If you continue to employ your light escape, I fear you may end up annihilating yourself. Furthermore, the oxygen here is dwindling. In less than 20 minutes, this place will be a vacuum. At that point, the explosive force will be magnified several times, and you will surely be reduced to nothing but ashes. As for me, you need not worry. My consumption of oxygen has significantly diminished during this time. I advise you to surrender quickly, or you shall suffer dire consequences. Humph, you old fox. Do you think I fear this explosion? A vacuum in less than 20 minutes, is it? Thank you for the reminder. Since you sealed this area with your earth dumpling, 18 minutes have already passed. The deadline is approaching, and even if I am to be obliterated, I will take you down with me. At this moment, Guing was teetering on the edge of madness. Concerns of vacuum explosions were trivial compared to his singular focus on revenge. Upon hearing this, the third Hokage recognized that Guing was at his wit's end, yet he could not let this innocent child perish. Humph, let us see how long you can endure. The third Hokage exclaimed. It's getting hard to breathe. Guing thought to himself. Now is the time. Light escape. Light gathering explosion. In an instant, immense energy surged within Guing, his body swelling exponentially, overwhelming the confines of the space around him. Is this kid truly reckless? The third Hokage wondered. Earth escape. Earth clone. With that, he created a clone and escaped from the iron prison he had constructed. Standing outside the prison, he witnessed a brilliant light enveloping it, culminating in a magnificent explosion. The iron prison expanded instantaneously, and with a resounding crash that shook the third Hokage to his core. The very ground of Konoha trembled as if on the brink of collapse. When the light dissipated, the prison appeared entirely unscathed. Even the third Hokage found it hard to believe. Crack, crack, crack. Suddenly, fissures appeared along the perimeter of the iron cage. In the blink of an eye, what was once a massive structure disintegrated into dust, scattering into the air. Through the billowing clouds of smoke, Guing was seen lying at the center, his body marred by blood. I cannot allow you to escape any longer. Earth escape, Hell Marsh. The third Hokage roared. Instantly, the ground beneath Guing transformed into a treacherous swamp, threatening to pull him into its depths. From a distance, a voice echoed, Dora, what are you doing? You have already stripped him of his talents. What more do you want? Are you intent on condemning him to death? Dora reprimanded furiously. Accompanying Doryman were individuals from other departments who were bewildered to witness the third generation employing his ultimate techniques, earth release and nether swamp, against a bloodied, defenseless child. They had just heard a thunderous noise and hurriedly arrived, only to encounter such a bizarre scene. The onlookers exchanged puzzled glances, momentarily at a loss for action. Doryman. I have my reasons. There is no time to explain. Didn't you specialize in healing techniques? Hurry and treat me. As he spoke, the third generation coughed up a copious amount of blood. Doryman, too, was in a state of disarray, frozen in place, uncertain of what to do next. Chapter 123. The Awakening of Light Escape. What is this all about? Dora inquired. Are you implying there is something within the body of Guing? Indeed. But there is no time for explanations now. If you do not evacuate immediately, it will be too late. The third Hokage bellowed. At that moment, the various departments, along with a group of individuals, found themselves in a state of confusion. Just moments ago, Dora had been tending to his wounds, and they had merely exchanged a few casual remarks. How had the atmosphere shifted so dramatically? Suddenly, Gu Ying, submerged in the depths of the yellow spring marsh, opened his eyes with a jolt. The once blood-red orbs had reverted to their normal hue. Ah, this technique is truly exhausting. Self-detonation is indeed unbearable. I must refrain from using it again. It leaves my eyes so red. Yet, there is no alternative. I must utilize the vacuum to break through the old man's iron prison. The Guing before them was no longer the Guing that Dora had known. Guing, you're awake, Dora exclaimed, waving his arms in excitement. What creature is this? Has Konoha village opened a zoo? Dora discerned from Guing's tone that this was not the familiar Guing. He was evidently transformed. Who are you? You are not Guing at all, Dora demanded. Who am I? That is of little consequence. What matters is that you must remember, your Konoha village is about to accompany you to the grave. Guing replied. Humph, such arrogance. I shall see for myself what power you possess, and you will vacate my friend's body at once. Dora's once green chakra now radiated a fierce crimson. Red chakra? It hardly intimidates. Starshine cannot contend with the brilliance of the sun. With that declaration, he gathered chakra in his hands, which shimmered in a dazzling white, reminiscent of sunlight, particularly radiant against the backdrop of the tranquil night. What is this chakra? What is happening? Why is it so different from the ordinary? The onlookers were filled with dread. This chakra of mine is something you have never encountered. For those who have, I have extinguished their lives with this very orb in my hand, Guing proclaimed. The group had never witnessed such a spectacle before, and they gasped in astonishment at the enigmatic object in Guing's grasp. This is light escape, Guing declared proudly. You lot have merely heard of it. You have never seen it, have you? Ha ha. His pride swelled with each word. You insolent brat. Do you long for an early demise? At this moment, the third Hokage's voice regained its former strength, devoid of the previous uncertainty. With hands clasped together, he prepared to form seals once again. Do you think I would fall for the same trick twice? You underestimate me, grandfather, Guing declared with pride. The crowd was taken aback by Guing's address to the third Hokage. Grandfather? When did the third Hokage acquire a grandson? Even his son has never been mentioned, let alone a grandson. Humph. Nonsense. Having you as a grandson is the greatest mistake of my life, the third Hokage retorted. Oh, grandfather, how heartless you are. How can you simply deny the existence of your own grandson? My lonely visage is rendered ghostly pale by the light in my hand, and my smile bears an unsettling quality. How can you confine me within this iron cage, entrapping me in this realm of despair? Truly, such cruelty is unforgivable. What a wicked grandfather you are. Do not blame me for wishing to rid myself of you. Look, dawn is approaching. Soon, you shall be powerless to stop me. Chapter 124. The final battle. In that moment, the chakra in the hands of the solitary figure surged with brilliance. Light release. Blazing radiance. A searing beam of light shot towards the third Hokage, cutting through the air with a hissing sound. As it neared the third Hokage, he scoffed. You underestimate me. Earth release. Earth flow wall. A towering 3-meter earthen wall rose before him. No, it is you who has underestimated me, though the wall was immensely thick. It appeared as fragile as a cicada's wing in the face of the radiant light. With a resounding crash, it pierced through the wall, directly impaling the third Hokage's chest. The speed was so overwhelming that he had no time to use the earth replacement technique. Fortunately, Dora's healing technique was unwavering, instantly mending the third Hokage's wound. How formidable is this healing technique? The injury, freshly inflicted, was restored in an instant. Having studied healing techniques for barely a year, if Dora continued for a longer period, the results would surely be terrifying. Hey, this healing technique is astonishingly rapid. What on earth have you raised, old man? The solitary figure remarked from above. Enough of your prattle. Just accept your demise. With that, he swiftly advanced, delivering a punch that was effortlessly evaded by the solitary figure, who retaliated with a light release technique, causing the third Hokage to stagger. Oh dear, I say, grandfather, if you're that old, why not forego taijutsu and just focus on hand seals? Isn't that wiser? The solitary figure taunted. Look, dawn is approaching. If you don't restrain me soon, you shall face grave troubles. Earth release. 10,000 miles earth flow wall. In an instant, the ground rumbled as if a mighty dragon roared from beneath the surface. Towering stone walls encircled the hidden leaf village. Bang, bang, bang. Dozens of walls enclosed the village, casting a shadow so dark that nothing could be seen. Old man, resorting to the same old tricks again? You think I'll become your light source? You said it yourself. With the same technique, you won't ensnare me a second time. Am I not your closest kin? Would I fall for it again? Humph. Can you escape the speed of my 10,000 miles earth flow wall? The third Hokage declared with pride. I must ask, are you not weary of your repetitive tactics? No matter how swift you are, can you surpass my speed of light? I advise you to remain still while I dispose of you, saving me the effort. Humph, crafty brat. You waste your breath. This 10,000 earth flow wall has been reinforced with special chakra. Even your ancient light release cannot hope to escape. I have put considerable thought into sealing you once more, the third Hokage proclaimed. Earth release. Heaven's cover. A colossal lid descended, threatening to engulf the hidden leaf village. Do you think I'll allow you to employ the same trick again? With a flash, he aimed to escape this iron cage. Where do you think you're going? Earth release. Super heavy rock technique. The solitary figure's body was instantly enveloped in rock, his eyes filled with disbelief. You dare? How infuriating! He shouted. Do not think that by weighing down my body, I will simply surrender. Let me tell you, your super heavy rock technique can only restrain me for 10 minutes. 10 minutes? That is more than sufficient. The third generation declared. Just wait for the moment when I seal you once more. Aha. Seal? How long do you think you can confine me? 10 years? 20 years? 100 years? 500 years? Ultimately, you remain powerless. I will inevitably escape. And you should anticipate my return to obliterate everything you hold dear. Though the eyes of the solitary figure were not visible at that moment, one could easily envision them brimming with animosity. Chapter 125, The Seal. The Final Battle. At this moment, the Hidden Leaf Village was engulfed in utter darkness. As the third Hokage had sealed the solitary shadow with the earth release, ultra-heavy rock technique, leaving not a glimmer of light. Suddenly, from the serene and concealed shadows, beams of light emerged, slicing through the darkness like blades, multiplying and intensifying. Gradually, a thunderous sound echoed, the shattering of rock, as the solitary shadow became enveloped in light. Ascending slowly like a celestial deity, his expression remained obscured. Yet, from the unstable radiance surrounding him, it was evident that he was consumed by rage and despair. Are you urging me to unleash the ruinous earth wall once more? Let me assure you, this time I shall show no mercy. In that moment, the solitary shadow was not a divine savior. Rather, he heralded destruction and calamity in its most profound form. This bore a resemblance to a deity. Yet he offered no salvation. Not everyone possesses the time or means to construct an Ark of Noah. And the descent of Christ merely signifies the cleansing of what he deems sinful. However, foolish humanity does not universally embrace the divine. What, then, is the essence of God? People often resort to the notion of God to elucidate various phenomena, declaring that everything unfolds according to divine arrangement, that fate is predetermined. Accept it, this is destiny. Such eloquent phrases can be uttered by anyone, but they often serve as mere platitudes, easily spoken yet devoid of substance. They may appear reasonable. Yet we must return to the fundamental question: what truly is the concept of God? A mere expression? A compromise? A flaw in reasoning? It seems that any inexplicable matter, when linked to the divine or the celestial, suddenly acquires an answer. This pattern can be applied universally. The crux of every path is philosophy. Regrettably, philosophy is dead, lacking rationality, yet some still find semblances of reason within it, which is undeniably infuriating. Besides fostering disdain for religion, it offers little assistance, merely mocking the faithful. Each day, they speak earnestly of absolving sins and saving souls, yet I believe that true transformation from new beliefs must begin with the evangelist. You cannot convince me through mere words. Threats of an impending apocalypse or the promise of Christ's return only paint you as a charlatan in the eyes of those who inherently lack belief. Everything you do appears ludicrous to a skeptic. Yet, you consistently emphasize the dire consequences of disbelief, which I perceive as nothing short of intimidation. I advise you to shut your eyes. Light release. The realm of light. In an instant, a vast circle of light radiated outward from the solitary figure, its brilliance illuminating the entire village of Kanahegakure as if it were midday. Those bewildered by the spectacle mistook it for a descent of celestial beings, fearing a massacre was imminent. A familiar ruse. At the twilight of desperation, it appears you are utterly flustered. The third Hokage swiftly brought his hands together in a prayer-like gesture, forming seals. Earth release. Landslide. With that declaration, he raised his fist and struck the ground, transforming the area into a terrain of sand and stone. The yellow earth surged forth like a boundless sea, rushing toward the solitary figure. Light release. Lightwing barrier. A gossamer shield, reminiscent of serene contemplation, unfurled rapidly before the solitary figure, thwarting the onslaught of the ferocious yellow earth. Humph. Does the old man still wish to continue this game? It is surely my turn now. Chapter 126. The counterattack of the solitary shadow, I ask you. Have you not yet had your fill of play, old fox? It is now my turn, exclaimed the solitary shadow. With a flourish, he unleashed a radiant technique, light escape. Cascade of 10,000 streams. Instantly, a vast dimensional space materialized above the third Hokage, pouring forth an array of brilliant spectra and colossal beams of light. The radiance was dazzling, akin to the brightness of day, smooth as silk, yet the temperature was alarmingly high, causing the air to sizzle and crackle. The torrent cascaded down like a waterfall, the sound resonating loudly, as the third Hokage clasped his hands together and invoked, Earth Style, Earth Clone. You shall not employ my techniques against me, he declared before vanishing. Ah, have you burrowed underground once more? You old-timers always resort to such underhanded tactics. Why not face me openly in combat? Is this how you achieve victory? Do you not find it cunning and treacherous? The solitary shadow shouted. Humph. Only children concern themselves with right and wrong. Adults focus solely on results and benefits. At that moment, the third Hokage emerged from the ground, invoking Earth Style, Earth Corridor. With that, a whirlwind stirred up clouds of yellow earth, obscuring the battlefield. Humph. Futile effort. Even if your light escape is formidable. Confronted with the colloid formed by my Earth Corridor, you can only exert a fraction of your strength. Prepare to meet your end, declared the third Hokage. In an instant, he materialized behind the solitary shadow, hands clasped, preparing to weave a seal for Earth Style, Rock Fist technique. His fist, now enveloped in a solid, diamond-like earth, surged forward to strike the solitary shadow. With a swift maneuver, the solitary shadow teleported behind the third Hokage, asserting, in this light barrier, you shall not vanquish me. My speed, endurance, and strength are beyond your imagination. Even at 1/3 of my capability, defeating you will be a mere formality. What if we join in? Came a voice from behind, as a group from another division brandished kunai, their chakra surging with anticipation. A swarm of ants dares to challenge me? Do you not weigh your own worth? It seems you are eager for demise, the solitary shadow retorted, his voice imbued with righteous fury. Do not underestimate the power of light escape. Suddenly, Anya appeared mid-air, kunai in hand, darting toward the solitary shadow with alarming speed, aiming directly for his throat. Too slow. Woman, he scoffed, effortlessly evading her strike, his powerful light chakra trailing in the wake of his movement. Yet, the chakra in her hand brimmed with searing energy. Ah, my face. Anya cried out as the solitary shadow's light chakra disfigured her visage, leaving one side charred and marred, her once angelic beauty now resembling a singed branch. Dora, witnessing this calamity, rushed to catch Anya, as the injured chakra rapidly coalesced to envelop her face. The erosion from the light escape intensified, and Dora's chakra glowed green, swelling to more than double its size. Quickly, faster, we must not be too late. Gradually, the visage of the dark crow was restored, reverting to her original enchanting beauty. However, the portion that had been struck by the light's elusive assault remained beyond repair, no matter how diligently she endeavored. Though this woman was undeniably stunning, a fist-sized scar marred her right cheek. Yet, in comparison to her previous state post-attack, she appeared significantly improved. Have you mended my face? asked the solitary shadow. It is nearly restored, replied the dark crow, but your right side has suffered too grievously. At my current skill level, I am unable to heal it. Just as she was about to utter a response, she shook her head. It matters not, it is of little consequence. If need be, I shall simply adorn a veil in the future. Chapter 127. The Efforts of the People. It does not matter, I can simply wear a mask and never remove it, said the emotionless dark crow. At that moment, Dora glanced at the solitary figure on the ground, whose eyes were void of life, yet they managed to utter such words, sending a chill down her spine. Rest assured, in a few years, once my healing techniques become more advanced, I will certainly restore your face, Dora assured. No need for that. Let the scar serve as a mark. Let it remind everyone of the disaster that befell us today, ensuring they never grow complacent, Dark Crow replied. Are you willing to pay the price of your own face for this? Dora inquired. Indeed, Dark Crow affirmed. Very well, Dora conceded. Have you two finished your pleasantries? The solitary figure interjected. Enough chit-chat. I am about to destroy this village. Unruly thief, you shall not. The third Hokage formed hand seals, invoking earth release. Tremors from the heavens. As the incantation concluded, a colossal rift appeared above the solitary figure, unleashing a torrent of thick, viscous clay from the sky. Unlike the previous instance, this clay shimmered with a radiant glow. Within it lay the essence of light release, the chakra of illumination. Before the solitary figure could react, earth release. The descending cover. A massive, copper-green maw, gaping wide, roared as it plummeted from the sky, pinning the solitary figure beneath its weight. Curse it! The solitary figure grunted, struggling to escape the confines of the clay and rock. But alas, the clay swiftly ensnared them, and the light release bound them tightly, rendering them immobile. Save for their head. Light release. Light explosion. The solitary figure's brilliance surged exponentially. Do you wish to try that self-detonation again? The third Hokage formed hand seals. Did you think I would allow you to succeed? Summoning technique. Rashomon. In an instant, a towering gate materialized before the solitary figure. Each door adorned with vicious fangs and formidable eyes, exuding a fierce menace that would astonish any onlooker. They shrieked and howled, encircling the solitary figure. Is this the legendary Rashomon, the strongest defense? The spectators gasped in awe. Since its use by the first Hokage centuries ago, it had seldom been summoned. Now, it had resurfaced to seal the solitary figure, a testament to their fortune. As the solitary figure radiated with increasing brilliance, the surrounding heat intensified. In the blink of an eye, a tremendous crash echoed, accompanied by a blinding flash of light that enveloped the skies above Konoha. As a thick cloud of smoke billowed, Dora shielded Dark Crow with her body, while the third Hokage erected an earthen shield before them. When the dust settled, 5 unscathed Rashomon gates stood before the crowd, still howling and standing guard over Konoha. At that moment, the third Hokage soared above the gates, surveying the area below. He beheld a vast, bottomless chasm encircled by the gates, yet no light penetrated its depths. Nevertheless, the third remained uneasy. Such a self-detonation technique bore immense repercussions for the user, and if mismanaged, it could lead to their own demise. I am uncertain of how Guying is faring now, but I sincerely hope that innocent children are not harmed. The third generation pondered. Dora, accompany me downwards. I must assess the situation, for I require your healing abilities. Meanwhile, Dora had already soared beneath the moonlight, exclaiming, I am far more concerned about Guying's safety. As Dora plunged downward, the third generation cautioned, Dora, do not rush. We still do not comprehend the nature of the situation. Chapter 128. Memories. As the grandson of the third Hokage, I bear a tremendous burden. Thus, the third Hokage has long kept this secret under wraps. When I was still quite young, he discreetly relocated me to a hidden sanctuary, a place known to few, where the inhabitants had never encountered ninjutsu. Whenever he found a moment of leisure, the third Hokage would visit, bringing along toys and treats. Each time I saw my grandfather, I would joyfully rush toward him, leaping onto his back and wrapping my arms around his neck, unwilling to let go. Grandfather, you've finally come. What delightful treasures have you brought me this time? I would exclaim, eagerly extending my hands to reveal an array of snacks and toys. Wow, grandfather, you're amazing. Observing my joy, the third Hokage would smile, nodding with contentment. Suddenly, he noticed a toy in my hands emitting a blinding white light. In a panic, I discarded it, but it was not the toy that shone. Rather, the dazzling chakra radiated from my palm. The third Hokage was utterly stunned. Light. Light release? How could this be? At that moment, I seemed oblivious to the gravity of my situation, proudly showcasing the white light in my hands. Grandfather, look, I have light. What is this? I asked gleefully. The third Hokage, however, no longer wore the gentle expression he typically reserved for me. His eyes were dimmed with despair. How could this happen? I thought I had prevented this from occurring. Why is this happening? He lamented. Do I have to seal my own grandson? In a state of panic, he faltered, his mind racing without clarity. Grandfather, why are you silent? What's wrong? I inquired, concerned. At that moment, the chakra in his hands shifted to an eerie green. Was he attempting to eliminate this burgeoning power before it could fully manifest? Yet, gazing at my innocent face, he trembled, caressing my youthful features, while I remained blissfully unaware, happily savoring my lollipop. I wondered how the third Hokage would respond to this predicament. It was a spectacle few would witness. From a distance, atop the treetops, stood a slender woman clad in black, her masked visage adorned with a fox's smile. Grandfather, why are you crying? I asked, gently wiping away his tears. As the chakra faded from his grasp, he embraced me, weeping uncontrollably. How touching, a voice remarked from the shadows, idly twirling a kunai. I wonder how long this performance will last. Come, let us go inside. It looks like rain is imminent, the third Hokage said, regaining his gentle demeanor. It seemed he had chosen mercy for his grandson. Indeed, he had softened. The third Hokage of your would not have been so indecisive. The tone beneath the mask remains frivolous as ever. However, your reluctance has reached a point where, in dire circumstances, I must take matters into my own hands. When that time comes, do not blame me for being unsatisfactory or unreasonable. The third generation gently pushed open the door, casting a glance back at his sleeping grandson. His gaze filled with reluctance and a tumult of emotions within his heart. Indeed, he found it hard to proceed, yet the prospect of light escaping loomed ominously. What if? The third generation dared not ponder further. He closed the door and walked away. Chapter 129. The final seal. At this moment, Dora swiftly descended, and after an indeterminate duration, he finally glimpsed a faint glimmer of light. Without pausing to contemplate, he hastened towards the target. There, he beheld the solitary figure lying on the ground. The figure emanated a feeble glow, starkly contrasting the previous divine radiance. This light had an aura of exhaustion, as if it might extinguish with the slightest touch. Dora immediately channeled his chakra into his hands, enveloping the cavern in a verdant glow, intent on healing. Stop! Are you trying to kill us? Came the stern reprimand from the third Hokage, who had arrived shortly thereafter. By treating him now, do you intend to enable him to rise and annihilate us? Even if your heart is set on rescuing your friend, you must assess the situation. Upon hearing the third Hokage's admonition, Dora realized the gravity of the situation. He had seen the solitary figure sprawled helplessly, wounds crisscrossing the body, on the brink of death, and had momentarily forgotten that the solitary figure was now in a different state. What should we do? Dora inquired. It appears the only option is to permanently seal the entity within him, the third Hokage replied. Let us hope he never awakens within the solitary figure. Dora nodded in agreement. Is there anything I can do? You have been studying healing techniques for some time. Are you adept in any hypnotic ninjutsu? The third Hokage asked. Hypnosis, as the term suggests, involves inducing a trance in a person, commanding their subconscious to inquire or act. It can also lead one into a dream state, where erasure can occur. However, this form of hypnosis relies heavily on the chakra levels. The one with greater chakra can dominate the one with lesser. Though the solitary figure was currently in a comatose state and exceedingly weakened, Dora remained uncertain about his ability to hypnotize in this light-speed state. I shall attempt it, he resolved. The chakra in Dora's hands gradually transformed from black to green, interspersed with flecks of red. The chakra slowly flowed into the unconscious solitary figure's mind. Is this the memory of that person? Dora pondered with his eyes closed. At that moment, the third Hokage produced a scroll, invoking a summoning technique. Is this the third Hokage? Where am I? Dora questioned. He was witnessing the memories through the body of the third Hokage's grandson. With affection, the third Hokage gently stroked the sleeping child, then turned to close the door behind him, settling down at the entrance. Dora's mind brimmed with inquiries about their relationship. What a convoluted scene, he mused. It became evident to him that the two were indeed a grandfather and grandson, yet the sorrowful atmosphere puzzled him. Did the third Hokage foresee his grandson's ability to wield lightspeed techniques from a young age? Was he reluctant to seal him due to their blood connection? The disparity between the current individual and the past was striking. Suddenly, a masked woman entered. Her features obscured beneath a mask bearing a fox's smile, one Dora had never encountered before. Could she be a mysterious figure? Get out of my head. A furious voice echoed in his ears. Oh, is consciousness beginning to emerge? However, given your current abilities, what do you believe you can accomplish? Before long, you will be sealed away. After saying this, Dora withdrew his consciousness from that individual. Seizing the moment, he intensified the hypnosis, and soon the sealing would commence. At this juncture, he pondered how long it would take for the solitary shadow to awaken within its host. Yet one thing was certain. Even upon awakening, he would be unable to utilize the light's evasion. Dora amplified the flow of chakra, while the third Hokage increased the strength of the seal. In no time, the radiance emanating from the solitary shadow began to fade. All right, take him away, the third Hokage commanded before soaring into the sky. Meanwhile, Dora merely transported the solitary shadow to a location unknown even to himself. It seemed that the intention was to distance him from this place, for indeed, the whispers of the populace can be fearsome. Chapter 130. The Children of Today. In this present era, a solitary figure stood outside the hall, graced with a serene smile before the likes of Akira, Dola, Tsunade, and the fourth Hokage. Is it true that the many prey upon the few? With a fan in hand, the figure radiated calmness. Is this all that Konoha knows how to do? This tactic was employed over a decade ago, was it not? At this moment, Dola felt a tremor within. How could this be? How could he still retain memories from that time? I had clearly erased that segment of his memory during the hypnosis. Could it be that the entity within him has awakened? No, that cannot be. The third Hokage's sealing technique should not dissipate so swiftly. It ought to last at least 4 centuries. Could it be that the solitary figure willingly lifted the seal? The figure continued to smile in silence, gently fanning themselves, observing the gathering with amusement. Will you confront me one by one, or shall you come at me together? With a flick of the wrist, the fan was closed. However, there exists a matter of greater urgency than mere combat. If you do not find a way to resolve that shrinking chakra soon, I cannot guarantee the safety of the children within. Oh, and you would do well to refrain from attempting to attack the outer layer of chakra, for it appears to absorb such assaults. Yet, mere absorption is not the most alarming aspect. The more ferociously you attack, the quicker the contraction will occur. I recall waking from an unknown place hundreds of years ago. Had he not rescued me, I would have surely perished. Moreover, this is part of the reason I chose not to assume the role of the leader of the Umbu. Where did you awaken? Dola inquired. In an unknown place, a desolate land devoid of life and sustenance. It was rather lonely, the figure replied. Why do you ask? It's nothing, Dola responded. It seems the place of transport was relatively safe, leaving him unharmed. However, regarding the seal, how should I inquire to gain clarity? After all, I remain uncertain if he has truly regained his memories. For him, his recollections were paused at the moment he joined the Umbu and quarreled with Akira before encountering the spirit of the third Hokage's grandson. Yet, should the entity within him awaken and restore those memories, it would pose a complex dilemma. I say, you must be Akira, why conceal your beauty? The figure's tone was laced with mockery. Your beauty is renowned throughout Konoha, yet here you are in broad daylight, shrouded in a black veil. Is it not stifling? At this, Akira glared at the figure with mounting fury, yet it seemed he had lost the memories of that time. Was it Dola's doing? Did his hypnosis possess such capabilities? Had he truly mastered the art of hypnosis to such a grotesque extent so many years ago? Akira remained silent, merely turning his head away. Solitary figure, I advise you to refrain from speaking so recklessly. Miko Oda began to interject, but was halted by a gesture from Akira. Oh my, what is it that cannot be said? Why the sudden shyness? The figure teased. It appears he truly does not remember. perhaps that is for the best, as such memories are best left untouched. Akira responded coldly. At this moment, the cold and fierce gaze of the dark crow was palpable, although her expression remained obscured. One could sense the intensity of her anger. It appeared that he had forgotten. This was a relief, if his memories had not resurfaced. It indicated that the individual from within him had not awakened either. No one wished to relive the events of centuries past. Yet, if his memories remained dormant, what purpose did his arrival serve? Dora narrowed her eyes, lost in contemplation. Chapter 131. The Gluttonous One. What is happening outside? Why is there such an eerie silence? Yuma asked. Moreover, the range of this chakra is diminishing. This cannot continue. I will venture outside to investigate. With a swift motion, Going clasped his hands together and vanished through the wall. What are they doing? The sight before him was overwhelming. The fourth Hokage was present, alongside Dora, Tsunade, and Anya, as well as Otomiyo. Yet, who was this man from the Shadow Division? That fan at his waist was quite unsightly. All he could see was the man's back, obscured from view. As long as the children there are suffocated by my chakra, my talent will return. I have studied this chakra for quite some time. This selection competition features numerous candidates with exceptional physique, intellect, and strength. If only their chakra could be fused with my unparalleled chakra, absorbed time and again, my talent would be restored. Ha! Going let out a triumphant roar, reveling in his ambition. Goodness, this fellow intends to strangle us. It seems the hypnosis was merely a ploy to daze us. Little did he realize. We are not as feeble as he presumed, and I will undoubtedly surpass all of you. Yet, what was this nonsense about talent? Does the world of Hokage still entertain such notions? It is merely bloodlines that matter. However, upon further reflection, this individual must harbor a grudge against Konoha. The pattern behind him bears a striking resemblance to that of the third Hokage. But why is there a massive cross over it? A simple middle finger gesture would have sufficed, clear and to the point, directly expressing his sentiments, Yuma mused. Dora, upon hearing Going's words, found it hard to believe. Although I altered his memories, even the most meticulous can overlook a detail. It appears I neglected to erase the memory of his lost talent, which clearly wounds him deeply. Speaking of which, what could this man's talent be that he desires it so fervently? Is it the Sharingan or the Byakugan? In the realm of Hokage, these two are indeed the most formidable talents. If it is the Sharingan, he must be blind by now, unless it is the Byakugan, which should be immune to theft. Once removed, it becomes virtually unusable. Yet, the person who stole his talent must be exceptionally cruel. One's talent is of utmost importance to an individual. When the third Hokage forcibly extracted my talent from my being, he should have anticipated this day. Today, I shall transform the new generation of Hokage into the ultimate offering for the return of my talent. Haha. Going laughed heartily. The third Hokage? What kind of terrifying talent necessitated his personal intervention for removal? According to the literature I have perused, talent can be removed physically or chemically. Yet, he claimed to have been vivisected by the third Hokage? That implies a chemical extraction. Could it be that chakra was injected into the subcortex, systematically obliterating the structures of his talent? This bears a striking resemblance to the lobotomies of the last century. How inhumane! Yuma contemplated solemnly. At that moment, a large shuriken swiftly soared towards Solitary Shadow. Solitary Shadow evaded, yet just as the shuriken was about to strike, he managed to intercept it, preventing it from splitting into two. Those two then divided into four. It appeared that someone had employed a technique of division. Suddenly, the shuriken behind him transformed into a water gate, revealing that the water gate had taken the guise of a shuriken to launch a surprise attack on Solitary Shadow. With no time to utilize his substitution technique, Solitary Shadow was rendered unconscious by a single strike from the water gate. What a spectacle! It seems this technique was also learned from his father. However, the one being struck seems rather feeble, having blustered for so long only to be defeated in an instant. Chapter 132. The onset of gluttony events transpired with such rapidity that the crowd remained enraptured by the memories of the war from centuries past. Suddenly, the scene unfolded where the fourth Hokage swiftly subdued the solitary figure, leaving everyone in a state of bewilderment. Dora, having regained her composure, rushed towards the main hall, attuning herself to the chakra present. What on earth is this fellow doing? She mused, bemused by his eccentric behavior, which, despite its silliness, possessed an endearing quality. Plump and squinting, it seemed as though one could simply reach out and touch him. His belly must be soft and fluffy, she thought. Have you had your fill, little rascal? The time limit for your shadow clone is nearly up, Dora remarked. I've been discovered. Yuzin thought to himself. Well then, I shall take my leave. He chuckled, promptly vanishing in a cloud of smoke. Why have you been gone for so long? What is the situation outside? Kakashi inquired. The chakra in this area appeared to be diminishing, effectively severing all communication with the outside world. Should it dwindle to nothing? Currently, the fourth Hokage, leader of the Umbu, Yami, along with Dora, Tsunade from the medical department, and the execution unit led by Mizukage, were all gathered outside the hall. Yuzin lowered his voice and leaned into Kakashi's ear. The purpose of this chakra is to strangle us, aimed at restoring someone's latent abilities. This individual's talents are currently difficult to ascertain. Before I could gather any information, the fourth Hokage rendered me unconscious. However, you need not worry. Dora is currently analyzing the chakra's composition and should find a solution in due time. Moreover, the fourth Hokage's speed is quite remarkable. It seems he adeptly combines mechanisms with ninjutsu, setting him apart from other ninjas who solely rely on techniques. His prowess should not be underestimated. Outside the hall, Dora observed the ever-contracting chakra, her heart a tumult of emotions. The title of glutton harkened back to a time when, in her youth, she dwelled in the wilderness, foraging for sustenance. In those days of scarcity, she consumed whatever she could catch, birds, timber, anything that crossed her path, driven by hunger to devour without contemplation. It was then that the true origin of the glutton emerged. Centuries ago, in the wild forests surrounding Konohagakure, a roar shattered the rare tranquility, sending birds and beasts scattering in fright. Pursuing them was a colossal, pale green monster, its eyes vacant, drooling as it clawed through the woods in relentless pursuit of prey. It indiscriminately seized surrounding trees, stuffing them into its maw and chewing voraciously. Upon catching sight of more prey, it staggered after them, roaring and howling, instilling terror in the hearts of the woodland creatures as they fled in a panic. Dust billowed through the forest, accompanied by the sound of falling trees, creating vast chasms in its wake. This monster, driven by insatiable hunger, had grown to a tremendous size, seemingly driven mad by its appetite, consuming anything in its path while wreaking havoc throughout the forest. The peace of Konohagakure was thoroughly disrupted, prompting the fourth Hokage to descend from the sky with steady grace. It was evident that this situation could not be allowed to continue unchecked. The third Hokage's expression turned grave as he formed hand seals. Earth release. Earth prison. It seems they intended to confine this creature within an earthen prison. However, the monster effortlessly dismantled the walls surrounding the earthen enclosure, devouring them whole before chewing vigorously. The sound of crumbling stone and soil echoed as the creature audibly swallowed the remnants of the prison. Alas, the flavor appeared to be lacking as it glared with displeasure, emitting a growl of dissatisfaction. The third Hokage, bewildered, could hardly comprehend how this creature could consume ninjutsu. Chapter 133, the gradually calming Dora. This creature can consume ninjutsu? The third Hokage lamented, realizing the predicament he faced. If this monster continued to gorge itself like this, I would be utterly powerless to subdue it. My only option would be to seal its mouth. Earth release. Falling clay. An immense, otherworldly space materialized above the creature's head, shimmering with an eerie violet light. Gradually, the clay emerged from this purple dimension, slithering like a serpentine entity, coiling around the monstrous being. The creature tentatively lifted the viscous clay, its fluffy claws playfully prodding at it. Slurp, slurp. To his astonishment, the green monster began to devour the clay, as if it were incapable of being ensnared by it, effortlessly lifting it to its mouth. It seemed to relish the taste, as the green creature settled on the ground, gaping widely, eagerly consuming the descending clay like a child enjoying a bowl of porridge. The third Hokage was utterly flabbergasted. He had merely intended to use the unique properties of the clay to seal the creature's mouth, only to discover that it had become the monster's meal. Where did this creature even come from? It appeared to have existed for quite some time, and its former shape and size were evidently different. It seemed that the creature was simply hungry. If only I could satiate it in this manner and restore its former stature, it might prove to be a viable solution. However, how much chakra would this consume? Moreover, I would have to accompany it throughout the process. What a laborious and time-consuming endeavor this was. Thus, the third Hokage watched as the creature, resembling a starving infant, incessantly devoured the sticky clay. The otherworldly space gradually diminished, and it was clear that the third Hokage was struggling to maintain his strength. Upon glancing upwards, he realized it was already dusk. He had been feeding this creature with his chakra for quite some time, and he could distinctly feel his chakra reserves dwindling. The creature then pushed itself forward with its hands, patting its bulging belly, emitting a contented rumble before closing its eyes and drifting into a peaceful slumber. Finally, the third Hokage sighed, fearing he would soon be unable to sustain this effort. Yet, he couldn't help but find the creature somewhat endearing as it gradually resumed its normal size, transforming into a delightful little ball, half a meter tall. As it slept, its nose twitched, remnants of clay still clinging to its nostrils, and its long ears drooped down, presenting an inviting texture. The third Hokage, seated cross-legged on the ground with hands clasped tightly, felt an unceasing flow of chakra emanating from within him, akin to a hot spring that had just begun to flow. Slowly, he opened his eyes, feeling rejuvenated. The night sky was now adorned with twinkling stars, accompanied by the serenade of cicadas. The little creature had awakened. Glancing around in confusion at the desolate forest, littered with clay, the third Hokage spoke gently. "Did you do all of this? Where do you come from?" "I don't know," the small creature replied. "Have you been hungry for a long time?" The third Hokage inquired. "I am uncertain, but I am exceedingly hungry. Gradually, I find myself losing control." The little creature replied. "Come with me to Konohagakure. There is an abundance of food to satisfy your appetite," the third Hokage suggested. "Is there ramen?" the creature inquired. "Ha, indeed there is," the Hokage assured. Thus, the creature accompanied the third Hokage back to the village, but the tale of gluttony soon spread far and wide. Chapter 134, Devouring Chakra. Dora reminisced about the past, her heart awash with a myriad of emotions. "What is it? Is there a feasible solution?" inquired the fourth Hokage. "Yes, but I fear it may frighten you," replied Dora. "Step back, please." The crowd retreated, granting Dora ample space. She bit down on her own hands, blood streaming forth, and invoked the summoning technique. Before their eyes, Dora's form began to swell, transforming from a figure of human stature into one that towered above the hall like a small mountain. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the onlookers. The fourth Hokage's eyes widened, and Tsunade appeared momentarily bewildered. Her master possessed such formidable abilities. Now fully enlarged, Dora felt somewhat disoriented. She slowly reached towards the pulsating mass of chakra, exerting forceful effort to draw it out. The chakra condensed into a sphere, rotating slowly in her grasp, exuding an ominous darkness. Dora hesitated, contemplating whether to consume it or not. Would ingesting it inflict irreversible harm upon herself? Moreover, could it potentially be a part of the Lone Shadow project? If she chose not to consume it, would that mass of chakra lead to an explosion or serve another purpose altogether? The crowd gazed upward, pondering Dora's intentions as she held the chakra. "Dora? What is happening?" The fourth Hokage called out. "I cannot ascertain the composition of this chakra. Its effects remain unclear to me. Initially, I intended to digest it within my body, but upon reflection, I cannot confirm that it is not a part of the Lone Shadow's scheme. If I refrain from consuming it, I cannot guarantee that nothing adverse will occur," Dora explained. "I understand your concerns. Given the current situation, it would be prudent to observe this chakra further. If no unforeseen events transpire, we shall hand it over to your medical department for mechanical disposal," the fourth Hokage proposed. Dora considered this approach as a viable option. She resolved to analyze the chakra's composition. If it posed no threat of explosion or harm to the villagers of Konohagakure, they could proceed with its mechanical destruction. To recklessly ingest the chakra could unleash unpredictable chaos. Her constitution was indeed unique. While capable of digesting any chakra, could she truly digest everything? Or had she merely encountered only those forms of chakra she could consume thus far? Staring at the chakra before her, she pondered whether to take the risk. Ultimately, she decided against such recklessness. Gradually, Dora returned to her normal size in the eyes of the crowd. The chakra remained suspended in the air, and the third Hokage encased it within a massive glass container, its surface inscribed with protective seals to safeguard both the chakra and the vessel, lest any unforeseen calamities arise. The third Hokage's foresight was indeed commendable. In the hall, the fourth Hokage opened the door, revealing himself to a throng of children. Dear students, I kindly ask you to remain calm and composed, for the current crisis has been resolved. Certain individuals will provide explanations regarding the situation. At this moment, I request that you cooperate with the personnel from the treatment department for the necessary examinations. It is important to acknowledge that the recent incident may have unforeseen effects on your well-being. Rest assured, the healers of the Hidden Leaf Village are of the highest caliber. Please do not be alarmed. As the evening draws near, I encourage you to complete your checkups and take some rest in preparation for tomorrow's competition. Chapter 135, Preparing for the Competition. As dusk settled, the instructor addressed the students, urging them to check their preparations and rest for the forthcoming contest. After delivering his words, the fourth Hokage departed. Dora, gazing at the solitary figure before him, was engulfed by memories of the past, a bittersweet sensation stirring within him. Despite having acquired the means to forcibly restore the talents of this solitary figure through intricate methods over the centuries, considering the current circumstances of this individual, it seemed unwise to proceed with the restoration just yet. A period of observation would be more prudent. Master, what shall we do with this person? Tsunade inquired, lifting the figure from the ground. First, take him to my residence. Tend to his injuries and confine him for careful observation, Dora replied. Should we not seek permission from the fourth Hokage? Tsunade countered. Do not concern yourself. I will consult the fourth. Your only responsibility is to bring him to my place and follow my instructions, Dora assured her, then set off to find the fourth Hokage. Fourth Hokage, I wish to seek your counsel regarding the solitary figure, Dora began. You need not continue. I am already aware of your matters. Your proficiency in medical techniques has greatly arisen due to him, has it not? Handle him as you see fit, but ensure that it remains within reasonable bounds. The fourth Hokage interjected. Dora was taken aback by the Hokage's response, feeling a sense of disarray. The arguments he had formulated moments ago evaporated before his eyes. Upon returning to his quarters, he beheld the solitary figure resting upon the bed, noting that his wounds had begun to heal. Tsunade, his most accomplished apprentice, possessed an intimate understanding of his capabilities. Once more, Dora employed chakra to scan the figure's injuries. It seemed even the most trusted apprentice could elicit concern. The solitary figure held significant importance for him. Uncertain of the third Hokage's sealing technique's efficacy, he resolved to investigate further. Utilizing a hypnosis technique, he transformed his chakra to crimson and swiftly entered the recesses of the solitary figure's consciousness, navigating through the labyrinth of memories. Fragments of joy and sorrow whirled past him, with the most resounding echo stemming from the fragmented memory of his stripped talents. Indeed, I have found it, Dora exclaimed. Before him loomed a colossal prison, constructed of countless wooden-like barriers extending infinitely upwards. Could this be the site of the seal? At the very center of the many wooden pillars was a parchment inscribed with a prominent seal character. Indeed, this was the location of the seal, Dora concluded. He circled the seal cautiously, refraining from physical contact, apprehensive that it might compromise the sealing effect. Disruption could unleash chaos, should light release into the world again. It appeared that lingering here was ill-advised. Just as he prepared to exit, a thought crossed his mind. Should he employ hypnosis once more to seal the solitary figure's painful memories? After all, he was already present. However, Dora reconsidered. If he were to seal away the figure's tormenting recollections, what would that make him? A mere puppet master, dictating the course of another's life? If something were to transpire due to my actions, should I be held accountable in its entirety? Even as a friend? The notion of influencing his life seems utterly absurd and remarkably presumptuous. How can I ascertain that this is indeed what he desires? One cannot justify such actions under the guise of benevolence. My intentions may merely reflect my own perspective, lacking the genuine consent of the individual in question. A single lie demands a multitude of others to cover it up, and I have witnessed far too many instances where a single misstep cascades into a series of errors. Chapter 136, The Awakening of the Solitary Shadow. Dora's consciousness withdrew from the body of the solitary shadow. How should he explain everything to him upon awakening? Should he divulge the truth? That would be too risky. After all, the sealing of his memories was sanctioned by the third Hokage, who must have had his reasons. It would be prudent to refrain from revealing anything to him. However, the current state of the solitary shadow is fraught with hatred, and some measures must inevitably be taken. It is wise to implement necessary precautions, yet the solitary shadow remains a ticking time bomb, unpredictable in his potential for error. It is best to keep him in Konohagakure under careful observation. The fourth Hokage has also stated that the safety of the villagers must not be compromised. If he were to be transported to an unknown location like in centuries past, he would surely return to Konohagakure, seeking vengeance. The most prudent course of action is to allow him to remain in slumber, preventing any disturbances while simultaneously observing the seals within him, ensuring they remain intact and unharmed. It seems I must delve into the study of sleep-related ninjutsu once more. With this resolve, Dora performed a jutsu, deepening his sleep state. This would keep him asleep for at least a week, during which I can also research how to create a lasting sleep-inducing medication that does not harm the nerves and shields his subconscious from external influences. It appears I must once again explore the intricacies of barrier ninjutsu. I ponder, am I truly studying a new jutsu for your sake? For you, it is worth it. With that thought, I picked up my books on pharmacology and barrier techniques to begin my research. With all this commotion, did the competitors still have the heart to partake in the contest? Yushing Yuze remarked. They were merely aware that they had experienced a nightmare and were subsequently sent for examination, oblivious to the fact that they would be executed or used as materials to restore talents. They had no reason to worry. They would likely perceive this as a mere oversight of Konohagakure and might even complain behind its back, which could inadvertently fuel their motivation rather than create a negative impact. Kakashi interjected. I won't discuss this further. I must prepare for tomorrow's competition. The details and events have already been sent to each dormitory. After the physical examinations, be sure to check them. Understood, Yushing Yuze replied. This young man was initially a laggard, unable to even gather chakra. Yet just moments ago, his shadow clone technique managed to sustain itself for the same duration as mine. How much has his chakra truly advanced? In just a few months, he has made such terrifying progress. If this continues, what heights might he reach? Yet, he has never revealed his strength in the past. This instance of using shadow clones must have been a lapse in his caution, inadvertently exposing his level. What purpose does he have in concealing his abilities so meticulously? What kind of person are you, Yushing Yuze? Kakashi contemplated. Upon returning to his dormitory, Yushing Yuze noticed an envelope on the table. This must be the details of the competition, he mused. Upon opening the envelope, I discovered the details of the upcoming competition. Tomorrow's event consists of a single contest, spanning 3 days, with each day's competition featuring distinct challenges. The rules for each day will be meticulously explained to all participants through this type of envelope. Following the conclusion of each day's events, by 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the information will be delivered to the dormitories of the participants. I kindly urge all competitors to read thoroughly and familiarize themselves with the rules of each competition. Before the commencement of each contest, designated personnel will elucidate the regulations, ensuring that even those unfamiliar with the rules can participate with confidence. It is now announced that tomorrow's competition will be a preliminary round due to unforeseen circumstances and will not contribute to the overall standings. Chapter 137. The commencement of the competition now. The main event is officially announced. The first day's competition consists of a 5,000-meter chase and freestyle running, conducted without teams. The first individual to cross the finish line shall be crowned champion. The initial 2 kilometers will be a standard run, prohibiting the use of any ninjutsu, allowing only physical techniques. The final 3 kilometers will be a free run, permitting the use of any ninjutsu. Note, the following ninjutsu are expressly forbidden. 1. Any technique that enhances the user's speed. 2. Any technique that impedes a teammate's speed. 3. Any technique that poses a threat to a living being. Should a teammate's life be endangered, it is classified as a life-threatening technique. I eagerly anticipate everyone's prowess. Yohara Yuma lay on his bed after reading this, gazing at the envelope on the table, pondering how he might secure victory. Alas, why dwell on such thoughts? After all, This is merely a preliminary round, not contributing to the overall score. It is far more crucial to refine my Vidra body protection technique. With that, he began to meditate. Palms pressed together, channeling chakra between his fingers, ultimately dispersing it throughout his body. A radiant golden light enveloped him, only to vanish abruptly. Could it be that he was on the verge of entering the next stage? How peculiar. I distinctly sensed a surge of chakra moments ago. Yet it has inexplicably dissipated. Am I encountering a bottleneck? Yohara contemplated, summoning his assistant. Come forth. I wish to confer with you. Master, what is the matter? The assistant inquired. Why did my chakra vanish so suddenly? I was on the cusp of a breakthrough, yet it halted abruptly. Well, this golden finger does not belong to the world of Naruto. It is a result of extensive modifications adapting to this universe. The variables are exceedingly numerous, making it quite challenging to ascertain the cause. The assistant replied with resignation. Curse it! Yohara exclaimed in frustration. When will this bottleneck be broken? As he lamented, he began to notice an unfamiliar strength coursing through his body, his chakra gathering at an accelerated pace compared to before. Regrettably, his excessive focus on the bottleneck had led him to overlook these subtle enhancements. On the following day, Yohara rose early. Good morning, Master. The system reported automatically. Do you require any tasks today? Just then, Yohara contemplated acquiring a technique to enhance his speed. However, he recalled having previously obtained the Phantom Steps technique for punctuality's sake, particularly to avoid tardiness to Tsunade's class. This technique allowed for astonishing speed, and had it not been for Tsunade's warning against its premature use in front of others, he might have employed it to cheat his way to first place in this event. With that thought, he stepped outside. Upon arriving at the competition venue, he beheld a sight meticulously prepared. The once open area had transformed into a dense forest. The sudden crowding of what was traditionally a spacious field felt disconcerting. Just as he prepared to leap forward to survey the terrain, he was abruptly yanked back. Turning, he found himself face to face with Kakashi. Why are you pulling me? It's quite bothersome, Yohara shouted. Let go of me. If I weren't holding on to you, you would have likely met your demise by now. It would be in your best interest to remain here. Do you not see that this area is surrounded by a barrier? Venturing in recklessly could set off an alarm. And should the Umbu be alerted, they will not concern themselves with who you are. Entering the arena prematurely before the designated time during the selection trials could result in immediate execution, Kakashi remarked. Chapter 138, The Entrance of the Selection Meeting. If I hadn't caught you in time, you would have perished. Do you realize that? Kakashi remarked. The Umbu's defense was indeed meticulous. I had overlooked this aspect. A grave oversight. Thank you, Yushin gasped, catching his breath. As the time for entry drew near, an increasing number of individuals congregated at the entrance. Yushin Yuma, did you arrive early? How's it going? Have you been pouring your youth into your efforts? Might Guy exclaimed. Indeed, being in the presence of Might Guy was invigorating. Was it possible for someone so dedicated to martial arts to remain so unfazed? I truly envied him. Regardless of the circumstances, he embraced everything, confronting the outcomes with an unwavering spirit. Such an attitude, easy to articulate yet challenging to embody, required individuals of remarkable resolve, unfettered by the anxieties of gain or loss. He remained perpetually optimistic, shouldering willingly the burdens he chose to bear. Facing the myriad issues stemming from his captivity, like the trepidation regarding the future and the remorse of the past, his ability to stand firm amidst fear and regret was genuinely admirable. However, Yushin pondered, could such a person truly be free of troubles? How would he alleviate his concerns? Would he find solace in the sweat of his exertions? Such individuals were indeed remarkable, confronting challenges with prowess, never ensnared by trivialities, for being overly concerned with the inconsequential was fundamentally detrimental. I simply love hearing you speak. Might Guy? Yushin replied, smiling as he exchanged a high-five with him. The youth was indeed brimming with vitality. A familiar voice resonated behind Yushin, and upon turning, he beheld a well-known figure, Tsunade. What brings you here, big sister? Yushin inquired. Me? I came with the medical department to oversee you contestants, Tsunade explained. Every year, you all seem to find trouble, mysteriously injuring yourselves. The competition rules clearly state that jutsu threatening the lives of other participants are prohibited. Yet you all persist in being disobedient. However, your application of chakra is commendable. You always manage to avoid serious injury, just superficial wounds that appear quite distressing. The healing is swift, yet it looks so brutal. After speaking, Tsunade adjusted her furrowed brow, hoping he would refrain from such recklessness. Just focus on the competition. With that, Tsunade departed, leaving Yushin contemplating her retreating figure. Oh, it's you again. It seems you're holding up well. We should spar another day? Tenju Muryu remarked. I wonder if you can endure a punch from me? He added. Yushin recognized this individual, the heir of the Wood Shadow, but he was taken aback by his youth. Being of similar age, it seemed he must possess some extraordinary talent. Could it be a matter of lineage? Yet, the information regarding Muryu, his position, and abilities remained shrouded in mystery. I have yet to witness him employ any ninjutsu. It is merely his physical prowess that is apparent. Beside him stands a formidable woman, seemingly harboring extraordinary abilities that remain concealed. The only instance in which I have observed her in action was with a small mirror that materialized out of thin air. Additionally, she possesses enigmatic hand seals that, upon close inspection, do not resemble traditional ninjutsu. Her speed is remarkably swift, as evidenced by the money and notes that appeared spontaneously from her pouch. It is clear that her velocity should not be underestimated. Such a village, where such phenomena have never been encountered before, presents a wealth of intriguing inquiries. It seems I have much to discuss today. Chapter 139. The competition commences. Esteemed participants. This competition serves as a preliminary round, and the results shall not contribute to the overall standings. Prior to the commencement of the match, I kindly ask all competitors to draw lots. This event adopts a turn-based format, with 4 individuals per group. Each group will engage in battle, yielding a sole victor. The winners from each group will proceed to the finals, with points awarded as follows: 50 for first place, 40 for second, and 30 for third. From fourth place onwards, points will be allocated as follows, with certain ninjutsu excluded. 1. The use of techniques that enhance the user's speed is prohibited. 2. Techniques that impede a teammate's speed are likewise forbidden. 3. Any ninjutsu that poses a threat to life is strictly off-limits, should a teammate's life be endangered. Such techniques will be deemed unacceptable. We eagerly anticipate the demonstration of your prowess. Participants gradually approach the grand stage, ready to draw lots. What number did you draw? I am number 3. And you? I am number 6. We are in the same group. Indeed, what a coincidence. I shall not hold back. Let us await the outcome. Yuxing Yojin, number 4, and Tian Jingmu, also number 4, found themselves grouped with that young man. This was fortuitous, for it presented an opportunity to gauge his abilities. However, as this was merely a preliminary match, it would be prudent to conceal one's full strength and reserve the trump card for the final stages. Tianjing Muliao pondered. To think I would be grouped with Tianjing Muliao. This is advantageous. I can observe the techniques of the Wood Village. It is said that one can only utilize Wood Release ninjutsu when combining Water Release and Earth Release. Is it possible he will employ Wood Release directly? Nevertheless, despite his affiliation with the Wood Village, it remains uncertain whether he is indeed a practitioner of Wood Release. I shall continue to observe. Might Guy, number 5. Kakashi, number 5. The two exchanged glances, silently calculating their strategies. Even if one were a genius, in a physical contest such as this 5,000-meter freestyle run, could they truly outpace a ninja renowned for sheer physical prowess? Moreover, he was but a child. It was implausible that he could surpass my extensive studies in taijutsu. Might Guy mused. To my surprise, I am grouped with Might Guy. Yet, he is celebrated for his physical techniques, and the first 3,000 meters are purely a test of speed. It will be exceedingly challenging to best him in that regard. Given his speed, I would already be at a considerable disadvantage by the 3,000-meter mark. Perhaps it is best to concede this match. Being grouped with him feels like a stroke of bad luck. If only it were the first 1,000 meters, it might have been manageable. However, at 3,000 meters, no amount of effort could rival his capabilities, while the remaining 2,000 meters allow for the use of ninjutsu. He would have long since surpassed the effective range of such techniques. This match appears destined to slip through my fingers. Very well, the competition shall now commence. I request that the leading competitors take their positions and await the start of the match. As Yuzuru Hanyu, the fourth competitor, stood by observing the contest of others, he noticed the participants positioning themselves at the starting line. With the explosive sound of the starting signal, the competitors surged forward like arrows released from a bow. Their speed astonishing. At that moment, Hanyu was taken aback. Was this truly the pace of mere children? If he were to join, he would move as slowly as a snail. This simply would not do. It seemed that his phantom mirage step could be employed, yet he had to synchronize with the others. If he were to exert himself too forcefully and dash ahead to the finish line, it would inevitably reveal his secret. Thus, the challenge was not merely to secure victory, but to conceal the existence of his phantom mirage step. Such restraint was immensely taxing. Chapter 140. The Progress of the Competition. As the 3,000-meter mark was crossed, the four ninjas had already engaged in combat. One ninja hurled a kunai at the leading contestant, who, employing the substitution technique, swiftly evaded the attack. The shuriken multiplied, trailing closely behind the first place. With remarkable quickness, the leader manifested a technique of earth, erecting a 3-meter thick earthen wall before him. The shuriken met the earthen shield with a series of thuds. Do you still think you can advance? A competitor formed hand seals, invoking the earth technique, earth pillar spear. Suddenly, a field of earth spikes emerged before the leader. A trivial challenge. The leader nimbly leaped over the spikes. Is this your skill? Pathetically weak. Do you believe this could intimidate me? Enough of your nonsense. Watch as I seize first place. The leader laughed with arrogant confidence. Oh, you underestimate my ninjutsu, the competitor retorted. In an instant, the ground beneath the leader began to swell and rise ominously, poised to pierce him. Reacting swiftly, the leader formed hand seals, invoking earth substitution. Just as it seemed he would meet his demise, he transformed into a mound of earth. With the spikes continuing to grow, they ultimately tore through the ground, scattering yellow dirt everywhere. You merely display empty bravado, even if you're swift. Can you outpace the speed of my rising spikes? Your greatest folly is your overconfidence. Dear? Who are you calling dear? That's utterly revolting. The leader emerged slowly from the mass of dirt, awkwardly supporting his right arm. Had I not quickly employed the earth substitution, I would have surely perished. Are you not aware of the competition rules? Utilizing techniques that threaten the lives of other contestants is a violation. Threaten lives? Spare me. Did you not use the earth substitution? The ninja wielding the earth pillar spear countered. I cannot be bothered to debate with you. Just remain here. You will not reach the finish line. TCH. Do you really think those two will allow you to claim first place? My next move will be your undoing. The original leader declared. At this juncture, the three remaining contestants warily observed one another. One of them dashed forward, while the other two ninjas moved to intercept, employing earth technique, earth quicksand. With that, they struck the ground forcefully, and the leading ninja was instantaneously engulfed by the rising sand and soil. Now, it is just the two of us. One competitor remarked. Shall we discuss how you wish to meet your demise? I wonder if it will cause you pain. Kill me? I suspect you often disregard the rules. Let me reiterate. Should you employ techniques that threaten my life, you know the consequences, immediate disqualification and a lifetime ban. Do you wish to test that? Another competitor responded. Water technique. Mist concealment technique. One of the competitors employed the technique of mist concealment, rendering the surrounding environment indistinct and obstructing the vision of another participant. This ninjutsu could even interfere with the perception of those possessing the Rinnegan. You may take a rest from your efforts, for as the practitioner, I can see clearly. Just remain here and do not move. He declared before dashing towards the finish line. The results of the first round were announced, and the champion was revealed to be Lu Rinjia from Group 1. The announcer exclaimed. It was truly unexpected that the competitors this year exhibited such remarkable prowess. At such a young age, one could master the technique of mist concealment. Earth release, rock pillar spear, earth release, earth tunneling technique, and earth release, earth clone technique. Chapter 141. The pre-match contest. A somewhat familiar, yet distinctly foreign voice echoed from behind me. The match is still a while away. Why not engage in a preliminary contest? It was Yuzuru Hanyu. Ever since our first encounter, he had persistently sought to challenge me. Was there something amiss with his judgment? I couldn't help but ponder whether Kimura had met his demise at the hands of this very Yuzuru Hanyu. Pray tell, is your soul talent confined to physical contests? I retorted. His words served a dual purpose, to indirectly compel him to reveal his other skills, while simultaneously suggesting that if he refrained from disclosing his true abilities, he must harbor some secret ninjutsu that he wished to conceal. In the original narrative, there was no mention of Kimura's existence. Could this be a narrative oversight? If Kimura were indeed real, he would be inextricably linked to the storyline, as each village typically housed a Jinchuriki bonded with a tailed beast. If Kimura truly existed, it would imply the presence of a Jinchuriki unless he had been eliminated outright. This hypothesis, while plausible, posed a dilemma. His ninjutsu was an entirely alien domain to me, approaching nullity. Engaging in a reckless contest with him could yield unfavorable odds. Perhaps he too sought to gauge my true capabilities. It was evident that we both understood each other's intentions. This mutual awareness rendered our sparring akin to a futile exercise in Tai Chi, devoid of significance. Engaging in combat is pointless. Let us simply observe the match, I suggested. Our turn will come soon. Can't you conserve a modicum of your strength? Yuzuru Hanyu scoffed. Humph. Such trivial contests are utterly meaningless. They are merely preliminary rounds. Those who exhaust themselves without reservation are often deemed reckless fools. Yet, while conserving strength appears to be the most prudent strategy, I find it equally foolish as unleashing one's full power. Poor acting skills inevitably reveal one's true capabilities, drawing attention from onlookers. In formal competitions, participants are bound to be scrutinized and targeted. In my view, the purpose of this preliminary round is to foster an unspoken camaraderie among the contestants, allowing them to naturally align themselves in formation. When the actual competition begins, they will instinctively identify the strongest among four, collaborating to overcome challenges. Ultimately, the outcome will hinge on the mental acuity and prowess of the three individuals involved. Each participant harbors distinct aspirations. Some seek to claim victory and bask in the adulation of the masses, while others aim to accumulate experience and learn the tactics of their peers. The latter are often the most astute yet prone to failure. As they struggle to delineate their own positions, whether they are fiercely contending for glory or merely observing the landscape, their self-perception remains nebulous, rendering them incapable of seizing the right moments. They may believe they have mastered their craft, yet their expertise is only superficial. Averse to profound exploration, they inadvertently intimidate themselves. Those who cannot find their place in such competitions face a singular fate. Either they emerge from adversity, awakening to their true desires, or they succumb to the fog of defeat, losing confidence and stagnating in their endeavors. It is a lamentable situation. However, some individuals possess the clarity to understand their own positioning. For instance, Tianjing Muliang exchanged a glance with Yuxing Yojin, seemingly oblivious to the reason for his participation. He merely wished to survive, observing others as they acted. Chapter 142. The preliminary round is underway. It is truly unexpected that the participants in this session exhibit such formidable prowess. Despite their tender years, they are capable of employing techniques such as mist concealment technique, earth release, rock pillar spear, and earth release, earth clone, as Kakashi remarked. I can hardly imagine what kind of extraordinary beings will emerge among this cohort of competitors. It is merely a preliminary round, yet they resort to such excessive ninjutsu. They show a blatant disregard for the rules, Yohara Yujin commented. Are you seriously questioning which rule prohibits participants from employing life-threatening ninjutsu against one another? Kakashi inquired. In truth, the criteria for such rules are overly stringent, resulting in a lack of reasonable judgment. Although it is stated that techniques capable of inflicting harm upon other competitors are deemed life-threatening, the interpretation of what constitutes a threat to life is fraught with controversy. For instance, the earth release, rock pillar spear, which you perceive as a threat to the life of the caster, I believe they had ample opportunity to evade harm and mount a counterattack. This is precisely where the rule's ambiguity lies. Thus, even techniques that could potentially be fatal may be adjudicated as normal by the judges. Consequently, the severity of ninjutsu seems to hinge upon the judges' interpretative abilities, which are themselves contingent upon their own prowess, rendering your indignation utterly futile. Kakashi elucidated. Oh, if we follow your reasoning, does that mean one can employ any perilous ninjutsu without hesitation as long as they aim to win? Yohara Yujin asked. At this moment, Kakashi turned to face Yohara Yujin and stated, if you truly desire victory, you are free to do so. That is not the case. I merely find it rather harsh for a selection process aimed at children to be so stringent. Is it not excessively cruel for them? Yohara Yujin remarked. Humph. In the true arena, cruelty does not determine victory. Cruelty is defined by the contrast with happiness. Without the brutality of war, where lies the peace of happiness? Those who choose the path of a ninja must confront the harsh realities and relinquish certain superfluous attachments, Kakashi asserted passionately. Seeing Kakashi growing increasingly fervent, Yohara Yujin quickly interjected, Stop. Enough, let us cease this discussion and focus on the match. It was well known from the original narrative that Kakashi harbored resentment towards his father for failing a mission due to concerns for his teammates' safety, resulting in catastrophic losses. Kakashi had always regarded his father's actions with shame. It was more severe than he had anticipated. What he meant by relinquishing unnecessary things likely referred to bonds of friendship and emotional ties, Yohara Yujin pondered. Now, the participants of Friendship Group 2 are preparing for the next match. The next round is about to commence. Where are you headed? Yohara Yujin called out to Kakashi. It is merely a trivial squabble among children playing house. There is nothing captivating about it, and I have long grown weary of such antics. If you wish to continue watching, by all means, do so. With that, Kakashi departed without a backward glance. Hey, I called out. A voice, both unfamiliar yet oddly reminiscent, echoed from behind. The competition is still quite some time away. Shall we engage in a preemptive contest? Is that you, Yuhang Yuinjin? Chapter 143, A Long Discourse Alas. There exist individuals who can find their own place in the world, for there is a reason behind it. Tianjing Muliang exchanged a glance with Yushing Yojin, who was utterly oblivious to the reason for his participation. He merely wished to survive, observing others in pursuit of the information he desired. Am I correct in my assertion, Yushing Yojin? Yushing Yojin offered no response, maintaining eye contact with Tianjing Muliang for a few seconds before scoffing. Do you truly believe you possess an accurate judgment of others? Even if some individuals are genuine geniuses, without effort, they too may be surpassed. A genius excels only in certain domains, not embodying perfection. They too must learn from others. Have you never heard this before? The purpose of weaker individuals participating in competitions is not solely to observe. They too possess the right to pursue glory. Why is the effort of others deemed worthless in your eyes? You consider yourself a genius? From my perspective, I see no evidence of your current capabilities. Why then? Do you stand here so self-righteously, making grandiloquent comments? It is nothing short of absurd. Yushing Yojin retorted. Is it true that the weak have no opportunities? Oh, are you suggesting that the weak can become strong? That through effort, they can surpass geniuses? Tianjing Muliang laughed heartily. The weak are indeed weak. Like-minded individuals tend to congregate. Where the weak appear, throngs of the weak will follow. Are you claiming that mere effort can yield the desired results? Do you naively believe that effort guarantees proper recompense? Upon hearing these words, Yushing Yojin felt somewhat dazed, taken aback that such thoughts could originate from a child. Before him stood a mere 5- or 6-year-old, whose intellect seemed incongruous with the profoundness of his statements. In the world Yushing Yojin once inhabited, he was simply a student who had faltered in his college entrance examinations. Yet, here he was, articulating his thoughts with clarity, his tone assertive yet laden with rationale. Although the discourse was uncomfortable to hear, it left him momentarily speechless. Suddenly, a bold notion, one that was rather unsettling, emerged in his mind, sending a chill down his spine and filling him with disbelief. Could it be? Had he also traversed realms? This notion is by no means unfounded. It is articulated with unwavering conviction and a deliberate cadence. In the presence of others, he conceals his true nature, remaining an enigma. And it would not be an overstatement to deem him a cunning individual. The weak are invariably surrounded by others of their kind. Throughout their lives, they receive only what the weak can offer. The weak assist the weak, and thus perpetuate their own kind. Upon encountering the realm of the strong, they are often unable to comprehend it, leading to widespread avoidance, as the weak tend to evade challenges rather than confront and surmount them. However, Such assertions may be overly simplistic. The weak harbor excessive fears and concerns, as their stakes are overwhelmingly significant, leaving them unable to take further risks. Consequently, they gravitate towards stability, desiring a monotonous existence devoid of uncertainty. This inclination allows them to perpetuate their behaviors, values, and aspirations as the weak. Yet, the most pitiable predicament befalls the strong born into weak families, who must navigate the dichotomy of conforming to a stable environment while simultaneously satisfying their inherent strength. When faced with critical decisions, they often discover that their resources do not align with their desires, resulting in a state of indecision marked by sighs of despair. Should they strive for greatness or resign themselves to a life they do not wish to lead, merely existing in mediocrity? Ultimately, the most convenient solution remains avoidance. For they are, after all, the weak at heart. Chapter 144. The commencement of the competition. Yet, the most effective solution lies in avoidance. Indeed, one may perceive themselves as strong while emerging from a lineage of weakness, but ultimately, they remain weak. Tianjing Muliang remarked, evading reality and shunning the outcomes. Numbing oneself through various distractions, living freely within one's comfort zone, forever subsisting in the cocoon of the weak, and forcefully bequeathing unfulfilled ambitions to the next generation. However, this progeny grows amidst the experiences, lessons, and so-called truths derived from the frailties of their forebears. One day, they may awaken to the harsh reality that effort does not always yield reward. What significance does the process hold? Only the strong possess the audacity to confront challenges, gleaning wisdom from their experiences to transform their circumstances and attain their desires. Conversely, the weak dwell in nostalgia, perpetually ensnared by the past, unable to confront the present, forever seeking escape. Yuhing Yojin was profoundly shaken, bewildered by the depth of Muliang's words. Did he truly suffer so? Had he traversed into this new realm to validate his existence? It appeared he was orchestrating a grand strategy. Yet, Yuhing Yojin was not intimidated by his rhetoric. Contestants, take your positions and prepare for the competition. The referee boomed. I may have spoken too long and missed the match. Now, let us see your performance. Tianjing Muliang observed. It seemed that the competition was imminent. From their discourse, it was evident that Tianjing Muliang's prowess should not be underestimated, and it appeared he was poised to enact significant endeavors. But should I thwart him or lend my support? Until now, I had not regarded this place as my home, my sanctuary. Did I truly believe I would return to Earth, to my former existence? Yuhing Yojin pondered. What are you contemplating? The competition is about to commence. Tianjing Muliang exclaimed, perhaps fearing that my musings had left me unsettled. Yuhing Yojin regained composure and approached the competition venue. Before her loomed a colossal vine amidst a dense forest, where light gradually floated in the air, embodying the tranquility before the impending storm. Now, contestants, take your positions. 3, 2, 1. The competition begins. In the courtyard, Mu Liao Tianjing, Yuxing Yojin, and 2 other competitors held their breath, fervently sprinting forward, raising clouds of dust in their wake. Mu Liao Tianjing wore a relaxed smile, while Yuxing Yojin focused intently, striving to master his phantom step technique without surpassing Mu Liao Tianjing and the other contestants. Although the competition rules explicitly prohibited the use of speed-enhancing ninjutsu and techniques from adversaries at home, Yuxing Yojin's phantom step did not require the concentration of chakra. While its initial execution necessitated chakra gathering, it had seemingly evolved into his passive skill since that first attempt, activating autonomously whenever he wished, thereby continuously augmenting his speed. However, Yuxing Yojin had not adequately trained to control the magnitude of this speed due to the brevity of time and the multitude of pressing matters. Just as he contemplated honing his swiftness, he was interrupted by Mu Liao Tianjing, as neither wished to reveal their true capabilities before the tournament. Thus, he found himself listening to Mu Liao's discourse, initially hoping to glean some insights into his techniques and strength, only to be met with astonishing yet ultimately inconsequential remarks, leaving him perplexed. Chapter 145. The final 2,000 meters, it was truly bewildering, thought Yuxing Yojin. The distance of 2,000 meters had been reached. Each competitor clasped their hands together, preparing to employ their ninjutsu for both offense and defense. Earth release. Earth Prison. A vast prison of earth materialized before them, encircling Yuxing Yuzhen, Tianjing Muliang, and the other two participants. Humph. Now you cannot advance any further. Let us settle this with ninjutsu, declared one of the contestants. Ah, how clever. Instead of hastening their own ninjutsu or hindering their foes, you chose merely to ensnare us. Truly astute. However, it seems this earth prison lacks a roof. Doesn't it? A minor oversight on your part, remarked another contestant, who then soared upward with great force, intent on escaping the battlefield. Where do you think you're going? Cried the caster of the earth prison, invoking earth release. Rock spear. Countless sharp stones erupted from beneath the caster's feet, hurtling towards the fleeing competitor. Substitution technique. The escaping contestant evaded the range of the ninjutsu, rendering themselves immune to selection. Do you think that is all I am capable of? The caster declared, Earth release. Earth Dango. With a surge of earth chakra amplifying their strength, they excavated a massive boulder, hoisting it aloft to hurl it at the fleeing contestant. Humph. Do you understand why fishermen by the riverside capture crabs and place them in cages without lids? Yuxing Yuzhen inquired of Tianjing Muliang. Why do you suddenly ask this? Is it relevant to the competition? And aren't you going to intervene? Yuxing Yuzhen pressed. Ah, do not be so hasty. Allow me to explain. The reason fishermen leave the lids off is that if one crab attempts to escape, another will latch onto its leg, dragging it back. Subsequently, the next crab will grip the second one, and so forth, creating a cycle where the escaping crabs ultimately find themselves back in the basket. Once one attempts to flee, they become increasingly trapped. As for whether I should intervene, my answer is no. Why should I impede them? This is merely a preliminary round. I am here only to observe. I am neither an observer among the weak nor a vain individual among the strong. I am compelled to participate. Do not perceive me as a threat, at present. I pose no danger to you, nor will I for the next 3 days. You may pursue your endeavors without concern. I will not be a stumbling block. In fact, there are matters in which I could assist you, such as ensuring your victory in tomorrow's match. Surely, you desire to win, even if you usually conceal your true abilities. Yet, you cannot conceal everything from me. You are unlike the others. What you think is inscrutable, but one thing is certain. You are currently in a state of confusion. Or is your bewilderment a mere facade? Yuxing Yuzhen, I wonder if last time's hypnosis in the hall caused you to forget something important? Yuxing Yuzhen was perplexed by his words, as though he had known her from a time long past. Had they met before? Their first encounter was rather bizarre. He had impersonated a classmate to gain entry into her room, and without a word of explanation, he had launched an unexpected attack on her. It was utterly nonsensical. Yuxing Yuzhen pondered. Why were your words today so peculiar, half-expressed and ambiguous? Could it be that you had known me previously? Have we crossed paths before? Yuxing Yuzhen inquired with a sense of urgency. Chapter 146. The continuation of the match. Yuzuru Hanyu inquired. Have we met before? Or do you know me? At this moment, he found it hard to believe such a question. Tianjing Mu Liao remained silent, merely observing him intently. You do not need to do anything. Just know that I can assist you in this grand competition. The two competitors were engaged in an intense battle high above, skillfully maneuvering against one another. However, neither Yuzuru Hanyu nor Tianjing Mu Liao intended to intervene. They merely watched, awaiting the outcome of the duel. The spectators struggled to discern the situation within the iron cage. Surely, nothing troubling has occurred, Mike K. remarked. Rest assured, if it were in the past, Yuzuru Hanyu's abilities would have rendered him incapable of keeping pace with the other three competitors. Yet today is different. He can now match their speed, which signifies tremendous progress. Kakashi noted thoughtfully. Moreover, the duration of his shadow clone technique yesterday was remarkably prolonged. His mastery and control over chakra have improved significantly. I wonder how he will perform in this competition. Inside the iron cage, the two opponents remained locked in battle, but they no longer wished to merely observe the unfolding drama. Unable to bear the spectacle any longer, they resolved to bring the match to a close. However, they did not intend to draw excessive attention to themselves, nor did they want to be divided into groups in the preliminaries. Thus, Yuzuru Hanyu and Tianjing Mu Liao decided to discreetly withdraw from combat, allowing their adversaries to claim victory. Exchanging glances, the lovers nodded in agreement and darted towards the opening of the iron cage, skillfully controlling their speed as they glided past the two competitors. Upon witnessing this, the fighters halted their skirmish and pursued the fleeing couple. Once outside, the four competitors exchanged glances, each calculating their next move. Tianjing Mu Liao remained stationary while the other two continued to vie for first place. The earthbound jutsu user surged ahead, while the other competitor retaliated with shurikens, hurling them in a flurry. Suddenly, the young boy produced a scroll from his back pocket, unfurling it in the wind. Summoning technique, he shouted, and dozens of shurikens flew forth with a synchronized rustle. The leader, without turning back, executed a backflip to evade the onslaught. Humph, this isn't over yet. Don't underestimate my scroll, the boy declared. With that, another volley of shurikens was launched at the leader. He dashed left and right, skillfully dodging the barrage once more. Do you think I won't retaliate? Do you take me for a target? He retorted, closing the distance as he prepared for close-quarters combat. Noticing the opponent's reluctance to engage, the boy quickly adjusted his position, exclaiming, "Ah, you've seen through my intentions? It appears you are quite adept at playing the subtle game." Feeling unable to close the gap or advance further, the boy realized that being continuously restrained was not a viable strategy. Gazing at the two individuals beside him, he inquired, "Aren't you both going to take action? Why not seize the opportunity to claim the top spot?" Yuma was taken aback by the sudden question, momentarily at a loss for words. After all, he had no desire to vie for first place. Instead, he found himself captivated by the unfolding drama. "Rather than concern yourself with us," the young lad Tianjing Muliu advised, "I suggest you focus on your own circumstances instead." Chapter 147, Deciding the Outcome. "I suggest you focus on your own situation, young one," Tianjing Muliu remarked. The boy before him, initially taken aback, pondered how this mere child, barely in his teens, could possess the audacity to address him as young one. Just how highly did he regard himself? Earth Release. Earth Spear. The boy swiftly formed hand seals and proclaimed loudly. A flurry of shurikens struck him, yet they rebounded as if they had collided with solid stone, falling harmlessly to the ground with a clattering sound. Clearly, the boy's ninjutsu had startled the one summoning the shurikens, leaving him momentarily stunned, an opportune moment for the Earth Release and Earth Spear user to advance rapidly towards his foe. Raising his fist to deliver a powerful blow. Reacting with agility, the summoner executed a swift retreat, narrowly evading the strike. "Humph, did you think you could escape?" With a vigorous charge, he raised his fist and struck the summoner in the abdomen, causing him to spit blood. Utilizing Earth Release and Earth Spear, this ninjutsu enables the body to strike with the resilience of diamond. It harnesses the chakra flowing throughout the body to harden the skin, elevating defensive capabilities to their zenith while simultaneously augmenting the destructive force of physical attacks. This technique allows for the conversion of defensive power into offensive might, inflicting damage upon the opponent as well. Although formidable, it is evident that a mere child would struggle to amass such immense chakra, in my estimation. He could barely sustain this for another 10 minutes. "This is his limit," Mado Kai commented from the audience. "Humph, Rise, aren't you adept at ambushing? What happened to your earlier bravado?" As expected, the once formidable youth suddenly collapsed, utterly fatigued. "Oh dear, what shall we do? Both competitors have fallen. It appears we are about to determine a victor," Tianjing Muliao mused to Yuhua Yuzhen. "Rest assured, I have promised not to lay a hand on you. I will assist you in this match. Therefore, I shall claim first place. Shall we not put on a show?" Yuhua Yuzhen suggested, expressing that it would be beneficial to exchange ninjutsu. "If you wish to release your techniques, you may, but I cannot guarantee my control over their intensity. It would be best for you to remain still while I dash to the finish line. You may symbolically launch a few shurikens and use some offensive ninjutsu. Just remember not to be overly precise," Tianjing Muliao instructed. "Then let us begin." With that, Tianjing Muliao dashed forward with remarkable speed. "Hey, that's too fast," Yuhua Yuzhen exclaimed, launching several shurikens ahead, which, as expected, were deftly evaded by Tianjing Muliao. Water Release. Water Cannon. Yuhua Yuzhen concentrated chakra at his fingertips and released it instantaneously, the speed akin to that of a bullet, powerful indeed. "Oh no, I've gathered too much chakra. Tianjing Muliao, you must be prepared." "How curious. Why am I so concerned for him? Oh dear, I merely suggested a few symbolic offensive ninjutsu, yet you are employing them with such seriousness. Tianjing Mu Liao, without turning his head, remarked, how disobedient. After speaking, he effortlessly caught the water-release ninjutsu concentrated from Yuxing Yuzhen's chakra. This fool, would his hands not be pierced? To Yuxing Yuzhen's astonishment, not only did he remain unscathed, but he also caught the chakra, which was not unlike a bullet, with his bare hands. What kind of hidden strength does this individual possess? What is truly his purpose for participating in this competition? Yuxing Yuzhen pondered. Chapter 148. The conclusion of the preliminary rounds. What remarkable strength remains concealed within this individual? What, indeed, is his true purpose for participating in this competition? Yuxing Yuzhen pondered. First place in Group 4, Tianjing Muliang. The next group of contestants, please prepare for the competition, announced the referee from the stage. Yuxing Yuzhen called out Might Guy, waving his arms to beckon Yuxing Yuzhen, who had just stepped down from the competition arena. That water-release ninjutsu you executed was impressive. Your speed was exceptional. It seems you've been practicing diligently. Yes, you should be characterized by such dedicated effort. Enough talk. I must prepare for my performance, so be sure to watch closely. With that, Might Guy hurried off to the rest area to get ready for his turn. Was that technique truly so formidable? I couldn't evade it. When will you teach me? Tianjing Muliang's voice resonated from behind. You startled me. Do you all enjoy greeting people from behind? Yuxing Yuzhen replied. Please, next time, stand in front of me or call out to me directly. That water iron cannon you just used was quite impressive. How did you learn it? Tianjing Muliang inquired curiously. That's none of your concern. And it's certainly not something you should be worried about, Yuxing Yuzhen retorted, somewhat exasperated. If I am not mistaken, that water iron cannon belongs to the B-rank ninjutsu category. To wield such a technique, one must surely surpass the Chunin level. I wonder if your abilities have been recognized by others? Tianjing Muliang remarked. Just as Yuxing Yuzhen was about to defend himself, a stern female voice emerged from behind Tianjing Muliang. Tianjing Muliang, you little rascal, where have you run off to? Come out. It was the mysterious woman with the enigmatic mirror, and she seemed intent on locating Tianjing Muliang to give him a stern talking to. I'm right here. Beautiful big sister. Tianjing Muliang called back, waving at the woman. Did I not instruct you to remain in the rest area after the competition concluded? You were to wait for me or return directly to the dormitory for notifications regarding the upcoming events. Do you not understand? The woman appeared quite irate. Beautiful sister, please do not be angry. I merely wanted to inquire about the ninjutsu he used during our match, which I had never seen before. Nothing will come of it. So please do not worry. At this moment, Tianjing Muliang spoke with a carefree demeanor, lacking the earlier sense of urgency. It was as if he were a child attempting to appease a parent, feigning innocence. Besides, even if I were to get into trouble with your strength, you would surely come to my rescue at the first sign of danger. He concluded with a childlike grin. Stop with the theatrics. Do you believe I will not become immune to your antics? Even if I were not, do you not tire of such behavior? The woman replied, clearly frustrated. How many times must I remind you not to wander about? If anything were to go awry during the Konoha selection trials, how am I to explain it to those in the village? You make my responsibilities exceedingly difficult, do you not realize? Next time, should I catch you running amok again, do not blame me for confining you within the confines of my mirror. Do you recall that fateful night when I intercepted the water dragon from the hands of that mischievous spirit before you? I dare say that both that imp and the water dragon yearn for another encounter with you, perhaps to collide with you once more. At this moment, Mu Liao perceived that the lady was genuinely irate. With a playful tone, he implored, "Oh dear sister, you are the best. Please do not be angry. I shall return to my dormitory and await news, and by the way, I am the top of my class today." Chapter 149. Tomorrow's Match. As Yuxing Yuma gazed at the departing figures of Tenjimura and the woman, he let out a sigh of relief. For some inexplicable reason, Tenjimura exuded an aura of inscrutability, oscillating between being a docile child and a shadowy adult, leaving one perplexed about his intentions. Nevertheless, since he had pledged to assist me in the competition, there seemed little point in pondering further. Yet, how precisely does he intend to aid me? Yushin pondered. At that moment, Kakashi observed Tinjimura from a distance, his eyes brimming with curiosity. This individual exhibited an unsettlingly rapid transformation, mere moments ago. He had emanated a profound sense of pressure, only to suddenly appear as an innocent child. Who exactly is he? The water release technique that Yushin had unleashed was effortlessly countered with mere physical prowess, which was utterly astonishing. This individual must be monitored closely in the future. Yet it appeared he shared a strong rapport with Yushin. Could it be that Yushin's sudden surge in power is somehow connected to him? It seems both of them warrant careful attention moving forward. With that thought, Kakashi entered the lounge to prepare for the competition. Yushin settled into the audience seats, eagerly awaiting the match between Might Guy and Kakashi. With the groupings established, the outcome seemed almost predetermined. In terms of speed, no one could rival Might Guy, a master of physical techniques. Moreover, attempting to hinder Might Guy with ninjutsu over the final 2 kilometers was futile. Their velocities were simply not on the same scale. For the first 3 kilometers, no one could surpass Might Guy, who could easily sprint to the finish line. What a dull match this would be, Yushin mused. Kakashi was well aware of his inferiority to Might Guy, thus he did not harbor high hopes for this contest, nor did he place much significance on it. All competitors, please take your positions on the track. The match will commence in 2 minutes. With the detonation of the explosive tag, Might Guy surged ahead, leaving the other 2 competitors utterly flabbergasted. Is this even human? How can one possess such extraordinary physical prowess? Surely, all his efforts have been devoted to mastering physical techniques. Kakashi, overhearing their conversation, contemplated interjecting but merely shook his head, words unspoken. Shall we even run? That fellow's voice rang out, and he vanished from sight. Moreover, the ground is littered with his footprints, deeply imprinted. How terrifying. The winner of the 5th group is Might Guy. As the match concluded, competitors from the 1st to the 5th groups were summoned to prepare for the final showdown. While the 2 conversed, Might Guy had already dashed across the finish line, astonishing the judges, audience, and event staff alike. This person must be a demon. What has he consumed to grow so formidable? Humph, how tedious. Kakashi remarked as he headed towards the audience. Haha, Yuma, did you witness my victory? Might Guy beamed, his eyes narrowing into mere slits, revealing a dazzling row of pearly white teeth. While this appearance might evoke a sense of comedy, it simultaneously radiated warmth and joy, making one feel an undeniable sense of kinship. Indeed, being in the presence of an optimistic individual tends to uplift one's own spirits. I see it. I see it, he exclaimed. They're running so swiftly. You must witness Kakashi. I have never seen him wear such a defeated expression, both helpless and resigned. You are the sole person capable of eliciting such a reaction from him, Yuzuru Hanyu remarked. At long last, through my relentless efforts, I have triumphed over genius. Master, did you witness this? Your disciple has finally succeeded. Might Guy cried out in a fit of overwhelming emotion. Chapter 150, The Unquestionable Finals. The official competition of the 2nd day. At long last, through sheer determination, I have triumphed over the genius. Master, did you witness this? Your disciple has finally succeeded. Might Guy wept tears of joy. Once he had spoken, he returned to the resting area, preparing for the forthcoming finals. Is there any need for this final match? You have seen that individual. He is indeed an anomaly, with no possibility of defeat. Lu Renjia commented. I concur. The match seems utterly unnecessary. We might as well stand in place and wait for that fellow to sprint to the finish line, replied Pao Hui. There is no need for such despondency. Since we can surpass him in the first 3,000 meters, we will simply delay him in the remaining 2,000 meters, preventing him from advancing to secure first place, suggested Tu Fading. It is merely a preliminary round. Why take it so seriously? Not entering the overall results renders it meaningless. If there is any purpose, it is merely to familiarize oneself with the terrain. There is no need for such earnestness, Kakashi remarked. Furthermore, you have all witnessed that individual's prowess. With your current abilities, you stand no chance against him. I advise you to wait for him to reach the finish line. This may well be his only day of joy, as he contends against someone who has surpassed him in ninjutsu. Watching him dash toward the finish line. Reminiscent of your performance in the 5th match? Questioned Pao Hui. A lackadaisical attitude toward the competition could lead to disqualification. Are you willing to take that risk? Kakashi remained silent, merely snorting, standing still with his eyes closed. The finals are about to commence. Contestants, please prepare yourselves, announced the referee from the stage. With the explosion of the detonation tags, the four competitors surged forward, striving for the coveted first position. Despite the absence of any awards, their efforts seemed futile, merely an attempt to avoid elimination from the competition. Even with their utmost exertion, the three could not surpass the full-throttle Might Guy in his youth. In a few years, when they reach adulthood, they will no longer appear so disheveled, but for now, they can only watch as he outpaces them. The champion of this final round is Might Guy. The crowd erupted in applause, offering congratulations and encouragement. However, this was merely a preliminary round and would not count toward the overall results. We look forward to Might Guy demonstrating his true strength in the forthcoming competitions. The referee announced. What? Might Guy's roar reverberated across the entire field. After all the effort to attain victory, it does not count toward the total score? My youth. Why does it flow away like the river, devoid of meaning? Is he always this dramatic? Questioned Pao Hui. Does he truly react so intensely? Asked Tu Fading. Could he simply be a muscle-bound simpleton? Lu Renjiao remarked, unable to suppress a sneer. I wager that when you read, Might Guy, you only skim through the pages. I bet you saw 5,000 meters of free running and didn't bother to continue. Dancing with joy instead, Kakashi inquired. How did you know? Might Guy remarked that in all previous selection competitions, there had never been a preliminary round. Yet this year, an inexplicable event had emerged. Was this not an exercise in futility? Contestants gradually departed, retreating to their dormitories, awaiting tonight's announcement. Might Guy, aren't you going back? Asked Yuhang Yojin. Inquiring about the notification. My youth has irretrievably slipped away. For me, the sole victory has become an illusory mirage. At that moment, Might Guy was devoid of his former optimism and fervor, overwhelmed instead by despondency and resignation. To be honest, Yuhang Yojin was quite taken aback by the sight of Might Guy's current state of despair. Chapter 151, Consolation. Yuma was genuinely startled by the despondent figure of Might Guy, who appeared to have transformed into someone entirely different from his usual optimistic self. Though Yuhua could sense the deep sense of loss emanating from him, he refrained from uttering phrases that would trivialize the moment, recognizing the futility of such observations. I have exerted myself tirelessly, and yet my only victory feels like nothing more than a mere formality, devoid of any significance, Might Guy lamented. Do you believe your efforts must be validated by the acknowledgement of others? Yuhua inquired, only to realize mid-sentence that he had misjudged the situation. Might Guy did not seek consolation. Rather, he merely required a confidant with whom he could articulate his discomfort and confusion. The resolution of his struggles was not a necessity. The mere act of vocalizing them sufficed. Even if someone were to offer an opinion, it would likely go unheard. He required an outlet for his emotions. But that did not imply he could achieve this solitude. He needed the affirmation of another, a simple or good to validate his feelings. Why is it that despite my relentless efforts, I cannot secure a single victory? Why is there no testament to my endeavors? Why is there no one to remember me through my toil? Might Guy's words grew increasingly despondent, as if he were on the verge of tears. In response to Might Guy's poignant inquiries, Yuhua found himself momentarily at a loss for words. From what you say, it seems you believe your labor has been in vain, lacking any impact. Winning feels akin to a drop in the ocean or a grain of sand in the desert, without resounding feedback or a robust response. It feels as if your vigorous attempts have been utterly nullified. You must feel powerless, he reflected, though he hesitated to express sympathy, recognizing that he had not exerted himself to the same extent. Yet, sympathy was the only word that could encapsulate his current sentiments. However, Yuhua sensed a slight misapprehension in Might Guy's lamentations. You repeatedly emphasize that you remain unremembered, that you have not received the recognition you believe you deserve. Yet, from an observer's perspective, you have already made your mark today. Your performance was truly remarkable, even if it was merely a preliminary round, a spectacle. You mean to say that all my efforts can stand unacknowledged by others? Might Guy retorted, his agitation mounting. Such sentiments are often expressed by those who bask in the glory of accolades, who revel in the pride of recognition, only to dismiss its value when speaking to someone who has not experienced such validation. Do you not see how cruel it is to diminish the earnest pursuit of honor and pride? It is deeply unjust for someone's efforts to be so easily dismissed. My apologies. I should not have commented without permission. However, I must add one more thing. You live for yourself. Moreover, in today's competition, you have already earned the recognition and admiration of everyone. Not just anyone can, in a matter of minutes, leave others far behind in a 5,000-meter race. Chapter 152, Enlightenment. It is not an ordinary feat for anyone to leave others behind by 5,000 meters within mere minutes, Yuma remarked. Please take a moment to reflect on my words. It seems my perspective has been rather narrow, indeed. The prime of youth should be a time to fervently exert oneself and pour forth one's sweat. The essence of our endeavors lies in the satisfaction of knowing we have given our utmost. Ultimately, it is about finding contentment within ourselves, and I am already quite fulfilled. In just a few fleeting seconds, I surpassed them by 5,000 meters, a feat not easily achieved by the average individual, yet I accomplished it with remarkable ease. Such an achievement is not trivial. After Matkai's declaration, he bellowed with exuberance, circling the track and completing numerous laps. Yuma returned to his dormitory, seated upon his bed. Reflecting on Matkai's words, are you suggesting that my efforts do not require validation from others? Such sentiments often emanate from those who bask in the glory of affirmation, relishing their sense of pride and accomplishment, only to later tell someone who has never been validated that, in truth, such recognition is not as splendid as it seems. Do you not find this to be a cruel notion for those who ardently seek that sense of honor and pride? Their earnest pursuit is effortlessly dismissed by another. Is that not cruel? He makes a valid point. The coveted accolades obtained from others ultimately amount to naught, akin to ephemeral bubbles dissipating into the air, especially when that individual revels in what one yearns for, while the unfulfilled remain in turmoil, and those favored are emboldened by their advantage. Yet, even Matkai, after basking in the spotlight and receiving accolades, must eventually grow weary, realizing that what he pursues is merely this. Would he not share his insights and experiences with his disciples? Yuma pondered, why dwell on such thoughts? It would be prudent to focus on the formal competition tomorrow. But before that, I believe I should further hone my Diamond Guardian technique. With that, Yuma formed a series of hand seals. Feeling the chakra gradually coalesce in his palms, slowly flowing down his forearms, ascending to his shoulders, then to his abdomen, and finally reaching his toes. As the chakra coursed through him, its hue transformed from a dull gray to a vibrant yellow, reminiscent of bronze. Could it be that he is on the verge of breaking through to a higher level of mastery? Should he ascend another tier? He would be able to wholly withstand B-rank ninjutsu, with a slight resistance to A-rank techniques. It seems that in future competitions or battles, he could emerge unscathed, should he choose. However, given his current state, it would be wise to feign vulnerability. After all, he is still a child barely in his teens. Attracting too much attention might lead him down a path of solitude, where the Hokage might strip him of his talents. Yet, this time, the Hokage is the fourth. I wonder if he will tread the same path as the third. Ah, I did it. Yuma exclaimed triumphantly, as a radiant crimson aura enveloped him, resembling a luminous bronze statue. Congratulations, Master. You have transcended to the bronze body, achieving complete immunity to B-rank ninjutsu, while also possessing a degree of resistance to A-rank techniques, such as hypnotic jutsu. This immunity to ninjutsu, along with its complete protection, can be toggled on and off at will. However, based on the current circumstances, the assistant recommends that you maintain this feature in an inactive state, relying solely on basic physical defenses. Presently, ordinary physical attacks hold no efficacy against you. Moreover, such concealment proves advantageous. With your under 10 physique, suddenly defending against A-grade ninjutsu would undoubtedly attract considerable attention. Chapter 153, The Lingering Thoughts of Might Guy Yuma Hanyu. Without a moment's hesitation, swiftly confirmed the activation of the remarkable skill. Why would one not activate such an extraordinary ability? As he gazed at the illusionary beauty before him, he promptly touched the blade. In that instant, a metamorphosis occurred. The once ordinary sword transformed into an entity pulsating with palpable power. Yuma felt a surge coursing through his body, converging entirely within his hands. This force seemed to impart a silent guidance on how to wield the illusionary beauty. Though he lacked any formidable skills, the presence of this newfound ability greatly enhanced his prospects for the upcoming competition. In the ensuing matches, Yuma Hanyu performed as if under a magical influence, effortlessly overcoming all adversaries. Ultimately, he emerged victorious, garnering the astonished admiration of all. After claiming his victory, Yuma carefully stored away his illusionary beauty, reveling in the attention he received. In that moment, the voice of his assistant echoed once more in his mind. Reward for winning the match. Click to receive an energy pack that can increase chakra at will. Chakra storage can be doubled. Initially, Yuma assumed this would be yet another intriguing boon, but upon reflection, it seemed rather mundane, perhaps due to the abundance of previous rewards. He decided to postpone further consideration until he returned home. Yuma was acutely aware that this victory would undoubtedly elevate him to be the most radiant figure in the Hidden Leaf Village. Yet, he pondered, what significance did that truly hold? After all, was that not the very purpose he had set out to achieve? As they journeyed home, Might Guy continued to accompany Yuma. You are truly remarkable, winning first place in such a competition. In recent days, Might Guy appeared significantly stronger than before, having shed much of the frustration he once bore. His spirits seemed considerably brighter now. He remained the same passionate youth. To Yuma, however, this victory felt inconsequential. With the aid of his system, such achievements seemed inevitable. Do not dwell on the past. What has done is done. Focus on the future. Yuma felt little elation over his first-place finish, considering it trivial, as he had the support of external capabilities. As for Might Guy, he was the true powerhouse after all. A man who had nearly kicked his way to a grand conclusion could not simply be dismissed as a mere stepping stone, as others might suggest. Yet, Might Guy appeared to harbor a different perspective. I can't help but feel that when I claimed first place, it was met with indifference. But you? Everyone cheers for you. Everyone celebrates your triumph. Perhaps we truly are different. At first glance, it seemed we were both cast in the shadows, but in truth, you are the shining gold, while I may indeed just be a mere stone. Yuma Hanyu looked at Might Guy with a sense of incredulity. What had become of this fellow? Was it not once said that one grows stronger with each setback? Was it not believed that one could never be defeated, regardless of the circumstances? How is it that such despondent words are uttered today, leaving one in a state of disbelief and contemplation? Pray, what just is this? Yuzuru Hanyu furrowed his brow tightly. Please do not dwell incessantly on this matter. This is not the essence of who you are. I understand that this incident has deeply wounded your heart, yet let us not linger on it. We have countless opportunities ahead of us. Chapter 154. Embracing the competition of the following day, Yuzuru Hanyu was elated after breaking through a layer of his protective techniques. However, after receiving a chilling reminder from his assistant, he gritted his teeth and confirmed his proposal. Alas, it seems that being too invincible has its drawbacks, he remarked. Let's wait and see what tomorrow's competition brings. As he opened the envelope, the words urgent notice leapt into his view. An urgent notice? Why does the Hidden Leaf Village seem to be plagued with incessant troubles lately? Can it enjoy a few days of peace? Given the significance of the selection trials, could there be further unexpected developments? Dear participants, due to unforeseen circumstances, we regret to inform you that the competition will proceed directly to the final day's event, survival competition. This alteration will undoubtedly affect the participants' morale. Hence, to compensate, the number of winners has increased from 1 to 2. Participants may team up, but each team can consist of no more than 2 members. Alternatively, they may choose to compete solo. The rewards for individual victories will remain unchanged, while those for team victories will be doubled, ensuring that every participant receives a reward. Next came the details of the competition. The event would revolve around survival, allowing participants to form teams freely before the match. Each player would be randomly assigned to different areas of the competition map, which would be encircled by the powerful water release, Great Waterfall technique. This formidable jutsu would gradually constrict over time, closing in on the center of the map. Prior to the competition, each participant would receive a stasis gem, which was placed at the bottom of the envelope. This gem would serve as protection against the potential damage inflicted by prolonged exposure to the Great Waterfall. At intervals, notifications would be issued to remind participants to reduce their distances. Ultimately, a small circle would form at the center of the map, where the final duel would occur. The victor would emerge as either a team or an individual. Yuzuru Hanyu set down the envelope and rubbed his temples, muttering, "These convoluted rules are giving me a headache. It's the same old trope of survival until the end, but now it's restricted by the Great Waterfall technique. Can a mere stasis gem truly safeguard against such an S-rank jutsu? Moreover, what is the stasis gem made of? Is it some sort of treasure? The legendary sea stabilizing needle, perhaps? And since everyone receives one, won't the Great Waterfall technique become trivialized? With that, Yuzuru reached into the envelope's bottom and indeed found a cool object. He picked it up, revealing a green, teardrop-shaped gem, approximately 5 centimeters in size. It was rather aesthetically pleasing, yet he flipped it over to reveal a note affixed to the underside. This product is effective for 50 hours. Its effects will cease thereafter, starting from the moment the competition begins. To ensure the absolute safety of participants, the competition duration will be 45 hours. After this period, the item may be kept as a souvenir or discarded. Indeed, the elders of Konohagakure have demonstrated remarkable foresight, anticipating the potential misuse of the immobilization jewel by imposing a temporal limitation. Yuma remarked, "Assistant, I wish to undertake today's mission. Is there a golden key related to hypnosis?" In the midst of the search, the assistant responded, "I have only located a weapon, the mirror flower, water moon, originating from the Shinigami. This weapon, wielded by Aizen, subtly induces hypnosis upon adversaries. The method for its dispelling is to touch the blade. Shall I activate it?" Chapter 155, Resilience in Adversity. Yet, after hearing such words, Might Guy fell into a profound silence that lingered for quite some time. Yuma felt an unshakable worry. Uncertain of what was transpiring within this individual, pondering whether he truly believed himself to be a worthless stone. It was his fervent hope that Guy would internalize his words. If not, it would be utterly disheartening. In the anime and manga he had previously encountered, this Might Guy was depicted as perpetually undeterred. How could it be that such a trivial matter had brought him to this state? It seemed that fairy tales were indeed fabrications, mere illusions akin to jest. While Yuma was engulfed in concern, he suddenly noticed a flickering crimson flame igniting behind Might Guy. Subsequently, Guy clenched his fists and assumed a hoarse stance. Why did this posture and action seem so familiar? Yuma momentarily struggled to recall where he had seen it before, yet it was undeniably recognizable. It dawned on him. Was this not the very image of Guy igniting his youthful passion? Burn on, my youth. Yuma, you are absolutely right. Just a minor setback. How could it possibly defeat me? This triviality is insignificant. I must strive harder until my efforts transform into true gold, compelling everyone to regard me with newfound respect, making it clear that I am not a worthless stone. Although Yuma was initially taken aback, witnessing Might Guy in this fervent state brought a sense of reassurance to his heart. He knew that this man would not be easily vanquished, and it seemed he had been overly anxious. If even this man, clad daily in a green spandex suit, could be brought low by such a trivial affair, then the world of ninjas held little wonder. It appeared he had indeed overthought the situation. Such matters scarcely warranted further concern. You nearly frightened me to death. I thought you might be defeated by something so minor, left to languish in despair. However, Might Guy remained ablaze with youthful fervor, exuding an aura of inexhaustible strength. Do not jest. How could I ever succumb to despair? The future awaits my return to brilliance, and I must strive to grow stronger, though I may seem insignificant, akin to an ant in the eyes of others. I firmly believe that through my efforts, I will become a figure of utmost importance in their eyes. When that day arrives, I shall no longer endure the torment of being overlooked. Yuma, you must believe in me. One day, I will achieve this. Although I cannot ascertain when that day will come, I have faith in myself. You believe in me too, do you not? How could one ever utter disbelief in those 3 words? Moreover, the man who nearly propelled himself to a dramatic conclusion will undoubtedly grow stronger in the future. This is a truth acknowledged by all. Thus, this is merely a facet of growth, an incremental unveiling of one's capabilities, which is of utmost importance. I wholeheartedly believe in you, and therefore, you must cultivate self-confidence. Regardless of the circumstances, it is imperative that you maintain this resolve. Only in this manner will he genuinely become more formidable, and only then will he nurture a man who possesses a profound confidence in his own strength. In truth, there is nothing inherently wrong with such men. Although at times their confidence may border on folly, what does it truly matter? Chapter 156. Stay true to your original intention at this moment. Might Guy felt an overwhelming surge of vitality coursing through his entire being. The sensation of being uplifted by another is truly exhilarating. In this world, every individual yearns for encouragement. A simple phrase from someone else can imbue one with immense strength and inspire a relentless pursuit of change. Conversely, relentless criticism can lead to despondency. Even the most passionate among us may falter under the weight of ceaseless reproach. Thus, there is a profound need for at least one person to provide unwavering support. The mere presence of such an individual reassures us that we are not alone, that there exists someone who stands by our side. For the sake of that one person who acknowledges my efforts, I shall continue to strive for excellence. Sometimes, what individuals seek is remarkably simple, a mere word of encouragement. Yujin. You too must persevere. You cannot afford to stagnate. Might Guy appeared revitalized, for after all, our goal is to become the strongest in this world. To remain stagnant would indeed betray our original intentions. These two friends shared a deep bond, yet Yujin nearly forgot when their aspirations had aligned so closely. Rest assured, I shall not forget my so-called original intention. Though his own aspirations may differ from Might Guy's, at their core, they are fundamentally similar. Ultimately, the destination remains unchanged. Might Guy desires to grow stronger, to earn the recognition of all, while simultaneously aspiring to become the world's mightiest, a dominator of destiny. After all, having traversed into the realm of Naruto, how could one so easily forsake such a splendid opportunity? As they exchanged laughter and camaraderie on their way home, their journey was abruptly halted by an unexpected encounter. To Yujin's astonishment, it was none other than Akane Mitarashi. The memories of Akane, coupled with her subsequent weight gain, stirred a bittersweet sentiment within him upon witnessing the striking young woman before him. Akane, is there something you need? Might Guy regarded Akane with a curious and perplexed expression. Akane, with utmost sincerity, addressed Yujin, it is not a pressing matter, but I do wish to speak with him. Might Guy glanced at Akane, then turned to his companion, and with perceptive understanding, remarked, Yujin, I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. Do enjoy your conversation. With that, Might Guy executed a swift handstand and promptly departed. This fellow truly embodies the essence of spontaneity, moving with a swiftness unparalleled by any. Yujin tilted his head slightly, sensing a gentle breeze pass by, stirring up dust, only for the figure to vanish from sight. May I inquire as to the purpose of your summons? He asked, turning his head back to gaze earnestly at Akane Mitarashi. There was an undeniable awkwardness between the two, stemming from their previous encounter. Akane appeared to struggle with her words, opening her mouth only to close it again, leaving her thoughts unspoken. Yuma found this rather perplexing. It was unusual for a girl like Akane, typically so composed, to exhibit such shyness. This revelation was indeed astonishing. Chapter 157. Transforming into a young girl in everyone's perception, Mitashi Azuki has always been a headstrong girl. One who prioritizes her own desires above all else. No matter the endeavor, her actions are dictated solely by her own will, rendering the opinions of others irrelevant. From a young age, she has believed herself to be of utmost importance. Even when she found herself unwittingly aligned with Orochimaru, she never betrayed the Hidden Leaf Village. This loyalty stemmed from her own convictions, distinguishing her from those who were brainwashed by Orochimaru and left in a state of confusion. However, how could such a girl blush in the presence of Yuma? If you have something to say, just say it, Yuma urged. Not wishing to squander time in silence with Mitashi Azuki, he hoped she would promptly express whatever was on her mind. Yet, Mitashi Azuki sensed a change in the boy before her. He was likely a very busy individual now. Did he truly lack the time to engage in conversation with her? Regardless of her awareness, irritation bubbled within her, prompting her to respond with a tinge of bitterness. Yuma felt a momentary awkwardness. It's not as you perceive. It's just that, even if I have time to talk with you, I cannot simply remain silent, can I? I have time to converse, but not to merely exchange glances. With a resigned sigh, Mitashi Azuki confessed, actually, I don't have anything specific to discuss. I just wanted to congratulate you. Congratulations on winning the competition and securing first place, earning the admiration of everyone around you. Upon hearing this, Yuma felt a warmth envelop his heart and inquired, "And what about you? Do you acknowledge my accomplishments as well?" Mitashi Izuki was momentarily taken aback by the question. Huh? I mean, you've just won the competition, gaining recognition from everyone. I was just curious if you view me in the same light. Feeling shy from this unexpected inquiry, she instinctively lowered her gaze to her toes. Though it was a simple question, she was at a loss for how to respond. Her heart heavy with a sense of melancholy. "Of course, I do regard you highly and acknowledge your achievements," she finally stammered. "I am just an ordinary person. Like anyone else. This time, you truly excelled. You astonished everyone, including me, and you've caught the attention of the Hokage. I believe your future holds boundless potential." As she spoke, she did not lift her head. Yuma, however, perceived nothing extraordinary about it. What boundless potential could there be? This world was not the same as the ordinary one. At most, he might one day sit in the Hokage's seat, but he held no interest in such a position. Moreover, if I recall correctly, there is still some time before the tumultuous events of the Watergate incident when one would ascend to the position of Hokage. What relevance does that hold for me? Even if I were to disrupt the entirety of this Hokage world, it would hardly alter the most fundamental and monumental trajectory. Thus, these matters are of no concern to me, and there is no need for excessive contemplation. I shall simply follow the established path and proceed accordingly without issue. Yet, the words spoken by Mitarashi Anko linger. Chapter 158. A true friend. Although Yuma contemplated this in his heart, he merely offered a faint smile to Mitashi Izuki. "I appreciate your words, but who can truly ascertain what the future holds?" Yoharu understood that his aspirations did not lie in becoming a Hokage, nor did he believe in a boundless future. The essence was recognizing his true purpose. Regardless of his ambitions, the foremost priority was to grow stronger, for only through strength could he assert what he desired to pursue. For reasons unknown, upon hearing this, Mitashi Izuki suddenly became quite indignant. "That's not true. You have just claimed the championship, and now everyone regards you with newfound respect. Soon, the higher-ups of our Konoha ninja village will seek you out." Yet, Yoharu shook his head in response. "But that is not what I desire at all." This statement left Mitashi Izuki feeling somewhat perplexed. "What is it that you truly want? We have yet to graduate from the Ninja Academy. If the higher-ups were to find you, you might even enter the Umbu and receive special training. You would undoubtedly surpass others, and everyone aspires to that. Why not you?" Yoharu felt that following such a path seemed less appealing than advancing methodically. "I yearn to pursue my own ambitions. I do not wish to join the Umbu. I desire to graduate from the Ninja Academy and become an exceptional Genin. I intend to pass the Chunin exam with utmost speed, then rise to Chunin, and subsequently to Jonin. I aim to achieve these milestones in the shortest possible time, proving to all who once underestimated me that I am the true genius." It was merely a matter of pride, an unyielding breath lodged in his throat, the timing of which was utterly uncertain. Though Mitashi Izuki struggled to comprehend Yoharu's perspective. Upon reflection, she realized there was no fault in his reasoning, as everyone harbored their own aspirations. She believed that being directly selected by the higher-ups to join the Umbu was a particularly honorable endeavor. "If this is the path you wish to take, I shall support you no matter what." For reasons inexplicable, in that moment, Mitashi Izuki radiated a remarkable gentleness and understanding. Yoharu found himself momentarily unaccustomed to her demeanor. "Thank you for your support. You must become stronger as well. Why are you being so polite? Are we not friends?" Indeed, the girl with a personality akin to a spirited warrior, Mitashi Izuki suddenly placed her hands on her hips and exclaimed loudly, her voice resonating as though it could shatter eardrums. Yoharu, caught off guard, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. What had caused Mitashi Izuki to change so abruptly? The heart of a girl, indeed, resembles a needle lost in the depths of the ocean, at times utterly perplexing. One moment, they greet you with a radiant smile, and the next, their expression shifts to one of stark displeasure. Their mood changes as swiftly as a performer in a traditional Chinese opera. Yuzuru instinctively touched his eardrum, asserting, "No, it's just that you perceive my demeanor as overly polite. We are, of course, good friends." Yet, he thought to himself, "It is evident that you are quite formal. If we are friends, then in our conversations, let us abandon such formality. Wouldn't it be far better to be more relaxed? At the very least, Such an approach would foster a sense of intimacy. Chapter 159. Hesitant words of Mitarashi Anko. Yuma found Mitarashi Anko to be somewhat peculiar at this moment. Could it be that this girl harbors feelings for him? Yet, under normal circumstances, this should not be the case. In the world of Naruto, Anko had always been single, hadn't she? Observing such a girl, one would assume she had never experienced affection throughout her life. Although she was undeniably alluring in her youth, she had always embodied a tomboyish demeanor. Such a girl hardly seemed capable of self-protection, having been alone for so long. Why then, did the current Mitarashi Anko appear as a young girl who had just discovered the fluttering sensations of first love? Yuma instinctively swallowed hard. As long as she was happy. Perhaps he was, at this moment, a bit of a stereotypical ironclad man, but what could be done? Should he truly express sentiments like "you are so adorable" to a girl like Anko? That would be exceedingly awkward. Such words might be somewhat acceptable when directed at Yuhi Kurenai, but to Anko, they felt utterly impossible to utter. However, Anko seemed to interpret his words as affectionate compliments. Beaming with delight and her cheeks flushed. "Do you wish for my happiness? As long as you are well, I am happy." This only deepened Yuma's contemplation. Could it be that girls in the throes of romance were indeed bewildering, often incomprehensible? Their intellect seemed to diminish significantly in love's embrace, leading them to utter the most incredulous things and engage in actions that defied logic. The current Mitarashi Anko appeared to take every remark as flattery, failing to consider whether his words were sincere or merely perfunctory. Yet, perhaps this was the nature of humanity. At times, individuals relish self-deception, believing that every word is a reflection of their desires, convinced that all utterances are sweet nothings. In truth, this was far from the reality. Many thoughts were simply figments of their imagination. Suddenly, Mitarashi Anko gazed intently at the boy before her, her eyes sparkling, which struck him as rather unusual. Yuma felt an unsettling premonition. Was she about to divulge something significant? Anko's serious demeanor was, in fact, quite endearing. "Yuma, I have something very important to tell you. But we are conversing now, aren't we? If you have something to say, please go ahead." Once again, Yuma swallowed nervously, pondering how perplexing these girls could be. In conversation, their expressions and attitudes could shift dramatically in an instant, and one had to be particularly attentive, lest they suffer emotional turmoil. The girl before him was a quintessential example of this phenomenon. Perhaps all the girls in Naruto shared this trait. In this era, Mitarashi Anko and Yuhi Kurenai reigned supreme. The two young girls epitomize a perplexing nature that is hard to comprehend. Mitashira Azuki wore an expression of hesitance, uttering but a solitary word, before lapsing into silence for quite some time. Yuma suddenly recalled those moments from television dramas, where each time a girl confessed her feelings to a boy, she bore a similar demeanor. Could it be that Mitashira Azuki is on the verge of confessing her feelings to me? Surely, that cannot be the case. The notion of such a girl professing her affection is rather daunting, and the implications could be quite unsettling, indeed far too terrifying to contemplate. Chapter 160. A confession. Do not beat around the bush. Speak your mind, Yuma urged. His heart felt as though it could scarcely bear the weight of the moment. "I have told you, we are good friends. Just say what you need to say." Mitarashi Azuki lowered her gaze to her toes, gathering her courage before finally meeting Yuma's eyes. "Since you have put it this way, I shall no longer hesitate. I will speak plainly," she said, pausing briefly before continuing with deliberate clarity. Mitarashi Azuki, like you. I truly like you, Yuma." Upon hearing her confession, Yuma felt as if struck by lightning. How astonishing. He had indeed been correct in his suspicions. This girl was genuinely professing her feelings for him. How could women be so daunting? They seemed to spring forth with declarations of affection at the most unexpected moments. After all, they had yet to graduate from the Ninja Academy. Yet their emotions blossomed with such fervor. Recalling his own early days at the academy, when he was regarded as an underachiever, shunned by his peers, and ignored by the girls, he was astounded at his transformation. Now, he found himself the object of affection for numerous girls, including someone as remarkable as Mitarashi Azuki. The contrast was stark, and he could hardly comprehend the extent of his change. Yet, responding to such a heartfelt confession was not a matter to be taken lightly. "Do not jest, Azuki," he replied, feigning ignorance and scratching the back of his ear. Some jokes should not be trifled with. At that moment, Azuki felt as though she might explode. "You big oaf. I'm not joking. I am speaking from my heart. I truly like you." It is perhaps the nature of girls to become incensed when they muster the courage to confess their feelings, only to be met with laughter or dismissal. Even a girl as strong-willed as Mitarashi Azuki would likely feel this way. It is a common plight among girls, who, despite their earnestness and bravery, find their sentiments trivialized, treated as mere jest. Such feelings are undeniably frustrating. Any girl in her position would feel a surge of anger, perhaps even a desire to lash out. For a moment, Yuma found himself in an awkward silence, swallowing hard as he regarded Mitarashi Azuki. He wondered if, in her fury, she might actually strike him. A girl with such a fierce demeanor could very well act upon her anger. It seems prudent to prepare oneself mentally and exercise a modicum of caution, otherwise enduring a beating would indeed be a loss that outweighs any gains. I genuinely harbor feelings for you. I am not jesting. I hope you do not regard my words as mere folly. Even if you wish to evade this, I implore you not to do so, as it would be a sign of disrespect towards me. You are not that kind of boy. I know this to be true. Thus, I shall reiterate, I, Inzumitsui, hold deep affection for you, Yuma Hanyu. Is this serious enough for you? It no longer resembles a jest, does it? Chapter 161. Answers to be given later. Yuma felt increasingly awkward. It would have been easier if Mitarashi Azuki had simply descended the stairs and declared that she was joking. However, what surprised him was her earnestness. She even reiterated her feelings, leaving him at a loss for words. Nevertheless, Yohara understood that despite being a mere boy akin to an elementary school student, he possessed a maturity deep within. As a grown man, he knew he could not shy away from such matters, even if he wished to avoid confronting them. He had to compel himself to face the truth, for to do otherwise, as Azuki pointed out, would be disrespectful to a girl. Azuki, I truly appreciate your affection. Yohara finally sighed after a prolonged silence, articulating his thoughts. However, I believe that at our current age, it is not suitable to discuss feelings of love. I will cherish your confession in my heart, and when we grow older, perhaps I will be able to express my feelings towards you. After hearing this, Mitarashi Azuki pondered for a moment before asking, when you say when we grow older, how old do you mean? Yohara realized that if he did not provide a definitive answer, Azuki would continue to inquire. Thus, he decided it would be best to offer a reasonable response. How about this? Once we graduate from the Ninja Academy and become genin, I will tell you then. At that time, even though we may still be merely 11 or 12 years old, like elementary school children, it will still be a significant improvement from our current situation. Azuki nodded eagerly. I look forward to being in the same class as you. I believe that by then, you will definitely come to like me. Having said this, Azuki chose not to linger any longer and turned to leave. I'm heading home now, so make sure to rest early. Watching Azuki skip away with undeniable joy, Yohara couldn't help but sigh. He felt a profound weariness. At this tender age, innocence prevailed. Despite training diligently and striving for self-improvement, everyone around them remained pure-hearted, still able to entertain the notion of affection without the burdens of ambition overshadowing their feelings. In truth, this innocence was quite beautiful. Yohara hoped that, through his influence, Azuki would never fall into the clutches of Orochimaru and become a serpent maiden. Although some paths seemed predetermined and inescapable, it was not an absolute. He believed in his ability to change Azuki's fate, as long as, when that time came, she still held feelings for him. Yuzuru Yuma possesses a certain degree of confidence, yet as he observes the innocent Mitarashi Anko, he realizes that she is unlikely to engage in any action simply to obtain power. If memory serves him correctly, it seems that Orochimaru had once coerced Chief Anko. He sincerely hopes to safeguard this girl in the future. In this world, every girl embodies a certain vulnerability, even those with a more robust, tomboyish demeanor, who appear formidable and capable of self-protection, are, in essence, merely girls who find solace in the corners of their rooms, clutching their knees and weeping. Thus, all these girls require protection, for they share this inherent fragility. The same holds true for Mitarashi Anko. Chapter 162. Life is often unsatisfactory. Mitarashi Akane was feeling somewhat melancholic. Perhaps every young girl would feel a tinge of sadness when confronted with such circumstances. After Yuma departed, Mitsurai Akane found a spot by the river and began tossing stones into the water. As the sun descended, the sky gradually darkened. Yet she had no desire to return home. Mitsurai Akane lost track of time as she sat by the riverbank until the sun completely vanished and twilight enveloped the surroundings. "What are you doing here all alone, child?" A deep, resonant voice interrupted her thoughts from behind. Turning slightly, she beheld a man with long hair and an unnaturally pale complexion. Mitsurai Akane felt a sense of familiarity, as if she had encountered him before, though she could not recall when. "I'm feeling down and don't wish to go home," she confessed, inexplicably drawn to the man's affable demeanor, which dispelled any sense of fear or danger. The man remained still, standing behind her. "What makes you feel this way? You should still be in ninja school. Just a child. What burdens could weigh so heavily on your heart?" Indeed, at her age, one would expect Mitsurai Akane to be free of burdens. Yet she felt an undeniable heaviness within her heart, a perplexing sense of melancholy that was somewhat disheartening. With a sigh, she continued, "I don't know. I just feel like nothing in this world goes my way. Why can't I do things according to my own wishes?" The man chuckled softly at her words. If every individual could fulfill their desires, this world would be devoid of suffering, obstacles, and conflict. Yet, why do these hardships persist? It is precisely because, no matter what, we are unable to achieve our wishes. Ultimately, everyone is bound to face unfulfilled dreams, which is why the concept of effort exists. After reflecting on this, Mitsurai Akane nodded. "You're right. If I work hard, perhaps I will eventually reach my goals." "I cannot say for certain," the man replied. "What I do know is that while effort does not guarantee success, a lack of effort certainly ensures failure. Therefore, one must strive to attempt. For only then can one discover whether their aspirations can be realized." As he spoke, the man lifted his gaze to the depths of the river. Only by pursuing what one truly desires can one avoid regret. In this world, how many individuals find themselves unable to pursue their desires? The endeavors they wish to undertake often appear deceptively simple, perhaps only requiring a modicum of effort. Yet, regardless of their diligence, achieving these aspirations seems perpetually elusive. Consequently, some individuals experience a plethora of disappointments. This phenomenon could be aptly described as the trials of life, where disappointment prevails in the majority of cases. However, for some, life is not merely a series of occasional setbacks. It seems to be an unrelenting cascade of misfortunes. At such moments, one may feel compelled to voice their grievances. Yet, before us stands a young girl whose life is merely in its nascent stages. How can she possibly be burdened by so many disappointments? Chapter 163. One day you will seek me. Mitarashi Anko felt a sense of confusion as she turned to gaze at the man behind her. After all, she was but a child, and the profound nature of his words eluded her understanding. Yet, every individual possesses a spark of intelligence. Even a girl as bright as Anko could find herself perplexed by such statements. "What must I do to achieve what I desire?" she inquired. The man chuckled with a hint of resignation. "Who could possibly tell you such a thing? It is a journey you must navigate yourself. It depends on what you seek. Is it power or something else entirely? If power is what you desire, I can offer it to you. For reasons unknown." He suddenly paused, causing Anko to furrow her brow instinctively. "Why can you grant me power? Everyone strives to become stronger. Why do you speak of it so effortlessly?" Who was this man, appearing in the Hidden Leaf Village, uttering such audacious claims? He was surely no ordinary figure. Yet, he merely smiled enigmatically. "Just remember my name, Orochimaru." Anko, unaware that this name would etch itself into her memory for a lifetime, believed this encounter to be a mere coincidence, a fleeting moment. Little did she know, this name would accompany her eternally. Looking at Orochimaru with bewilderment, she remarked, "I have never heard of you. Who are you?" In response to her inquiry, Orochimaru simply smiled. "It is natural that you do not know me. After all, you are just a child. However, not knowing me now does not mean you will remain unaware forever. One day, you will know my identity and remember my name. I believe that every individual yearns for power and desires to grow stronger. And the path to such strength is one I can offer you. After all, it is a shortcut." Orochimaru found himself somewhat admiring this little girl before him. Although she appeared young and unremarkable, there was a resilience evident in her gaze. Such tenacity deserved attention. He understood that this child would seek him out one day, though he could not predict when that day would arrive. He simply needed to wait patiently, for it would come sooner than he anticipated. At that moment, Anko remained too young to fully grasp Orochimaru's words, her expression one of confusion as she stared at him. To her, his declaration sounded like an incomprehensible script. What are you saying? Are you trying to abduct children? In truth, Mitarashi Anko was merely jesting. After all, in a place like the Hidden Leaf Village, even a child like her possesses a modicum of strength. Those who engage in the abduction of children would scarcely venture here. Orochimaru chuckled, remarking, "Would they even consider your mother? There are countless children more vulnerable than you. Why would I seek out someone like you when I am fully aware of the immense power residing within your being? Rest assured, I have no intention of abducting you." Chapter 164. Joking upon hearing these words, Akadama Mitama merely smiled. "Are you implying that I am indeed quite formidable? If you were to engage in human trafficking, you would seek out those weaker children instead of someone like me who can defend herself, correct?" Orochimaru did not beat around the bush and simply nodded. "That is likely the essence of it. I perceive a distinct glimmer in your gaze. I know you are unlike those frail children. You possess your own aspirations and desires, and you will undoubtedly strive to attain what you covet. However, I can only inform you that you have two paths before you. One is conventional, while the other is to seek me out. Of course, my path is a shortcut, but the question remains, do you truly desire to embark on this journey? You have the autonomy to choose. Should there come a day when you wish to seek me, I shall always welcome you." Akadama Mitama pondered briefly before saying, "Why do I get the impression that you are quite certain I will seek you out one day?" Orochimaru merely smiled in response, "Because I understand that for you. If there is something you wish to acquire, you will undoubtedly exert effort to achieve it. Yet, effort is the slowest approach, while seeking me is the shortcut. If you wish to swiftly obtain what you desire, the shortcut is your only option." Mitama furrowed her brow slightly. "Orochimaru, you are not a villain, are you? Are you attempting to deceive me?" Orochimaru merely squinted slightly. "Little girl, what is there about you that merits my deceit? You are but a child. What purpose would I have in tricking you? Even if I were deceiving you, what reason would I have for it? I am not a child trafficker. You may inquire with the third Hokage. Oh, I forgot you are a child and cannot meet him. Instead, you can ask your teacher if they know a man named Orochimaru, and you will ascertain whether I am deceiving you." Akadama Mitama felt bewildered, uncertain of the veracity of the man's words, and thus continued to frown, feeling as though she might have been duped, yet unable to articulate the vague sensation within her. "What on earth are you talking about? I shall not converse with you any longer." With that, Mitama rose, intending to flee. Nevertheless, even as the girl departed, Orochimaru continued to gaze at her retreating figure. In truth, from that moment on, Orochimaru had already harbored intentions to depart from the Hidden Leaf Village, albeit not hastily. Instead, he began to prepare, while simultaneously seeking out promising experimental subjects, and Akadama Mitama presented an excellent candidate. He hoped that one day, she would come seeking him of her own volition, rather than leaving him with regret or misjudgment. However, one can perceive an indomitable spirit within the depths of this girl's eyes, suggesting that she may indeed seek me out one day. For some individuals possess an innate quality that captivates at first glance. As for this Mitarashi Anko, she likely epitomizes the essence of this group. And Orochimaru firmly believes in the clarity and brilliance of his vision, unwavering in his conviction that he will never misjudge. This Mitarashi Anko is certain to dazzle him. And thus, it is inevitable that she will ultimately achieve her aspirations. Such a notion is rather straightforward. Chapter 165. S-Rank Mission. Orochimaru was deep in thought when suddenly a figure leaped beside him. "You're not scaring that little girl again, are you? Look at how terrified she is." Tsunade, the Senju, squatted down, rolling her eyes in exasperation. Orochimaru merely glanced at her. "Do I strike you as someone who would frighten a little girl? Don't you?" Tsunade retorted. "Just look at you, all imposing, and who knows what you said to her to make her run away in such a panic." With that, she rose to her feet. "I've been searching everywhere for you, and here you are, teasing a young girl. How can you still find amusement in this?" Orochimaru reflexively rolled his eyes. "Could you refrain from slandering me? That's more Jiraiya style. Is there a mission? Tsunade chuckled mischievously. Naturally, I'm just peeking. Unlike you who is genuinely teasing that girl. Yes, there is indeed a mission. I didn't want to interrupt your little game. But if that girl hadn't run away, I would have struggled to find you. What's the matter? If I truly were teasing her, would you just stand by and watch? Orochimaru retorted. Is there a mission you can't handle yourself? Or is Jiraiya too preoccupied? How could Jiraiya possibly be too busy? Is he out spying on another girl in the bath? Tsunade adjusted her bag. No, it's a task that requires more than one person. That's why I came to find you, and I've been waiting at the village gate. Orochimaru furrowed his brow slightly. So, this is an A-rank mission or higher. The three of them were now recognized as formidable within the Hidden Leaf Village, meaning that under normal circumstances, any issues could be resolved by one of them taking other ninjas along, or even two of them could manage the task. However, if all three were summoned, the mission must be grave. Tsunade shrugged. Of course it's an S-rank mission. Why else would I seek you out? Am I and Jiraiya incapable of handling even an A-rank mission? Orochimaru instinctively frowned. How can there still be S-rank missions? Tsunade shrugged again. I'm not sure what's going on. All I know is that this mission was directly communicated by Lord Hokage. He said it would not be simple and that we all need to be cautious. Orochimaru nodded, since it is an S-rank mission and so urgent. We should not waste any more time here. Let us depart at once. In truth, compared to the others, Tsunade was particularly lackadaisical when it came to missions. Even Jiraiya was considerably more diligent than her. After all, she is a girl, and girls tend to be a bit more carefree. It is quite understandable that they have grown accustomed to a leisurely lifestyle. Moreover, it has been quite some time since they undertook S-rank missions. Although the three of them possess formidable abilities, the majority of their endeavors have been limited to B or A-rank tasks. Consequently, S-rank missions now appear to be relatively challenging for them, especially since they have not collaborated on tasks together for an extended period. This situation evokes a sense of astonishment and helplessness. Chapter 166. The expressions of parents, however, Tsunade Senju did not wish to embark on a mission so soon. Although this was an S-rank task, she had hoped to linger a while longer with you, especially since it was a rarity to witness you initiating a conversation, particularly as a young girl of such stature. For Jiraiya, this may have been commonplace, yet for Orochimaru, who stood beside her, it was indeed a first in his life. A moment that evoked a sense of astonishment, a stark contrast to his usual experiences. Orochimaru, however, remained unfazed. I hope you take your task seriously. With those words, he turned to leave. Tsunade had intended to say more, but upon turning, she found the shadow of Orochimaru absent from her side, compelling her to silently follow. She muttered under her breath, "What an exceedingly peculiar man." At that moment, a hint of rebellion stirred within Orochimaru, a sentiment that remained concealed from others. Nevertheless, just because something is hidden from view does not imply its non-existence. Within Orochimaru's heart, all necessary sentiments resided, untouched. Upon returning home, Yujin Habane noticed an unsettling expression on his parents' faces. His father appeared grave, his countenance dark, seated in the main chair of the household. The meal before him lay nearly untouched, while his mother silently served the dishes, uttering not a single word. "Mom, Dad, I'm back," Yujin announced as he changed his shoes upon entering. Yet, no response came. Confused by this abrupt shift in demeanor, he sensed that both parents bore an unusual expression and attitude towards him. He washed up and approached the dining table, only to find his parents still unresponsive. "Dad, Mom, do you have something on your minds?" His mother, having placed the last dish on the table, took a seat beside him. "I heard you won first place in the competition, claiming the championship. Is that true?" "Yes," Yujin replied as he served himself a bowl of rice. His mother sighed. "Why do you stand out so remarkably, drawing everyone's attention? Do you realize that by winning first place, you have overshadowed the accomplishments of other families?" Though Yujin's parents were ordinary individuals, they possessed an acute awareness of certain matters, particularly those concerning their child. Their understanding stemmed from a place of concern, as they feared for Yujin's well-being, prompting them to pay close attention to everything around him. Just like a child eager to learn, they sought to inquire more deeply into the situation. Yujin perhaps overlooked the moments when his parents, hunched over, questioned those around them, only to be met with impatience. as they diligently sought answers to their inquiries. Yuzuru Hanyu often contemplates that he has traversed time, believing that his parents here are not his true progenitors. He understands this notion only superficially, yet he forgets that to them, he is indeed their genuine child. They remain oblivious to the fact that their offspring has journeyed from another realm, believing instead that he is the product of their 10 months of gestation and nurturing, a cherished treasure that they cannot help but hold dear and care for deeply. Yuzuru is at a loss on how to respond to this predicament. After much contemplation, he quietly muses, "Do my father and mother wish for me to remain in the shadows? Yet, does such an approach truly prove effective? Given the current circumstances, should I not rather shine more brightly?" Chapter 167. Parental concerns. Upon hearing these words, the father set down his chopsticks. "We are merely ordinary individuals, devoid of remarkable capabilities. Although we have brought you into this world, you have achieved great success, not only securing first place in the competition but also gaining the admiration of all. Your parents understand how significant this recognition is for you. In this contest, your victory is crucial for garnering acknowledgement from others, which is why you exerted every ounce of your strength to triumph." In contrast, the father possesses a deeper understanding than the mother, discerning the thoughts of his child more acutely. Thus, your relentless efforts to surpass everyone stem from a desire to earn blessings and validation. However, your parents are aware of the arduous journey you undertook to attain such recognition. You vanquished members of the Hyuga clan, overcame those from the Uchiha clan, and triumphed over various prestigious families. In the Hidden Leaf Village, a child of humble origins has risen to defeat all, akin to a prodigy. What a daunting reality this presents for those esteemed clans. Each year, they hope that the remarkable individual hails from their lineage, yet this time, it is you who stands out above the rest. Even if your parents are not intimately acquainted with your affairs, they have certainly heard of Hitaki Kakashi, the son of the legendary Hitaki Whitefang, who was a genius in his youth. Yet, you have eclipsed Kakashi's brilliance. Just consider how you have captivated the attention of all, while simultaneously expanding the magnitude of your adversaries. How many will harbor animosity towards you? Will anyone seek vengeance or bear resentment? You are solely focused on this moment, striving to distinguish yourself and gain the admiration of all. Yet, you fail to realize that being an extraordinary individual from an ordinary family may render you a target. The father's thoughts and actions are always more profound than those of the mother because he is a composed individual. Although the mother harbors concerns, she cannot articulate her feelings as effectively as the father. Yuma Yahara indeed has not contemplated these matters, as there seems to be no need. Even if he did ponder them, such thoughts would not hinder his progress. Thus, he chooses not to dwell on them. Ultimately, his actions will speak for themselves. Father and mother, now that I have become a ninja, I should not shy away. Since I have achieved first place, why should I conceal my abilities? Who will recognize me if I do? I yearn for certain individuals to acknowledge my efforts, yet I cannot prevent those I wish to remain oblivious from seeing me. Thus, certain aspects carry both advantages and disadvantages, and they are unavoidable. Yuzuru Yuma harbors a profound yearning for the day when his parents can partake in life's joys without trepidation. He has acquired the strength to withstand slander and malevolence, cleansing himself of all discontent. Perhaps his parents remain ensnared in their bygone era, believing that his brilliance would incite jealousy, rendering him a target for the Uchiha clan's hostility. Yet, even if this notion holds truth, he is fully capable of shouldering the burdens alone. What does it matter that he is still but a child? Alas, his parents may not share this perspective. They are consumed by worry and fear. Chapter 168. The thoughts of parents. Upon hearing these words, the father fell silent, recognizing the wisdom in his son's reasoning. Although parents often worry about their children, there are certain matters that are simply unavoidable. It cannot be said that one should dictate a child's actions merely out of concern. Yuhara Yuma had long since chosen his own path, and whether it was right or wrong was a burden he alone would bear. The opinions of others held little significance. If one has already embarked on the journey of a ninja, living in constant fear each day renders the endeavor futile. In contrast, the mother struggled to grasp this understanding as deeply as her husband. Perhaps it was her tender heart that clouded her judgment. For a child is like a piece of flesh torn from oneself. Any hint of harm inflicts profound pain upon the parent. Even so, one must exercise caution. It is no secret that the family lacks the means to protect him. There exists the potential for harm to befall them due to the enemies he attracts. Shouldn't he ponder his actions, concealing his brilliance and strength? After all, possessing such prowess means one need not constantly showcase it. True talent will shine through in due time. Truth be told, the mother's worries were not unfounded. Her concerns carried weight. Yet, what difference did it make? Regardless of the validity of her words or the righteousness of his current pursuits, Yuma had made his choices and walked his chosen path. Mother, I must be seen by everyone, he insisted. If I do not make my presence known, I will merely be viewed as an insignificant figure, a coward who shrinks back at every challenge. In such a light, I would be an easy target for bullying. However, now that I have secured first place in the competition, even Lord Hokage regards me with newfound respect. Those around me will surely feel a sense of trepidation, for they know that their attempts to intimidate me will ultimately fail. This could be seen as an act of setting an example for others. Yohara Yuma and his mother held differing perspectives and acted accordingly. He hoped she would understand his viewpoint while acknowledging the inherent risks of his choices. His parents preferred a more conservative approach, yet the generational divide and differing vantage points inevitably led to divergent actions. The mother did not lack understanding. However, she continued to sigh, burdened by her worries. After all, in her heart, the safety of her child outweighed all else. The truths he spoke were indeed valid. But so what? If those concerns could jeopardize her child's safety, then perhaps it would be better to refrain from action altogether. However, previously, the father had spoken to the mother, expressing that their child has a path of their own to follow. Although the child is still young, they have already matured in heart and mind. There are certain matters that no longer require parental elaboration. It suffices for them to convey their thoughts succinctly, as the child understands without the need for further persuasion. Consequently, the mother chose to remain silent at that moment, her heart heavy with melancholy. Yuxing Yojin, affected by his parents' words, found himself devoid of appetite, thus setting down his chopsticks and rising from the table. I am full. I shall return to my room to rest. Chapter 169. Under surveillance after Yuma Hanyu departed, his mother was on the verge of tears. You cannot fathom the expressions of the Uchiha clan members beside me after my child won the competition today. They looked as if they were ready to devour him. This thought filled my heart with unease, and I felt a wave of nausea. However, when I spoke to our child, he remained unchanged, completely unyielding in his demeanor, without the slightest intention of tempering his brilliance. What shall we do? Meanwhile, the father merely picked up his chopsticks, intent on continuing his meal. Hadn't the child expressed that he must showcase all his abilities to be recognized? He believed that, with his talents, no one could easily bully him. Indeed, he had triumphed in the competition, securing first place, yet we must not forget that he competed against peers, all of whom were children. While the Uchiha clan comprises more than just young ones. Recalling past events, the mother's apprehension deepened. The Uchiha clan indeed had no need to lower themselves to the level of a child, yet the fear lingered that our child's brilliance might attract unwanted attention, leading to unknown, unspeakable consequences. The father harbored his own concerns about this matter. The mere mention of it dampened his appetite. Yet, what could we do, fretting here together? Our child has his own path. He is nearing graduation from the Ninja Academy, having matured beyond the need for our guidance. It is time for us to allow him the freedom to forge his own way. After all, he chose this path, and he must bear its weight alone. Our worries and counsel, ultimately, are inconsequential. Thus, our only recourse now is to place our trust in him. The father understood the profound importance of trust for a child. Since they were powerless to do anything else, they would bestow upon him their unwavering faith. At least this way, he would know that his parents would always support him, regardless of his choices, so there was no need for fear as he ventured forth. Having reflected on her husband's words, the mother pondered for a while. Her face etched with concern, yet she chose not to voice any further thoughts. Upon returning to his room, Yuma Hanyu began to practice. At that moment, the system suddenly chimed, alerting him. A member of the Uchiha clan has marked you with the Sharingan. A member of the Uchiha clan has marked you with the Sharingan. Upon hearing this notification, Yuma felt a twinge of curiosity. He paused his training to contemplate. Every member of the Uchiha clan possesses the Sharingan. But how could they mark others? Such a notion had never been mentioned in Naruto before. Could this be something previously unaddressed in the series? Who has marked me? Though puzzled, Yuma began to inquire further. After all, members of the Uchiha clan likely harbor little affection for themselves. Should someone indeed take note of them, it would be prudent to exercise caution. Otherwise, given the fierce disposition characteristic of their family, one could very well find themselves facing a dire fate. Such a scenario would be undeniably terrifying. Uchiha Itachi, the eldest son of the Uchiha clan leader, has marked you. Uchiha Itachi, the eldest son of the Uchiha clan leader, has marked you. Chapter 170. The god of Itachi Yujin Yuhua furrowed his brow slightly. Itachi Uchiha, the eldest son of the Uchiha clan's leader? He was once a godlike figure in the realm of Naruto, a man revered as the god of Itachi. How could this man possibly have marked him? What could this entail? Could it be that his previous brilliance had drawn the attention of such a formidable presence? Yuhua felt a twinge of concern. If it were anyone else, he might dismiss it as inconsequential. However, Itachi Uchiha was nearly omnipotent, and even his eventual defeat at the hands of Sasuke Uchiha was merely a result of his deliberate concession. This man embodied perfection and capability. If he had chosen to mark Yuhua and regarded him as an adversary, it would indeed be a terrifying predicament. As Yuhua sat on his bed, he began to contemplate earnestly. Resolving this matter would not be a simple task. It seemed he would need to devise strategies to befriend this man. Even if friendship were unattainable, it was imperative to avoid enmity, for some relationships, once established, could yield catastrophic consequences. Such a frightful association was best avoided at all costs. Itachi Uchiha, a figure that instilled dread. Why had he marked me? Yuhua mused aloud, not truly expecting an answer from the system, for it was not infallible. Even a robust system might not possess knowledge of certain matters. To his surprise, after his inquiry, the system responded with an alert. Itachi Uchiha, having witnessed your performance in the tournament, has taken note of your capabilities and subsequently marked you. Indeed, it was for this reason. But was he friend or foe? Yuhua harbored some hope as he probed the system further. Yet it remained silent for a considerable time before finally exclaiming, "The system cannot discern whether the other party is a friend or foe." It was evident that he had perhaps overestimated the system's capabilities. It was certainly not omniscient. What should he do next? Should he feign ignorance? However, once aware of such a situation, it would be impossible to remain oblivious. His mind would inevitably wander into uncharted territories of thought. Thus, Yuhua lay on his bed, staring at the ceiling, contemplating the fact that he had grown considerably strong. If Itachi Uchiha had set his sights on him, was it not plausible that he might be eliminated for the sake of the Uchiha clan's interests? Itachi was wholly devoted to the Hidden Leaf Village, even going so far as to annihilate his entire family for its sake. A man like this, if he perceived Yuhua as a threat, he would likely show no mercy. Should Yuhua pose any danger to the village, his life would be in imminent peril. At this moment, Uziyu Yuma could not help but extend his delicate hands, gazing at his tender, somewhat underdeveloped little fingers. At such a young age, merely 5 or 6 years old, he found himself still within the confines of school, yet Uchiha Itachi was merely a youth as well. In fact, the age difference between them was negligible. However, Uchiha Itachi was a prodigy, capable of standing on his own from such a tender age. Even though Itachi's mental maturity had yet to fully blossom, it was evident that his abilities were steadily escalating. It was crucial to forge a strong bond with him at this juncture. Otherwise, as Uchiha matured, many matters would become increasingly complex and difficult to navigate.